Feng said. After listening to Wu Xiaopu, he suddenly realized that this is what Lin Feng Ku called Jiang Taigong fishing. Lin Feng launched the Starting Point fast food restaurant in the game. Since there is only one food store in the system, players must buy food from the Starting Point fast food restaurant to solve the character's hunger and thirst. This is the advertising effect. In particular, Qianji fast food restaurant will also launch corresponding activities such as sending free meal coupons. After hearing and seeing, players' recognition of Qianji fast food restaurant will definitely increase. At that time, other companies will see that the Starting Point fast food restaurant has become popular due to virtual life and is very popular. They will definitely automatically test the water of virtual life and place advertisements in it. This is the bait of the wisher. Leader Kui, I think these shouldn't be difficult to do, Lin Feng said with a smile. Kui Ming nodded. This is really not difficult, as long as you know what foods are available at the Starting Point fast food restaurant, what packages will be launched at different times, and what prices, and then scan the food pictures into the computer, and then make it out. All production is completed, up to 3 days. Of course, a set of metering system must be added. After all, Starting Point fast food restaurant will launch various activities in it, and it needs a computing system. But this is not difficult. Coupled with the exterior design of the store, 3 days are more than enough. Well, also, my Phantom Technology will be the first manufacturer to officially enter virtual life. After the Starting Point fast food restaurant is launched in virtual life, I will officially order Tang Jun to sign a contract, a sky-high price contract, in order to start the popularity. Lin Feng said. Wu Xiaopu nodded. By doing this, Lin Feng will be able to block all shareholders and investors' messages about Lin Feng's private pockets. After all, Qianji fast food restaurant gets the resources for free, while other companies have to spend money to buy advertising resources. This is somewhat unreasonable. Even if Lin Feng is the chairman, he will inevitably be criticized. Now Lin Feng actively uses Phantom Technology to sign the first sky-high price contract, which can stop everyone's mouths. After all, the first sky-high price contract, regardless of whether it comes from a company under Lin Feng, has a lesson for future manufacturers to put in resources. In this way, the second world can have the confidence to make a price. The so-called short-handedness, cannibalism. Phantom Technology did so. What other shareholders can say? Of course, Lin Feng can also make Qianji fast food restaurant pay to purchase advertising resources. But in this way, the position of Qianji fast food restaurant in virtual life is no different from other companies. And this is absolutely not allowed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng wants to build a Starting Point fast food restaurant into a system fast food restaurant, allowing all players to subconsciously identify the Starting Point fast food restaurant. Only in this way can the Starting Point fast food restaurant confront the McDonald's and KFC, which are so powerful that they can hardly compete abroad. What's more, Starting Point fast food restaurant is also related to Lin Feng's second game plan to dominate the world. In order to dominate the world, starting fast food restaurants must be able to have fast food restaurants in major cities around the world. To achieve this step, consumers must first recognize the Starting Point fast food restaurant, and virtual life is an opportunity. Therefore, Lin Feng would rather let Phantom Technology pay sky-high prices to compensate for the free distribution of Starting Point fast food restaurant, and must make Starting Point fast food restaurant the default food purchase point of the system. The meaning of this is definitely different. Okay, boss, then I will hurry up and design. Kui Ming took Lin Feng's design book and walked out of the office. Looking at Kui Ming's back, Lin Feng smiled knowingly. This time, it is a preliminary plan to bind one's own Starting Point fast food restaurant with Phantom Technology and Second World. Lin Feng believes that with the popularity of virtual life, Starting Point fast food restaurant will definitely become a Chinese fast food restaurant capable of challenging McDonald's and KFC. In the near future, Starting Point fast food restaurant will surely become the world's third largest fast food chain after McDonald's and KFC. 3 days later, when the Starting Point fast food restaurant was launched in virtual life, all players were taken aback. Originally, the food was solved in the game, and it was enough to buy simple food such as bread and fresh water sold by the system. Now suddenly there is a Starting Point fast food restaurant, and it sells a variety of food and beverages, each of which has different prices and different functions. Cheap ones can only solve simple hunger and thirst, while expensive ones can have some special effects. For example, increase a little excitement. The efficiency of this task can be 5% higher than usual. Some increase a little satisfaction, the player's power is a little bigger than usual, and so on. This character attribute system has long existed. It's just that the player has never known what it is. Except for completing some tasks that have certain requirements for some attributes, the rest is of no use at all, and it seems that it cannot be increased. Character attributes can be increased through quests, but the increase is extremely slow. Through diet-like, some can increase in a short time, and some can just increase for a long time. Now, the sudden increase is really exciting. Invisibly, the player's selection of the types of food in the Starting Point fast food restaurant is also extremely refined. You should know that in the game, if a character eats too much, his belly will also increase. If someone eats too much, then the character's attributes will not increase but decrease. It is also because in this selection of food, domestic and foreign players have become familiar with the food of the Starting Point fast food restaurant. There are also Western players gradually going to starting fast food restaurants to eat, especially after someone accidentally obtained a local Starting Point fast food restaurant meal voucher. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 807 Rapid Expansion. A player named Cruel Confused, after spending an unknown amount of game coins in order to earn citizen honor points, unexpectedly bought a Chinese meal at Starting Point fast food restaurant. The system prompts the player to have 1 local dining vouchers. If there is no Starting Point fast food restaurant in the local area, the system will automatically feed back cash or game currency to the player. What is this? Cruel Confused. Looking at the mail in the system mailbox with a blank face, his brain was a bit unable to turn around. I don't know what it meant. Hey, brother, what is this among you? Someone next to him saw it and asked curiously. I don't know either. Cruel Confused with a dazed expression. He called the customer service out of curiosity. After some explanation from the customer service, Cruel Lost finally understood what this dining coupon was. Excited right now. Haha, I won the meal voucher. I can go to the Starting Point fast food restaurant for free today at noon. Haha, I want to eat the set that I eat every day in the usual game, to see if it is so delicious. Cruel Lost jumped up violently and flaunted loudly in front of hundreds of people in the internet cafe. When everyone heard the words Cruel Confused, they were at first blank, and then thought that this guy had a bad brain playing games. How can you win this kind of prize when you play games, and you can cash it out right away? Isn't this a bad idea? However, when someone ran to the Cruel Confused computer unbelievingly, and saw the clear text message written in black and white on it, they had to believe it. In particular, some people followed Cruel Confused to the Starting Point fast food restaurant on the side. After entering the account number, logging in the username, and confirming their identity, they received a coveted set meal, and everyone believed it. Seeing Cruel Lost eating the set meal with relish, all players went crazy. Playing games. You can actually play a package, and you can cash it out immediately. It is still free, which is simply incredible and unprecedented. But the fact is right in front of everyone, and everyone has to believe it. Hey, buddy, how did you get this meal ticket? Someone immediately sounded, I I don't know. I got it anyway. Try it yourself and see if you can get it after spending it to a certain level. Cruel confused, hiccuping, thinking about the way to get the meal coupons in his mind, he explained to everyone. Hearing that, everyone has been rushing to buy food from the Starting Point fast food restaurant one after another. No matter what kind of food, try one by one, and this will consume a lot of game currency, and game currency can only be obtained through quests, and it will take a certain amount of time to do quests. Invisibly, the number of online people in virtual life began to break the record again. Stimulated by the continuous acquisition of free dining coupons from the Starting Point fast food restaurant, the highest online number of virtual life soon exceeded 20 million, which is a milestone for large-scale online role-playing games. Seeing that the highest online number of virtual life reached a horrible 20 million people, the eyes of all online game company bosses were green. Their current online game with the highest number of online games is only 1.8 million or NetEase's Fantasy Westward Journey. Lin Feng, I own 19.3% of the shares, the rest are better at around 500,000. And more are hovering at around 100,000. And even fewer are only tens of thousands, or even a few thousand. The virtual life of Second World has more than 20 million online players worldwide. If you count other online games under Second World, the number of online players in the world has exceeded 30 million. This is maddening and jealous. Hysterical. Jealous of wanting to commit suicide. What caused the virtual life to set a record was just a dining coupon worth more than 10 yuan, which made many game company bosses really do not understand. But when I think about it, I understand a little bit more. Human nature is greedy. Lin Feng took advantage of the weakness of human nature and the natural greed of human nature to provide such a small profit, which made many players go crazy and hysterical. There is no money to play the game, and it is free forever. Now in a permanently free game, players can still get what they can see, touch, and eat in reality. How not exciting. Of course, the distribution rate of the dining coupons of the Qianji fast food restaurant is not high, and only one lucky person out of 1,000 people. However, despite the huge number of tens of millions of online players in the world, tens of thousands of players still received free dining coupons, which naturally attracted the attention of all players, especially in the hands of Lin Feng using various media Baidu, NetEase, etc. Under the hype of portal sites such as Tencent, it is really difficult for virtual life players to not know and not be tempted. Also with this free temptation, Starting Point fast food restaurant began to expand rapidly. In just 1 week, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Europe, and the United States all have Starting Point fast food restaurants. After January, Starting Point fast food restaurant has more than 5,000 franchise stores worldwide. Of course, there is still a big gap with McDonald's and KFC. After all, McDonald's has 13,609 fast food restaurants in the United States alone, and more than 30,000 in the world. Although KFC is slightly less, it also has 5,524 stores in the United States. However, it has been able to expand to more than 5,000 franchise stores in just 1 month. This expansion speed has attracted the attention of McDonald's and KFC. Major newspapers around the world have made relevant reports on this matter. The British Times Starting Point fast food list, a fast food restaurant from China, set a record for the expansion of fast food restaurants in 1 month. 5,000, which is really an astonishing record. But it is not surprising that it set this record, because its boss is him, Lin Feng, a more amazing person. In him, any miracle can happen. What's the matter? Isn't this Starting Point fast food restaurant always shrinking in mainland China? Why is it suddenly expanding so fast now? McDonald's global president Mike Roberts said with a frown. 3 years ago, China's Qianji fast food restaurant dealt with the frying problems of McDonald's and KFC, so that McDonald's and KFC were difficult to deal with. and this also allowed the Qianji fast food restaurant to gain a foothold in China. Since the starting point fast food restaurant is in Red China, McDonald's and KFC can't do anything, and it has been shrinking in China, so McDonald's and KFC have forgotten this opponent. Unexpectedly, now the newspapers are overwhelming with reports about it, and its expansion of 5,000 branches in 1 month has made Mike Roberts feel the pressure. This. The head of the global marketing department on the side was sweating profusely. He didn't understand why the Qianji fast food restaurant suddenly expanded so quickly. President, I will investigate immediately. This incident also happened at KFC headquarters. Like McDonald's, KFC is also very angry about this. I don't understand how this former little bitch suddenly rose up. Although its boss is Lin Feng, the richest man in the world, Lin Feng's energy has always been in the IT industry, and occasionally his excess energy is also swayed in the NBA and the Premier League. How can it suddenly be placed on the starting fast food restaurant? Subsequently, McDonald's and KFC launched a news and thorough investigation into the sudden rise of the starting point fast food restaurant. At this time, the share price of Qianji fast food restaurant has risen to $31 per share, and Lin Feng holds 65% of the shares of Qianji fast food restaurant, which is worth as high as $1.41 billion. Assets rose slightly again invisibly, reaching as high as $56 billion. However, although the stock price of starting point fast food restaurant has been rising steadily, the stock price of Second World has remained at around $127. After all, at present, investors have not seen the possibility of Second World making a profit on virtual life. On the contrary, many people believe that Lin Feng is full of his own pockets and uses his status as a major shareholder to manipulate the company and satisfy his own private company's interests. Of course, this kind of speech only circulates in a small area. After all, the Second World currently ranks 26th in the world with a stock market value of $89 billion, while the starting point fast food restaurant has a market value of only about $2.1 billion, far out of 1,000. Although Lin Feng holds an absolute stake 65% in the Qianji fast food restaurant, 35% of the Second World is more than 65% of the Qianji fast food restaurant. Lin Feng had no reason to do something to harm the Second World for a little profit. This is definitely not something a slightly savvy person would do, not to mention that Lin Feng is still the world's richest man. Regardless of what prejudice the outside world has about Lin Feng becoming the world's richest man, everyone still believes that Lin Feng will not do this kind of thing. Since Lin Feng is not dizzy, what does Lin Feng mean by doing this? Everyone is looking forward to it, especially as some investors who blindly believe in Lin Feng. I am convinced that Lin Feng's move must have profound meaning. Of course, those media that hate Lin Feng, such as The Sun, Washington Times, etc., continue to describe the Black Forest wind, irresponsible out of nothing, do nothing, accuse Lin Feng of Jiang Lang's talent, and recognize that they are completely free. After his mistake, he finally took the opportunity to make money for himself. Lin Feng ignored these media rumors. The so-called darker and darker the description, the explanation at this time, on the contrary. The truth is, it is better to speak with facts. Mr. Wu, ready to hold a press conference. Lin Feng put his hands together and smiled slightly. This will be a powerful right uppercut for all those who accuse themselves. Well, boss, I'm already ready. Wu Xiaopu looked excited. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8. The Real Mystery? Press conference. At the moment when the starting point fast food restaurant went abroad through virtual life, out of Asia, landed in Europe and America, and rapidly expanded 5,000 branches in a month, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu held a press conference. What kind of medicine is it? Arousing suspicion. Early, many reporters rushed to the press conference hall. waiting for the arrival of Lin Feng and others. Not long after, half an hour before the press conference began, the entire press conference hall was filled with reporters from all over the country in a hurry, and many foreign media were among them. Affected by the butterfly of Lin Feng, many overseas media have sent resident reporters to Shanghai to cover all matters concerning Lin Feng. After all, the world's richest man who is only 23 years old is really eye-catching. His every move has attracted the attention of global readers. And he often has sudden actions, and these sudden actions can often affect a certain area of the world, or the economic situation of a certain place. Such a character is worthy of their special personnel to mark. Especially Lin Feng is still unmarried, and his love life seems quite curious. A Lisa who often accompanies me, and a European and American pop queen Avril Lavigne. Who will Lin Feng choose among the two? After waiting for half an hour, Lin Feng and others were finally long overdue, and the reporters finally let go of their tense hearts. He is finally here. What news will be hot today? Many reporters secretly speculated. However, among Lin Feng's group, everyone unexpectedly discovered a figure that is not common in China now: Tang Jun. Tang Jun, president of Phantom Technology. This China's working emperor, Tang Jun, who once served as the president of Microsoft's China branch. How could he come here? Isn't he in Europe? What is he doing here? Many reporters secretly guessed. But for some reason, a heart began to plop and plop. They faintly feel that something big is going to happen. Afterwards, Lin Feng and his party walked to the middle of the press station. Everyone, thank you all reporters for attending this press conference jointly held by Phantom Technology and Second World. Chen Xiaoai first said in a speech from the side. Many reporters were shocked. What happened to the press conference jointly held by Phantom Technology and Second World? What are the plans between the two companies? Many reporters can't figure it out, but they know that something big is about to happen today. Everyone, first let me introduce to you my old friend, Mr. Tang Jun, the president of my Phantom Technology company. Lin Feng pointed to Tang Jun and said, everyone must be very curious at this moment. What does the Second World matter? Now I will ask Mr. Tang Jun to answer for everyone. Lin Feng handed the microphone to Tang Jun. Many reporters squeezed sweat in their palms. Dear friends from the press, thank you very much for coming. I am here with only one purpose: to sign an advertising sponsorship contract on behalf of Phantom Technology and Second World. Our Phantom Technology will invest 100 million yuan to buy it. Under the virtual life game, all the cities in the world have the right to operate a piece of land for 3 years. And all virtual products of the Phantom Technology company will be launched in the game to help players enjoy a more comfortable experience in virtual life. Virtual life. Tang Jun stood up, looked at the reporters below the stage, and said with great pride, Many reporters on the scene exclaimed, 100 million yuan to buy the 3-year management rights of a piece of virtual land in each of the global cities in virtual life. Oh my god, is Tang Jun crazy? Is Phantom Technology crazy? Only virtual land. Does it cost 100 million yuan? Although this is not US dollars, not British pounds, but it is 100 million yuan. Just buy some virtual land? This is crazy. Many reporters in the audience whispered and talked about Tang Jun's remarks. I wonder what is going on here. When did virtual land become so expensive? Everyone, on behalf of the Second World, I am very pleased to be able to cooperate with the Phantom Technology and Mr. Tang Jun. Here I would like to warn all the players of virtual life, from now on virtual life will add random pass function. Players can obtain instant messaging function by purchasing mobile phone products of Phantom Technology, and the functions obtained are different for different products purchased. As for the difference, after players enter the game, they will be able to understand. Wu Xiaopu smiled explanation. Afterwards, the two introduced some specific matters of this cooperation. And Tang Jun also took this opportunity to officially announce the launch of the 3 mobile phones of Phantom Technology. It is divided into 3 price ranges: high, middle and low, from the highest of 2,899 yuan to 1,899 yuan, and then to 899 yuan, a total of 3 styles. Different styles, different prices, and natural performance are also different. Originally, these 3 mobile phones were already on the market, but they were forcibly suppressed by Lin Feng, and they were waiting for this time. In the case of global concern, the release was announced. Only in this way can the mobile phone just launched by Phantom Technology gain the greatest publicity. Everyone, once again, on behalf of the second world, I welcome all manufacturers or companies around the world to come to discuss cooperation matters. I believe that you can get the rewards you want in the virtual world of virtual life. Lin Feng said at last global companies have delivered a message of cooperation. After the press conference, with the writing of reporters from various countries, the news that Phantom Technology purchased the virtual land of virtual life for 100 million yuan spread all over the world, and the world suddenly exclaimed. Although the second world has also launched a sales plan for ad placement before, it is a direct insertion of advertisements, just like televisions and magazines. But this time it was different, completely different, and essentially different. This time it is selling the virtual land in virtual life. This can no longer be regarded as inserting an advertisement, but the manufacturer enters the game and buys land in the game to promote the product. This concept is a bit too advanced, too avant-garde, and avant-garde is a bit unacceptable. USA Today reports the sale of virtual land in the game is indeed a very bold and innovative concept. You know, in the virtual world, all these resources are unlimited. Just enter a few pieces of code and a few lines of programs can expand all resources infinitely. If this idea can really make money, it is definitely a worthy reference for all game companies, and it is worthy of all game companies to pay tribute to Lin Feng. But is this plan really feasible? After all, Phantom Technology is a company under Lin Feng, and Lin Feng holds 92% of the absolute shares. Is this a commercial propaganda strategy carried out by Lin Feng using his right to hold 2 companies? Will other manufacturers buy it? Compared with the subtlety of USA Today, the Washington Times, which has always hated Lin Feng, is not so polite. Selling virtual land is indeed a very trendy and bold idea. If feasible, it will definitely bring huge returns to the second world, and virtual life will also become the most profitable game in history. But is it possible? Impossible. The so-called 100 million yuan purchase of virtual land is just a little trick played by Lin Feng. A small trick to fool other manufacturers into buying virtual land in it. You know, both Phantom Technology and Second World are Lin Feng's. In doing so, he can't just hand over the money from his left hand to his right hand, and then announce some very gratifying performances to fool others. Vendor. This method is too inferior and too boring. This is just hype, nothing more. The remarks of the Washington Times were adopted by most Western media and experts. It is generally believed that Lin Feng's method of selling virtual land is completely deceiving the general public. He creates momentum for himself and puts gold on his face, wanting to do so. Come to fool many manufacturers and let them pay for it. To fill in the decision-making mistakes of virtual life on the issue of fees. It is true that many media and experts believe that virtual life is completely free of charge as the most deserted and most serious wrong decision made by Lin Feng. The so-called selling of virtual land now is just a method used by Lin Feng to make up for this wrong decision. Although many media and experts criticized Lin Feng's plan, many virtual life players absolutely welcome it. After all, if a manufacturer can purchase virtual land, then virtual life will be able to fully operate, and players will be able to play for free forever. This is great news for players. They were also worried before, if virtual life did not have any income, how will it continue to operate in the future? With the investment in this period of time, many players have gradually liked this unprecedented leisure and entertainment dating online game. If one day terminates operations due to lack of operating funds, many players will definitely be very disappointed. Therefore, when knowing that they don't need to spend money, and the major manufacturers around the world pay for themselves, the players raise their hands and feet in favor. What's more, in the game, Not only can players not spend a penny, they can even make a little money and make a little profit. The dining coupon launched by Kienji fast food restaurant. In addition to receiving meals, players can also return cash with a 50% discount or return game currency at an 80% price. After all, there are only more than 5,000 Kienji fast food restaurants in the world. Although there are branches in almost all large, medium and small cities in China, in Europe and the United States, they are mainly concentrated in large cities. Many players can't enjoy it even if they get it. They can only choose to exchange for cash or game currency, which is completely affordable, visible and tangible. Now, in addition to the starting point fast food restaurant, there is another Phantom technology. According to the joint introduction of Second World and Phantom technology, the introduction of high-tech products under Phantom technology in virtual life will also have a certain chance of winning, and players will also have the opportunity to win real-life Phantom technology products can also be received directly, or exchanged for cash at a 50% discount and 80% discounted game currency. With so many benefits, why don't players like it? On the contrary, it is anxious for more manufacturers to enter virtual life to provide players with more services and benefits. Different perspectives bring different attitudes. As the industry looks down on it, and players are optimistic about it, the products of Phantom technology have officially entered the virtual life. Like the starting point fast food restaurant, all products of Phantom technology are authentic and made according to real products. And just like the food at the Kienji fast food restaurant, the prices of the three products are different. In addition to imitating the real price, they also have different functions. For example, this entry-level model of 899 yuan has nothing except simple conversation function and text message function. The 1899 yuan model has the MP3 function, through which players can search for various MP3s provided by the Second World. As for the 2899 yuan model, it provides the most innovative camera function, through which players can take photos, take pictures of their favorite scenes in the game, and then convert them into pictures and save them in the computer. Of course, by purchasing virtual Phantom technology products at the same time, players can also gift them to friends they know in the game to increase their favorability. With the launch of the Phantom technology virtual product, players of virtual life have gradually come into contact with the products under the Phantom technology, and because the functions of its three mobile phones are very much needed by current players. After all, I had to contact other people in the game before, only through a mailbox in the game, which was very inefficient. Many players often use third-party chat tools to communicate. This is undoubtedly criticized by players. However, the Second World has never been improved, and has been allowed to do so. This has made some impulsive players greatly annoyed. Many people even called the Second World customer service department and scolded the virtual life unpleasant setting. But now it seems that all this is for the launch of the virtual product of Phantom technology today. The launch of the three virtual phones of Phantom technology completely solved the communication problems of players. In particular, players can not only use the three virtual mobile phones as a text chat tool, but if they have a microphone round them, they can also make direct voice calls. As for the 2899 yuan model with a camera, if the player's computer also has a camera, the player can directly video chat in the game, and can chat while hanging out at any time while playing. Of course, what makes players hate it is that all of this costs money, and it costs communication fees. Fortunately, all of these communication fees are settled by game currency, and game currency players can complete various tasks to complete. And after the city is built, players can choose a variety of occupations, and then it is easy to make money. Haha, I got hit. I got to 1899 yuan mobile phone. A player suddenly jumped up, shouting when he was excited, and hugged everybody. Hey! Be honest, this is an internet cafe. The security of the internet cafe came to stop the excited almost uncontrollable player. Security. he got a cell phone. Someone on the side explained enviably. What? The owner of the internet cafe was shocked. Can you play games on your phone? Obviously, this internet cafe security has never heard of the news that the Kienji fast food restaurant has launched dining coupons in the game. Security, you are out. The crowd despised for a while. The security guard of the internet cafe was despised by the crowd for a while, but he still didn't believe it. He didn't believe that he could play games on his mobile phone. But soon after, the lucky player called to confirm that he only had to send an email, fill in the delivery address and account information, and then wait for the unlimited courier company of dingdong.com to deliver the mobile phone. The internet cafe security finally believed playing games can also win the mobile phone and win the jackpot. Soon, the security guard also logged into virtual life and registered a username Yixiantan. And this kind of good news is happening in more countries and regions. Tang Jun formulated a plan to lose 100 million yuan to earn the market. Tang Jun plans to launch a total of 100 million yuan worth of mobile phones to reward players, in exchange for the market. Therefore, in the early stage, the winning rate of phantom technology was extremely high, and thousands of mobile phones were redeemed in a short period of time. It arouses the excitement of the players, and it also promotes the continuous increase of the online number of virtual life. Previously, a dining coupon was dispensable for many players, and some did not like to eat, so they could be directly exchanged for cash or game currency. But now it is directly exchanged for a mobile phone. But it is a mobile phone. Although mobile phones are becoming popular nowadays, they are still relatively expensive. Especially for many domestic players, mobile phones are still a relatively extravagant behavior. Nowadays, playing online games is not only free, but also dining coupons and Chinese mobile phones, which really excites players. While promoting virtual life to continue to refresh the online record of large-scale online role-playing games, it also allows the Phantom Technology mobile phone brand to slowly take root in the minds of players. And this is what Tang Jun wants. Spend money on the market. Nowadays, there are many manufacturers in the global mobile phone market. At this time, Phantom Technology wants to squeeze in, and the price is not small. Fortunately, Lam Feng has a Second World, and Second World just launched Virtual Life, and Virtual Life is an online game that is absolutely different from previous online games. Under various coincidences, Tang Jun was able to squeeze into the mobile phone market at a price of 100 million yuan, which is really gratifying. Boss. Now a total of 3,250 mobile phones have been exchanged, 1,852 rebate cash 50% returned, and 4,142 rebate game coins 80% discount. However, with the popularity of Virtual Life, our Phantom mobile phone at present, it has sold 180,000 units including physical stores and online stores in just 1 week, becoming the well-deserved mobile phone sales champion last week. Tang Jun called and said hi. Lin Feng nodded and couldn't help but cheer. This is what Lin Feng and Tang Jun want. Use the popularity of Virtual Life to enter the mobile phone market. It now appears that the strategy has been very successful. After all, players are accustomed to using the Phantom phone in the game. In daily life, they naturally can't help but want to use the Phantom phone. What's more, in the game, through the use of players, Phantom Technology can find the shortcomings of the mobile phone in actual use, and the players can also feed back to the company in the first time. In this way, the company can also make corrections in the first place. This efficiency is far greater than that of other world mobile phone brands, such as Nokia. After all, brands such as Nokia wait at least 1 month before collecting feedback from players and adopting it. And through Virtual Life, the Phantom Technology can be obtained almost the moment the player puts forward their opinions. After all, if the player feels uncomfortable while using it, he will naturally bring it up. Once the company makes corrections, they can use it even more coolly. Of course, what Lin Feng really likes is not only the sales of the Phantom phone exceeding 180,000 units a week, but there is also a real surprise. In fact, the outside world, whether it is the media, or players, are paying attention to the mobile phone awards of Starting Point fast food restaurant and Phantom Technology, while ignoring the real hidden point players can choose to return after winning the prize without the prize. 50% of the price is discounted to cash or 80% of the price is discounted to game currency. This is the real mystery. Lin Feng said that Virtual Life is permanently free, and will not sell any items to all players. It will be absolutely free. But in fact, Virtual Life is a game that is extremely in demand for game currency. In the game, all actions of the player need game currency. For some players who have money but don't have a lot of time, buying gold coins appropriately becomes the only choice. But players cannot buy gold coins directly from the system, they can only buy them through other players. However, the gold coin output system of the entire game is extremely strictly controlled, and players need gold coins to survive every day they live in the game. Therefore, the gold coins that players who are tentatively called RMB fighters can buy are really limited. In this case, RMB players will naturally complain. In order to meet the needs of these people, Lin Feng deliberately launched a prize rebate system. Players can exchange prizes for cash or game currency. In this case, RMB players can redeem game currency by purchasing prizes. Otherwise, according to the current output, it will undoubtedly become difficult to acquire game currency. Of course, Lin Feng's purpose is definitely not only here. Lin Feng's purpose is to control the reward rate of products entering Virtual Life through this. If the player's demand is high, Lin Feng can increase the winning rate of a certain manufacturer's product to allow players to win as many prizes as possible, and then RMB players can buy it to exchange for gold coins. In this way, Lin Feng can control the market invisibly. Think about it, as the popularity of Virtual Life continues, if one day, when all netizens around the world enter this game, the easiest way for a certain brand of the same type to gain popularity is to increase the winning rate. In this way, in order to make money whether it is cash or game currency, in a short time, players will crazily flood into this brand and make crazy prizes. At that time, the brand will be familiar to players in a very short time. This brand can easily gain the popularity it wants. The company that controls the winning rate is the second world, Lin Feng. In this case, Lin Feng undoubtedly has control over the consumer market. At that time, Lin Feng's right to speak would be unimaginable now. Of course, all this is still far away. At least first, Virtual Life must have a large enough player user base, and secondly, major companies around the world have entered Virtual Life, which is still relatively far away. Now, Virtual Life has just started. But Lin Feng believes that there will be such a day. As for the moment, although the sales of Phantom Technology are booming, and the popularity of Virtual Life continues to be booming, the outside world is still not optimistic about it. I think that Lin Feng's plan to sell Virtual Land is impossible. Only Lin Feng's own company will invest money in it, and other companies will never buy such ridiculous things. No company will pay for Lin Feng's decision-making mistakes. However, in the midst of the cynicism of the external media, unexpectedly, Second World received a call from McDonald's and KFC to discuss two fast food companies entering Virtual Life. Boss, there is really a company willing to come to negotiate the purchase of Virtual Land for Virtual Life. Wu Xiaopu looked excited when he received the call. Although Wu Xiaopu heard of Lin Feng's advertising and marketing strategy plan, he implemented it very well. Both Starting Point fast food restaurant and Phantom Technology have achieved great success through Virtual Life, but apart from the two companies under Lin Feng, other outside manufacturers have been slow to move. This made Wu Xiaopu and others very anxious, afraid that Lin Feng's extremely trendy and extremely avant-garde plan could not be implemented. With a worried heart, Wu Xiaopu has not thought about tea or food these days. Even the mood of picking up girls after get off work every day is gone. I worry all day that the advertising sales strategy of Virtual Life cannot be implemented. The second world cannot use advertising revenue to offset operational investment and make money. Now that he has finally received a call from two Fortune 500 companies, He is not excited. Lin Feng looked at the names of McDonald's and KFC written on the negotiation invitation letter. Lin Feng nodded. According to Lin Feng's speculation, the first company that came to negotiate enough to buy the land for virtual life was either McDonald's or KFC. After all, only their two companies have the pain. Now that their starting point fast food restaurant is expanding so rapidly, how can they not worry? How can they not be vigilant? With the two companies being able to develop a fast food business into a Fortune 500 company, it is natural that they are keen on the industry. At this time, they should be aware of the prospects of virtual life, which is currently approaching the 23 million online population mark. The number of players worldwide has exceeded 100 million. And it is still increasing. Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant has become a large multinational fast food chain with more than 5,000 branches. Can their McDonald's and KFC let go of this market? Even if they have no room for further development, they must at least maintain their current market share and not allow other fast food restaurants to eat away. Lin Feng's Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant is a chaser forcing them to enter virtual life. And McDonald's and KFC will also become the vanguards to set off the world's major companies to enter virtual life. This is the butterfly effect, a butterfly effect that major companies cannot escape. 2 days later, the presidents of McDonald's and KFC went to Shanghai together. Originally, McDonald's and KFC dispatched a regional president for the business negotiations for entering virtual life. After all, Second World is in China, and dispatching the president of China is sufficient. After all, the amount of advertising resources that can be invested this time is based on the advertising investment of Phantom Technology, which is only 100 million yuan in 3 years. Compared with the annual advertising investment of McDonald's and KFC, this is really insignificant. With such a small amount of money, a regional president is always competent. But there is only one reason for the global presidents of the two companies to fly to Shanghai in person. Lin Feng. This time virtual life is a Second World game, and Second World belongs to Lin Feng. And Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant also belongs to Lin Feng. In this case, they must come in person and have an interview with Lin Feng in person. In order to ensure that McDonald's and KFC will not be secretly calculated by Lin Feng after purchasing virtual land and launching virtual fast food in the game. Otherwise, he would send a regional president, and Lin Feng would send a vice president casually. In case of being fooled by that time, it is really hard to tell. Therefore, they must come and talk to Lin Feng in person. Mr. Lin, you are also very clear about our intention. We will not say much. With reference to the price of Phantom Technology, we will purchase a piece of land in the global city of virtual life at a price of 100 million yuan in 3 years, and sell us each virtual fast food, and provide online fast food ordering business at the same time. McDonald's global president Mike Roberts said straight to the point. When Wu Xiaopu on the side heard it, he secretly exclaimed, "I didn't expect McDonald's to be so lavish. It would not make any counteroffers. But this is great. Great. We at KFC are also willing to pay 100 million yuan for the 3i price of its virtual land. However, we must get a few guarantees." KFC Global President David Novak said calmly. Lin Feng smiled and made a gesture of listening. "First, we ask for fair treatment. Your company cannot be partial to virtual fast food sales. Players must have absolute right to choose. Second, we require free choice of the location of the virtual land we purchase. Third, I hope that Lin Mr. can avoid suspicion, and it is best to arrange the advertising sales rights of virtual life to other people and don't interfere. I believe this is what all companies that want to enter virtual life to buy virtual land are willing to see." Mike Roberts speaks. David Novak nodded on the side. When Lin Feng heard this, he knew that the two companies were united this time. But it is no wonder that the two companies are uniting this time. After all, this time the object facing the Second World is Lin Feng. Now they want to enter virtual life, and the game rules of virtual life Lin Feng has the final say. They have to unite against Lin Feng. Otherwise, he would just break in without being played by Lin Feng. At that time, losing money is a small matter, and embarrassing is a big deal. They absolutely can't afford this face. The two largest fast food chains in the world unite, and their momentum is decidedly different. Naturally, he put forward many unimaginable conditions, and finally asked Lin Feng to avoid suspicion and not interfere in the advertising sales plan of Virtual Life. Lin Feng snorted coldly for the self-righteous attitude of the two companies. I also have 3 points to declare. Lin Feng's faint tone was full of sharp points. To be continued. The 809th chapter needs each other. McDonald's Global President Mike Roberts and KFC Global President David Novak are both overwhelmingly popular, and they have a stance that they will not give up unless they achieve their goals. However, McDonald's and KFC naturally have their capital to rely on. McDonald's and KFC are both Fortune 500 companies and the leaders of fast food restaurants. The combination of the two companies is enough to set off a fishy storm in the industry. What's more, the two companies came here this time, and they have done enough investigations and preparations. Now Lin Feng wants to implement an advertising marketing strategy, using advertising revenue to replace the traditional online game charging model. But obviously, for now, the major global manufacturers are not too cold about this novel advertising and marketing strategy, and they are all on the sidelines. At this time, if their two companies McDonald's and KFC enter this novel advertising media market, the domino effect it brings will surely make other companies rush. And this is where Mike Roberts and David Novak's confidence lies, and it is also their righteous call for Lin Feng not to intervene in advertising sales. Mike Roberts believed that Lin Feng would make a very smart choice. As long as Lin Feng avoids suspicion and does not intervene in this matter, he can obtain the support of McDonald's and KFC, and this advertising marketing strategy can be implemented, and the virtual life of the second world can make a lot of money. This is a solution that smart people would choose. Unfortunately, they met Lin Feng. Mr. President, I also have 3 points to declare. Lin Feng said lightly, but there was a surge of sword energy between his eyebrows. First, in this matter, our company Second World has always adhered to the principles of fairness and openness, and absolutely respects the free choice of players, and will never force players to accept anything they do not want to accept. Lin Feng said very firmly. Mike Roberts and David Novak nodded. This could not be better. As long as fair competition, they believe that in virtual life, their fast food will be popular with players. If hundreds of millions of players around the world choose McDonald's or KFC, then in real life, when they think of fast food, they will also choose McDonald's or KFC. Second, you can of course choose the location of the virtual land you buy, but the price of virtual land in different locations is naturally different. Lin Feng smiled. In the real world, there are prime locations, and the same is true in virtual life. There are also prime locations. The price is naturally higher than ordinary locations. Mike Roberts and David Novak frowned. At this point, Lin Feng smelled like a lion's mouth, but what Lin Feng said was not wrong. After all, there are places where players most often gather in virtual life, which is naturally also a downtown, which is naturally more expensive than other places. After thinking about it, the two of them don't care too much about the price. You can talk about it in detail. Thirdly, I don't think it's two people's turn to worry about whether I avoid suspicion. On this issue, as the president of the company, I will naturally put the company's interests first, and I believe that all shareholders of the company will trust me. I will also be responsible to all shareholders of the company. Lin Feng said coldly. Mike Roberts and David Novak frowned. Lin Feng almost flatly rejected their 3 requests, which obviously made the two of them absolutely unsatisfied. Mr. Lin, you have to understand that your current advertising and marketing strategy is not successful, or even very failed. If we are willing to join, it will have an absolute effect on your plan. I hope you will consider it again. Mike Roberts threatened. Lin Feng smiled. I really need them to join, but it does not mean I can accept these unequal treaties. Otherwise, as soon as this precedent is set, as more manufacturers come in, The world's top 500 companies are pouring in one after another. How will Linfeng meet the requirements of other manufacturers at that time? At that time, if you want this request, which request he wants, the rules of the game will be gone. How do you control the overall situation? Of course, I welcome the two companies to enter virtual life and become the first manufacturers to enter virtual life. But I must reiterate again that any company that wants to enter virtual life and advertise in it you must abide by the rules of the game. Everyone is equal. Lin Feng said proudly. Mike Roberts and David Novak were angry when they heard the words. They looked at each other and got up angrily. Mr. Lin, then we have nothing to talk about. But we hope you will consider our proposal. We will stay in Shanghai for 3 days. And within 3 days we hope you can give us a suitable condition. Otherwise, no one will pay for your decision mistakes. Mike Roberts and David Novak turned and left. Boss, Wu Zhaopu whispered after the two had left. In fact, the 3 conditions of McDonald's and KFC are not too harsh. For this advertising and marketing strategy, they can completely agree. As for how to do it after agreeing, everything is still under the control of the second world, and you only need to fight with it at that time. But Wu Zhaopu didn't expect Lin Feng to refuse categorically. Mr. Wu, don't worry, McDonald's and KFC will definitely come back to us, Lin Feng said confidently. Lin Feng regarded McDonald's and KFC very accurately. Since Mike Roberts and David Novak have come to find themselves and their competitors to discuss cooperation, obviously they are very optimistic about the prospects of virtual fast food in virtual life. Otherwise they won't look at their faces. Since they anticipated the prospects of the virtual life advertisement, they would definitely come to find themselves again. Of course, it is the president of the second world who is looking for himself, not the chairman of the Kianki fast food restaurant. What's more, Lin Feng has killing moves, so McDonald's and KFC have to come to him. Leader Kui, my starting point fast food restaurant will launch an online ordering system in the game. In areas where there is a starting point fast food restaurant, players can order business online through virtual life and enjoy free fast food express service. Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu's eyes lit up when he listened. It is no wonder that Lin Feng dared to refuse McDonald's and KFC's request. If Qianji fast food restaurant launches an online ordering speed service in virtual life, it will be of great benefit to the business of Qianji fast food restaurant. Don't forget that human nature is lazy and has an inertia. When playing games, you can just type a few words at will to order a fast food and deliver it on time within 15 minutes. This is not for all players. Little temptation, especially in the game. The characters eat these foods, which is somewhat tempting for players. In an instant, the business volume of the Qianji fast food restaurant increased dramatically after the Qianji fast food restaurant launched its online ordering service in virtual life. Although there are no Western-style fast food types in Qianji fast food restaurant, McDonald's and KFC, but there are unique Chinese fast food, and extremely innovative Korean fast food, and the price is cheap. After getting used to burgers and French fries, eat some rice, Korean kimchi, and the consumption is cheaper than KFC and McDonald's, which is also a very enjoyable thing for players. The business volume of starting point fast food restaurant has risen, and KFC and McDonald's are naturally affected. McDonald's Global President Mike Roberts and KFC Global President David Novak, who are studying countermeasures in Shanghai, looked at the data report faxed by their subordinates. Their faces were blue. The customer bases of McDonald's and KFC are mostly young people, and now most of these young people go online to order fast food from the starting point fast food restaurant, and the sales of McDonald's and KFC have naturally fallen sharply. Mike Roberts and David Novak frowned. They did not expect that Lin Feng would launch an online ordering service, which is currently not available in KFC and McDonald's. And they ordered online through the game Virtual Life, which is so convenient. Players play online games, usually for half a day, and often forget to eat. When you are hungry, it is so convenient if you can order a fast food at hand. Moreover, Kyangji fast food restaurant has Chinese and Korean fast food that they don't have. No, we must change this status quo. Mike Roberts and David Novak looked at each other and came to the second world again. Mr. Lin, I hope you can seriously consider our proposal, which is good for everyone, Mike Roberts said very firmly. Lin Feng smiled. Now that you are looking for yourself, you are still so arrogant. This is simply defiant. Mr. Roberts, let me state one more point. Our company will treat every customer with a fair and just attitude. For the fairness of everyone, we will not give you any preferential treatment. Lin Feng faintly refused. Now they can't stand the pressure to find themselves. And of course they are qualified to sit down and start the price. Mike Roberts frowned. I still want to argue. But now the situation is better than others. Although the starting point fast food restaurant wants to challenge the status of McDonald's and KFC, it is still far away, but as the global presidents of two Fortune 500 companies, they have a sense of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Although the starting point fast food restaurant cannot compete with them now, it is difficult to guarantee that it will take the lead in the future through virtual life. Once the starting point fast food restaurant has formed a climate that is enough to challenge them, then it will be bad. Okay, Mr. Lin, we have agreed to your terms, Mike Roberts said with great boldness at this time. Happy cooperation. Lin Feng got up, smiled and stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Mike Roberts and David Novak shook hands helplessly. This is a mutually needed cooperation. McDonald's and KFC need the advertising resources of virtual life, and Lin Feng needs the leading role of the two companies to promote a new online game charging model that replaces Dianca with his own advertising. This time, it's just that everyone needs each other. Otherwise, I am afraid that the three companies will definitely not cooperate. Wu Xiaopu let out a soft cry of excitement. With the joining of McDonald's and KFC, it will become reality that Lin Feng's advertising revenue replaces the traditional online game charging model. And this cooperation, I am afraid it will also change a turning point in the charging mode of online games. Of course, not every online game can adopt this disguised charging mode, but after all, from now on, there is another charging mode for online games. When McDonald's and KFC also purchased the virtual land of virtual life at a price of 100 million yuan, and provided virtual fast food services in it, the world was shocked. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 810 The Last Straw? People from all walks of life all over the world agree that this decision to sell virtual resources to replace the traditional charging model of online games is a major decision made by Lin Feng to save his virtual life charging model, and major manufacturers in the world will never make such a major decision. Pay the bill by mistake. But who could have expected that McDonald's and KFC, the world's top 500 companies, will join virtual life with such a shocking news and launch virtual fast food services in it? 100 million yuan is enough to buy the virtual fast food service qualifications of virtual life in the next 3 years. This price is relatively small compared to the annual global advertising investment of McDonald's and KFC. However, this is extremely shocking news in the online game industry. For 100 million yuan, the two companies are 200 million yuan. This made the eyes of the envy of many online game companies flushed, dumbfounded, eloquent, and envious to death. While they are still worrying about whether they can maintain a balance of income and expenditure each month, the second world has already begun to make a big profit. How can this make people feel balanced? In particular, this is a project that was not favored by the public, and was even rated as the most significant decision-making error in Lin Feng's life. Who would have expected that now it is starting to make money? Of course, everyone does not believe that virtual life has since embarked on a bright road, at least not in their hearts. Many game company bosses, industry media, and experts still hold an attitude a mere RMB 200 million, which is surprising. But it is not enough to maintain the second world spending on virtual life. At present, The world's highest online number of virtual life has exceeded 26.1 million, and its daily operating cost is $550,000, which is $200 million in 1 year and $600 million in 3 years. The 200 million yuan is converted into US dollars, but it is more than 24 million US dollars. And it will be the virtual fast food service fee for the next 3 years. To be honest, this little money is not enough for virtual life. If you can't attract more manufacturers to enter this market, virtual life will become one of the biggest problems restricting the development of the second world. The British Times said so. Compared with the pertinent comments of the British Times, newspapers such as The Sun, The Washington Times, and the Asahi Shimbun have slandered all the way McDonald's and KFC joined the virtual life in order to continue to dominate the global fast food catering industry. In order to crack down on the starting point fast food restaurant, this does not mean that Lin Feng's advertising has replaced the success of the online game charging model. On the contrary, the continued silence of major global manufacturers now proves once again that global manufacturers will never give Lin Feng a favor. Major decision-making mistakes. Looking at the reports in The Sun and The Washington Times, Lin Feng smiled contemptuously. These newspapers have forged a deep hatred with them, and they will not ruin the posture of not giving up. Of course, a large part of the reason is that these newspapers are not mainstream authoritative newspapers. Most of them are known for sensationalism and want to use themselves to become famous. Of course, it is also true that he became the richest man in the world as a Chinese, and it is also a fact that the major Western media have been secretly upset. However, their remarks did have a lot of negative impact on the second world. After all, the unanimous criticism of the global media has somewhat worried many manufacturers and investors, and it also brought news that McDonald's and KFC became customers of virtual life, are unable to increase the share price of second world. You must know that the current maximum number of online users of virtual life is more than 26.1 million people. This record is second only to Crazy Farm, but relatively speaking, Crazy Farm is easy to get bored, but virtual life does not. The connotation is too deep and the plausibility is too great. It is conservatively estimated that its lifespan is at least 10 years or even longer. After all, virtual life can be experienced as a new life. Such a popular game can't increase the share price of second world, which clearly illustrates the problem. Boss, it seems that global manufacturers are still hesitating, Wu Xiaopu said with a headache. As stated by newspapers such as The Sun, many manufacturers believe that McDonald's and KFC have entered virtual life to launch virtual fast food services in order to suppress their starting fast food restaurants, not because of the profit prospects. Many companies are still on the sidelines. Lin Feng threw the newspaper in his hand on the table at random. Looking at the big headline on it, no one was paying for Lin Feng slapped his palm and sniffed. If they don't come in, I will force them in. Lin Feng smiled coldly. The wait-and-see attitude of global manufacturers, in addition to watching the prospects of virtual life, is also testing the attitude of the second world. Although the 3-year advertising price of 100 million yuan is cheap, it will make a profit if the price is cheaper. Distribution is the business philosophy of all companies, so I want to take the opportunity to see if we can keep prices down. If the second world is in a hurry, they can take the opportunity to make big bargains. Unfortunately, they ran into Lin Feng. Although Lam Feng's main wealth for becoming the world's richest man comes from the second world stock market value, it is undeniable that if Lam Feng's other companies go public, Lam Feng's assets will definitely be far higher than existing wealth, and personal assets will break through. Hundreds of billions of dollars is by no means a dream, and so many companies under Lin Feng can join virtual life without exception, and all of the companies under Lin Feng have competitors. And these competitors are not fools, and they will never sit back and watch. And this heart can be taken advantage of by Lin Feng. Mr. Li, prepare to let Baidu enter virtual life. Lin Feng called the president of Baidu Li Yanhong. Lin Feng owns 55% of Baidu's shares. Well, okay, Lin Dong, I have been preparing to enter virtual life a long time ago. This is the best time for Baidu to go abroad. Robin Lee has been preparing to enter virtual life long ago. All players provide search engine services. For example, players can search for all tasks in the game, all fast food services, fast food locations, or other information resources where they want to go through Baidu. Of course, they can also use this to search for other players' current locations and tasks. Of course, these high-level searches naturally require game currency. When Baidu also joined virtual life at a price of 100 million yuan in 3 years to provide all game players with various search engine services, the world was shaken again. Of course, for the major media that have been slandering Lin Feng, this is just Lin Feng's last dying struggle. It is just a bait for Lin Feng to use his own company to attract other manufacturers from around the world. However, in contrast to the ridicule and disdain of the global media, the global search engine giant, Google, is holding an emergency meeting. Of course, this meeting naturally did not allow Lin Feng's spokesperson for Google to attend. Everyone, what do you think? Google CEO Eric Schmidt looked at the Google two founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page and said. Sergey Brin and Larry Page looked at each other and sighed. Contact Lin Feng. Although Google has now occupied more than half of the global search engine market, it is undeniable that virtual life has now become the most frequently searched word on Google. It is conservatively estimated that the number of players worldwide has exceeded 150 million people, and this number is still rising. According to my prediction, in 3 years, the number of global players may exceed 500 million. Because this game is really creative. 500 million is currently online worldwide. The number is only about 700 million users. Google founder Larry Page said helplessly. Yes, if Baidu is allowed to take a big seat in the game, when virtual life players are used to using Baidu to search, our Google engine will be the most impacted. Sergey, another founder of Google Brin, also said with a headache, it's just that Baidu belongs to Lin Feng. I worry that Lin Feng will favor Baidu. After all, in virtual life, Lin Feng has the final say. Eric Schmidt reminded. Well, we naturally know this. But Lin Feng also owns 5% of Google shares, and there is one more point. If he is too partial, it will directly affect his strategy of replacing traditional online game fees with this advertisement. He is a smart man. Naturally, I understand that everything has a degree, and I firmly believe that Google's technology is the world's first. Larry Page confidently said. Sergey Brin nodded. Lin Feng favored his company in the game, which was long expected. As long as it is not excessive, it is acceptable. What's more, they are helpless now and must enter virtual life. Otherwise, let Baidu catch all the internet users from all over the world in the future, and they will be able to cop when the time comes. Then Eric Schmidt, CEO of Google, contacted Lin Feng to discuss the issue of joining Google. In the end, Google bought the virtual life search engine service for the next 3 years at the same price of RMB 100 million, and officially competed with players. In virtual life, players can purchase Baidu or Google search engines to serve themselves and find everything they want to find in the game. As for which search engine the player buys, it is up to the player to choose. It depends on the service provided by Baidu and Google which is better. Google also officially announced that it will join virtual life when it provides search engine services for all virtual life players in the next 3 years. The industry is once again shocked. Ha! This is just another trick Lin Feng played. But we believe that this is only a glorious prospect. What's more, whether it is joining McDonald's, KFC, or Google, they can obtain real benefits through virtual life. McDonald's and KFC can launch online fast food ordering services, and Google is originally an IT company, and it is normal to be based on virtual life. But can other companies get real benefits? The Japanese Asahi Shimbun newspaper said sarcastically. Compared with the ridicule of newspapers, magazines and other media, the world's major manufacturers feel a sign that the mountains and rain are coming, and it seems that a new revolution is coming. Liu Yinying, Are you ready for dingdong.com to join virtual life? Lin Feng called Liu Yinying, the president of dingdong.com, a top student of Peking University who had followed her all the way. Ha ha, Lin Feng, don't worry. It's already ready, Liu Yinying said with a smile. Later, dingdong.com announced its full membership in virtual life, providing virtual personal item auctions and express delivery services for all virtual life players. In virtual life, if the player has extra things, in addition to selling them to the system for recycling at half price, they can only be given away or discarded. But dingdong.com allows all players to auction what they don't want through the online auction situation. At the same time, the unlimited express of dingdong.com helped it deliver to the door for free. Of course, this free home delivery is actually just a piece of code of the system, and there is no cost at all. However, there is no courier service of dingdong.com. If players want to get something, they have to get it themselves. And if the weight of the object you want to move is too heavy, which exceeds the range that the player's physical attributes can bear, it cannot be moved, and other friends must help. Obviously, this is more troublesome. But now, with unlimited express, everything is so simple. When dingdong.com appeared in virtual life, major manufacturers around the world had a faint feeling of eagerness to try. They have seen the business opportunities and advertising effects. Just wait and see. The last wait and see. However, in the face of this situation where the rain is about to come and the wind is overwhelming, many media are still stubborn and still mocking Lin Feng for filling all his own properties, and in the end it will only lose his wife and break the army. But at a critical moment, the world's largest retail chain giant Walmart shot. Mr. Lin, we want to join virtual life and provide all kinds of daily necessities, furniture, decorations, etc. for all virtual players to help players decorate their virtual homes in virtual life. Lee Scott, president of Walmart, called Lin Feng. Hearing Walmart's call, Lin Feng's heart suddenly tightened. If Walmart is willing to join virtual life, it will cause a domino bone effect, which will become the last straw that completely overwhelms the balance of the world's major manufacturers. Great, Lee, I am very happy that Walmart can choose to join virtual life. I believe that Walmart will be able to get the desired return, Lin Feng said very excitedly. Ha ha, Mr. Lin. Do you know who proposed this plan to me? Lee Scott said with a smile. Who? Lin Feng was taken aback. Ha ha, Mr. Lin, you are really forgetful. Of course it is your spokesperson, Miss Huang Shuqi, which she suggested. After our discussion, we adopted this suggestion, Lee Scott said with a smile. Is her? Lin Feng was slightly startled, thinking of Huang Shuqi's reluctant but somewhat resentful look when Huang Shuqi left. Lin Feng's feelings of relief came to his heart. Now listening to Lee Scott's tone, it is obvious that Huang Shuqi has developed well in Walmart. By the way, Mr. Lin, your spokesperson, Miss Huang, is very popular. Many young guys in the company are very interested in him and want to pursue her. But she rejected them all. You have to be careful. Otherwise, God, a handsome guy came out, but he robbed your little lover away. Lee Scott joked on the other side of the phone. Lin Feng laughed and scolded. But my heart is somewhat blocked. For Huang Shuqi, Lin Feng didn't know what it was like now. Anyway, it was complicated. But now is not the time to deal with personal feelings. I am still young, and there will be more things to deal with these things in the future. Now, develop your career first. Subsequently, Walmart announced that it would join virtual life at a price of 50 million yuan per year for a total of 3 years to provide virtual department store retail services for all players. Once this news was disclosed, the industry was shaken like immortals crossing a catastrophe. The world was full of thunder and earthquakes. Walmart joined the virtual life, and it still joined at a price of 150 million yuan in 3 years. A price that was twice as high as before. This is really surprising, even horrified. You know, Walmart has always seldom advertised. Even if it advertises, it is mostly to remind consumers Walmart always provides you with the best and most trusted brands at the lowest price. Now Walmart has joined virtual life uncharacteristically, and joined it at a price of 150 million yuan in 3 years, which is beyond everyone's expectations. I firmly believe that Walmart's joining in virtual life and selling virtual goods to all players online can enhance Walmart's image in the hearts of all players and allow Walmart to remain the world's largest private company, said Lee Scott, president of Walmart. Boom. Lee Scott's speech finally made global manufacturers no longer hold back and no longer hesitate, begin to throw olive branches to the second world, asking about franchise prices and related matters. At this time, the world's major media are stupid. What's this? The Sun and other media were speechless in consternation. I don't know what happened to Walmart. How could it suddenly want to join virtual life? And are the major manufacturers in the world crazy? Why would they want to join virtual life? This is just a game, that's it. Crazy. The Sun and Washington Times reported the matter with big headlines, and commented that the world's major manufacturers will pay the most painful price for this stupid behavior. It is definitely the worst decision to spend a huge amount of money in advertising in the game. Absolutely. However, no matter how the newspapers such as the Sun and their Washington Times criticize, they cannot stop the enthusiasm of major global manufacturers. The letter of joining in the snow flocked in stark contrast with the previous mentalog. Haha, boss, we can make a profit this time. But how do we deal with these joining letters? They all need to join. How do we deal with their needs? Wu Xiaopu showed a happy and troubled expression. It's simply not flat. Lin Feng smiled. Xiling, help me prepare a press conference. Lin Feng said with a smile. Previously, these reporters had ridiculed their virtual life ads instead of the traditional online game charging model. Now if they don't fight back, they would be too bullied. And also just take this opportunity to deal with this matter. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 811. The Wisdom of the Richest Man. Many reporters have gathered at the press conference. This time, virtual life was suddenly sought after by global manufacturers. Many manufacturers wanted to enter this virtual world and provide virtual services to all players of virtual life. This surprised all reporters. According to the current posture, I am afraid that the annual profit of virtual life will reach $200,300 million. Not only will virtual life be able to get rid of the predicament of being unable to maintain operations, but it can also make a lot of money. A game earns $100 million a year, and almost all online games are hard to beat. Of course, except for Crazy Farm. Nowadays, Crazy Farm has a global fixed user base of around 70 million excluding mainland China, and a monthly subscription fee of $1 per user per month is a gross profit of around $70 million in a month. However, although Crazy Farm is very profitable, the nature of the game can easily make people bored, and its lifespan is far from comparable to virtual life. How can that be? How can virtual life make so much money? Many reporters whispered secretly, especially the media that had criticized virtual life before and criticized Lin Feng, even more incomprehensible. Lin Feng looked at the many reporters in the audience and smiled sorrowfully. First of all, I welcome all journalists to attend today's press conference. Thank you very much. Lin Feng glanced at everyone in the audience. I thought that some media would not come. After all, I am a loser. The loser who made a major decision. A company with a market value of nearly $90 billion is very likely to become a debt-ridden arrogant maniac. It is impossible for these media to come back to attend the press conference I hosted. When Lin Feng said this, the reporters all over the room suddenly became confused. Lin Feng's remarks were clearly directed at the reporters who had defamed him before. Prior to this, the global media headed by the British The Sun, the American Washington Times, and Japan's Asahi Shimbun had often mocked Lin Feng, ridiculing him as an arrogant person, and a satirical test. After he became the world's richest man by luck and fluke, he acted boldly and dragged down the entire company as a result. Unexpectedly, nowadays, global manufacturers have sent invitations to join Virtual Life, which is tantamount to slap their reporters and experts, and they have used the board. But now, Lin Feng teased everyone like this. No matter how ugly they looked, they could only endure it. No matter how bad Lin Feng said, they can only be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. After all, if they didn't attend Lin Feng's press conference and returned without a little news, they would not be able to explain to the editor-in-chief. At that time, what awaits them is not some embarrassing words, but a letter of dismissal. For work, for salary, I endure. Many reporters lowered their heads and assumed that they didn't exist and didn't hear Lin Feng's words. Some domestic reporters saw the expression of a foreign reporter's grandson of tortoise, and couldn't help but sigh. Current newspaper. I was still mocking Lin Feng before, but now Lin Feng has the confidence and is starting to fight back. These people are going to be grandsons of tortoises. Deserve it. Many domestic reporters cast aside for a while. When foreign media slammed Lin Feng and criticized the Second World before, the domestic media was fighting for Lin Feng's injustice. Although he also defended Lin Feng in large chapters, after all, there was no data to prove that there was no confidence. The domestic media's defense of Lin Feng was ridiculed by foreign media as being partial to his own people. This made domestic reporters feel bitter. However, the foreign media is confident, and there is no manufacturer responding to Lin Feng's advertisement to replace the traditional online game charging model, which is a novel money-making model. This gives foreign media ample reasons to criticize Lin Feng. Nowadays, global manufacturers have responded to Lin Feng's advertisement instead of the traditional online game charging model. The most enjoyable thing is not Lin Feng, but their domestic media. This can be very happy. Before you, foreign media criticized Lin Feng and criticized the Second World. This is the most significant decision-making mistake. Now let's see who is right and who is wrong, who is more stupid. What else do you foreign media have to say? At this press conference, Lin Feng fired at these foreign media from the very beginning. In just one or two sentences, these foreign media were drooping, disgraced, and looking like a tortoise grandson. It was really soothing. How can the wisdom of the richest man be comparable to that of mortals? Many domestic reporters said contemptuously. Lin Feng glanced at the many foreign reporters in the audience and snorted coldly in his heart. I want to ask all the reporters here, as well as the media, if there is anything that is not pleasing to me personally. If so, you can leave. I will never force it. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Many domestic reporters applauded this sentence. Didn't you mock Lin Feng? Didn't you look down on Lin Feng? What are you doing? Go. Many domestic reporters whispered to help. Shame, anger, indignation, all kinds of emotions instantly rushed to the hearts of reporters from newspapers such as The Sun and Asahi Shimbun. They wanted to leave and wanted to leave, but they didn't dare to leave. Although Lin Feng's words were extremely offensive to the media, if in the past, many media would be able to block Lin Feng and Lin Feng's company collectively, ensuring that no news about Lin Feng would appear in their newspapers in the future. But now is the 21st century, the internet century, and these traditional media do not report, but those online media do. At that time, readers will be able to learn about Lin Feng and all information about the Second World through the internet. Now that the internet media is already hitting the traditional media market, at this time they are still taking away from Lin Feng, a global topical figure, not to smash their own jobs, but to smash the jobs of the entire industry. And this is where Lin Feng dares to openly challenge the media. As the world's richest man, a topical figure, and possesses huge online media or resources, he is not afraid of blocking these traditional media at all. They simply do not have the ability to block themselves. Yes, continue to pretend to be grandson. The Sun and other newspaper reporters used scalping skills as if they hadn't heard Lin Feng's words. Anyway, it hasn't been a day or two to get angry. Reporters, And prostitutes are no different. Prostitutes sell their bodies. They sell their souls. Each other. Lin Feng glanced at the foreign reporter who was completely distracted from the audience, and felt a little bit happy. Although I was angry with these reporters, I was a bit bullying and self-deprecating. But after being scolded by these foreign reporters for such a long period of time, if you don't fight back, you seem to be too bullied. In the future, these foreign media really regarded themselves as soft persimmons. Mr. Lin, can you tell us about the current status of virtual life advertising instead of the traditional online game charging model? A reporter from the British Times stood up and asked. Although the Times had always commented on this matter from a neutral perspective, and was a bit disgusted with the Sun and other behaviors. After all, everyone is a media reporter, with cold lips and teeth. Watching the Sun and other reporters be like Lin Feng, humiliated and somewhat uncomfortable, he said to ease it. Lin Feng glanced at the Times reporter and knew that this authoritative newspaper in the world had always held a neutral attitude. In this matter, it had always been more pertinent. Therefore, Lin Feng had to sell some of their accounts. Besides, there is no point in chasing reporters like the Sunday. There are now a total of 278 manufacturers want to join virtual life, of which more than 70 of the world's top 500 companies, and all of them require to sign a long-term contract with virtual life, and some even propose a lifetime contract extension, the so-called lifetime renewal, that is, until the end of virtual life. Lin Feng said slowly. Scare. Numerous reporters in the audience exclaimed. Although they knew that global manufacturers began to enthusiastically praise virtual life, they did not expect to attach such importance to virtual life, so optimistic about the future of the virtual network service of virtual life. This is amazing. This time he is going to make a profit. The Sun and other reporters said indignantly. 278 manufacturers. If each manufacturer invests 100 million yuan in 3 years, that is 27.8 billion yuan, which is a huge amount of $3.4 billion US dollars. In addition to operating costs of $600 million US dollars, Second World will earn $2.8 billion US dollars in the next 3 years by virtue of virtual life. Oh my God, this is simply a huge profit. And it is too profitable. Many reporters exclaimed that those bosses who watched the live broadcast in front of the TV were even more stunned. This virtual life is too profitable. A game made $2.8 billion US dollars in 3 years. This is simply a money grab. No, it's printing money, faster than grabbing money. Nintendo's Satoshi Iwata has always claimed that Nintendo's games are money-making machines. But when he saw this scene, his eyes were straight. A game with an annual net profit of more than 900 million US dollars, which is too exaggerated, too enviable, and incredible. As for Sony President Howard Stringer, when he received this news, he sighed. Sony lost 916 million US dollars last year, and the Second World online game can make it back. This really makes people want to hit the wall. Moreover, the highest record in Sony's history, it earned 2.3 billion US dollars in a year. The huge Sony company only earned 2.3 billion US dollars in net profit in a year. The Second World tied Sony's record with just a few online games. It is even more embarrassing. Are online games really so profitable? Howard Stringer thought to himself. The most annoying is Peter Moore, the president of EA. The reason why virtual life has this hot situation now depends largely on their standalone game The Sims. Although The Sims has sold tens of millions of sets, has been praised by EA as its most profitable game, and has always been proud of EA, but now it seems that The Sims and virtual life are similar in comparison. This is simply not comparable, especially thinking that virtual life is largely based on The Sims, which makes Peter Moore even more uncomfortable. While Lin Feng can earn so much, but they can only earn so little. Do online games really make money like this? Peter Moore is also thinking to himself. Earn 2.8 billion US dollars in 3 years. How much? Is this enough? Listening to the exclamation of many reporters in the audience, Lin Feng smiled faintly. This time I resisted the pressure of all parties and implemented advertising to replace the traditional online game charging model, which will definitely not only satisfy such a small profit. Advertising resources are invested hundreds of billions of dollars a year, and I only make a small amount of it, which is too small. People must be ambitious, and nothing can be done without ambition. The only difference between the poor and the rich is ambition. Anyone who can become rich is ambitious. People without ambitions can only do nothing for a lifetime. Even if the opportunity is placed in front of you, you will not fight for it or grasp it. Lin Feng asked himself that after he was reborn, he can become the world's richest man today. In addition to having a profit for the future, a more important reason is ambition. After rebirth, Lin Feng found that his ambitions were constantly expanding, and kept pushing himself towards a higher goal. How far he could reach in the future depended on how big Lin Feng's ambitions were. Regarding the purchase of virtual services by these 278 companies, I decided to hold an auction in the near future. An auction about all virtual land and virtual services in virtual life. Our company will divide all the virtual resources in it into different grades, and then conduct global auctions. Lin Feng said. Auction? All reporters were a little confused, but Lin Feng did not expect Lin Feng to come to auction. Thinking of this, many reporters are excited. At this time, how many big figures from around the world will come to Shanghai? After all, at least those who can come to the auction are at the vice president level. After all, this is hosted by the Second World, and the organizer is Lin Feng, the richest man in the world. Many companies must at least give Lin Feng a face and give the world's richest man a face. Those who come will not come from too low-level characters. Many reporters are really excited when thinking of the arrival of so many vice presidents lowest from companies around the world. But for many company bosses, what comes to mind is the tricks. Obviously, Lin Feng wants to make more money with this. Auctions have always been easy to make people dizzy, especially now that 278 manufacturers are competing for virtual resources in virtual life. Isn't this even more crazy? What's more, virtual life is so successful now, with 26.1 million online players worldwide. Many manufacturers may really bite the bullet. Cunning Chinese. Many manufacturers murmured secretly. But who makes virtual life popular now? Like in the previous virtual life, when they came to the door, they came to meet in person, and they can also bargain. Now it's okay, they actually want to participate in the auction. This is now and then. Of course, regarding this auction, since the auction is for virtual resources in virtual life, the auction situation will be different from the traditional auction. Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Is it different from the traditional auction format? What kind of auction is that? This time we will adopt an online auction. All manufacturers interested in participating in the auction will get an ID number. Through this ID number, the manufacturer can log on to our company's temporary auction website to participate in the auction. Lin Feng said. Many reporters were surprised. Through online auctions, this is a very novel auction method. Although this novel auction method is worthy of a special book, to highlight the social convenience after the network. However, the inability to see so many big names has made many reporters feel regretful. Compared with the regrets of many reporters, many company bosses clapped their hands in applause. So they don't have to fly over half of the earth to participate in this auction, which is not a small expense. Participating in this kind of online auction now saves the company a lot of money. Subsequently, Lin Feng announced the end of the press conference. At the first moment, many reporters announced the news that the Second World would hold the virtual life virtual resource auction, and the whole world was boiling. Selling the virtual resources of virtual life is unbelievable enough, and as a result, online auctions are still being held, which is even more trendy and can't be more trendy. This is not only curious, but also exciting. It is really exciting to see how high prices will be sold in the virtual resource auction and how many vendors will compete. Many reporters also invited various financial experts to make predictions and evaluations on this global auction. However, after the evaluation, there is no exact figure. After all, the auction of this virtual resource is the first time in history. Not only have no one seen it before, but they have not even heard of it, or even thought that there would be such a thing. But now that Lin Feng has made it out, in addition to admiring Lin Feng's creative thinking, it can only wait for the virtual resource auction of virtual life to begin. Boss, how do we arrange the auction of so many virtual resources? Will the players accept it? Wu Xiaopu asked with a frown. Previously, whether it was fast food like Starting Point fast food restaurant, Ding Dong, or Walmart, it could be integrated into virtual life. But now that so many manufacturers come in, it is impossible for every manufacturer to have virtual goods. It can become a necessary product for players in their usual games. In order to give these manufacturers enough virtual resources, advertising will definitely be overwhelming. Will players accept it? Will it pay? If players leave the game because they are tired of advertising, it will be a fatal blow to virtual life. It will also discourage the enthusiasm of manufacturers to join. Without traffic, there would be no data, and without data, there would be no manufacturers' banknotes. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This question is also the key. If the player is tired of advertising, it is a very difficult problem. After all, virtual life is now relying on advertising to survive, and it is also making money from advertising. Without advertising, virtual life cannot continue to operate unless the second world uses the profits of other games to subsidize the various expenditures of virtual life. But in that case, the second world is not a private enterprise, but a private welfare agency. How to do? Lin Feng frowned and thought. This problem must be resolved. Players must be less bored with advertisements, so that players can get used to advertisements and the advertisements in virtual life. Then let players and advertisements coexist, so that players can also enjoy the profits brought by advertisements. Lin Feng said with a fist. Let players also enjoy the profits from advertising? Wu Xiaopu was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Feng was talking about. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 812. Don't be stunned with the player. Let players share in advertising profits. Wu Xiaopu looked surprised. He didn't understand what Lin Feng was referring to by players sharing advertising profits. Whether to give back to the players in the form of various benefits is like giving back to the players in various sweepstakes or similar to the annual player meeting. If Lin Feng was referring to these, it would be a feasible way. But the problem is that human nature is forgetful and greedy. Although this kind of welfare may be able to offset the player's resistance to the overwhelming advertisements in virtual life in a short period of time, the players will start to complain again over time, and even begin to resist. At this time, players will completely forget that the reason why so many advertising companies appear in the game is because players enjoy completely free games. And Second World uses advertising revenue to replace the traditional online game charging model. Human nature is like that. It's like having a good person who has done a good thing for a lifetime, and no one will remember it. But as long as he did one wrong thing, he will be remembered forever and be accused of him constantly. On the contrary, a bad person has done wrong things for a lifetime, but he has only done one good thing. Perhaps this good thing will be remembered by everyone and praise him constantly. Human nature is such a repetition, unpredictable, and even a bit ashamed. If Lin Feng is going to use various benefits to make players accept the resistance of in-game advertising insertion, Wu Xiaopu thinks that this is a bit taken for granted. It is impossible to achieve, and it will not be possible for players to buy it. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Wu, I have thought about the method you mentioned, but it is only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. It cannot solve the contradiction of a large number of advertising companies in virtual life. What I said is to let players share the advertising profits. It is possible to adopt the method of welfare feedback. What I want is to fundamentally solve this irreconcilable contradiction. Lin Fengxian vowed. Solve this contradiction fundamentally? Wu Xiaopu was taken aback. not understanding what Lin Feng was referring to. But if there is such a way, it would be great. In this way, there is no need to be afraid that players will protest against excessive in-game advertisements all day. After all, the willingness to put advertising resources in the game on the field is what the popularity of virtual life is. If the popularity is gone, these advertising companies will naturally disappear with the wind. They don't put money in foolishly, and don't care about the return. The so-called unprofitable is earlier than incapable. If there is no profit, businessmen will become the most indifferent passers-by. Moreover, Mr. Wu, have you ever wondered whether there will be visual fatigue if there are too many advertisements in virtual life? And will these advertisements still achieve the effects that the manufacturers want? Lin Feng's meaningful, less rhetorical question. Wu Xiaopu took a breath. He really hadn't thought about this problem. Some time ago, he was still worried that no advertisers in virtual life were willing to join. But in the past 2 days, he was busy with too many advertisers and how to auction. He never thought about what would happen if there were too many advertisements in virtual life. The entry of several advertising companies is very eye-catching for all players, but if there are too many in-game advertisements, it may be a disaster. At that time, in the face of overwhelming advertisements, players will have absolute visual fatigue and aesthetic fatigue. At that time, the novelty and interactivity of virtual resources in virtual life will not be so obvious, and the advertising effects invested by manufacturers will be great at that time. Discount. How to do? Wu Xiaopu looked anxious, and sweat on his forehead was dripping down. The advertisement is about to be auctioned now, but if the advertisement is auctioned at that time, but it fails to meet the requirements of the manufacturer and cannot give the manufacturer enough profit return, it is not just the game of virtual life that is destroyed at that time, but the advertisement. This brand new idea that replaces the traditional charging model will be devastated. Even if there is a better time and a better plan, it will not be launched because advertisers have lost confidence in it. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu. Looking at Wu Xiaopu pacing anxiously in the room, Lin Feng was secretly funny, but he was also very moved. Since joining the second world, Wu Xiaopu has been conscientious in his work, and his affection and loyalty to the second world is unmatched by others. Mr. Wu, don't worry, Lin Feng whispered, and finally shouted to the anxious Wu Xiaopu. Boss, how can this be good? An auction will be held tomorrow, when the major manufacturers will definitely ask this question, but we still have no solution. How can this be good at that time? Wu Xiaopu sighed again and again. He was already confused, and he didn't know what to do. Lin Feng patted Wu Xiaopu's shoulder gently, and served him a cup of herbal tea. Mr. Wu, the solution to this problem lies in what I said. Players share advertising profits, Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Xiaopu's eyes lit up and he drank the herbal tea in his hand in one sip, looking at Lin Feng with piercing eyes, waiting for Lin Feng's answer. I don't know what Lin Feng's player sharing advertising profits refers to. At this time, in some forums on the internet, a post began to circulate, a post that Second World violated the interests of players for advertising profits. In the post, he specified in detail that although Lin Feng kept saying that it was for the benefit of the players and for the benefit of the players, so he replaced the traditional online game charging model with advertisements, but in fact he wanted to use the completely free as a bait, in fact for himself earn amazing advertising fees and put on a legal coat. But in fact, in the end all the consequences have to be borne by the player. Finally, players are no longer playing games, but watching advertisements, and spend a lot of time online watching advertisements every day. In this post, there are also several pictures modified with Photoshop to simulate the insertion of a large number of advertisements in the future virtual life. In the picture, the entire virtual life is full of advertisements on the screen, and the player's line of sight is full of advertisements, almost invisible to people. If you only look at this picture, as this post says, players are not playing games, but watching advertisements. They spend a lot of time watching advertisements every day. Finally, the post also called on players to immediately unite against the second world, which is a purely commercial act for their own benefit and ignoring the interests of the players. Players should take a joint strike to put pressure on the second world. Let the second world return the player a clean game world without ads. The advent of this post was spread to every corner of the internet instantly under the dissemination of wishful people. All netizens at home and abroad have seen this post and had heated discussions about this post. Netizens, the source of everything, claim that Second World has always been a game company that puts the interests of players first. From the launch of the Second World Club, there is a monthly exquisite magazine with the latest content in the game industry, and various discounts, as well as the unprecedented large-scale player annual meeting held once a year, prove that the Second World has the most friendly attitude towards players and treats players as friends. And there is only one game company in the world that rewards players with gifts like the Second World. So some people say that the Second World deliberately infringes on the interests of players. This is definitely splashing ink. The speech of the source of everything has been endorsed by a large number of netizens, especially thinking that the Second World has attached great importance to players in the past. They all believe that the Second World will never be so scornful of the interests of players, and will infringe on the interests of the company. Player benefits. But just more than 10 minutes later, the source of everything was attacked by a large number of netizens, calling it a Second World staff member, self-covering, self-beautifying, and claiming facts speak louder than words. If 278 all the advertisements of the manufacturers are embedded in the game, in order to protect the interests of these advertisement manufacturers, in addition to watching the advertisements, the players can only watch the advertisements. Because these remarks were too violent and the words were so eloquent, the trend of online public opinion was suddenly changed, and the anti-Second World side was instantly turned back, especially under the leadership of some wishful people. Few players began to demonstrate in virtual life, chanting that the Second World should return to virtual life, a clean, ad-free game world. Boss, emergency. Lin Chilling walked in with a scorched expression, opened the notebook in front of Lin Feng, and entered virtual life. At this moment, in virtual life, dozens or hundreds of players gathered together and marched between cities, chanting slogans of boycotting advertisements and returning the interests of our players. Boss, this is the case not only in this city, but also in other cities. Lin Chilling adjusted several city screens, all of which showed similar demonstrations, but their scales were different. Some were more people, some fewer people. At most, thousands of players can gather to resist Lin Feng's advertising instead of the traditional charging model, and call for Lin Feng to immediately cancel this virtual auction. This must be someone jealous and deliberately messing up. Wu Zhang's eyes were red when he looked at the sidelines. This shows that someone is targeting the Second World. Obviously, he saw the Second World advertisement instead of the traditional online game charging model. He was jealous of the profits, so he made some small actions under jealousy to sabotage the Second World plan. Boss, we haven't found out where this post first appeared, but the company's cybersecurity department is under investigation, and there is already some eyebrows, Lin Chilling said with a look of surprise. Lin Chilling has always had a doubt about the company's cybersecurity department. This department is isolated separately, and all the company personnel, except for a few high-level personnel, are not allowed to enter. In addition, there are 8 linear security company's most elite security guards at the door 24 hours, and the cloud computing department has become the company's 2 core departments. Some employees once joked that the defense forces of these 2 departments are no less than the defense forces of the US president. Now that the security department with such a high level of defense has reported that it is tracing the source of this post, it is really surprising. Although Lin Chilling has never been in touch with the IT industry before, as the secretary of the world's richest man, she naturally has a deeper understanding of the IT industry after hearing and seeing it. Like this kind of posts circulated on the internet, especially the extremely offensive posts, and it is obviously suspected of being manipulated. In this case, it is almost impossible to trace the source of the post. However, The Second World Cybersecurity Department said that it has already had an eyebrow, which has to be surprising. What secrets are hidden in the Network Security Department is what most employees of the Second World want to know and be curious about. After all, the Cloud Computing Department was so heavily guarded that it was because of cloud computing, the IT technology, that was leading the world for several years. But why is the Cybersecurity Department equally guarded? Lin Chiling was very curious. She wanted to ask Lin Feng several times about why the Cybersecurity Department was so guarded, but she finally resisted it. As a qualified secretary, you should know that there are some things you can ask, and some things you cannot ask. After glanced at Lin Chiling's confused expression, Lin Feng naturally understood Lin Chiling's curiosity about the Network Security Department. However, Lin Feng would never reveal this secret. Including Lisa and Avril Lavigne, who are most intimate with him, Lin Feng did not tell. Because of the existence of Kevin Mitnick, the world's chief hacker, he is the person most concerned by the US FBI. Since his disappearance, the US FBI has never given up on tracing him. Once his news is revealed, it will cause great trouble to Lin Feng. In particular, Lin Feng has always been the most unhappy existence of the Bush administration in the United States. It's just that there is no evidence that Lin Feng can't help it. Otherwise, Lin Feng believes that the Bush administration will definitely send itself to prison in order to pay homage to the Statue of Liberty in the United States and the White House that has completely disappeared. Boss, it's better to announce that virtual life will be changed to the traditional charging mode. Wu Xiaopu watched the virtual life game. Players continue to march and demonstrate, chanting that Second World will return the player to a clean game world. The slogan is unhappy. Looking at this scene in the game, Lin Feng was also angry. I think these players are too forgetful. Too forgetful. Lin Feng asked himself if Second World tells players that there will be no one, at least no one has come before. In the end, the players are treated like this, which makes everyone angry. But after all, he is waiting for people to open a company, and the customer is God, and he and the other people's food and clothing parents. Lin Feng has absolutely no reason to offend them, for whatever reason. What's more, most of the players are ordinary people, and they are all young people, very impulsive, easy to be deceived and used by others, and it is normal to have this kind of congestion for a while. However, as Wu Xiaopu said, the strategy of replacing the traditional charging model of online games with advertisements must not be abolished and replaced by card charging or item charging. If you really do this, then you are really hitting the mark. And in this way, in the end, Second World is not a person inside and outside, that is, offend the player, enjoy the free, and then enjoy the charge. The player will never do it, and offend the manufacturer, offending players, offending their own food and clothing parents, offending manufacturers, offending companies in various fields around the world. If both sides are offended, there is only one waiting for the Second World to end: bankruptcy. Mr. Wu, there is nothing to be angry about. They are just being used by others. Lin Feng asked Lin Chiling to serve Wu Xiaopu a cup of clear tea. Wu Xiaopu drank the grapefruit tea that was used to reduce fire and lungs in the water with a disgusting expression. Oh, boss, it's not what I said. Our company's attitude towards players is absolutely number one in the industry, and no one else can do it. But players are easily exploited like this. It's really amazing to forget everything we did for players in the past. Disappointment. If we, like other game companies, only do our own games, our profits will increase by at least 5% that year. Wu Xiaopu said with disappointment. Wu Xiaopu couldn't help but be angry. Originally, Second World profits are extremely generous, far more than just the profit on the report. But a lot of the profits are used to give back to the players, and Wu Xiaopu's 5 percentage point is definitely not an exaggeration. Unfortunately, in the end it was a heartache. Sure enough, human nature is forgetful. Well, Mr. Wu, continue to discuss our plus sharing advertising profits. As long as this benefit is launched, I believe these rumors, these so-called demonstrations, will disappear. Moreover, the players will naturally understand everything and know at that time. Misunderstood our company, Mr. Wu. Players are emotional. They are easy to be used and easily moved. At that time, we will actually gain more player loyalty, Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Zhaopu thought for a while, and now it can only be so. He also knew that what he had just said was angry. If you are really frustrated with the player, then the second world does not need to be opened, and frustrated with your own food and clothing parents, there is only one end: bankruptcy. It's better to go home early and hug your wife. Subsequently, Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu continued to discuss their own plan to share advertising profits with players, and held a small meeting to discuss the pros and cons. Of course, when discussing the pros and cons, as the official spokesperson of the Second World, Chen Xiaoai also came forward to refute the rumors, calling on players to calm down, and repeatedly reiterated that Second World is definitely the company that cares about the interests of players the most in the industry. I hope all players don't listen to the letter if you are bewitched by others. But obviously, Chen Xiao's efforts were in vain. The players are still making trouble there. The parades that should be marched, the protests that should be protested, ignore Chen Xiaoai in the slightest. Moreover, under the leadership of wishful people, things seem to have a tendency to become more troublesome. At this moment, a certain office building, President, everything is going according to plan. An entourage said, well, go ahead and let them work harder. This time if the Second World is not handled properly, it will be a major crisis. If the Second World collapses, although we will not be able to obtain the greatest benefit, we will wipe out the biggest potential enemy, said the President. Yes. The entourage agreed. By the way, please contact that side and let them work harder. This time, if the Second World does not handle it properly, it will be them who will benefit the most, the President said, pinching the foot of the wine glass. Yes, I'll get in touch right away. The entourage nodded and turned away. The President looked at the clouds outside the window playfully, and secretly calculated how he can maximize the benefits of the company once the Second World really mishandles the world and encounters a crisis. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 813, The Charm of the Richest Man? At this time, the Second World Conference Room. Well, guys, this is how the plan of a player's share advertising profits was decided. After 12 hours of long discussions, the plan of players sharing advertising profits was finally determined. Okay, boss, the virtual resource online auction will be held in a few hours. You should take a break first. Lin Chilling brought a glass of milk to help Lin Feng get rid of the need. Haha, it's okay. By the way, everyone has no breakfast. Let's go and eat breakfast together. Lin Feng snapped his fingers and said, ha, I happen to be hungry. But boss, since you became the richest man in the world, you have never invited guests, but today I want you to treat you, Wu Zhaopu said with a smile. Yes, boss, I want to taste the taste of gargle with fish bones on TV today. You can't be stingy. Kook Sin, the leader of the second game development team, also spoke on the sidelines. Well, I need abalone. I want to eat double-headed abalone to warm my stomach. Wu Gang also said with a smile. Hee hee, okay, I'll treat you. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. The leaders of these game development teams have an annual salary of millions of dollars. If you include bonuses and dividends, they can be millions, or even tens of millions. Not to mention fishbone gargle, or bathe with fishbone. Boss, there is a problem. At this moment, Chen Xiaoai walked haggardly. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned and asked. Boss, things have changed last night. Chen Xiaoai sighed helplessly. Then, Chen Xiaoai briefly recounted what happened last night. It turned out that after last night, for unknown reasons, players from all over the world suddenly began to gather, sit and demonstrate in various places, demanding that the Second World immediately terminate this virtual resource auction. and the crowd has a growing trend. So far, in the few cities of the second world except China, a large number of players have gathered in almost all virtual cities around the world to sit and demonstrate and express strong protests. Of course, what's even worse is that posts attacking Lin Feng and Second World began to appear on the forum, directly accusing Lin Feng as an extremely selfish person, and warned that all of this is Lin Feng's conspiracy, so that all manufacturers should not be fooled. These posts also had player incidents, which made Chen Xiaoi utterly devastated. Although I tried my best, there was no result. Instead, I watched the incident worse and worse. However, Lin Feng had a discussion with a few high-level officials all night, and it was difficult for her to go in. Until now, Lin Feng and others finally came out. She was also relieved. In the past, when Chen Xiaoi was still 90%, she always envied the scenery of the second world. Now, after the second world has come, she has a deep understanding of what is called the wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. The second world was too successful and developed too fast, quickly making everyone jealous. This made countless people want to replace the second world. This pressure, as well as the coveting of the outside world, made Chen Xiaoi exhausted. At this moment, she only had a sense of relief, and she also deeply admired Lin Feng, Wu Xiaopu and others before, who had gone through so many things, and I don't know how they managed it. Lin Feng frowned. Everyone didn't have the mood to eat breakfast. They came to the data monitoring department of the first game development team and watched the players in the game who were making trouble in major cities around the world. Everyone frowned. This time, the matter was really troubled. If it is not resolved properly, the impact on the entire game will be immeasurable, especially at the critical moment when the virtual resources of virtual life are about to be auctioned. Really, without waiting for everyone to catch their breath, the major vendors who were supposed to participate in the virtual resource auction that was about to start at 10 o'clock in the business called one after another, questioning this matter, asking what solutions the second world could have, and implying that second world would be a solution. The world cannot resolve this matter, and they will not conduct auctions. The phone calls of these manufacturers undoubtedly gave Lin Feng and others a deadline. If it is not resolved, it will be troublesome. The plan to replace the traditional charging model of online games with advertisements this time will be completely wiped out. How to do? Everyone is looking at Lin Feng, and now everyone has no choice but to see if Lin Feng has any way to solve it. Lin Feng thought for a while and sighed. Chen Xiaoi, help me make a live video broadcast, Lin Feng ordered. Yes. Chen Xiaoi was taken aback, a little unclear, but she still went to do it immediately. Later, Lin Feng ordered Kui Mings to release a message to all players in virtual life, and Lin Feng would make a live video statement on this matter. After receiving this news, players all over the world opened the website as soon as possible. Dear players, our company can understand your requirements. Everyone is playing games, not watching advertisements. Here, I want to make one point first, regardless of whether this auction is successful or not. In any case in virtual life, absolutely unlike some ill-informed posts describing it by logging into the game to watch ads, the player will experience another life in virtual life, where the player will be in another world. Lin Feng slowly explained. All the players who watched the video were taken aback for a moment, and were really surprised that Lin Feng came forward to explain in person. After all, Lin Feng is now the richest man in the world, and this kind of thing is usually solved by someone like Chen Xiaoi, and rarely will the president personally solve it. Besides, this president is still the world's richest man. When did you see a major bug in Microsoft's Windows system, and Bill Gates would personally apologize to all Microsoft users? With this alone, the emotions of all the players who were bewitched gradually calmed down. Of course, it just calmed down, and an understanding was far from being reached. Here, I want to remind all players that the reason why virtual life is completely free is because I want to use advertising revenue to replace the traditional charging model of online games. That's why so many advertisers enter virtual life. Of course, Despite this, our company will never harm the interests of players. Therefore, I want to ask one thing here. How many people have benefited from the Starting Point fast food restaurant and Phantom technology? Lin Feng asked. Although Lin Feng couldn't see the player and didn't know what expression the player had at the moment, he could also guess that the player must have a thoughtful expression now. After all, players have obtained actual income through companies such as Starting Point fast food restaurant and Phantom technology. This is an iron fact and cannot be denigrated by any rumors. Finally, I want to say one thing. In this virtual resource advertising auction, our company has already taken into account the interests of players and formulated a plan. Players share advertising profits to ensure players' profits. Lin Feng said at last. Regarding this player sharing advertising profits program, I hope you will wait for the announcement of our company. I believe that everyone will be satisfied by then. But I want to reveal one point here. Manufacturers have a direct impact on the placement of advertising resources. All players share the profits. Therefore, whether it is for our company or for everyone's benefit, I hope that everyone can leave temporarily. Don't gather crowds to sit still. There is no benefit other than harming virtual life. After speaking, Lin Feng cut off the video. At this time, everyone hurried to watch the surveillance video of virtual life. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the players look at me and I look at you. After talking with each other, they began to disperse gradually. After all, regardless of whether Lin Feng's words are right or not, or whether they are fooling everyone, what Lin Feng said is true. Not only did players not pay a cent for playing virtual life, many lucky people also received free meal coupons, or mobile phones. This is something no one can deny. Boss, I really have you. Everyone gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. The world's richest man is the world's richest man, and his personal charm is unmatched by others. Had it not been for Lin Feng to be the richest man in the world, I am afraid it would not have this effect. This is the charm of the richest man. You know, the 4 words of the world's richest man have an unspeakable influence in everyone's hearts. But as an individual, let alone put on the title of the world's richest man, even if it is just the title of the city's richest man, its influence is beyond the reach of others. At this time, some other dark corners. Seeing the players disperse easily, only some of the people they arranged are still there. The planners of this incident frowned, and it was obvious that their plan had failed. It can only be said that Lin Feng's personal charm played a key role in it. After all, a world's richest man came forward to explain that this was moving all players. However, this failure is only temporary. If Lin Feng's player sharing advertising profits is not satisfactory, it will not solve the crisis. On the contrary, this incident, temporarily suppressed by Lin Feng's personal charm, will explode more violently later, and by then the face of Lin Feng, the world's richest man, will not be so effective. Just under the expectation of everyone, the online auction of virtual life virtual resources, which has attracted much attention from all walks of life, officially started. For this virtual life virtual resource online auction, Second World divided the virtual resources of virtual life into 10 levels, starting from the cheapest 1 million year, to the highest price 1 year starting at 50 million yuan. Major manufacturers can participate in the auction at every price. Everyone, thank you very much for the company's CEOs for coming to participate in this online auction. First of all, I'm here to announce some rules for this auction. Regarding the virtual resources in this virtual life, due to the large number of companies, they will players cause visual fatigue, which will greatly reduce the advertising effect of various companies. Lin Feng opened the video and looked at the CEOs of major manufacturers participating in this online auction. The CEOs of major manufacturers nodded, and Lin Feng's remarks made sense. This was also what many CEOs had been worried about before. If there are advertisements at that time, it will be no different from no advertisements. It's like looking at the neon lights and billboards on the busy streets of Hong Kong. As a tourist, you can only see the colorful lights in your eyes. It is difficult to carefully distinguish what these billboards are written on. If there are 278 manufacturers all enter virtual life, then there will be an effect like the streets of Hong Kong. At that time, I'm afraid it was something that all manufacturers could not accept. It is also prepared to ask questions before the auction. Now, without waiting for them to ask questions, Lin Feng took the lead in asking them, which is of course the best. Everyone, so our auction will last for 1 year, once a year. At the same time, major manufacturers can choose to buy only virtual resources in a certain city or virtual resources in all cities in the world. Of course, for a single city the price of resources and the resources of all cities in the world are naturally different. Lin Feng said with a smile. Many bosses nodded. This couldn't be better. Then it was time to compare the financial resources of various companies and to determine the effectiveness of the advertising resources of virtual life. Those who are optimistic about virtual life can auction the virtual resources of global cities. Those who are not optimistic, but not far away, can take the virtual resources of a single city and get what they need. Also, regarding the effectiveness of this advertising resource, I decided to adopt a brand new flow accounting model. Lin Feng said with a smile. Traffic accounting? Many manufacturers were slightly taken aback. Yes, it is billed by traffic. That is, the number of times the player clicks on each company's advertisement is billed. The more the player clicks, the higher the advertisement price you will pay. I think this will definitely relieve everyone of this worries about the advertising effects of virtual resources. Lin Feng said with a smile. When many company bosses listened, their eyes brightened. If this is the case, that would be great. That way, they really have nothing to worry about. The more the players browse, the more effective their advertising is. Mr. Lin, I have only one question. I want to know how to make sure that the player is just a little casual, or carefully browsed our advertisement. Otherwise, just casually, it would be a bit unfair to us. Toyota Motor Vice always said suddenly. The other bosses nodded and deeply agreed with the proposal of Toyota Vice President. If the players are just casual, that would be great for the second world. But it would be too unfair for the manufacturers who put advertising resources on them. Lin Feng smiled. Naturally there was a solution to this. It is also the core of Lin Feng's player sharing advertising profits. Everyone, this is the player sharing advertising profit program I am going to launch. Lin Feng threw out his own player sharing advertising profit plan. The global bosses were stunned again. This player sharing advertising profits sounds like Lin Feng is going to share the profits this time with the players. But what is the benefit to these manufacturers? How to ensure that players just casually help the second world make money? Boss, the core of this player sharing advertising profit system is every time a player clicks on a manufacturer's brand advertisement, they will complete a quiz, or a mini-game, or a quiz. Whether it is a quiz or a quiz, the content of mini-games or guessing puzzles will be related to the brands of various companies. I think this is enough to satisfy everyone. Lin Feng said. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 814 Double Charge? It is a very novel setting to allow players to watch advertisements in small games such as completing puzzles and quizzes related to the company's products. When many bosses heard it, this was naturally better. It was far more affordable than advertising on TV, and players remembered it more deeply. However, how to ensure that players will order it? And with so many billboards, why should a player point his ad? What's more, it's a waste of time for the player, and it's also extremely uncomfortable. As for how to attract players to point ads, it depends on how the bosses have designed mini-games for these quizzes or quizzes. If the mini-games designed by bosses are attractive enough, I believe players will be very interested. As for why players want to point, it is very simple. Players will get a certain amount of game currency as a reward for completing each ad. Game currency. In virtual life, game currency is very difficult to obtain. I think players will buy it in order to obtain game currency. Of course, I must state one point. For related minigames submitted by various companies, if it is a question and answer type, the time cannot exceed 15 seconds, within a guessing game. The time cannot exceed 20 seconds. and a minigame type of up to 30 seconds. Otherwise the players will easily become bored. Lin Feng said with a smile. The boss of the company nodded. Lin Feng said that the idea of players sharing advertising profits is indeed good. If players can get gold coins by clicking ads and playing some small games, it is still very popular. Of course, as Lin Feng said, this little game cannot be too long, and it must be novel and interesting, otherwise the players will not pay. Seeing many company bosses nodded one after another, Lin Feng smiled knowingly, showing a fox-like smile. This is not the core of players sharing advertising profits. The real core lies in the game currency. Game currency is the foundation of any game. Without game currency, the value of things cannot be measured, and they cannot be traded. They can only return to the primitive society to exchange goods, which will be quite troublesome. The survival of professional players in online games is mostly by playing game currency and selling money to survive. The most fundamental benefit of the player sharing advertising profits proposed by Lin Feng is the sale of game currency. Sell game currency. Lam Feng wants Second World to become the largest game currency seller. However, this game currency is not sold to players, but to merchants who come to join. Lin Feng promised that virtual life is absolutely and permanently free, and players absolutely don't need to spend any money in it, and they won't suffer any unfair treatment because of it. Players and players are equal. The only inequality is the player's investment in time and wisdom in the game. Therefore, Lin Feng wants to sell the game currency to these company bosses in front of him. Seeing Lin Feng's soft smile at the corner of his mouth, many CEOs from all over the world felt an inexplicable chill through the video. Everyone, our company will launch daily discounts and promotions to promote the advertising effect of your company and let players come in. If we want to attract players to come in, our company will sell extra to lucky get. The promotional company has a little game currency, so that it can give players more rewards. With the reward of the generous game currency, I think players will be eager for the advertisement, and will be deeply affected by the advertisement without knowing it. Lin Feng smiled softly. After hearing this, many company bosses frowned. Lin Feng's proposal is extremely evil. If only a few companies launch promotional activities every day, and reward players by buying game coins from the Second World, the effect is naturally very good. So the sensation that will be formed at that time must be imagined. But how to arrange for so many companies? At that time, if this kind of auction-like format is adopted again, it will be awful. Then these companies will not be able to fight, and in this way, they are equivalent to paying double the remuneration for these manufacturers to get this advertising promotion. And at that time, they spend money to buy game currency to reward players. After the player clicks on the advertisement, they have to pay the corresponding advertising fee for the Second World. This is simply double rape. It's so evil. But can they retreat now? Can't. One company retreats, and more companies want to go. After all, this is traffic billing, not the kind of billing model of traditional TV and other media. Players will only pay if they click on the ad. Calculated in this way, if a company does not have anyone on it, it will naturally not have to pay, and only need to pay a 200,000 yuan joint fee. However, what makes many company CEOs upset is that they were completely calculated by Lin Feng this time. But what makes people even more frustrating is that they just want to go in automatically, and they go in without any regrets. Cunning Chinese. Many bosses insulted secretly. This Lin Feng is too cunning. He can come up with such a money-making model. Many bosses have to admire Lin Feng's whimsy. It is not unreasonable that he can become the world's richest man at the age of 23. Finally, I have to explain one more point. Lin Feng stood up, looked at the CEOs of 278 companies on the screen, and said confidently, "In the next 3 years, I can guarantee that the number of online players in virtual life will be there are more than 50 million people and more than 500 million players worldwide. And there will be more and more in the future. I can guarantee that virtual life will be the world's most popular large-scale online role-playing online game. Scare. Many company bosses were taken aback. If the number of people online can exceed 50 million and the number of global players exceeds 500 million, the eyeball economy brought by this virtual life will far exceed any advertising resource in the world of cash. We must know that these 500 million people are young people, and most of them have certain spending power. It is also the kind of people that businesses prefer. As to whether the conditions mentioned by Lin Feng can be met, Lin Feng is convinced. Virtual life has just begun, and a series of more exciting content has not yet been launched. For example, the real dating system, celebrity system, career system, etc. have not yet been launched. Now players are just building their own cities. When August is over, these new and interesting systems will be launched one after another. By then, the number of online players in virtual life and the number of global players will continue to rise. What's more, Lin Feng will also launch various corresponding acquisitions to stimulate players' enthusiasm for the game. For example, if you hold a celebrity birthday party, those players who become good friends with the virtual celebrity in the game will be invited to attend the celebrity's birthday party. Lam Feng can also allow those who have won a place in the sports system to play a formal match with a real professional football team such as Lam Feng's Tottenham Hotspur, and the audience will be all virtual player of life. Wait for these activities. Lin Feng can launch a lot, and these are undoubtedly able to stimulate players to invest in virtual life. Okay. Now the auction will officially begin. With Lin Feng's order, this unprecedented online auction of online virtual resources officially held a meeting. The atmosphere of the entire auction was extremely hot. After all, Lin Feng promised that in the next 3 years, there will be more than 50 million online players in virtual life, and more than 500 million players. And this extremely novel advertising traffic billing has attracted these manufacturers. Amidst the constant auction calls, the virtual resource advertising auction of virtual life in the second half of 2003 ended. In the end, a total of 234 manufacturers from 278 manufacturers put virtual advertising resources in virtual life. As for how much profit will be generated, according to the Second World calculation, it is estimated that it will generate a net profit of about $400 million. Of course, this is only the estimated revenue from advertising traffic, and does not include the revenue from the sale of game currency to these advertising vendors. This will also be a huge source of wealth. Later, when Chen Xiaoi announced that the virtual resource auction of virtual life had ended smoothly, the world was stunned. Regarding this auction, all the media and experts are not optimistic. They think that even if the manufacturers will bid, they will only bid for a few very important virtual resources. Unexpectedly, 238 companies will auction their virtual resources in the end. To everyone's expectations. What's even more surprising is that Lin Feng actually adopted a completely novel advertising flow billing. After the player clicks on the advertisement, the corresponding advertising company will pay the second world. This is too smart. The British Times declared that the second world has opened a new charging model, and this is more intuitive and effective than the previous advertising on TV, newspapers and magazines. Few people actually watch the advertisements on TV, newspapers and magazines, but in virtual life, players have to click on the advertisements in order to obtain game currency, and there are at least 15 seconds. The effect of these 15 seconds far greater than the effect of television, newspapers and magazines. However, how much profit this brand new charging model can ultimately bring to the second world and whether it can maintain the operation of virtual life remains to be seen. The Wall Street Journal of the United States repeatedly cited this magical Chinese kid has once again created a miracle of the internet. Such a novel and interesting charging method is really compelling, especially in order to earn advertising fees. Players have to click advertising, This is to completely integrate advertising and players. What's amazing is that Lin Feng will launch a manufacturer event every day to sell game coins to him to reward players. This idea is even more amazing. The shrewd Chinese, the shrewd richest man in the world. The praises of the Times and the Wall Street Journal made the newspapers such as the Sun and the Washington Times, which originally wanted to continue to slander Lin Feng, feel helpless. After all, this charging model is indeed very novel, and many manufacturers have already bought it. Faced with this ironclad fact, they were speechless at all. Although this traffic accounting is very novel, we remain skeptical about whether it can bring enough profits to the second world and maintain the operation of virtual life. Lin Feng didn't care about the hard-headed attitude of newspapers such as the Sun and the Washington Times. These three-stream media are extremely boring and want to sensationalize. If they want to talk, just wait for them to talk. Anyway, as long as virtual life can come up with good enough performance at that time, it will shut all the media around the world. Now it's up to the players to accept it. As for the players, there are different opinions about the players sharing advertising profits launched by Lin Feng. Some recognize that it is really difficult to obtain game currency in virtual life after all. Some feel that it is necessary to click on the advertisement to obtain a certain game currency, which is a bit of a suspicion of forcing players to watch the advertisement. Suddenly, there were divergent opinions, and there were some who supported it and some who opposed it. No one on either side can convince anyone, but at present, the supporting players still occupy the majority. After all, players now enjoy completely free games that all players cannot ignore. At present, there is really only this one that is completely free of large-scale online games. As for some corners of the earth, it is very frustrated. The cunning Chinese made him think of such a charging model. A certain president said helplessly, "I originally thought that this time for the second world, it would be a sad thing for Lin Feng, who expected Lin Feng to think of such a charging model to stimulate the investment of manufacturers, which is really beyond everyone's expectations." However, the root cause of all this is still in the players. If the players do not buy it, this advertisement will completely go bankrupt instead of the traditional charging model of online games. Contact over there. Let them start the players to make trouble together and destroy this action of the second world. A certain president ordered. Yes, President. The entourage should claim to be leaving. However, just as the president's entourage and the partner on the other side prepared to plan player disturbances and disrupt the second world advertisement to replace the start of the traditional charging model of online games, the second world officially announced that the game will be suspended for 3 days. To upgrade after 3 days, open again on time. In this regard, the conspirators had no choice but to slander Lin Feng's advertising and marketing plan through forums and blogs, and criticized this so-called player advertising profit-sharing plan. In fact, it ended up making players spend more, look at advertisements, buy events, and make a lot of personal gains by consuming the players' events. This argument has been supported by many players who are prone to bewitched, but more players still stay sane for the time being. After all, virtual life is now suspended for 3 days, and no one knows what it will be like after 3 days, and they can't express more opinions now. You can only wait until the server is opened. Damn it. Some conspirators look gloomy and wait for virtual life to be relaunched. For these conspiracy theory posts, Lin Feng did not give any more explanations other than ordering Kevin Mitnick to continue to trace the source. All you need to do is to wait for virtual life to start after 3 days. 3 days after the virtual life server was shut down, virtual life with a large number of advertisements was launched again. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 815 Commercial Pedestrian Street. Virtual life was officially reopened after 3 days of suspension. For all players, these 3 days of waiting is extremely tormenting and extremely intolerable. In 3 days, Various rumors about virtual life made all players overwhelmed. Players don't know what kind of changes will be brought to virtual life by Lamfeng's advertising instead of the traditional charging model of online games and players sharing advertising profits. You must know that players are still full of feelings for virtual life. After all, they spend more than half a month in the game and build cities of their own and others together with other players, so that players have a strong sense of the city that is being formed. Hometown feelings. Players never hope that virtual life will be ruined because of advertising, and hope that virtual life can continue to operate. But if you log in to the game and it is really full of advertisements, it is undoubtedly a tragedy. No matter how emotional the game is, players cannot accept a game full of advertisements on the screen. For those conspirators, within 3 days, they have tried every means to destroy the Second World advertising and marketing plan. They also know that once Lin Feng's plan is successful, virtual life will create a precedent in the world of online games, and at the same time firmly occupy the dominance of this type of online games, which is simply unmatched by other online games of the same type. And more importantly, this will bring a huge user base of players to the Second World. Once hundreds of millions of players around the world become the Second World player base, this is for Lin Feng's gaming empire. It will be the most precious asset, and it is also a point that makes other game companies afraid and frightened. Therefore, the conspirators have been trying to sabotage, but what the result is, they have no bottom in their hearts. All can only see what happens when virtual life is released again after 3 days of suspension. It is still 9 o'clock in the morning, but the players waiting for the launch of virtual life this time are no longer the millions of players when it was launched for the first time, but more than 30 million global players, sitting quietly in front of the computer waiting for virtual life opened. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the moment virtual life was launched, a new online player record for large-scale online games was born, with 30.11 million players. In the following hour, this number surged to 34.12 million players. 34.12 million players online. This number alone satisfied all the merchants who put advertising resources in virtual life. What's more, the total number of global players of virtual life is also rapidly increasing. According to the official announcement of the Second World, the global registered players of virtual life have surpassed 300 million, and a 20th of the world's people have registered virtual life account. This number is not high. During the 3-day suspension period, Lin Feng did not rest. Instead, he used his influence in the IT industry, using Tencent, NetEase, Baidu, and Google to help him promote virtual life. In the internet age, Lin Feng owns internet resources such as Baidu and Tencent are enough to make Lin Feng the king of online media. Of course, in addition to Baidu Lin Feng's absolute controlling rights, whether it is Tencent or Google, Lin Feng is only a minority shareholder with only a certain amount of equity. To obtain a greater equity, Lin Feng must own more shares. But for now, I don't need to think about Google. Now, Google is really helpless with Lin Feng. Relying on the popularity of virtual life, Lam Feng's Baidu has gone abroad and officially launched Baidu's English, German, Spanish and other multi-language versions, and began to provide search engine services for players from all over the world. Although Baidu's global market share is only about 5%, far less than Google's 50.5% market share, a search engine originally limited to mainland China has suddenly emerged. This momentum is absolutely absolute. It's daunting, especially its behind Theson's boss is Lin Feng, a young man who is the richest man in the world. And under Lin Feng's aura of the richest man in the world, there is a law that has not been broken yet. Lin Feng can turn the impossible into possible. Therefore, for Lin Feng, this Chinese who owns 5% of Google, Google is really a little confused about what to do. If they could choose, they would never sell 5% of Google to Lin Feng for a little money, making Google anxious now. Therefore, it is almost a delusion that Lin Feng wants to increase his holdings of Google shares. Except for Google vertical bar, it is Tencent. Lam Feng has always been upset that Tencent's largest shareholder is South Africa's Mi Group, which is unacceptable to Lam Feng. Think about the amazing profits Tencent earns every year. In the future, half of the people in China will own a QQ account. Most of the profits contributed to Tencent each year will fall into the hands of South Africans. This makes Lin Feng feel distressed. It is absolutely forbidden for Chinese money to be stolen by South Africa's Mi Group easily. But now is not the time to talk about this. The primary goal now is to get the advertising and marketing strategy of Virtual Life fully activated and on track. Despite these distracting thoughts, Lin Feng, Wu Xiaopu and others silently followed the reactions of players who have logged into the game. Hundreds of millions of players log into Virtual Life with a nervous heart. At the moment the game started, they didn't know what Virtual Life would become, but after logging in, they found that Virtual Life hardly changed. What happened? Many players were slightly taken aback. According to previous evaluations and predictions of various posts, Virtual Life should be a full-screen advertisement, so as to satisfy advertisers who have invested huge resources. But now, logging into the game is almost the same as when you left, which puzzles many players. However, when many players began to accept tasks and continued to build their own cities, they only realized that there was a change. It's just that this changes in some subtleties and inadvertently. In the city, players have more leisure and entertainment options in addition to completing tasks. There are also many new storefronts on the streets, and these storefronts are advertising companies that put resources in. Players can open a store at will, and then there will be options to buy virtual goods of the company, participate in prize-winning quizzes, or provide feedback. Just click on the brand's virtual goods, and suddenly a dazzling array of products of the brand appear. And each product is attached with a price and brings different attributes to the player. As for the prize-winning quiz, it is what Lin Feng calls players' share advertising profits. Through various interesting mini-games or guessing to get rewarded game coins, and each round of game time is not long, just when the players can accept it within the range. As for feedback, it is a suggestion box for dissatisfaction with the brand's products. Once a player submits an opinion, Second World will feed it back to the brand's customer service department. For this, the major manufacturers are extremely satisfied, so they also save a lot of expenses in collecting user opinions. As for whether the Second World charges them, Lin Feng is extremely generous and completely free of charge to these manufacturers. It is a little benefit for many manufacturers. After several hours of browsing, the hearts of many players suddenly calm down. The advertisement of Virtual Life replaces the traditional charging mode of online games. Obviously, it is not like some posts, which will erect large billboards in the game and use all kinds of dazzling neon lights to attract players. On the contrary, Virtual Life turns it into a commercial pedestrian street, giving players a feeling of shopping in the game. Shopping in the game, if before, all players would never believe that there would be such a day. But when they saw the commercial pedestrian street built in Virtual Life today, everyone believed it. And even more amazing is that this commercial pedestrian street really gives all players a shopping feeling. And all the commodities in it can be purchased by players as long as they have money. They can be used to wear or eat and drink, or decorate their homes, or they can be used as gifts. In short, in the game, directing the character to go shopping at will, choosing a variety of dazzling goods, this feeling is really good. And there is one more thing, which makes players extremely satisfied. These products are all the Second World data passed by major brands based on their real products. The appearance and style of their pictures are absolutely real. Moreover, Lin Feng requires that their prices are the same as those in the real world. Lin Feng hopes that players can know the prices of various brands through Virtual Life, and at the same time can enjoy the luxury items in the game that can only be imagined in real life. Of course, in the currency unit, although virtual currency is used, in fact Lin Feng uses the RMB exchange rate. All commodities in Virtual Life are set at prices after conversion in accordance with the RMB exchange rate. This is a little yi of Lin Feng himself. Although the US dollar is the universal currency in the real world, There is no reason why the US dollar is also used in the game. Why can't the RMB be used? I am a Chinese, so I need to use RMB. And not only I use it, I want it to be used all over the world. Lin Feng's personal wishes dominate the world at this moment, and all virtual life players are using the RMB exchange rate. Looking at the players in virtual life, from the initial anxiety, to confusion, then to a sudden, and finally return to calm, Lin Feng, Wu Xiaopu and others couldn't help but cheers, to the success of Virtual Life's advertising and marketing strategy. Cheers. Lin Feng raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone laughed. Originally, there was quite a bit of disagreement about how to place the advertisements of these 238 companies. However, in the end, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the scene where players went to the weapon shop in the online game, and the item shop purchased various weapons and props. So he had a brainstorm and decided to gather these manufacturers' brands in virtual life and build it into a business. The street allows players to stroll around and experience the feeling of shopping while at the same time killing time and shopping. As soon as Lin Feng's idea of this commercial pedestrian street was proposed, everyone agreed. Now it looks great. Players not only spend a lot of time on the commercial pedestrian street, flipping through a variety of dazzling products, but also in order to be able to buy these products, they began to frequently participate in prize-winning quiz games from various manufacturers. And these actions of the players directly caused the pockets of the second world to begin to bulge. You know, every time a player clicks on the storefronts in these pedestrian streets, the second world will get checks sent from various manufacturers. The more players point, the more banknotes second world will get. Moreover, when Lin Feng signed the contract with many manufacturers' bosses, he also temporarily added one. If major manufacturers launch an online sales model in the game, the second world can get a 1% commission on merchandise sales for every item sold. At present, this commission is extremely small, almost negligible. If once the player forms a certain consumption concept in virtual life, then the commission profit will be a very huge expense. Shopping, quiz with prizes, shopping, quiz with prizes have become the movement of all players on the first day after the relaunch of Virtual Life. I have to say that Lin Feng has once again used a human psychology and a consumer psychology this time. Everyone likes beautiful things and also likes shopping. The only difference is that someone has money and someone has no money. Those who have money can enjoy the thrill of shopping, and those who have no money can only enjoy addiction. But in Virtual Life, all players can make money in various ways, and can buy goods that are unattainable in real life. Under these kinds of stimulation, players can't stop. Damn, how could this happen? Witnessing this situation, those conspirators were full of cyan in anger. They did not expect that Lin Feng would implement a commercial pedestrian street in the game, and then divide the advertisements into them, so that they can save space to the greatest extent, and will not let players feel the overwhelming neon signs of advertising as soon as they enter the game. If so, players will instinctively resist and instinctively reject. But now, the advertising window will appear only when the player clicks, and the screen is extremely elegant and not dazzling, which makes the player extremely satisfying from the sensory point of view. Of course, this effect is also due to Lin Feng's use of advertising traffic billing. Therefore, the major manufacturers will allow this form of advertising to appear, rather than full-page advertisements like television or newspapers and magazines, and it must be the most conspicuous place. As the players finally accepted Lin Feng's advertising strategy, the conspirators knew that they had failed this time. Although I was unwilling to lose this time, it was reasonable, because all this is within Lin Feng's rules of the game. Lin Feng has the final say in everything about Virtual Life. They thought that under Lin Feng's rules of the game, they could only fail to challenge Lin Feng. Moreover, they also exposed their whereabouts. Kevin Mitnick, holding a datasheet in his hand, waited for Lin Feng's arrival in the Second World Cybersecurity Department. In the entire Second World, only he could allow Lin Feng to come in person, not him to see Lin Feng, because his identity is too sensitive to be seen for the time being. But this time, he really gained a lot. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 816 Your Satellite? Lin Feng immediately rushed to the core department of the Second World after receiving a call from Kevin Mitnick. Hi, Kevin. Did you find anything? Lin Feng asked expectantly. This time I was secretly calculated to make something that was originally very simple, but it turned out to be extremely complicated. This group of conspirators conspired behind the scenes to incite players to cause trouble, slandered their own advertising plans to replace the traditional charging model of online games, and secretly undermined the conduct of this online auction, making this one thing in the online game industry enough to be remembered by future generations. At a moment in history, almost miscarried because of this. It can be said that Lin Feng hates this group of people deeply. Kevin Mitnick nodded and narrowed his mouth. He was also quite upset with this group of people. Such conspirators have always been contemptuous of him. Although it is a bit funny for Kevin Mitnick as the world's #1 hacker. But Kevin Mitnick has never calculated people like this, inciting unreasonable players to make trouble. This is too unreasonable. Have the ability. Do it yourself. Don't take advantage of the innocent. Boss, it seems that your troubles are not small this time. Kevin Mitnick shrugged, then tapped his fingers and called up a datasheet. Lin Feng looked down, lines of code. Dizzy. Kevin, I really don't understand this, and I don't understand. You should just say it directly. Lin Feng scratched his head and said helplessly. Boss, to put it simply, these conspiracy posters this time, as well as the instigators traced in the game, after I tracked down their IP address, then tracked down their IP address and phone number, and finally entered their telecommunications department and conducted investigations. Out of the call log, it took a lot of effort for me to finally find these cunning conspirators. Kevin Mitnick said with a sigh. This time, Kevin Mitnick did his best to track down these conspirators for Lin Feng. Originally, only the whereabouts of these conspirators were traced, and Kevin Mitnick found out their whereabouts as soon as he took action. But what Lin Feng asked for was the man behind the scenes. In order to find out the man behind the scenes, Kevin Mitnick not only tracked their phone calls, but also stolen their telecommunications department, stealing call records, and finally through a temporarily rented satellite channel, locked the culprit behind the scenes. Boss, these two companies were planning this incident. Kevin Mitnick handed the list to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look and took a breath. There are only two companies on this list, Sony and EA. Lin Feng frowned suddenly. Lin Feng could understand Sony's conspiracy attack on himself. However, he and EA have always been well watered, and there has never been any intersection before. What is EA doing in the back this time? In this world, any conspiracy and any crime must have a motive. If there is no motive, then all conspiracies and crimes will not be established. But the problem is that Sony can also say that its Second Entertainment has become associated with Sony Records, and its high-profile entry into the Japanese home game console market is in conflict with Sony's interests. Moreover, it is very strong in the stock market. The ground grab to vote and snipe Sony stock. These reasons are enough to make Sony retaliate against itself. But what is the motivation of EA? Lin Feng wanted to break his head, but couldn't understand it. He felt that EA had no motive at all. Kevin Mitnick smiled when he saw Lin Feng's brows furrowed, with a puzzled expression on his face. Boss, when I found out that the two companies were behind the scenes, I entered their company by the way. Although I didn't enter the core department, I still found a lot of useful information. Kevin Mitnick issued a report. Lin Feng took a look and suddenly realized. It turned out that after witnessing the success of Virtual Life, EA was very appreciative, because Virtual Life has largely borrowed from the game system of The Sims, but now almost all gamers of The Sims have turned into Virtual Life gamers, which makes EA very dissatisfied. Especially this also involves a follow-up development of The Sims 2 Inches. When The Sims 2 Inches comes out, will there be players paying for it? After all, The Sims can have it, and Virtual Life can have it. While Virtual Life has it, The Sims may not have it. In this comparison, will there be players who will pay for The Sims 2? After a comprehensive and systematic analysis from the top and bottom of EA, it is determined that if The Sims 2 Inches continues to be launched, the final sales volume may not even reach half of The Sims 1 Inch. This conclusion undoubtedly made EA greatly frustrated. It is unacceptable to know that The Sims is a money-printing machine recognized by EA, but it is now destroyed by Lin Feng's Virtual Life, which turned out to be. Therefore, at the meeting, someone proposed the plan of The Sims Online and the plan of Virtual Life to grab the market. Although Virtual Life adopts a completely free strategy, The Sims Online can be charged. Judging from the popularity of Virtual Life, in the eyes of EA, The Sims Online will definitely more popular. However, if you want to launch The Sims Online, the first problem is that there is a blocker in front. Virtual Life. Virtual Life is free, and The Sims Online charges. The two games are very similar. Anyone who is a little bit sensible will choose the completely free Virtual Life instead of the self-bid The Sims Online. This is extremely important for all players. Normal choice. Therefore, EA thought about it and wanted to drive Virtual Life out of the market. Just as Sony President Howard Stringer called to discuss the joint development of a game, EA just thought that there were too many gaps between Sony and Lin Feng, and with the strength of Sony, they proposed a joint plan to deal with Virtual Life. The two companies now have the same hatred for Lin Feng, so they hit it off and started plotting various conspiracies behind their backs, hoping to drive Virtual Life out of the market. The Sims Online. Witnessing that EA is developing the Sims Online plan, Lin Feng finally understands why EA will attack himself behind the scenes. To put it bluntly, it's all for profit. Kevin, thank you. Lin Feng gratefully patted Kevin Mitnick on the shoulder. Had it not been for Kevin Mitnick, Lin Feng would have died and would have been unable to figure out why EA would come out to deal with him, and he would not have been able to obtain information about EA developing The Sims Online. Hee, boss, I take so much money, enjoy such a generous treatment and absolute security. These are all I should do. By the way, there is also a copy of Sony's company on the development of a new host PS3, the plan, and the detailed parameters of some related hardware. I don't know much about this, but you can show Bruce Allen and the people in themed development department. Besides, the boss does not have a second game under your umbrella. Companies, maybe they should be useful. Kevin Mitnick said with a smile. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This parameter table is very useful. Although the second world has AMD, the world's second largest PC chip manufacturer, but in some special fields, AMD chips are far inferior to computer chips developed by other companies. For example, Sony specially developed chips for the PS series, and its gaming computing power far exceeds the current AMD chips. This parameter table is just for my own second game. The Dream handheld hardware system under development is of great benefit. Thanks, Kevin. By the way, you don't always have to stay in this place after the second world headquarters skyscraper is repaired. At that time, I will give you a special floor for you, Lin Feng said before leaving. Ha, boss. That would be great. But I personally have a suggestion. Kevin Mitnick suddenly hesitated. Oh, Kevin, say it. Lin Feng asked with a smile. Boss, I hope to keep a distance from the company. After Kevin Mitnick said, seeing Lin Feng's face changed, he quickly explained, Boss, I don't want to leave the company. After all, the boss and the company are so good to me. Although this person has always been accustomed to his own way, he knows good or bad. The most important reason why I propose to keep a distance from the company is that although I believe that my network technology is not inferior to anyone, however, the development of this industry is rapid. I can't absolutely guarantee that I will not be surpassed one day in the future, nor can I guarantee that I will never miss it. If the company's address is found once it is missed, it will cause serious problems for the company. Kevin Mitnick said worriedly. To paraphrase a movie line, come out and mix, sooner or later, you will have to pay it back. Although Kevin Mitnick has not been caught yet, it does not mean that he will not be caught in the future. If someone catches the company's network address, he can run away at any time, but Lin Feng's company can't. At that time, the US government could completely block Lin Feng's company. It was definitely not Kevin Mitnick desired. Lin Feng nodded when he heard it. This is also the point that Lin Feng has been faintly worried about, but there has been no good way. Boss, I want to go to Africa and South Africa. I can also help the company there, and I can be more unscrupulous. At the same time, there is greater security in terms of safety. Even if it is tracked down by the US FBI, I can run away at any time. Instead of running like this, the monk can't run to the temple. Kevin Mitnick said expectantly. Going to South Africa, Kevin Mitnick has always had this expectation. For a long time, Kevin Mitnick was also afraid of causing trouble to Lin Feng. So he was afraid of every action. This feeling made Kevin Mitnick extremely uncomfortable. Once when Wang Meng, the president of Lania Security Company, accidentally talked about Lania is fully expanding its business in Africa, he moved to Africa and went to the headquarters of Lania. In this way, as long as he arrives in South Africa, he can act unscrupulously without worrying about anything. Moreover, in Africa, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. And the American FBI is not so magical. He can move completely freely. This makes Kevin Mitnick, who has always liked freedom, extremely moved. Therefore, after various considerations, Kevin Mitnick today proposed to Lin Feng to go to South Africa. Kevin, you go to South Africa, then who is responsible for the network security of our company? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked worriedly. The second world is based on online games, and its network security is the top priority. Without Kevin Mitnick, can it withstand hacker attacks at home and abroad? Boss, I can maintain the company's security system as much as in South Africa, and the company doesn't have the 5 best of networks. Moreover, the network firewall NetShield developed by Li Yuan has matured day by day, and there is no problem with network security. Kevin Mitnick explained. Lin Feng nodded. After thinking about it, I decided to let it go. After all, it's not too good to always let Kevin Mitnick stay in this small place for a long time. It will make him feel resentful. Okay, Kevin, no problem. After all, you are always here, and it's uncomfortable not to be able to move around freely. Since you want to go to Africa. But it's messy. You have to be careful. You have to know, you are the important core talents of our company. You can't do anything. Lin Feng thought for a while and felt that it would be better for Kevin Mitnick to go to Africa. And it can also help the Lania Security Company. Ha ha, boss. Then he'll do it in 2 days. Ha ha, don't you know? My whole body in this place is full of worms. When Lin Feng told him to go to Africa, Kevin Mitnick couldn't help but cheer. Stand up. Lin Feng looked at it, secretly funny. By the way, boss, I have another suggestion. If you can, I hope you can launch a satellite or buy a satellite. This is not only very helpful to your personal career, but also very helpful to me. It is also of great help to the actions of the Spike Security Company in the African branch. Kevin Mitnick suddenly proposed. Launch a satellite of your own? Lin Feng listened and was taken aback for a moment. He had never thought about this before launching his own personal satellite. This is a bit weird, but it is feasible. A private satellite can't cost much, and in terms of Lin Feng's financial resources, it is completely affordable. But once it has its own private satellite, it will be of great benefit to Lin Feng's entire group. As for the Lania Security Company, there is a satellite in the sky, and any action seems to have opened the sky eye, and with the help of the sky eye, any action will be twice the result with half the effort. Have a satellite of your own. When Lin Feng walked out of the network security department, Lin Feng had a thought in his mind. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 817. Who is the ghost? Have your own satellite. This is Lin Feng's future plan. The current plan is to respond to Sony and EA's care for himself. The two companies are so polite to themselves, it would be rude if they didn't respond. Didn't the two companies want to destroy their own advertising to replace the traditional online game charging model, and drive their virtual life out of the online game market? Now Lin Feng asked the two companies to see that they will officially launch advertising to replace the traditional online game charging model. Within, how much profit is. Subsequently, Lin Feng ordered Chen Xiaoai to announce the profit within 7 days after launching the advertising marketing strategy. Everyone, we are holding this press conference today. We want to tell you that after Virtual Life launched a new advertisement to replace the traditional online game charging model, all advertisements generated a total of 31 billion effective clicks. Chen Xiao's words have just been released, was interrupted by many reporters. Before Chen Xiaoai finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound in the audience. 31 billion effective clicks are generated in 7 days, which is really horrible. But think about it, it's not impossible. Think about it, now the number of online virtual life has exceeded 30 million, and the number of registered players worldwide has exceeded 300 million. According to the registered players log in once a day, each time they only click 10 advertisements, there are 3 billion clicks a day, and there are 210 in 7 days. Billion times. This is the most conservative estimate. And it is actually far more than this number. In virtual life, players often answer dozens or even hundreds of advertisements in a single day in order to obtain enough game currency to purchase various products. Therefore, the 31 billion hits announced by the second world in 7 days is absolutely normal. With 31 billion clicks in 7 days, how much benefit will it bring to the second world? All the reporters looked at Chen Xiaoai nervously, waiting for the final profit to be revealed from her mouth. In 7 days, all advertisements generated 31 billion clicks in total, resulting in a total of $23 million in profits. Chen Xiaoai was extremely confident and confided this number very ostentatiously. The reporters were shocked. In 7 days, a profit of $23 million was generated, which is really amazing. In that way, for 52 weeks a year, that would be $1.2 billion. After deducting about $200 million in operating expenses, a single piece of virtual life is enough to bring a net profit of $1 billion per year for the second world. This is amazing and incredible. Virtual life is too profitable. It's simply stealing money. Looking at the many horrified and speechless reporters, Chen Xiaoai looked smug. Previously, the outside world did not look at the advertisements of virtual life instead of the traditional charging mode of online games. Now you know that virtual life is very profitable. In 7 days, $23 million were searched. What game is more profitable than it? Impossible. Sony President Howard Stringer, who is following this press conference, snapped the table fiercely. He couldn't believe that virtual life could make such a profit. But the facts were before him again, and he had to believe it. In 7 days, 31 billion clicks were made, and $23 million were made. On average, each click brought a profit of $0.00075 to the second world. This click distribution profit is not high, even far inferior to the profit sharing generated by some link advertisements on search engines, but it can bring such a huge profit to the second world. It can only be said that the players of virtual life are really too much. Can those manufacturers afford such a high advertising investment? Howard Stringer is a little unbelievable. In 7 days, $23 million. 238 manufacturers, an average of $96,600 in advertising costs. Then a year is $5.02 million in advertising investment. This is by no means a small number, but can these manufacturers really afford such a high advertising investment? If the CEOs of Nokia, Lenovo and other companies are in front of Howard Stringer, they will immediately tell him that this advertising investment is very worthwhile. Because this advertising investment is not like the traditional media advertising, the use of fatigue visual bombardment on TV, so that the TV audience can deeply remember under the subtle and unbearable disturbance. On the contrary, in virtual life, the player actively clicks on the advertisement and actively asks to click on the advertisement to obtain the game currency rewarded by the advertisement. This effect is incomparable with the advertising effectiveness of traditional media. In particular, many of these advertising rewards are related to the history and culture of some major manufacturers and related brands. After these 7 days of contact, many players have become very familiar with the history and culture of many manufacturers, and they can spit out many manufacturers almost open their mouths. History and culture. How can major manufacturers be unhappy in this situation? In this case, manufacturers would rather pay more. After all, this cultivates a loyal customer base and will become potential loyal consumers of major manufacturers in the future. Moreover, the people facing this time are all young people. Although many people do not have much spending power or even jobs, it does not mean that these people will not have jobs in the future, and the future will still be such low wages. These people represent the future, a bright future. Therefore, an annual advertising investment of $5.02 million is absolutely very cost-effective. The president of EA and the president of Sony looked at Chen Xiaoai excitedly at the press conference. They were short of breath. They worked so hard, and they ended up with a failure, and they watched virtual life get on the right track, earning billions of dollars every year, which is really exasperating. Of course, it's not just this that makes Sony and EA more annoying. Later, Lin Feng also released a series of news, announcing the new content of Virtual Life, and many of them are The Sims Online, the content to be launched, which surprised EA after seeing it. If only surprised EA, it is not Lin Feng. They are deliberately trying to bring Virtual Life down this time. If Lin Feng doesn't pay them back, it would be too easy to get along with. Later, Lin Feng ordered someone to send an anonymous email to a member of the EA game development department to express his gratitude. With the help of Kevin Mitnick, this email was intercepted unexpectedly by the EA executives. Upon closer inspection, the president of EA was extremely shocked and extremely angry. In his opinion, it is no wonder that some of the new game activities recently launched by Virtual Life will be so similar to The Sims Online being developed by EA. It turns out that the company has produced an inner ghost and sold it at a high price to the second world. At the moment, EA launched the Inside Ghost activity. However, this email was extremely vague, and many of the contents depended on lack of words and sentences, especially without a signature, and I didn't know who to send it to. This email sent EA up and down, but couldn't find out who this inner ghost was. Instead, it made the entire company panic. Finally, in a fit of anger, the EA board of directors immediately announced the suspension of the development of The Sims Online, and continued research and development after the inner ghost was found. Otherwise, they researched and developed here, and Lin Feng's inner ghost sold them all to Lin Feng. Then in the end all the plans of EA would become Lin Feng's. Lin Feng only spends a small amount of money to get a lot of the most EA original ideas, which is simply a pie in the sky. EA will never allow this to happen, and will never allow it. EA will never be taken advantage of. Absolutely not. EA's reaction was also expected by Lin Feng. This is also what Lin Feng deliberately made people forge such a specious thank you email and asked Kevin Mitnick to send it to the president of EA by mistake. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to use this email to make EA feel that an internal ghost had occurred, which led to the EA civil strife. Finally, Lin Feng took the opportunity to dig into the corner of EA. Unexpectedly, EA did not affect the company's internal affairs, operation, and finally the investigation of the inner ghost will not be stopped for a while, and it will be slowly verified in the future. Although this result made Lin Feng quite regrettable, EA also terminated the development of The Sims Online, which is really good news. In this way, for a long time, Virtual life will dominate this market. When EA wants to enter again in the future, it will be too late, and the cost of entry will increase greatly. Boss, this trick of yours is amazing. An internal ghost email asked Dia to terminate the development of The Sims Online, reducing our campaign's strongest opponent. It's amazing. Wuza Orpu and others admired Lin Feng's strategy. Originally, everyone was very upset about the conspiracy of EA and Sony to calculate their own company behind the scenes. But I really want to retaliate, and everyone can't think of any way to retaliate. These two companies are both big businesses, both in terms of capital, connections, and technical content are better than the Second World. The two companies work together to calculate the Second World, and that is the Second World. There is no way to retaliate against it. If the Second World accidentally detects the black hand behind this incident and feels uneasy, and insists on revenge, it can only use the game industry to retaliate. But such retaliation is not afraid of EA and Sony at all. On the bottom line, the Second World is too tender to fight against them at all. Sony and EA are also eager for Lin Feng to provoke a war, so that the two companies can use the power of the industry to launch a brutal suppression. Unfortunately, who could have expected Lin Feng to use this method to counterattack? An inner ghost email almost made EA chaos. Of course, although EA was punished, there was no good way to deal with Sony Lin Feng. But isn't Sony developing PS3? Its own second game is in the home console market, so wait and see. Everything is just beginning. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 816, Should I Be an Escort? Kevin Mitnick secretly left Shanghai under the arrangement of Wang Meng and others, and went to the overseas African headquarters of the South African Spike Security Company. But before leaving, Kevin Mitnick repeatedly begged Lin Feng to launch a commercial satellite, and paid Lin Feng the cost of launching a satellite. For this request of Kevin Mitnick, Lin Feng was a little bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect Kevin Mitnick to be so persistent. After Kevin Mitnick left, Lin Feng called out the international standard quotation for commercial satellites that Kevin Mitnick had collected from the internet. Generally speaking, according to the internationally accepted algorithm, the satellite manufacturing cost is about $120 million for each launch of a satellite. The rocket cost is about 25% of the satellite cost, about $30 million. The launch cost is also 25% of the satellite land, which is $0.31 million. Insurance premiums are about 20% of the top three areas, $36 million. And a total of about $216 million. The revenue ratio between satellite manufacturing, launching and application is roughly 2:1:7. At present, the only countries that can launch satellites are the United States, Japan, China, Australia, Russia, and European aviation, not to mention Britain and France. They belong to the European Union. However, China has not yet opened up commercial satellite launch permissions. According to the recommendations left by Kevin Mitnick, it is mainly the United States and Russia. The technology and cost of these two countries are relatively affordable, especially in Russia. The economy is not good at all. Not only is the price a bit cheaper than the United States, but the quality is also more guaranteed. After all, it was the first country, the former Soviet Union, to successfully launch a satellite. Boss, does our company really buy an artificial satellite? Wuza Orpu also read Kevin Mitnick's proposal, and he was also quite surprised. At this stage, launching an artificial satellite is of no use to the Second World. Of course, it will be useful in the future. With the development of the world's communication technology and the expansion of the Second World business, having a satellite of its own will provide absolute guarantee in terms of communication quality and safety. At the same time, the Second World, the adoption of the parallel sharing online mode is also helpful, allowing data to be transferred between continents more expressly. However, At present, the second world is not needed for the time being, and there is no funding of hundreds of millions of dollars to launch a satellite. Although there is still $800 million in circulating funds on the second world account, there are currently many projects in the second world that require funds, and it is very dangerous for a large multinational company to have only $800 million in circulating funds, especially there are departments such as AMD and ATI, which are all departments that require a large amount of liquidity guarantee. Otherwise, if something happens and there is no liquidity to deal with it, the company may be in danger. Your own satellite, the second world needs it, but not now. Lin Feng naturally knew Wu Zhao's thoughts. However, second world does not currently need it, which does not mean that it does not need it. My own company, as Kevin Mitnick said, is extremely needed. As far as your own TV station is concerned, once you own a satellite, you will be able to master more TV media resources, and you can broadcast your own TV station's programs globally through satellites. For its own phantom technology, after having a satellite, it can completely undertake the communication business market of some third world developing countries, especially some poor countries in Africa, whose communication market is mostly blank. Lin Feng can grab it. Although there is not much profit, it can get involved in other industries in these developing countries, especially those small African countries that have been war-torn throughout the year and are extremely poor. Of course, for Kevin Mitnick himself, having an exclusive satellite for him to use, that will be a milestone for his hacker career, and he will be able to gain more through it. Internet control. What's more, for the Lania Security Company, having a satellite will have an exclusive encrypted communication channel. In Africa, a continent where wars continue, it will have more rights to speak and protect lives. At the same time, Lin Feng also thought that after owning his own satellite, he could completely withdraw from Baidu Earth. You know, when Google launched Google Earth in 2005, it caused quite a stir. The emergence of Google Earth allows all netizens to visit the world without leaving their homes. Go up to space roaming, go down to a glance at the neighbors, enter the destination, you can zoom in directly, whether it is a school, a restaurant, or a place of interest, you can instantly appear in front of you. And more importantly, it satisfies the innate desire of human beings to spy on privacy. If its own Baidu can take the lead in launching Baidu Earth, it will play a decisive role in Baidu's global foothold. What's more, this Baidu Earth can also bring huge profits to Baidu. Lin Feng remembered that after Google Earth was launched to great acclaim, its charging model also brought amazing profits to Google. Video movie generation module $200 year. The generated video format is MV, high precision printing module $200 year. Supports 11 by 17 inch printing resolution. GIS data import module $200 year. Consolidate imported GIS data in SHP and tab format. GDT traffic measurement data $200 year. Adding traffic measurement statistics function from GDT, NRB commercial center data $200 year. Thinking that these will become his own money-making projects, and bring hundreds of millions of dollars in income every year, Lin Feng instinctively swallowed his mouth. Mr. Wu, I am going to buy a satellite, but it is not the company that buys it, but I personally buy it. Lin Feng said categorically. Wu Zhaopu was taken aback, and he really didn't know what to say about Lin Feng's decision. Now Lin Feng's personal working capital exceeds the working capital of most listed companies in the world. It is really fun to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a satellite. However, the rich people buy villas and yachts, but they are the boss and buy private satellites. Bull. Really bullish. Later, Lin Feng approached Wang Meng and discussed with him the purpose and precautions for purchasing a private satellite. Regarding Lin Feng's plan to purchase a private satellite and provide it to the Lania Security Company for use, Wang Meng listened to the matter, and only excited his body. Now the Lania Security Company has just entered South Africa and its footing is not stable. But in Africa is a turbulent continent where life and safety is extremely seriously threatened. If there is a satellite in the sky at any time, the soldiers of the Lania Security Company, his life will be guaranteed the most. Wang Meng had also thought about satellites, but the Lania Security Company was too poor. When it was established, it was not for making money. Therefore, the money earned was not subsidized to Lin Feng's private security system, or all was sent to it. All the security personnel. So I can only think about satellites that cost hundreds of millions of dollars apiece. Lin Feng, thank you for those brothers. Wang Meng patted Lin Feng's shoulder heavily. Brother Meng, why are you thanking me? I also have half of the shares in this company. Besides, I am also very pleased that everyone's lives can be protected. Lin Feng said with a smile, and then thought of Kevin Mitnick. There can be no damage, Brother Meng. Regarding Kevin's safety, I really entrusted to you. Boss, rest assured, as long as he is in South Africa, his safety must be no problem. Our people will protect him 24 hours a day. Wang Meng nodded his head heavily. When it comes to security, he will never be sloppy. Lin Feng nodded. By the way, when you let the company's people perform tasks in Africa, they should also pay attention to resources such as minerals. If there are, no matter how far away, whether they are open to traffic, let me know first. Lin Feng remembered Abi Cohen's words, the lifeblood of this world is in the hands of consortia that hold large amounts of energy, minerals and other real estate. Want to set up a consortium. Without these real estate, this consortium is like a castle in the sky, flashy. Wang Meng responded. There are too many mineral resources in Africa. If you want to have them, you must have the ability to develop them. Of course, this development is not only technical, but also military. There are a lot of minerals that have been developed, but the resources cannot be shipped out. The fighting is too frequent, and there is no other way besides mobilizing a large number of troops. But for the big countries in the United States, if they send thousands of troops just for one or two small mines, the profits are not enough for military expenditures. Therefore, there are a large number of small pen mineral sources or hidden veins on the African continent. Only wait for the truly powerful people or countries to mine. Now that Lin Feng said it, he ordered people to pay attention. At this time, Abi Cohen found Lin Feng. Lin, regarding the establishment of a consortium, we must first acquire a bank and hold a controlling stake in order to resist financial risks. At the same time, we can also use the bank to raise funds to help companies under the consortium allocate funds. Abi Cohen said. Lin Feng nodded. This is the plan that Abi Cohen's investment team has been carrying out secretly. Now I have selected 3 banks. They are all banks that can be acquired. Take a look. Abi Cohen put the collected information in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked around. The first bank Abi Cohen recommended was Standard Chartered Bank in the United Kingdom, headquartered in London, which has been in operation for more than 150 years. The key real point is that the 2 largest shareholders of Standard Chartered Bank are Chinese Baoyugang 14.5% and Kudaba 14.99%. Lin, Standard Chartered Bank is not only a veteran bank, but also has the Hong Kong dollar issuance rights. If you can acquire this bank, it will be of great help to your consortium. In Hong Kong, you are no longer an outsider, but enough to influence the oligarchs in Hong Kong's financial industry. Abi Cohen said. Lin Feng's heart moved after hearing that if he could successfully acquire Standard Chartered Bank, it would be a very wonderful thing. However, Lin Feng continued to look down, wanting to see what the other 2 banks were. The second bank recommended by Abi Cohen is the Standard Bank of South Africa. Unlike Standard Chartered Bank, Standard Bank of South Africa has only been established for 41 years and its business is mainly in Africa. However, compared to other banks, Standard Bank of South Africa is relatively less difficult to acquire. Moreover, if the acquisition of Standard Bank of South Africa, to cooperate with the South African government, will not only help the development of Lin Feng's business, but also an opportunity for the Lania Security Company to gain a foothold in South Africa. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart moved. As for the third bank recommended by Abi Cohen, It is a private commercial bank from the United States. California National Bank. California National Bank is the fourth largest bank in Los Angeles with assets of around $5 billion US. Compared to the banking sector, it can be described as an extremely small bank. However, the reason Abby Cohen recommended is that he owns some mineral and railway operating rights in Brazil and Colombia. Although the shares are very small, these are available to Lin Feng. Moreover, the acquisition of a US bank will be more convenient in terms of future financing. These three banks have their pros and cons. The best is to buy Standard Chartered Bank, followed by South Africa's Standard Bank, and finally California National Bank. The three banks have their pros and cons. You can consider them carefully. Abby Cohen analyzed. Lin Feng took a closer look and found that the most ideal is naturally to acquire Standard Chartered Bank, which is an old British bank and holds the right to issue Hong Kong dollars, which is very tempting. However, it may not be an easy task to buy shares in Standard Chartered from the late ship king Bao Yugang and Singapore's richest man Kudaba. But you can try it. After thinking about it, Lin Feng had an idea. Abby, I'm going to talk to Bao Yugang's four daughters to see if I can buy the shares in their hands, and then I will talk to Kudaba again. At the same time, Abby, you should also contact South African Standard Bank. Talk about financing. As for the California National Bank, I will talk about it last. Lin Feng planned everything in a short time. Abby Cohen nodded. If possible, it is best to acquire two banks, Standard Chartered Bank and Standard Bank of South Africa. In this way, Lin Feng will truly enter the financial center of this world and become a game rule maker in the world financial game, and not just the world's richest man who is now empty and famous. Well, yes, Lin and Bao Yugang have four daughters in total. Among them, the third daughter, Ceci Bao Pili, is in Shanghai. She is very local. I have been accidentally learning about her whereabouts while drinking tea with a friend. Abby Cohen reminded. Since the death of Bao Yugang, the world's ship king, all his private property has been held by his four daughters. In the early years, the shipping company of the shipping king family was handed over to the eldest daughter to accompany king and son-in-law Su Haywin in Hong Kong, the second daughter to accompany the Rong family to be in charge of the Wharf Group. Son-in-law Wu Guingxing is now the chairman of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council. The youngest daughter Bao Peiyui, the family controls more than $1 billion in family assets investment. Only this third daughter, Bao Pili, came to Shanghai alone. After acquiring more than 10 garden villas in the 1990s, she lived on the rent and developed the real estate business on her own. Lin Feng now happens to use her to find out which daughter Bao Yugang once held 14.5% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank. However, according to Abby Cohen's analysis, according to Bao Yugang's unbiased character, the other three daughters have huge wealth. Only this third daughter, Bao Pili, is almost penniless. Standard Chartered has a 14.5% stake. It might be in her hands. If it's really in Bao Pili's hands, it will be easy, and Lin Feng doesn't have to rush to Hong Kong to meet Bao Yugang's descendants. And in Shanghai, with Lin Feng's current status, there may be areas where Bao Pili needs help. But now the two of them don't know each other, and there is no middleman to introduce them. It's really a bit troublesome to make friends, regardless of his status as the world's richest man, for this type of strong woman who abandons the status of a rich daughter and works alone. It may not be a good thing to rush to visit. While hesitating, Abby Cohen suddenly remembered something. By the way, she now has a daughter whose name is not so good. But I heard it is a fan of your girlfriend Avril. Maybe you can ... take advantage of it. Abby Cohen said. When Abby Cohen and her friend talked about Bao Pili, it was also an accidental talk about Lam Feng's girlfriend Avril. As a result, Abby Cohen's friend mentioned that Bao Pili's daughter was also a fan of Avril Lavigne. When Avril Lavigne came to Shanghai for a concert last time, it was hard to get a ticket due to too many fans. Bao Pili, who has received strict tutoring since childhood, watched the tickets sold out. Although there are still high prices for the scalper party, Bao Pili's daughter has no money to buy, and Bao Pili will not allow her daughter to spend several times. However, I bought a concert ticket because the price-performance ratio is too low. In the end, Bao Pili's daughter could only regret to miss Avril Lavigne's concert in Shanghai. Lin Feng was taken aback for a while, but he didn't expect it to be related to Avril Lavigne again. This little punk princess has helped herself solve business troubles several times. However, Lin Feng still had to plan how to work in the process. But first, we must get Avril Lavigne. Hi, Avril Lavigne. What are you doing? Lin Feng called immediately. Ha, ha, you still know that you care about me. I thought you had forgotten me, and you kissed me and me all day long with your friends. Avril Lavigne heard Lin Feng's call. She was happy, and then her mouth murmured, hummed his nose, and began to count Lin Feng. During this period of time, because Lin Feng was busy with virtual life and the previous acquisition of players at Tottenham Hotspur, he sometimes did not contact Avril Lavigne for several days in excitement. This made Avril Lavigne complain. No. This time there was no contact for 3 days. I received a call from Lin Feng today, and it was 1 o'clock in the night US time. Obviously Lin Feng did not take her to heart. It should be US daytime instead of Shanghai daytime to call her, so this is a punk kid. The princess' temper broke out completely. Are you still my boyfriend? It's been a long time since I called me, Humphrey. What is the difference between having a boyfriend and not having a boyfriend now? And if you throw your broken company at me, you don't care about it. I'm so busy here. I don't have a penny of wages. I don't want to work for you for nothing. You still have to divide the money I make from records. You are too smart. I am going to the federal court to sue you. I am going to sue you. You deceived money and sex. You deceived my pure mind and body, and also tricked me into doing vain work for you, making money for you, and also for you. Avril Lavigne counted on endlessly, venting all the recent depression to Lin Feng. Moreover, her big voice, carefree personality, and her unrestricted speech made Lin Feng feel embarrassed. Punch. Abby Cohen on the side heard through the loud voice of Avril Lavigne, and wanted to hold it back so as not to embarrass Lin Feng. But Avril Lavigne was so funny that she could dare to say anything, which made her bear it. Can't help, especially Lin Feng's embarrassed expression, and think of Lin Feng's current identity. This is really too coke. With Lin Feng's current identity, I am afraid that only this Avril Lavigne would dare to slander Lin Feng in person. This is really one thing for one thing. Abby Cohen sighs. Lin Feng was even more embarrassed when he heard about Abby Cohen's laughter. Frowning and enduring Avril's complaint, he glanced at Abby Cohen, who was grinning, and glared fiercely. Abby Cohen hopes to be even more happy. But she also knew that she was going to stay here again, and I was afraid that Lin Feng would turn into anger from embarrassment. At that time, I am afraid that there will be a lot of trouble invisibly. Lin, my daughter seems to be leaving school. I'll pick her up. Abby Cohen looked at his watch and walked out immediately. Lin Feng was speechless. This excuse is too bad. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Abby Cohen's daughter is in class. But it's fine if you leave, otherwise Avril scolds in her voice, and everyone knows her embarrassment. Fortunately, Avril Lavigne hasn't mentioned about singing at night, otherwise she would be really embarrassed. But at this time, how to deal with the situation is endless. Complaining about Avril Lavigne is a troublesome matter. Avril Lavigne, I miss you so much. Come to Shanghai. Lin Feng thought for a while, come straight to the point, cut off the water with a knife, and directly interrupted Avril's complaint. Do you really miss me? Avril was taken aback. Hearing this, she felt joy in her heart. Of course, I really miss you. Otherwise, why would I call you now? It's 1 a.m. in the US time. By the way, Avril Lavigne, why didn't you sleep at 1 a.m.? Lin Feng asked concerned. HMPH, you still know that you care about people. Well, since you miss this lady so much and sincerely, that lady will. Avril Lavigne raised her voice, and in Lin Feng's expectation, she splashed Lin Feng a basin of cold water. Don't go. Lin Feng was speechless. HMPH, ask me why I didn't come. Are you an escort as this lady? Come if you want me to come and leave if you want me. HMPH, it's not that easy. According to your custom, It must be something that wants me help. Am not so stupid. You want me to come? Yes, come to pick me up in person, and in front of the public, say love me loudly. After speaking, Avril hung up the phone with a pop. Hearing the blind tone on the other end of the phone, Lin Feng was completely speechless. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 817. The nobles arrived. Avril Lavigne just hung up the phone freely, leaving Lin Feng with helplessness. For this little punk princess, Lin Feng is really a little helpless sometimes. She is so personal. But who made Lin Feng like this little punk princess? Men are greedy. Although men like Lisa's well-behaved and obedient type, they also long for the wild type of Avril Lavigne. With this kind of girl, love is always stormy and always a surprise. But now Avril Lavigne's two conditions are really difficult to handle. Let Lin Feng pick her up personally, it's simple. But in front of the public to say love you, this made Lin Feng slightly hesitate. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't love Avril Lavigne, nor is it shy, but that he said this, or said it in front of the public. And it will definitely be the headline of the world's major newspapers and magazines. The world's richest man shows his love in public. What a fascinating title, what a big gimmick. Lin Feng can imagine that if he shows his love in public, I am afraid that this gossip will be smashed by all the media for several weeks, and it will be known all over the world. At that time, not only my parents knew it, but Huang Meixi might also know it. My child's father said I love you to others in the public, which makes Huang Meixi feel so embarrassed. Although Huang Meixi has already silently accepted this fact in her heart, it is one thing to silently accept some things, and it is another thing to reveal it in person. Although Lin Feng is emotionally confused, a common problem that men have, and emotionally far from being as decisive as in the market, it does not mean that Lin Feng is emotionally too. If he really does this, after all, Huang Meixi will definitely be sad, and Lin Feng is absolutely unwilling to see Huang Meixi sad. After all, she has given birth to a daughter for herself. It is a bit cruel to hurt her in this way. Especially, Lin Feng never officially told Huang Meixi I love you. Under this circumstance, if she showed her love to Avril Lavigne in public, Huang Meixi didn't know what she would be sad about. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had a headache. Depressed, returned home. As soon as he got home, Lin Feng could smell the rich aroma of the food. Brother Lin, you came back just right, just in time for dinner. Today you have your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, as well as dry fried Niu. Lisa chuckled lightly, with a look of excitement and indescribable joy. Seeing Lisa's smile on his face, Lin Feng's depressed mood slightly improved. Yu, why are there so many dishes today, and there are still fried Niu? This is Cantonese cuisine, Lin Feng said in surprise. Usually, because Lisa has been used to economy, meals at home are usually the standard state banquet with 3 dishes and 1 soup. Of course, although it is 3 dishes and 1 soup, they are all nourishing and excellent dishes, all prepared by Lisa for Lin Feng. In this regard, Lin Feng has always been more moved. However, today's table full of dishes, as well as the dry fried Niu that Lisa has never cooked before, is really a bit surprising. Hee, Brother Lin, there are distinguished guests here today, so I have prepared more dishes. Lisa sticks out his tongue. His face is cute. VIP? Who? Lin Feng was puzzled, not knowing what distinguished guests would arrive. Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, a familiar voice sounded. Why? What's your expression? Don't you welcome me? Algra suddenly made a noble voice that day. Lin Feng was slightly startled, turned his head and looked around. The familiar and a little strange Algra suddenly appeared in front of him. Why? It's been a long time since I have forgotten me, and I still don't welcome me. Algra walked from the kitchen with a dish lightly in his right hand and looked at it from Lin Feng's eyes. It was both noble and generous. It happened that the curling enthusiasm for guessing the fragrance added a few scent of oily smoke to Algra Ping, making her noble, like Tanshan's snow lotus, a little more gentle, and it was heartening to see Big Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Feng was slightly in a daze, Lise ignored Algra's words, afraid that Algra was angry, and quickly pulled the sleeves of Lalin's windbreaker gently. Ha, ha, look at what you said, Algra, why would I not welcome it? Lin Feng was agitated, ha ha, and quickly gave Algra a position, and Yuan Cheng said, why would you not welcome you? Exclamation mark. It's just been too long, Algra, you have changed so much. It's really very different from the last Champions League final in Manchester United. Lin Feng sighed. Last time at Manchester United's La Trafford, Algra was dressed in AC Milan's red and black outfit, and the appearance of cheering for AC Milan hoarsely on the court. It's too difficult to match the noble, generous, and noble daughter of the present. The appearances linked together. Humphrey. Algra sniffed and put the dishes on the table. Okay, the dishes are all here, and you can eat. Lisa rounded off from the sidelines. Oh, I've eaten. There are so many dishes today, so delicious. Lin Ziyue on the side cheered, clapped his palms and jumped onto the chair. Yuan Xianglai on the side still sat aside obediently and ate silently as always. As for Liu Yifei, after filming The Legend of Condor Heroes, she felt that she had too many shortcomings in acting. In preparation for the upcoming drama Legend of Sword and Fairy, she is now studying at the Beijing Film and Television Academy. And Lin Yikan received some MV invitations to shoot some MV protagonists. At the same time, Lin Feng's second entertainment China branch is negotiating with some directors from Taiwan to perform some idol scripts. Before this, there were also many plays that invited Lin Ariel to perform, but they were all rejected by Lin Feng's second entertainment. Now Second Entertainment has become a global entertainment company by virtue of Lin Feng's reputation and the popularity of the record department. Naturally, the artists who have signed the contract can't sign contracts rashly. They must sign high quality and promising scenes. Wisdom, you are just greedy. Lisa smiled and hit Lin Ziyue, who was about to reach out to pick up vegetables. Big Brother Lin and Algra didn't sit down yet. Lin Ziyue pouted, looked at the delicious food in front of him, swallowed his saliva, urged Lin Feng to sit down quickly, and at the same time pulled Algra to sit down beside him. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. This Lin Ziyue looks so mature on the outside, but in fact he is the simplest one among the few girls. In terms of handling some things, I am afraid that it is worse than Hara Xianglai. However, this also added a lot of charm to Lin Ziyue. Although Lin Ziyue is not a childlike breast, but the childlike breast is more attractive. Okay, let's eat. Lin Feng smiled and sat down. Oh, it's time for dinner. Lin Ziyue took the lead and immediately began to sweep away the fragrant food today. Eat slowly. Didn't you say to keep in shape? Lisa reminded with a friendly smile. Zhu, you don't want to hit me today. Today's food is so delicious, I can't help it. If you want to keep it, next time. Lin Ziyue muttered, filling his mouth full of food. The whole table smiled. But just as Lin Feng sighed that Lin Ziyue's eating really frightened men, Algra, who had always been noble and generous, ate a small bowl of rice elegantly and slowly, and witnessed Lin Ziyue eating like this. After being stunned, he finally bit his vermilion lips. Suddenly joined Lin Ziyue's way of eating, no longer caring about the image, no longer caring about noble etiquette. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. This time Algra went back to receive training as a successor to the company and become the heir to the Versace empire. The result is doing well right now. When he came, he was still an image of the future successor to the Versace empire. It didn't take long for him to become an ordinary citizen in the market. This will let Algra's mother Donatena know that she will become dizzy and addicted to drugs again. This also proves once again that it is easy to learn bad but difficult to learn well. Brother Lin, if you don't eat anymore, there will be no more. At this time, Lisa also joined the queue of the rush dinner, and saw Lin Feng in a daze, reminding Lin Feng while stuffing food. Lin Feng sighed, this Lin wisdom can really affect people. But looking at the food on the dinner table, almost all of them were swept away by a few girls, and then looking at the fragrant posture of the girls, Lin Feng grumbled in his stomach, and now he can no longer care about the image of the richest man. Join the ranks of a few girls after a fiery rush to grab vegetables. So full, I don't want to eat for 3 days. Lin Zhui weakly leaned on the comfortable sofa chair, exhaling rough air. Of course you are full. With so many dishes, you have eaten at least half as fast as one person. Lisa glared at Lin Zhui. She cooked so many dishes, not only for Algra, but also for Lin Feng. Nourish it. During this period of time, Lin Feng was doing business for the company. After busying her work, she felt distressed and couldn't help much, so she had to cook more good dishes for Lin Feng to eat. Lin Zhui heard the words and stuck out his tongue mischievously. Everyone couldn't laugh or cry about this. Well, Algra, brother Lin, you will sit down for a while, and I will give you tea. After Lisa ordered the Filipino maid to clean up the table, he personally made Lin Feng a cup of tea, and then gave Algra a cup of tea. Coffee. Zhu, your coffee brewing skills have really improved, and the food you are cooking now is getting more and more delicious. Algra becked slightly and praised. I have nothing to do anyway, so I will work harder in my cooking, Lisa said and glanced at Lin Feng, with a happy expression on his face. Algra sighed secretly. Lin, I came today. There are 2 things. No, 3 things now, Algra said. Lin Feng lifted his spirits when he heard it. Now Algra is not like the little girl who ran away from home with anger, but the real Versace future successor. Her words now are no longer just children's words as before. Now Algra's words and deeds represent Versace. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 818. You are the richest man. You must have credit. First of all, I invite you to attend my coming-of-age ceremony on June 30th next year. There was a faint excitement in Algra's eyes. The bar mitzvah not only represents Algra's formal adulthood, but also represents her formally taking over Versace's huge business empire. Last year, Versace's turnover has exceeded $400 million. Such a large business empire is waiting for Algra to inherit, which makes Algra feel heavy, but also a kind of responsibility, but also a kind of want to revitalize Versace. Look forward to. Well, Algra, I will definitely be there by then, Lin Feng said very formally. In the West, all friends and relatives who are invited to the coming-of-age ceremony are extremely important people. Algra's ability to invite herself shows that she values herself and others. As for the second point, I want to cooperate, formally cooperate. Algra took out a contract. Wisdom. Let's go to watch The Legend of Condor Heroes. You can appear on the stage tonight. Lisa saw Lin Feng and Algra talking about business, and quickly pulled Lin Zhui, who was still panting. Go. No, Zhu. The last thing is related to you, Algra said. Lisa and Lin Zhui were taken aback for a moment, and Lin Feng was also slightly surprised, not knowing what Algra wanted to do in the last thing. Okay, Lin, take a look at the contract. Algra handed the contract to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and slowly opened the contract. At a glance, it was a surprise. This contract is a contract plan for Versace to seek financing with Lin Feng. The contract stipulates that Lin Feng will invest $200 million and obtain 15% of Versace shares. If the contract proposal is finally passed, Algra owns 45% of Versace, his mother Donatella owns 15% of Versace, his uncle brother of Versace Santo owns 25%, and Lin Feng owns 15% of the shares. Now Versace is experiencing a little financial crisis. If you are willing to invest in Versace, I believe that Versace will give you enough returns in the future. Moreover, your second entertainment star also needs Versace's brand effect, Li Golu explained. Lin Feng nodded, gently holding the teacup, silently calculating the benefits. Investing $200 million to obtain 15% of Versace shares. This business is absolutely at a loss. Today's total assets of Versace, including its brand effect, do not exceed $500,800 million. but based on the shares provided by this contract, the market value of Versace is $1.33 billion US, far exceeding its normal market value. However, as Algra said, Versace is only encountering a little funding difficulty now. If it works well, the future profit return is still extremely large. Moreover, Algra is a bit right. If the star of his own second entertainment has the coat of Versace spokesperson, no matter its value or its popularity and influence will be the same. After all, Versace has always been a leader in the fashion industry. It has this kind of magic. Moreover, Lin Feng has always felt guilty towards Algra in his heart. I owe her. Brother Lin, if you can, help her, I get hungry. Seeing Lin Feng's expression on his face, Lisa comforted him, afraid that Lin Feng would not agree. Zhu, don't talk too much. In business talks, let alone with Versace, need no pity. I believe this financing will definitely bring you richer returns. Algra snorted and interrupted Lizu. If Lizu was choked on such a sentence and reluctantly stopped talking. She really didn't understand these business things, she just wanted to help this good friend, not to mention Lin Feng didn't lack that little money. Looking at Lisa's aggrieved eyes, Lin Feng smiled and gently patted Lisa's hand. Lin Feng knew Algra's mood very well. Okay, Algra, I agree. I will sign the contract now. Lin Feng immediately signed his name on the contract. Algra sighed. This time, she didn't want to come, nor did she want to find Lin Feng for financing. She felt that this was a bit unsuccessful. The last thing Algra didn't want people to look down on in this world was Lin Feng. After all, the two had that kind of relationship, although it was just a ridiculous thing. But Lin Feng refused, directly, although Algra also coldly said that she hoped so. But after all, his first man categorically rejected him, and this person was right in front of her. She was proud, and she never wanted to be looked down upon by him at any time. Absolutely not. But this time Versace is really in trouble and needs a sum of money to turn around. And Lam Feng happened to be the richest man in the world, and after attacking the Japanese stock market, he held a huge amount of cash. In this case, Donatella thought about it and asked Algra to find Lam Feng for financing. In desperation, Algra had to bite the bullet and come. After all, she is the future head of Versace and must sacrifice for Versace. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not make any other requests, nor did he have any contempt or other intentions, which made Algra a sigh of relief. Lin Feng naturally saw the change in Algra's face. Secretly sighed. This Algra is really too arrogant, but it will be the same for himself. By the way, Algra, what is the third thing? Lin Feng asked. Lin. The third thing is related to Zhu and wisdom. By the way, it's also related to Huang Meixi. Algra said. Lin Feng was taken aback. Lin, I remember you said in Korea that it will take 5 years to produce 3 actresses, and this year is the 2nd year. But the 3 of them, except for Lin Ziyui and Lizu, who made The Legend of Condor Heroes, I didn't shoot anything. I don't know if you forgot or you just said it casually, but I want to remind you that you are now the richest man in the world. No matter what you were in the past and what status you said, but now you are the richest man in the world, and these words will be the criteria for the outside world to judge you. You cannot care, but you can't make Zhu and the others unable to see people. Algra said on behalf of Lin Zhu and Lizu. After Lin Feng said this at the beginning, there was no follow-up action. Nowadays, whenever Fan Lin Wisdom or Lizu have any activities, those reporters will ask about it, which makes the two of them really embarrassed. However, Lin Feng has been busy with the company's affairs, making a lot of money. Lizu and Lin Ziyui are not good at telling Lin Feng about these things. When Algra came back this time, while chatting, he heard about it, and at the moment he was at odds with the two of them. For Lin Feng now, it is very simple to spend some money, shoot a few movies, fulfill his promises in the past, and save face to his girlfriend. Algra doesn't know why Lin Feng does not do it. Therefore, it is now mentioned. Lin Feng suddenly patted his forehead when he heard the words. This matter, Lin Feng has always been in his heart. But because of all the delays, now being pointed out by Algra face to face, It really made Lin Feng a little embarrassed. I filmed the sequel to The Legend of the Demon God Slayer, repaired Sword Theme Park, filmed The Legend of the Sword and the Heroine, and filmed The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but I didn't make a Korean drama for the two girls, one for the realization the Korean drama he promised in the past. As the richest man himself, those reporters will naturally not always bother Lin Feng with this matter, but they will ask Lee Zu and Lin Ziyui. Whenever they ask, they are indeed very embarrassed and do not know how to answer. They didn't know what Lin Feng wanted or whether they would shoot. Yui, wisdom, it's all my fault. I will prepare for filming right away, and if I want to film this time, I must make a TV drama that will make Korea a sensation. Lin Fengxin vowed. Brother Lin, it's okay. If it's not convenient, I'm not in a hurry. I really don't care about those false names. Lisa said, holding Lin Feng's hand. Brother Lin, although I want to shoot and be a big star, it's not convenient for you. I can wait any longer. Anyway, I'm young, and I don't need money for food and drink here, and I don't have to worry about work. Lin Wisdom is also rare and considerate, but her words are somewhat hilarious. Well, what I promised will definitely come true. Didn't Algra say it? I am the richest man in the world, and every word and deed I have are seen in everyone's eyes. Lin Feng smiled and patted the shoulders of the two of them. This time filming is also imperative. In addition to fulfilling my promise, it is also a time to continue to make the second entertainment sign, and filming Korean dramas is very profitable. What's more, Lin Feng also promised South Korean President Kim Dae-jung to promote Korean cuisine to the world as a reward for Kim Dae-jung's helping Lin Feng regain the ownership of Daewoo. Well, let's toast to our future actress. Lin Feng said with a toast. Yeah, cheers. Lin Ziyui raised his glass. Algra suddenly thought of someone. By the way, your Tottenham Hotspur will premiere soon. Do you have a ticket? I'll check it out and give you a show. At the same time, I will also see how the unruly old man lost. Alice Jura grunted. Lin Feng smiled helplessly when he heard this. Maurino was in his prime, and Algra was described as an old man. This must be known to Maurino, not to be pissed off. But Lin Feng is really strange. Algra and this Maurino are really at odds. Fortunately, Maurino can be the father of Algra, and he loves his wife deeply. Otherwise, Lin Feng really thought that the two would develop a year-end love. Yes, of course there are tickets. I have a box there all year round. I will give you an ID card at that time. You can come anytime if you want to watch the game in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile. Algra nodded. Tottenham Hotspur is in London, the world's financial centre, and is also the location of an important flagship store for Versace. She also needs to go to London from time to time to watch the game. What's more, in Tottenham Hotspur, there is also the most popular Beckham in football, which is what Versace needs. Then, after a casual chat, Lin Feng and Lee Zu entered the bedroom. Brother Lin, do you have anything on your mind today? You feel restless all night? Lee Zu asked quietly, snuggling in Lin Feng's arms. It's okay, Lin Feng said softly. About this matter, Lin Feng didn't know how to tell Lee Zu. Did you tell Lee Zu that you had been thinking about how to confess to Avril Lavigne in the crowd all night? When these words were said, Lin Feng was too. Oh, Lee Zu responded bitterly. Lin Feng is thoughtful tonight, others can't detect it. But she has lived with Lin Feng for a few years and knows that Lin Feng has a hobby. As long as Lin Feng has the mind, when drinking tea, he will change his left hand to hold the cup, hold it with his right hand, and drink slowly. Usually, when Lin Feng drinks tea like this, something is certain in his mind. But now that Lin Feng doesn't say anything, Lee Zu can't force it either. Lin Feng knew in his heart that his thoughts might be seen by Lee Zu. But how could this matter be easy to say? I could only sigh secretly, wondering how to deal with this matter. And not only had to consider Huang Max's feelings, but also the feelings of Lee Zu, the jade person in his arms. Lin Feng must also be considerate. Headache. This is really a headache. This Avril Lavigne is really tossing people, but who would let herself love her? And a European and American pop queen who fell in love with herself, only asked herself to show her love in the public. This is not an exaggeration. Instead, it proves that Avril Lavigne loves herself. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out another long sigh. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to solve this problem, a slight cry came from his arms. Yu, what's the matter? What's the matter with you? Why are you crying? Lin Feng was taken aback, and hurriedly held Lisa's cheek. At this moment, this cheek that Lin Feng will never tire of was already covered with tears, which made people feel distressed. Yu, what's the matter? Tell me who bullied you, I'll help you bully him. Lin Feng said distressedly. No. It's okay, Brother Lin. I'm really okay. I just think that Brother Lin doesn't tell me what's on his mind. I don't think I am that important to Brother Lin anymore. I'm really useless. I can't manage the company or give birth to Brother Lin. I can't even help Brother Lin worry about things. I'm really useless. Lisa was crying when he hit you. Lin Feng felt sad when he heard this. But how to say this is the outlet? However, Lin Feng's psychological defense was completely defeated amid Lisa's self-pity and crying. Okay, friend, I'll tell you, Lin Feng said helplessly. Although this matter is very difficult to tell, Lisa will know sooner or later. It is better to tell her now. 2 is 2. It's better than watching my beloved woman cry in front of me. Big Brother Lin, you are so kind. I am so happy. Lisa burst into laughter. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, pinched Lisa's nose, and told the whole story. Yu, this is the way things are. I didn't want to tell you so that you might be sad. Now you know. What do you think I should do? Lin Feng asked. HMPH. Brother Lin is partial. Lisa envied and admired Avril's bold request. Lisa asked himself. He was not so bold about Lin Feng, dare to have such a request, which made Lisa extremely admired Avril's courage and courage. At the same time, he was secretly jealous. Lin Feng's expression was obviously definitely going to do it. The question was how to do it. Lin Feng felt the jade's anger in his arms and hugged Lisa tightly. Brother Lin, I do have a way to keep Huang Meixi from being angry, and also to keep my uncle and aunt from being angry. But you must promise me one condition. Lisa rolled his eyes and had an idea in his heart. Lin Feng is ashamed. One problem has not been solved yet, another one. But now, I don't have a good solution, so let's agree. It's just that now Lisa has become smarter, and he is no longer as easy to cheat as before. This made Lin Feng both gratified, but also a little helpless. But people always grow up. They can't always be so simple, so stupid. It's just that Lisa's conditions really make Lin Feng embarrassed. No less than Avril Lavigne's request. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 819th chapter Love's a Little Beauty? Lisa's request is actually not difficult or high, but it is quite embarrassing for Lin Feng to raise it at this time. Lisa's requirements are really not high, just asking Lin Feng to accompany her to Hong Kong's Ocean Park alone. This matter itself is not difficult, but the difficulty is that Lisa asked to march with Lin Feng openly. Obviously, this is Lisa's jealous reaction to Avril Lavigne's request that Lin Feng show his love to the public. Headache. Lin Feng scratched his head helplessly. Although Lisa's request was extremely difficult, he still had to agree to it. Otherwise, the other side has not been resolved yet. And here is another jealousy with myself. Knowing that Lin Feng agreed to visit the ocean park in Hong Kong with him, Lisa suddenly smiled. Brother Lin, this question is actually very simple. You can show your love to Meixi first. That way, even if she sees you showing love to Avril Lavigne again, she won't be so jealous. Lisa confessed to Lin Feng a little bit of bitterness. Secret. Is this all right? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Of course, Sister Meixi can't leave you at all. What she wants is just a psychological comfort to prove that she still has a place in your heart. For a woman, it actually matters. You first show love to Huang Meixi, to show love to Avril Lavigne again. For Sister Meixi, she thinks you value her more. But Avril Lavigne doesn't know about it, so that you can have both sides. Lisa said with infinite resentment. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. This method is indeed feasible. It seems that only women can understand women. Of course, there is no need to mention the lingering resentment in Lisa's tone. For this, Lisa Lin Feng has a way. When Lisa pursed his mouth and muffled for himself to make ideas for Lin Feng to make other women angry, Lin Feng gently hugged him from behind. Lisa snorted, ignoring Lin Feng. She felt that she was too magnanimous just now. Like Lin Feng, she was still like this. At the time, she felt nothing, but now she is very sad when she thinks about it. Although I got a promise to visit Hong Kong's Ocean Park alone, it was too wronged. Lin Feng made a smirk at Lisa's turning his head and sulking. His hands slid into the silk pajamas that hardly had any hindrance. Although they have been together for 3 years, Lin Feng's heart was still impressed by the delicate skin of suet where he started, and the blood in his body boiled involuntarily. Do not move. Lin Feng gave a smirk, slipped in quietly along the smooth skin, and quietly pinched a small cherry on Lisa's chest with one hand. Lisa suddenly trembled, as if he was struck by lightning, but thinking of what he had done just now, he hated himself, gritted his teeth to resist the rushing electric current in his body, said nothing, and let Lin Feng's left hand be on her chest. Wandering freely on Mount Everest, looking at the blushing face, but biting his lips, frowning, the lovely Lisa, Lin Feng was full of desire, with a faint smile on his face. His right hand quietly touched under his body, and reached the deep Taoyuan place, gently scrubbed the fluffy area with his fingers. With every touch of Lin Feng, Lisa couldn't help but tremble all over his body, and his nose became more and more rapid. After Lin Feng's fingers picked it up, he gasped more and more. Heavier and heavier, the heat continued to spray, and the whole face became like an apple in autumn, flushed. Uiu. Lin Feng yelled softly. Lisa still ignored. Although the body was full of longing and expected Lin Feng's further touch, the little pride in her heart made her forcibly stop her body's desire and gritted her teeth to counter the body's needs. Lin Feng looked at Lisa, who was trembling slightly. It was both funny and a little bit of victory and defeat. Lin Feng did not believe that Lisa could resist his harassment today. Between his thoughts, Lin Feng's magic hand suddenly walked up Lisa's delicate carcass, and every time he pinched it, Lisa gasped for breath, and finally couldn't help but groan slightly. Uiu, still don't speak. Lin Feng put his mouth close to Lisa's ear, blowing lightly with heat. Lisa ignored him, but closed his eyes tightly and kept breathing heavily. A pair of jade rabbits on his chest rose up and down with his breathing, which was particularly attractive, making Lin Feng almost unable to control it. Fortunately, Lin Feng finally took control. Otherwise, Lin Feng would lose today. Still bear it. Lin Feng snorted secretly, lowered his lips, bit Lisa's earlobe, and rubbed it gently. The earlobe is Lisa's dead spot, the most sensitive place. A touch, it is like a long drought and rain. When Lin Feng's lips bit Lisa's earlobe, Lisa's whole body trembled as if twitching, and a strong moan was involuntarily between his breath. As Lin Feng attacked, Lisa instantly surrendered. Big brother Lin, don't, it's itchy there. Lisa gently pushed Lin Feng, but his legs clamped Lin Feng tightly. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to refuse and was ashamed. Coveted. Uiu, are you still angry? Lin Feng suddenly stopped all his movements and asked with a smirk. Hate. You hate. Lisa chased Lin Feng reluctantly. At this time, Lin Feng stopped, but she was killed. The whole body was the most exciting time. As a result, Lin Feng stopped moving at this time. Isn't this tossing people? Hey, Uiu, are you still angry? If you don't want to be angry, I'll continue. Lin Feng said. His hands kept circling the 2 cherries on Lisa's chest, and Lisa was trembling even more. Does not work. People. People don't get angry anymore, brother Lin. Just hurry up. Lisa was finally surrendered by the body's desires, and at the same time, he was also looking for a step down, otherwise he would not get angry. Method. Hey, this is good. Lin Feng gently scratched Lisa's nose, and then in Lisa's whisper, Lin Feng separated Lisa's legs and drove straight in. One night of spring is boundless. The next day, Lin Feng flew to Chu City to show love to Huang Meixi. The house full of flowers, red wine, candlelight dinner, plus a precious crystal necklace printed with the only photo of Lin Feng and Huang Meixi, plus the phrase that lovers will never tire of I love you, let Huang Meixi on the spot moved to leave tears of happiness. Thank you, brother Lin, thank you. Huang Meixi cried bitterly, covering her face. Meixi, I'm sorry, I've made you wronged. I didn't officially say this to you until now and made you wronged. Lin Feng walked to Huang Meixi's side, squatted gently, holding Huang Meixi's hand, and said softly, thank you, thank you. Huang Meixi was so touched that she didn't know what to say. Since she came to China from South Korea, although Lin Feng's parents treated her very well, Lin Feng would often call her to greet her, and would fly back when he was free. But in Huang Meixi's heart, there has always been a regret, that is, Lin Feng owes her a formal I love you. If the couple does not say this, although it will not affect the relationship between the two, it is somewhat regrettable. Now Lin Feng said it to her personally, which had completely made up for the regret in her heart, and she had no complaints. Although compared to other women, she may not have a grand and formal wedding, and no status, but for her, it is enough. After a wonderful and romantic candlelight dinner, Lin Feng and Huang Meixi returned home. Okay, Yui is already asleep. Meixi, come, then. Also, your kid, come with me. After Father Lin handed Lin Yui to Huang Meixi, he let Lin Feng follow him to the study with a serious face. What's wrong, Dad? Lin Feng knew what his father was going to talk to himself. Nothing more than the status of Huang Meixi, Lisa, and Avril Lavigne. I don't care if you are the world's richest man or not, how much money you have. In short, Xiaofeng, you must have a conscience, you must have a conscience. Father Lin sighed. The child Meixi is beautiful and virtuous. In our house in the past few months, in addition to bringing the children, I also rushed to help us with housework and wait for the old couple of us. Besides, I never went anywhere. Xiaofeng, where would you find such a wife? Lin Feng nodded and said yes. What my father said was right. Indeed, Huang Meixi was a very good candidate for a wife, with almost all the qualities of a good wife and mother. It's just that Lin Feng couldn't sorry Huang Meixi, let alone Lizu, let alone Avril Lavigne. Lin Feng couldn't live up to it either. Of course, I'm not saying that Lizu is not good. But how can you be nice to a few girls in your heart? How can you pretend to be a few girls in your heart? In short, Xiaofeng, I like Huang Meixi very much. Let me say, you don't like to listen. Anyway, you can do it yourself. But that. The singer named AI, I don't like it. That makeup looks like a ghost. I will never let her into me gate. Lin Feng frowned. Although Avril Lavigne's punk style is popular in the world and loved by young people, it is not very pleasing for the elderly, especially for the elderly in China, far less pleasing than Huang Meixi and Lizu's black straight hair. Okay, Dad, it's popular. Besides, you can't just look at the appearance when evaluating a person, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but argue for Avril Lavigne. HMPH. Don't be sophistry. In short, we now believe that Huang Meixi has given birth to you, so what do you want? Also, you should give Meixi a position as soon as possible. After Father Lin finished speaking, he rushed away. Lin Feng helplessly watched his father leave, really not knowing what to say. But this matter is really troublesome. Fortunately, it's very early to get married. At this moment, Lin Feng received a call from the mayor of Chu City, Ku Chengping. Brother Lin, have you returned to Chu City? Are you free? Let's pick you up for a meal, just in time for everyone to get together. Ku Chengping said with a smile. Lin Feng thought for a while. It happened that he hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he needed to contact him to increase his relationship. And from Ku Chengping's tone, Lin Feng heard other meanings implied in it. Obviously, today's night banquet carries a certain degree of interest. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 820. Go to his mother's national football. Not long after, Lin Feng came to the famous Jinwei Hotel in Chu City, the only 5-star hotel in Chu City. Chu City Party Secretary Yu Haoai, Mayor Ku Qingping, Public Security Bureau Director Wu Yang and others all arrived together. This is Lin Feng's community of interests in Chu City. This community of interests has a small number of people, but it is enough to take advantage of the entire Chu City. In Lin Feng's community of interests, there is the secretary of the Chu City's Municipal Party Committee, the mayor of Chu, and even the high-ranking positions such as the director of the Public Security Bureau. Together with Lin Feng's financial resources, it can be said that this community of interests is in Chu. The city is the wind and the wind, the rain and the rain. Lin Feng provides them with free political funds, and they provide Lin Feng with various policy preferences, and both sides get what they need. And the most mysterious thing is that the exchange between the two parties is not illegal. According to Yu Haoai and others, the funds provided by Lin Feng are free funding, just like major consortia in the United States funding the presidential campaign. The various preferential policies provided by Yu Haoai and others for Lin Feng are also within the scope of relevant preferential policies formulated by the state. No matter who investigates, they will never find any strangeness. But these preferential policies are extremely favorable. That's it. Discount to the point where it is impossible to discount anymore. What's more, Lin Feng holds the title of the world's richest man, and it is rich in sweets and pastries all over the country. Chu City is Lin Feng's hometown. It is not an exaggeration to give the world's richest man out of his hometown a preferential policy. Isn't the state calling for a more open mindset and a more flexible investment attraction? As long as the people's living standards rise, it doesn't hurt to sacrifice a little bit in some respects. This is the state's 3 orders and 5 declarations. With this Shangfeng sword, Yu Haoai and others can almost use unscrupulous words to describe the preferential treatment to Lin Feng. Almost everyone in the Chu City government knows this point, but no one disagrees. The richest man in the world is the richest man in the world, and he naturally has to enjoy the treatment of the richest man in the world. Ha, brother Liu, you are all here. I'm late. I should be punished. Lin Feng came into the house and saw that all the rooms were all there. He waited for himself, and smiled in his heart, knowing that they are coming today. There must be something, not to mention it, and greeted with a familiar face. Ha ha, where, we just came. Yu Haoai and others quickly got up and took their seats in front of Lin Feng. Originally speaking of age, Lin Feng would naturally accompany the last seat. The youngest person sitting was in his 20s, but who made Lin Feng the richest man in the world now? They were just the leaders of a second-tier city. With Lin Feng's current status, at least he has made friends with people at the provincial level. As a community of interests, they are now dragging Lin Feng, which is not a good thing. It was originally a combination of interests. If they just ask for it but cannot pay, this community of interests will exist in name only. After all, Chu City is too small, and there is really only a limit to what Lin Feng can do. Therefore, at present, all they can do is to give Lin Feng face, as a national cadre, regardless of age and position advantages. Give Lin Feng the greatest face. Ha ha, the big brothers are so polite, that would have killed the little brother. Lin Feng naturally understood the thoughts of several people, and knew everyone's embarrassment. However, even though they give full face to themselves, they can't take credit for it, because that will undoubtedly undermine the unity of this community of interests. After some greetings, Yu Haoai ordered people to have tea. Looking at this posture, Lin Feng knew that today must be a matter of business. Although it's easy to drink in China, when we really talk about things, we drink tea first, and then we celebrate with drinking. This is also to keep everyone clear and calm, so as not to make a confused decision because of alcohol. Although it was certain that a certain party had benefited at the time, it would have quickly regretted it afterwards, and this would not be of any benefit to the unity of this community of interests. After some consideration, Yu Haoai spoke. Brother Lin, I found you in such a hurry today because I have something to discuss. Yu Haoai gave a soft cough, and the mayor Kucheng calmly understood. Brother Lin, That's the case. With the funding and support from Brother Lin, Chu City's GDP is thriving, and the people's lives are getting better and better, not materially worse than some provincial capitals. It can be said that it ranks among the best among the second-tier cities in the country. This is the blessing of Brother to Lin. Ku Qingping first complimented Lin Feng as the second-born parents of the people of Chu City. Lin Feng has long been accustomed to this kind of compliment and didn't care. He just listened to the stand-up comedy, while drinking tea, smiling while watching Ku Qingping, nodded in cooperation from time to time. Yu Haoai, the secretary of the municipal party committee, couldn't stand it anymore. This Kucheng is really a bit bad. No wonder he was only a deputy mayor after decades of work. If he weren't for his confidant, Yu Haoai would never recommend him to be mayor. Cough, cough. Yu Haoai coughed a few more times. Ku Qingping was startled and looked at Secretary Yu Haoai with a sullen expression. He immediately knew that his performance was too bad and disappointed Secretary Yu Haoai. Face disheveled. Don't think he is the mayor, but he also has to be under the control of the organization. Who is the leader of the Chu City organization? Yu Haoai. Moreover, his position as the mayor is not strong, and some things he does are often criticized. If Yu Haoai had not supported him, he would have been hidden rules long ago. Yu Haoai gave a wink at the police chief Wu Yang. Ha ha, Brother Lin, it's not the first day we met, and we don't have to go around in circles. I'll just say it if I have something. Director Wu Yang understands Lin Feng's nature, so going around like this makes Lin Feng definitely annoyed. When Lin Feng is really annoying, this matter will definitely fall through. Lin Feng yawned and finally got to the point. Mayor Ku Qingping on the side looked embarrassed. Brother Lin, things are like this. Nowadays, the material life of the people in Chu City has improved, but Comrade Deng Xiaoping said that we must grasp both material civilization and spiritual civilization. Therefore, what is worse in Chu City now is spiritual civilization. Director Wu Yang said. Spiritual civilization? I think there are many movie theaters, bars, coffee houses, etc. in Chu City, not to mention my legendary theme park. The spiritual civilization should be very rich, better than most. The second-tier cities are much richer. Lin Feng said in surprise. Director Wu Yang felt helpless. Before he could say what he really said, Lin Feng blocked him with a single sentence. So what did he say? In desperation, Director Wu Yang looked at Secretary Yu Haoai and shrugged, suggesting helplessness. Yu Haoai breathed in his heart. Usually these people slapped their chests and said that they would solve their problems immediately, but it turned out that at the critical moment, there was nothing that could be used. A bunch of rice buckets. It seems that people can only rely on themselves. After Secretary Yu Haoai cursed secretly in his heart, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Lin, things are like this. Right now, the provincial capital will have a good opportunity. I want to fight for it. But now, it's still a political achievement. If so, I mean if, Yu Haoai's old face after a while, he begged for someone like this for the first time, and he asked for a young man dozens of years younger than him, or a businessman. Although the other party is the richest man in the world, this still makes Yu Haoai a bit old-fashioned. Fortunately, in the end, the desire for power prevailed, and Yu Haoai bit the bullet and said what was in his heart. That's it, Brother Lin. Now the province pays more attention to the sports industry. Nowadays, the sports industry is the most popular in China is basketball and football. Basketball, there is Yao Ming, so there is a basketball fever across the country. But football is after all the world's #1 sport, and the European League is so popular, it attracts thousands of fans to watch in front of the TV every weekend. Therefore, what I mean is that I hope to establish a football club in Chu City. In this regard, we are all in touch. As long as Brother Lin is willing to invest, we can buy a shell of AB. With Brother Lin's snobbery and connections in football, we can rent one from Tottenham Hotspur under your banner. You don't need either. People who come over can also help the team rush to the AA, and even the planned Chinese Super League. Yu Haoai eagerly said. For this plan, Yu Haoai had planned for a long time. Initially, during the Chinese New Year, Yu Haoai talked with Lin Feng once, but Lin Feng drove him off that time. After Lin Feng returned to Shanghai, he never returned to Chu City. Yu Haoai temporarily took the matter to the surface, put it aside. But secretly it is slowly deploying, and has already negotiated with a B team, as long as Lin Feng invests in the acquisition. Later, I heard that Lin Feng bought Tottenham Hotspur, and finally burned $348 million to buy players. The happiest player is definitely not Tottenham Hotspur players, but Yu Haoai. Lincoln burned $348 million on Tottenham Hotspur, and it should not be a big deal to burn 100 million yuan on domestic teams. What's more, when Lam Feng randomly adjusts one from Tottenham Hotspur, two players who are not used will definitely make the team rush into A. At that time, Chu City's economy improved, the material needs of the people were met, and the legendary main park also met the needs of the people's spiritual civilization. Now the sports industry is also up, and he, the secretary of the municipal party committee, naturally takes great credit. When the time comes, why not worry about not getting a good position in the capital city? Brother Lin, the funding requirements are not high. 100 million yuan is enough. And I can serve our community of interests more when I go up, right? Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Yu Haoai quickly continued to explain. But to Yu Haoai's disappointment, Lin Feng didn't give much consideration at all, so he refused. Secretary Yu, it's not that I don't give everyone this face, but that the environment of Chinese football is really bad. And if you want to make it to A, you don't just have to have good players. The water in China is too deep, and there is really no what's the future. You know, I want to do my best when I do things. If I don't form a team, I must form the best football club in China. It's a pity that I am very concerned about the domestic football environment. Very lack of confidence. In one word, go to his mother's national football. At the end of his speech, Lin Feng felt annoyed when he thought of the national football. Yu Haoai and others were dumbfounded on the spot. Lin Feng talked about it. What else would they say? Seeing Yu Haoai and the others tangled up, Lin Feng felt helpless. If this matter were to fall apart, there must be a crack in this community of interests. Lin Feng currently doesn't want this. His hometown is Chu City, and Lin Feng is unwilling to give up here if he is not a last resort. After thinking about it, Lin Feng had an idea in his mind. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 821 Shame National Football Team? Invest in the Chinese men's football team. In China, in a smoky environment full of black whistle, match fixing, and gambling, let Lin Feng invest in the Chinese men's football team. For Lin Feng, it is equivalent to eating Yangchun noodles in front of a dung pit. It can be as disgusting as it is nausea. But since Secretary Yu Haoai had spoken, Lin Feng wouldn't be too shame on him. After all, this is his hometown, and Lin Feng has also invested hundreds of millions in it. Although he said that his assets will not be transferred to this small city of Chu, he will invest another billion in this to create a brand with his own brand. Lin Feng is very happy in the city. Therefore, if it is not necessary, Lin Feng really does not want to have a rift with Yu Haoai and others. Moreover, this matter is indeed about Haoai's promotion. If it was really because of this, Yu Haoai would lose this opportunity in the end, and he would have a little bit of complaint against Lin Feng in his heart. And as Yu Haoai said, when he went to the provincial capital, it was only good for Lin Feng, not bad. Secretary Yu, I can't do it like this. Lin Feng touched the few beards on his chin, smiled lightly. Let me invest in the Chinese men's football team? I really reluctant. But this matter, too, as Secretary Yu said, it is related to the common interests of all of us, so I definitely want to invest. It's just what? Mayor Ku Chingping couldn't help but asked with curiosity. His performance just now was terribly poor, and now it's time for him to fight for performance. Yu Haoai and others looked at Lin Feng intently, hoping to know what was behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Well, I'm going to invest in women's football. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and said with a smug smile, "Women's football?" Yu Hao and others were dumbfounded. This, Brother Lin, is the women's football influential enough? Yu Hao frowned. What he wants is political performance, and political performance, naturally, the bigger the better. Although football is now the world's #1 sport, it refers to men's football. As for women's football, there is really little interest and not many fans watch it. Women play football. They want speed but no speed, strength but no strength. Shooting is soft. Looking at Batty's shooters shot like a lion, and then watching the women's football shot like a sheep, people suddenly lose interest. Brother Lin, investing in women's football, this, with all due respect, Secretary Yu wants political performance this time. This women's football performance is really not enough. Director Wu Yang relied on his closest relationship with Lin Feng, helpless. Speak out. Lin Fengxin knew what Yu Hao and others were worried about. Indeed, women's football is far less influential and popular than the national football team. Although the World Championship results obtained are much higher than the Chinese men's football team, this popularity is still far behind the national football team. No way, women's football is like that. Ha ha, yes, women's football, it doesn't seem to be taken seriously now. But don't forget, the 4th Women's World Cup will be launched in the United States in more than a month, and there will definitely be a wave of women's football fever at that time. I think at this time, investing in women's football will gain more popularity and achievements than men's football. Moreover, if the Chinese women's football team makes a breakthrough in the US Women's Football World Cup and wins the championship, then in the next few years, women's football will become the new hottest in China. Lin Feng said with a smile. When Yu Hao heard it, his eyes lit up. Although women's football is far inferior to men's football in all aspects, as Lin Feng said, if the women's football wins the World Cup this time, it will set off a women's football fever in the next few years. This is the case in China, and the enthusiasm for the championship exceeds all. But any project, as long as it can win the World Championship, it will set off an upsurge in that project, especially women's football team projects. The Chinese women's football team has never been involved in a World Championship. The best result is also runner-up, and the enemy is the United States. But the premise is, can women's football win the World Championship? In addition, can Lin Feng invest in this women's football team to achieve sufficient political performance? Yu Hao had to consider these points. Lin Feng is naturally aware of Yu Hao's concerns. But for all this, Lin Feng had already planned. Rest assured, although I cannot guarantee that the women's football team will win the Women's World Cup this time, it will definitely cause a sensation. These days, I can contact the Football Association to arrange for the women's football team to play a warm-up match with my Tottenham Hotspur. I think this is enough to cause a sensation. As for the team to be established, I expect to prepare a few world-famous players with high salaries and sponsor the Women's Football League. I believe that such a performance is enough. Lin Feng said confidently. Scare. Yu Hao and others were taken aback. Let the women's national team play a warm-up match against Lam Feng's Tottenham Hotspur, which can be said to be a very grand event in Chinese football. Don't forget, Lam Feng's Tottenham Hotspur just spent $348 million in the summer and won the second World Cup with a luxurious lineup and shining stars. If the women's national team can play a warm-up match with it, this will definitely help boost the popularity of Chinese women's football. The popularity of the Chinese women's football team has increased, and the women's football team invested by Natural Forest Wind can also reap benefits. After that, according to Lin Feng, if Lin Feng spends money to hire a few world-renowned female football stars, the team's exposure will be even higher. Moreover, Lin Feng also intends to sponsor the Women's Football League, which is even more of a gimmick. Lin Feng is the richest man in the world. If he sponsors the Women's Football League, the effect will be greater. The richest man in the world, this name is an immeasurable wealth. Ha ha, Brother Lin. as far as you are concerned. As for the Football Association, we will solve it, so you don't need to run. You only need to prepare funds and related communication. How I made a decisive decision and immediately decided on this matter. Originally, because of their connections and status, they wanted to communicate with the leaders of the Football Association. On the contrary, although Lin Feng has nothing to do with the officials of the Football Association, he has a good relationship with the General Administration of Sports. Let Lin Feng and the General Administration of Sports lay a certain foundation. This time, Lam Feng proposed to sponsor the Women's Football League and is willing to let the Women's Football and Tottenham Hotspur play a friendly match, which is a great thing for the General Administration of Sports. Will not refuse, only agree. After all, the women's football results have come out, which is good for everyone. However, Yu Hao and others didn't want to owe Lin Feng King too much. Although they extended a community of interests, if everything depended on Lin Feng for everything, then they would be too incompetent. At that time, this community of interests will exist in name only. Therefore, although it was difficult and more troublesome this time, Yu Hao and others also decided to get through the relationship by themselves, and only let Lin Feng pay the money. Lin Feng smiled. Since they were willing to do this, Lin Feng would naturally not fight. What's more, this communication between the top and bottom can also make Yu Hao and others make a face with other officials. If you go back and forth, you will naturally get acquainted with each other. If you get acquainted with each other, then you will be friends. If you are friends, you should help each other. Subsequently, Lin Feng and the Chu City Sports Committee jointly announced the establishment of the Chu City Second Women's Football Club. At the meeting, Lin Feng announced in a high profile that he would invest 100 million yuan in the Women's Football Club in the early stage and announced that he would invite well-known female players from all over the world come to China to play football. This remark immediately caused an uproar. Before Lin Feng invested in Tottenham Hotspur, many domestic fans and officials have publicly or privately called on Lin Feng to invest in the Chinese Men's Football League and establish a football club in China to save Chinese football. In the eyes of everyone, with Lin Feng's financial resources and current power, this club can definitely improve the level of Chinese football. However, Lin Feng has always turned a deaf ear to him and ignored him at all. Occasionally, I am pressed by reporters, and I will only confide in one sentence and then consider. Lin Feng's attitude towards the Chinese men's football made everyone frustrated. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly announced the formation of a women's football club, and invested 100 million yuan, and it is still in the early stage, and will continue to invest in the future. This surprised many, but also a little bit dumbfounded. Lin Feng is willing to invest in women's football, which is a good thing for all Chinese people. After all, the results of women's football are here, far better than men's. It is also the only football game in China that can medal in the World Championship. Men's football wants to get involved in the championship. Some people have said Buddha, cry. The Buddha was crying. Obviously, the Chinese men's football team wants to get involved in the World Championship. At least it is much more difficult than Tang Seng's access to the Western classics. Tang Seng has gone through 9 tiny inundation and difficulties in taking the West from the West, and now the Chinese men's football team is still lacking. Someone has calculated according to this logic that the Chinese men's football team wants to win the World Championship at least in 3964. Now, just 2003. Although the national football team is not upbeat, but domestic fans are always unable to stop it. Although hating iron is not a steel, as long as there is a national football game, everyone still has to pay attention to it. Of course, it is only a heartbreak in the end. Therefore, the only hope of many fans is pinned on Lin Feng, this miraculous super young world's richest man. Only this person can change the status quo of Chinese men's football. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng is now investing in women's football and forming a women's football club. Isn't this playing the face of Chinese men's football? Lin Feng would rather invest in women's football than in men's football if he is rich. And making many fans even more dumbfounded, Lin Feng announced that his Phantom Technology will invest 100 million yuan to name the Women's Football League next season, and the contract is for 3 years, with a total sponsorship of up to 300 million yuan. This year, the cost of Siemens' naming of the A-League is only $8 million, far less than Lin Feng's 100 million yuan sponsorship fee. At the same time, Lin Feng also reached an agreement with the General Administration of Sports that all the money he sponsored should be used to improve the environment of the women's football clubs and not to supplement the men's football. Otherwise, Lin Feng will immediately withdraw the investment, and Lin Feng has the right to cancel the remaining tour contract. Lin Feng's move was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the men's football, and even the Football Association was slapped in the face. Women's football has always been a weak point. Both sponsorship and treatment are far from being compared with men's football. As a result, when Lin Feng made his move, the treatment of women's football immediately increased. Although in terms of personal treatment, it is far from being compared with men's football, but it's far better than before. And now the degree of attention in the country has also begun to slowly catch up with men's football. At this time, Lin Feng's next action came again. This move, even more so that the Football Association, including the men's football top and bottom face dull. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 822 Why? Chu City Government Press Conference Hall. For a long time, Yuhao hasn't seen so many reporters appearing in Chu City. Today, reporters from all over the country have gathered here, and even many overseas reporters have flown over here just to attend today's press conference. Celebrity effect. Secretary Yuhao had to sigh. With so many reporters attending today's press conference today, it is natural not to give face to the Chu City government, but to give face to Lin Feng, the protagonist of today's press conference. In the past 2 days, when Lin Feng returned to Chu City, many reporters did not follow him. After all, when Lin Feng returned to Chu City, he might be to inspect the legendary main park or go home to visit relatives. After all, Lin Feng is not a celebrity, and many reporters are not interested in reporting everything. Readers would not like to watch Lin Feng's life. Trivial things. What readers love to watch is gossip, the world's best news. For example, the love triangle between Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne, and Lizzo. After many reporters neglected for these 2 days, Lin Feng first announced the establishment of a women's football club in Chu City, which is a women's football club. When he learned that Lin Feng was preparing to establish a women's football club in Chu City, many reporters were frustrated. This is incredible. How could Lin Feng invest in women's football? While many reporters were looking at them, Lin Feng's Phantom Technology invested another 100 million yuan to sponsor the Women's Football League, surpassing the championship rights of the Chinese Men's Football League. This is the first time that the sponsorship of the Women's Football League exceeds that of the Men's Football League. In just 2 days, Lin Feng made such a big move, which made many reporters regret. For these 2 such sensational news events, reporters from all over the world could only refer to the content written by reporters in Chu City, and added a little bit of enthusiasm, making it difficult for many reporters who claim to be big newspapers to be extremely difficult. Therefore, today when I heard that Lin Feng held a press conference again, he immediately moved to Chu City after hearing the wind. Looking at the many reporters in the audience, Lin Feng also secretly smirked. Originally, Lin Feng should return to Shanghai for this press conference. However, Lin Feng turned to think about it. These reporters were very upset because they did not attend the previous 2 events. Many reporters flew to Chu City and blocked the forest wind everywhere, hoping to ask Zichu Yinmao. In this case, Lin Feng had a woman decided to hold a press conference in Chu City. With his popularity and the psychology of these reporters desperate for news, Lin Feng believes that many reporters will definitely attend this press conference. At that time, after the press conference is over, Lin Feng will order people to give each person a ticket to the legendary main park. Lin Feng believes that these reporters will definitely go to play, and maybe give him a free promotion at that time. Legendary theme park. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled. Many reporters in the audience sweated from their vests, and felt that they seemed to be stared at by something dangerous and there was no escape. Everyone, you are very welcome to travel all the way to Chu City. In order to thank you for your hospitality, I once again provide all reporters with a free ticket to the legendary main park. I hope everyone can have fun in it. Lin the Wind said with a smile. Numerous reporters were taken aback. They didn't expect that before the press conference started, everyone would get a ticket to the legendary theme park. They looked at each other and expressed their deep admiration for Lin Feng. Every time they attend Lin Feng's press conference, they basically have free fast food to eat every time. Although these fast foods don't cost Lin Feng much, for many reporters, it is really an act of personal posting. Nowadays, tickets are also sent, so many reporters really don't know what to say. In short, Lin Feng is an off buddy. Of course, savvy reporters naturally guessed Lin Feng's move, and hoped that they would report more about the legendary theme park related news, and also explained that the news that Lin Feng will promote in the future must be very exciting. I hope that many reporters will report more. For many reporters, such things are naturally willing to exchange with each other. Anyway, it's just a handy thing, and it's not a big deal. Besides, a good relationship with Lin Feng is of great benefit to every newspaper who made Lin Feng a natural news figure. Even a small incident like visiting relatives in Chu City can make such a big noise. After accepting Lin Feng's ticket, many reporters thumped, and Lin Feng will announce what kind of breaking news will come out. Everyone, I just reached an agreement with the General Administration of Sports. This women's national team will play a warm-up match with my own Tottenham Hotspur. Of course, this warm-up match will be broadcast live on CCTV and CSPN! Lin Feng said with a smile. Wow! All reporters were in an uproar. The Chinese women's football team and Lam Feng's Tottenham Hotspur had a warm-up match. This news is really breaking news. Think about the lineup of Tottenham Hotspur, it's gorgeous. This summer, Lin Feng spent a full $348 million lineup. The center has a strong center like Drogba, Robben, and the little-known Ronaldo, Messi and others. And the midfielder has a heartthrob Beckham, Ham, Deco, Beast Davis and others. Cannavaro's partner Carvalho on the back line, and Sek. Such a lineup is not polite to say. They are all top in the world. Although it has not yet passed the test of the real competition, the media from various countries are generally optimistic about Lam Feng's Tottenham Hotspur, Suleiman's West Ham United, and Abramovich's Chelsea, comparing them with Manchester United and Real Madrid. It is not surprising how such a luxurious team actually competed against the Chinese women's national team. What's more, this is women's football. It is a gimmick for women's football to compete with one of the strongest teams in men's football clubs in the world today. At the moment, many reporters are excited. This news is too hot. Too hot. This is probably the first time in the history of world football one of the best football teams in the world competes with a women's football team on the same field, which is unprecedented in history. Mr. Lin, will Beckham play? Will the Chinese women's football girls play football or watch people? Mr. Lin, will Drogba play? He is so strong. Can the Chinese girls' defense stand it? Mr. Lin, will Davis play? He is known for his fierce defense in the midfield. Will he be merciful this time? Many reporters questioned one after another. This news is too hot, and it makes many reporters tremble with excitement in their hearts. Think about so many superstars competing with the girls of the Chinese women's football team in the same green field. There are too many stories in the middle. And there are too many stories to discover. Think of the strong body like a little calf, galloping on the back of the Chinese women's football girl, the brutal Davis defense in the midfield, and Beckham's handsome face that makes all men jealous. There are so many things to watch in this game. Faced with the microphones held high by many reporters, Lin Feng smiled. Everyone, As to whether David Beckham, Drogba and others will play, it is up to the head coach Mourinho to decide. But the only thing I can guarantee is that this warm-up match will be played by Tottenham Hotspur. Will send the main players to play, and this is a semi-warm-up, semi-ching game to test the Chinese women's football, so my team will never release water. Lin Feng announced with a smile. Wow! Do your best to play the main players, and never release water. So what will be the final score? Many reporters were surprised and began to calculate the strength of both sides silently. With such a calculation, many reporters felt that their brains were numb. I'm afraid it will score a super high score. But if this happens, will this warm-up match and teaching match completely destroy the confidence of women's football girls? Just when many reporters were about to ask Lin Feng again, Lin Feng had already announced the end of the press conference and got up and left. Looking at the back of Lin Feng, many reporters, while regretting, spread this hot news to the outside world for the first time. However, when many reporters were excited and shocked, they forgot a very, very important thing. Lin Feng was talking about reaching an agreement with the General Administration of Sports. However, the women's football is under the Chinese Football Association, which is under the Chinese General Administration of Sports. But Lin Feng directly contacted the General Administration of Sports, which is ultra-vires, and there are many stories in it. However, many journalists who were excited have forgotten the most important news at this press conference. All were attracted by the warm-up match between Lin Feng's Tottenham Hotspur and the Chinese women's football team. It was not until what happened a long time later that shocked many reporters. After a famous reporter accidentally played back the recording of this press conference, he unexpectedly discovered that everything had an early warning. For the first time, the global football is circulating. Lin Feng's Tottenham Hotspur will have a warm-up teaching match with the Chinese women's football news. For this news abroad, in addition to the faint worries of many women's football coaches participating in the US Women's World Cup, for other coaches, they just think this warm-up teaching match is really ridiculous. How can women's football compete with men's football, especially one of the best football clubs in the world? Even more shocking is that the club's midfield and front court are hoarding the most brutal players on the men's football field, Drogba and Davis. In the eyes of many club coaches, the brute force of these two men is incomparable to the girls of the entire Chinese women's football team. What's more, Tottenham Hotspur also has a super heartthrob Beckham, as well as the young player Kaka, also not handsome. As for Ronaldo, Cannavaro is also a charming handsome guy. How do the women's football girls play with these people on the court? I am afraid it will be a ridiculous and boring game. Many men's football coaches shook their heads in disdain. Compared with the disdain of many men's football coaches, it is a huge event for Chinese fans. The Chinese women's football team and Lin Feng's Tottenham Hotspur match. This is really worth seeing. This is far more worth seeing than the Chinese men's football and Tottenham Hotspur game. The silly birds of men's football play, either kicking people or being stupid, not as good as the women's football girls. Men's and women's battles, mixed competitions, this is so worth seeing. However, in contrast to the expectations of Chinese fans for this game, the Football Association has quit. Why? Why does Tottenham Hotspur play against the women's football team? You should also play with the men's football to warm up. No, absolutely can't do this. This is not compliant. Football Association officials are reluctant. Sorry, the update has been unstable these days. Alas, a lot of things have happened, which made me feel frustrated, angry, even a little hysterical, a little decadent, a little frustrated, and a little tangled and helpless. Life. Really, this is an extremely profound lesson. I will strive to resume normal updates as soon as possible. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. The 823rd chapter Shield? Lam Feng let the women's football girls play against his own Tottenham Hotspur, which is an interesting thing for domestic fans. Although it looks a bit silly, now women's football, like tennis and other competitions, is developing like a man. For example, the Brazilian women's football team has a very masculine style. Strength, speed, and technique are all very masculine. There is also the German women's football team. If it weren't for the obvious difference between women and men, I am afraid that this is a women's national football team. From this perspective, it is reasonable for the Chinese women's football team to play a warm-up teaching match with Tottenham Hotspur. After all, the results of the Chinese women's football team have not been good in the past 2 years, and they just won an Asian championship. But now the powerhouses of women's football are in Europe and the United States, and Europe and the United States are moving closer together like a man. If you go to the United States unprepared in this way, I'm afraid you will lose miserably. Although Lin Feng arranged this warm-up teaching match between the Chinese women's football team and his own Tottenham Hotspur, it has its merits. But the officials of the Football Association quit. Men's football is the world's #1 sport. Why can women's football compete with Tottenham Hotspur, but men's football can't? What makes the Football Association even more frustrated is that this warm-up match between the Chinese women's football and Tottenham Hotspur should have belonged to the Football Association's jurisdiction. As a result, Lin Feng did not have the Birds Football Association at all, and directly bypassed the Football Association and the country. The General Administration of Sports reached an agreement. This is really bullying. In addition, Lam Feng sponsored the Women's Football League before, and he brazenly put out 100 million yuan, which made the Football Association happy. How much money can a Women's Football League use? The excess money is just to fill the national football team. As a result, Lin Feng has reached an agreement with the General Administration of Sports that the money must be used for the development of the Women's Football League. This made the Football Association extremely annoyed and unbearable. Yan Shijuo decided to find an organization with a grievance. Yan Shijuo, vice chairman of the Football Association, approached the General Administration of Sports and asked for an explanation. Deputy Wang, regarding the warm-up match between the Chinese women's football team and Tottenham Hotspur, I discussed it with some comrades in the Football Association that it was not appropriate. Although Yan Shijuo came angrily when he came, he went to the State Sports General Administration to take charge of it. After the office of Wang Deputy Bureau of the Football Association, all tempers receded immediately and said each word carefully. Oh, Director Yan Shijuo is also the director of the Football Management Center of the State Sports General Administration. What do you think is wrong? Deputy Director Wang said with a deep fox smile. Wang Deputy Game, it's very simple. How can women's football play against men's football? And it's the Tottenham Hotspur team of the Premier League. As we all know, the Premier League is brutal and rude, and Tottenham Hotspur team has representatives of barbaric players Davis and Drogba. What if the women's football girls play a warm-up match with Tottenham Hotspur and get injured? How can they play in the US Women's World Cup in September? Yan Shijuo said worriedly. Oh, I wonder if Director Yan has any good suggestions. Want to give up? Wang Deputy Bureau asked with a smile. Well, this. Yan Shijuo narrowed his eyes, and there was a play in his heart. Deputy Wang, after discussion with our football team, we feel that this warm-up match is a very rare opportunity. After all, Tottenham Hotspur is now one of the strongest football clubs in the world, and it is no better than some European and American football powers. China's national team is weak. So, it's a waste of opportunity to give up that. I personally suggest that it is better to arrange for the Chinese national football team and Tottenham Hotspur to play matches at the Workers' Stadium in Beijing. This will increase the national team's actual combat experience. It can also stimulate the football market and satisfy the Chinese fans' desire to witness the superstars with their own eyes. I wonder what you think? Yan Shijuo said with discretion. After hearing this, Wang Deputy Bureau laughed, just drank tea and ignored Yan Shijuo. Deputy Wang, what do you think? Yan Shijuo waited for a long time. Seeing that Deputy Bureau Wang was just drinking tea, he couldn't help asking questions. If the national football team and Tottenham Hotspur can play a warm-up match in Beijing, that would be great. Not only can it win over fans, but it can also stimulate fans. The key point is that tickets for this game can definitely be sold at a good price, which is a lot of money. Haha, Director Yan, I don't want to hide it from you, so I will tell you the truth. Wang Deputy Bureau put down the teacup, motioned Yan Shijuo to sit down. His expression straightened. When Lin Feng reached this agreement with us, he put forward a request, that is, this warm-up match is for the women's football to participate in the US Women's Football World Cup, and repeatedly asked that it must be against the women's football. If it is replaced by men's football, Tottenham Hotspur will definitely not play. And one more thing, this warm-up match will only be played in London, Tottenham Hotspur's home game. Wang Deputy Bureau said seriously. Yan Shijuo was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to have this request. Lin Feng's request is tantamount to blocking all the plans that their football association officials came up with after convening an emergency meeting for discussion. Deputy Bureau Wang, Lin Feng is a bit too ... That's it. And to arrange women's football matches, you should first find our football association, and in the end, you can directly contact the General Administration of Sports. Isn't this ignoring our football association? And it undermines the normality of the national department. It works, Yan Shijuo said helplessly, hoping Wang Deputy Bureau could ease it. Deputy Wang shook his head helplessly. Director Yan, I hope you understand a little bit. Tottenham Hotspur belongs to Lam Feng's private team. Whether to participate or how to participate is entirely Lam Feng's wishes. Also, although his action this time bypassed the Football Association, contacting the General Administration directly, the procedure is indeed a bit unruly. However, he is a businessman, not a cadre in the state system, and is not subject to our system. Deputy Bureau Wang nodded. Yan Shijuo. Indeed. What Yan Shijuo said is very reasonable. Lin Feng's move was a bit out of compliance, but who made Lin Feng a businessman and the richest man in the world? It's not that Wang Deputy Bureau is self-deprecating. To be honest, Lin Feng really wants to stand up. The cadres of the sports department, really have nothing to do with Lin Feng. It is rumored that Lin Feng is a person who can directly reach the heaven, and there are people on it. In addition, Lin Feng, the world's richest man, also holds the title of Sir of the Order of the British Empire, and he is only 23 years old. In the future ... The future, Wang Deputy has no idea how to describe Lin Feng's future. In short, the evaluation of Lin Feng from people who met through Wang Deputy Bureau, as long as Lin Feng does not treason or do anything harmful to the country's interests, usually small things will never affect Lin Feng. In this case, if Lin Feng bypassed the Football Association and the General Administration of Sports to negotiate, it would not count at all. Not to mention bypassing the Football Association, Lin Feng directly talks with the Director of the General Administration of Sports, and he is qualified. Yan Shijuo is also a human spirit, so why can't he hear the meaning of Wang Deputy's words? There was a whisper in his heart, but Lin Feng is now wearing the halo of the world's richest man. He really has no choice but to take Lin Feng. Then, Deputy Bureau Wang, can you communicate with Lin Feng so that the men's football team can also play a game with Tottenham Hotspur? Yan Shijuo retreated and said. Deputy Bureau Wang nodded. This is something that can be considered. After all, it is always good for Chinese football. Of course, Wang Deputy Bureau will not make this call. It was Yan Shijuo who played it himself. Wang Deputy could hear his disdain for the Football Association from Lin Feng's tone. He was going to ask Lin Feng, in case Lin Feng said something yin and yang, where would his old face go? After getting Lin Feng's number, Yan Shijuo couldn't wait to return to the office, and after hesitating for a while, he dialed Lin Feng's number. Hey, is it Mr. Lin? Hello, I am Yan Shijuo, the full-time vice chairman of the Football Association. Yan Shijuo introduced himself. Lin Feng received a call from Yan Shijuo and was taken aback. but after another thought he understood why Yan Shijuo was calling. Smile contemptuously. What's wrong, Vice Chairman Yan? May I ask what's the matter? I'm really busy, with hundreds of thousands up and down in a second. There is no time to delay. Lin Feng looked at his watch with a look of impatience. On the other end of the phone, Yan Shijuo bit his angry steel teeth. He had never been humiliated in this way before. This Lin Feng was really hateful. To tease him like this, ignore him like this. He is also a full-time vice chairman of the Football Association anyway. But thinking of Wang Deputy Bureau's words, Lin Feng is a businessman, or the world's richest man, and is not restricted by their system. Moreover, they simply did not have the confidence to negotiate terms with Lin Feng. Lam Feng's sports industry is mainly the Houston Rockets and Tottenham Hotspur, and these two are all overseas without exception, and are no longer domestic at all. As for the women's football club in Chu City that Lin Feng just invested in, it doesn't hurt at all for Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng directly contacted the General Administration of Sports, and Yan Shijuo really had to hesitate if he wanted to start. After taking a few deep breaths, Yan Shijuo kept his tone as calm as possible. Mr. Lin, I know you are busy. Yan Shijuo said, almost gritted his teeth. Don't mention the hate in his heart, so I just want to interrupt you for a while, and I want to discuss something with you. Vice Chairman Yan, then I will give you 1 minute. Lin Feng looked at his watch and said in a very cold tone, asshole, bastard. Yan Shijuo's curse almost blurted out, when he was humiliated in this way, and when the conversation was actually calculated by time. Hey! Yan Shijuo hung up the phone in a hurry. A scholar can be killed, not humiliated. He is also a dignified state cadre anyway, and he cannot be humiliated in this way. Lin Feng smiled contemptuously when he heard the blind tone coming from the phone. These people are self-righteous. Meetings have always been long talks and nonsense. Within the system, this is normal. In the business world, this is a waste of time, and a waste of time is a waste of money and a waste of life. Lin Feng's small punishment to Yan Shijuo can be regarded as an outlet for hundreds of millions of Chinese fans. Chinese football, under the leadership of this guy, has gone into the abyss. Hundreds of millions of Chinese football fans have burst into tears after hearing about Chinese football. Many people vowed never to watch the national football game again. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Although he made a mockery of Yan Shijuo, he was not good for the future of Chinese football. But think about it carefully, this problem is hard to come back to, but it's not something you can do by yourself. Unless the entire Football Association changes its team. After thinking about it, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. This incident is even more unlikely to happen. At this time, Lin Feng received a call from Marino. Lin, what do you think? How to arrange the women's football and the team to play? This is too ridiculous. I will never agree to the team and the Chinese women's football game. If you have to arrange the game, yes, I will resign immediately. This is ridiculous. Marino bluntly rebuked. For Marino's rebuke, Lin Feng had been prepared. As for his tone, Lin Feng didn't care. Marino is such a coach with character. If he is to give in to the boss, it is not Marino. As for Marino's threat, Lin Feng had already prepared and had a countermeasure. Marino does have a personality, like a peerless sword with a sharp edge, but he has a nemesis, Algra. It's like this, Jose, Algra. In my case, when she came to me, she used bad words to criticize my team's strength, saying why not take advantage of men's innate strength and speed. Even the women's football can't compare to it. Any Chinese women's football team can win my team. Lin Feng pulled out the banner of Algra. What? She said my team is not as good as women's football. Marino jumped 3 feet high. He doesn't know what's wrong. Anyway, he and Algra are not on the right path. Although he knows that the other party is a little girl, that is, a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. He can be his father, so he should ignore Algra. Childish, angry remarks, but Marino doesn't know what's wrong with him. Anyway, he is upset. He must be true to Algra. Hearing Mourinho's 8-tone voice immediately, Lin Feng was secretly funny. As expected, Mourinho and Algra really did not agree with each other, and they were born with a wrong character. It is really hard for outsiders to understand why Mourinho and Algra are so disagreeable, or some gossips will guess what is ambiguous between the two, and they are enemies of vindictiveness. But in Lin Feng's view, what really made the two of them incompatible was the inherent identity gap. Algra is from a famous family, noble and indispensable, and the team he supports is the European giant AC Milan. There is often a kind of domineering between the tone and demeanor, and does not put other teams and coaches in the eyes. Mourinho, it can be said that he was extremely defeated in his player era. Later, he became an interpreter and then an assistant coach. The journey was extremely difficult. The outside world has always been poorly evaluated. Even if he led the team to win the European Championship, he was not well received. Therefore, in this case, meeting between two people is often like Mars hitting the Earth. The attitude of Algra's superiority everywhere, coupled with the open mouth of AC Milan, really upset the civilian coach like Mourinho. Lin, you tell Algra, I will let her see how my team defeats the women's football team without using men's physical advantages. Mourinho said indignantly, actually laughed at his team for not winning the women's football, which made Mourinho's head go wrong. Lin Feng smiled upon hearing this. Mourinho's biggest trouble in this warm-up match is solved, and Mourinho does not take advantage of men's innate physical advantages to compete with the Chinese women's football team, which truly meets the purpose of the warm-up teaching game. Otherwise, under the rush of people like Drogba, this game would be meaningless. Drobano rushed up, and ordinary male defenders were unable to defend, not to mention these female players. After thinking about it, Lin Feng returned to Shanghai. This time I went to Chu City, accidentally set up a women's football club, also named the Women's Football League, planned a warm-up teaching match between the Chinese women's football and Tottenham Hotspur. In Lin Feng's opinion, it is a bit noisy, but it is just a subsidy. Chinese women's football career. After all, compared with men's football, women's football is still the most likely to defend the dignity of the Chinese in football. Otherwise, a country with a magnificent population of 1.3 billion would not be able to elect 11 players to compete, which is really ridiculous. Think of South Korea. Japan has repeatedly appeared on the World Cup stage, but China can only sigh. In 2002, the first millennium also coincided with Japan and South Korea hosting the World Cup at the same time. Coupled with Zhang Guilong's magical signing, China finally avoided Saudi Arabia and Iran and fortunately entered the World Cup for the first time. In this situation, the men's football is weak, and can only hope to match the women's football girl. Lin Feng can only use his own funds on women's football, so there is some hope. Just after returning to the villa, Lin Feng was preparing to make a call from the ward Lizu, and then went to the United States. One is to solve Avril Lavigne, and the other is to take a look at his own Tottenham Hotspur. By the way, at the same time, Lin Feng also wrote the script of the American drama Hero, but for Hero, Lin Feng was the most impressed only in the first season. As for the next 3 seasons, they were really not so good, and Lin Feng also watched less, but he'll talk about the first season first. Unexpectedly, just after Lin Feng finished greeting Lizu, Algra snatched it out. Lin, you are good. Use my name to restrain Mourinho. You are good, Algra said with a hum. It turned out that after Lin Feng and Mourinho hung up the phone, Mourinho, who was not as angry as the women's team by Algra, gave Algra a war letter and let it come. I went to Tottenham Hotspur's White Deer Alley to watch the game and see how he did not use the man's innate physical advantage to defeat the Chinese women's football team and defend the dignity of men's football. At first, Algra was still stunned by Mourinho, and he was puzzled for a long time. No matter how arrogant Algra is, he grew up watching football. The gap between women's football and men's football is very clear, and I would never say this. Finally, I heard that Lin Feng said, Algra immediately understood what Lin Feng's idea was. Maurino is too individual. If you want to get along with him, you must have a lubricant in the middle. Obviously, I was regarded by Lin Feng as this lubricant. No, maybe it was the common enemy of the two. Think of this, how sulky Algra. But when I think about it carefully, Lin Feng owes himself this time. Just a small threat to Lin Feng. This kind of handle is rare. I met, but I can't miss it. Algra grunted. Yin and Yang looked at Lin Feng strangely. Lin Feng was immediately embarrassed. He didn't expect Maurino to be so impulsive and directly give Algra a war book, but considering Maurino's consistent response, this behavior is quite normal. That. Lin Feng was speechless. It's very simple. This time you used me as a shield and caused me to be scolded by Maurino. You owe me, right? Algra said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. That's okay. This time I'm going to the United States. You let me sign your star Avril. Algra Yinian said. What? Lin Feng was startled. This ... isn't it messy? There is only this chapter today, and the normal update can be resumed tomorrow. Although I have said this many times, I feel a little shameless. However, things finally have a result today. Whether it is good or bad, or over. Do you regret it? It's not important anymore. What's important is that each other should start anew tomorrow. Here, I really thank you for your continued support and encouragement. Thank you. To be continued. If you want to know what happened, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 824 The Little Secret Between Two People. Algra was about to sign Avril Lavigne, which made Lin Feng speechless for a long time in shock. Algra, you ... No. Lin Feng gestured his forehead with his hands, meaning that Versace didn't burn his brain. Versace belongs to the Italian luxury brand, taking the route of luxury, wealth and nobility. Avril Lavigne, on the other hand, is street style, and she often wears more casually. Denim plus shirt is Avril Lavigne's most common clothing. In Lin Feng's view, Avril Lavigne and Versace are absolutely unmatched. Lin, we at Versace are now facing a major crisis. My mother and I decided to reform and expand the scope of Versace. From the past noble and luxurious style, we have led to the freedom of personality, simple but casual simplicity and luxury. And at this point, I agree with my mother that Avril Lavigne is very suitable for our new requirements. Although her appearance is not so beautiful, she is very individual, which is in line with the simple style of our new Versace personality. As for popularity, you are not prepared this time. Show love to Avril Lavigne to the public. I think in the future, her fame will definitely be unique in the world. Algra's faint tone contained an inexplicable smell of gunpowder. Lisa's expression changed when she heard it. She told Algra that she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Although she agreed, she still felt very depressed, so she told Algra that she hoped she could help share her thoughts. Depressed feelings. Unexpectedly, Algra spoke out in front of Lin Feng, which made Lisa extremely nervous, afraid that Lin Feng would blame her for it. Lin Feng frowned when he heard it, but Algra knew that he was about to go to the United States to show love to Avril Lavigne. Obviously, this news was learned from Lisa. Looking at the nervous Lisa, Lin Feng smiled slightly to relieve him. Regarding Lisa's telling Algra about this matter, Lin Feng was slightly unhappy, but sooner or later the whole world knew about it, and there was nothing to blame or hide. It's just that when these words came out of Algra, Lin Feng felt that there was a bit of taste in it. Algra, are you really sure that Avril Lavigne is suitable? Lin Feng, she asked. Although Lin Feng faintly feels that there seems to be some conspiracy in this, if Avril Lavigne can really sign Versace, the popularity and positive evaluation of Avril Lavigne will increase a lot. At the same time, this is also a kind of affirmation for Avril Lavigne, a mainstream culture. Sure. HMPH, we at Versace always have our unique vision in doing things, and we have never missed it, Algra said with great pride. Lin Feng thought for a while, and said nothing more. If you want to go, go. Anyway, your own special plane is so big, it doesn't matter if you have one more person, and there are multiple companions during the journey. Lin Feng can also discuss with him the possibility of deeper cooperation with Versace. After bidding farewell to Lisa and others, Lin Feng and Algra embarked on a special plane to Houston. Before leaving, Algra secretly pulled Lisa into the bedroom. "Zoo, don't worry. HMPH, that woman is nothing great, isn't she just a little star? I'll help you vent your anger this time. Wait until she signs with Versace, and see how I can help you out," Jiro whispered triumphantly. Lisa's eyes widened. She didn't expect Algra to sign Avril Lavigne to help her out. Seeing Algra with a smug look on his face, Lisa was anxious. "Algra, is this okay?" Lisa looked terrified. Although she is jealous, the relationship between Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne is firmly established. She just commits a small problem that all women commit. But Lisa is very kind-hearted. Although she feels uncomfortable, she didn't want to use this to fix Avril. And this also involves Algra and Versace. It would be bad if Algra deliberately rectified Avril just to help her vent her anger and affect the status of Versace and Algra. Algra could see through Lisa's thoughts at a glance. Compared to the environment where he is always relatively simple under the protection of Lin Feng, Lisa's environment has always been very simple and simple. His mind is also very simple, and Algra has been trained by the head of the future Versace empire. Although his age much younger than Lisa, but more mature than Lisa, and there are more accidents. Relax, Zoo. This signing of Avril Lavigne is also because she really fits the image of the simple style that Versace is preparing to launch, and her popularity is also unique. The world's richest man shows love in public. Great news. You know, there has never been the richest man in the world. Even a wealthy man with a net worth of more than 100 million has done such a thing. Humphrey, Lin Feng is really personal. Algra sighed. There was also a trace, envy and jealousy. Algra, although Lisa is innocent, women are sensitive, and he can also hear a little bit of jealousy in Algra's tone. "Okay, Zoo, I'll go first. Anyway, I'll help you out this time." After Avril Lavigne signs with Versace, I will specially design some awkward clothes for her to hold her back, Algra said triumphantly. Lisa looked at Algra's triumphant expression that was still prank like a little girl, and chuckled. Lin Feng naturally didn't know this little secret between Lisa and Algra. In the whistling sound of the aircraft engine, Lin Feng arrived in Houston in a blink of an eye. "Although I came this time mainly for Avril Lavigne, to coax this little punk princess who runs the company here for himself, but at the same time is a bit cute, and often makes many amazing deeds." But at present, Lin Feng does not have a particularly good idea. He can't really hold flowers and show his love in public. For ordinary people, it may be very normal. For the world's richest man, it is somewhat so embarrassing. Therefore, before coming up with a proper solution, Lin Feng went to his Houston first to see the current situation of his Houston Rockets. Although Lin Feng missed the NBA draft because he was busy with virtual life and the transfer of Tottenham Hotspur players, he can't miss it again this time. "Lin, if you go to the Houston Rockets, I will go shopping by myself first. I don't have a love for basketball." Algra is very disgusted with the NBA. She doesn't understand so many deformities in a lice. In Jira's eyes, people over 2 meters are considered deformed. Is it interesting for people to fight for a ball on the court? Especially, this kind of exercise is only suitable for tall people. Short people can't play at all. Unlike football, it can be played by people of all heights. It is a popular sport. Lin Feng ordered 2 bodyguards to follow Algra, and after protecting her safety, let her move freely. Then Lin Feng went to the Houston Rockets to see what kind of abnormal lineup his team has today. As soon as I arrived at the Wahaha Center in Houston, I heard bang and bang basketball landing sounds inside. Lin Feng looked at his watch and was slightly surprised. Now it's mid-August. Most NBA players are on vacation. How could there be a sound of training in the Wahaha Center? And from that one after another panting, it is obvious that there are still a lot of people on the court. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Feng walked in quickly. Turning a corner, Lin Feng was taken aback when he saw the red floor of the Houston Rockets home court. Looking at the crowded and sweaty players not far away, Lin Feng silently counted that there were 11 players sweating on the court. Jordan, Rodman, Yao Ming, Boozer, Billups, Prince, Hughes, Olajuwon are all the old players in Lin Feng's impression. Seeing that these old players do not rest on vacation, they still in this hard training, Lin Feng is proud of these players from the heart. According to NBA regulations, it's time for players to take a vacation. They will be on vacation until September. Only new players, those who are struggling to enter the squad roster, will now appear on the training ground and participate in various training sessions. In the Summer League, strive for a good performance. But these 8 people on the field, Jordan, Rodman and others are all big-name players. Yao Ming, Boozer, Blooms and others are also the future pillars of the team. They are all indispensable people for the team. There is no need to come back so early. But they are still here, cancelling 2 consecutive holidays to train hard to improve their strength, which can only be said that the professionalism and spirit of seeking honor of the 7 players on the field are touching. However, the absence of several other role players made Lin Feng somewhat regretful. Although those people have few chances to play, they are water fountain players almost all year round, but at this time, they should train as hard as the main players and strive to narrow the distance with the main players. Unfortunately, several role players are not there. But their mood is understandable. With Jordan's team, the vacation is usually very short. But it is always long and hard training without being able to play. For those role players, the heartbreak is also very big. People have a self-defeating psychology, especially when they fail to achieve their goals after working hard. They are more likely to abandon themselves. Those pure drinking fountain players did so, and it made sense. Lin Feng sighed slightly. As a result, I am afraid that these players will have no status in the new season. Especially this year there are several super newcomers. Thinking that his team holds the number 1 pick, the 2nd pick, and the number 27 pick, Lin Feng's heart is hot. When Lin Feng left Houston, it was fully authorized to Dawson and Morey. Unless they had a major disagreement and could not reconcile them, Lin Feng was required to ask for instructions. Otherwise, there is no need to ask Lin Feng for everything. According to the conclusion discussed by several people at the time, the number 1 pick is definitely to choose James. As for the 2nd place in the list, it is between Bosch and Wade. As for the number 27 pick, the best player among the remaining players is selected, regardless of his playing. What is the location? And finally on draft day, the Houston Rockets, under the jealous and hot gaze of all NBA team general managers and head coaches, the number 1 pick was no suspenseful choice. The strongest high school student in history, LeBron James. 2nd pick, Dwayne Wade was chosen. As for the 27th pick, Josh Howard was chosen. The outside world unanimously gave an A+ rating for the Houston Rockets selection on draft day. Of course, this draft is the year with the highest gold content since the 1996 Golden Generation. It is not difficult to get this kind of evaluation. In particular, the Houston Rockets have an unprecedented number of champions and 2nd picks. It is really not difficult to get an A+ rating. It should have been impossible for the Houston Rockets to get such a high score. After all, with the number 1 pick and the 2nd pick, some points will be deducted. However, the media and experts from all walks of life still give it an A+ score because this time the Houston Rockets thoroughly treated the team lineup makeup. The arrival of James completely filled the Houston Rockets' shortcomings in the small forward position. Although Prince played well last season and showed his strength on the defensive end, the offensive end was a weakness. And James, who is 2.03 meters tall and weighs 114 kilograms, is almost invincible at the small forward position. Looking at his muscles is daunting. As for Wade's choice, it seems to the outside world that he is ready to take Jordan's class. After Jordan retires in another 2 years, Wade will be the best choice for shooting guard. As for Josh Howard, the outside world is not very optimistic. This 23-year-old little old man. NBA teams usually prefer high school players, and European players after 4 years of university studies is not optimistic in the eyes of experts from all walks of life. But the joining of James and Wade has made the Houston Rockets very terrible, especially after 2 years, when Yao Ming, Boozer, James, Wade and others have fully grown up. This team will be extremely terrifying. You know, they play by the god of basketball Jordan, and they usually improve quickly, because Jordan is too harsh. Thinking of James, Wade and Howard, Lin Feng's heart was thrilled. Although I often witnessed the 3 men galloping on the court on TV before, but now the 3 people are in their own team and under their own command. The feeling is completely different. Lin Feng passed through Yao Ming and other old players and looked at the only 3 new faces on the court. Strong, so strong. James stands beside Yao Ming like an iron tower. Although his height is far less than Yao Ming, his body is much better than Yao Ming. You can never believe that this is the body of an 18-year-old high school student who has just graduated from high school. Bang! At this moment, it happens to be fighting for rebounds. Yao Ming and James vacated at the same time, but Yao Ming was hit by James in the air like this. When he landed, he staggered. Although he didn't fall, he covered his chest with his hands. Make an exaggerated expression of pain. Obviously, Yao Ming has suffered from James' body in the collision just now. As for Wade, Lin Feng witnessed with his own eyes why he was called the Flash. In today's Houston Rockets lineup, Jordan is the well-deserved first in defensive quality per unit time. But in the face of Wade, Jordan was just an oversight. Wade passed through him like a lightning, and then quickly scored a layup. Compared to James and Wade's explosive performance, Howard is much inferior. However, the performance is still quite satisfactory. Looking at the look of the coach Tom Janovich on the sidelines to guide the training, you know that in his heart, Howard is worth training. Hey, Lin, you are here. Jordan took advantage of the break and caught a glimpse of Lin Feng. Michael, I didn't expect you to work so hard. I am proud of my team to have you. These young players are really blessed, Lin Feng said with a smile. At this time, players rushed over. The remaining chapters may be in the early hours of the evening. I'm sorry, but I didn't expect it to be difficult to adjust my mood. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support authors, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 825. Everyone has a maximum salary. Houston Rockets players gathered around. Hello boss. Everyone said hello. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that he would still have such a high authority after not coming to the team for a long time, which is a bit unexpected. But it is no wonder that Lin Feng is the one who created this prospective champion team full of potential and full of future. And so young, even younger than most players on the field. More importantly, Lin Feng is still the world's richest man. Thinking about the name of the world's richest man, many players feel heavy, full of pressure and expectations. Okay, go to practice. Especially you 3 rookies. You want to become the official players of the team, but you have to work hard. After everyone said hello, Jordan rushed everyone back to continue training. Seeing everyone's expressions of admiration towards Jordan, Lin Feng thought from the heart how wise he made his original decision. Hiring Jordan from the Washington Wizards has greatly helped the Houston Rockets' popularity and business, but in Lin Feng's view, for the Houston Rockets team, Jordan's real help lies in daily training. With the existence of Jordan, the god of basketball, these players on the court who have almost watched Jordan play and grew up seeing their idols sweating like rain on the training ground will never be lazy. This has a significant effect on Yao Ming, Boozer and others, especially James, Wade and others who have just joined the team this year. Moreover, Jordan's leading by example has also set a model for many young players in what is a professional player, which has an immeasurable effect on everyone's future career. At the same time, it has also become an important reason for the official rise of the Houston Rockets and an everlasting giant in the league. Michael, Thank you." Lin Feng thanked him very sincerely. Setting up an example of professional players for these young players is really helpful to the team. Haha, Lin. I also thank you. Thank you for allowing me to experience the taste of youth and passion again in my twilight years, and for rekindling my desire for the championship and the desire for victory. Leading this group full of vigor, it's a great feeling for young people full of the future to play and fight for victory. Michael Jordan looked at James and others who were training hard on the court and sighed. 2 years ago, when he was in the Washington Wizards, he came back because he couldn't understand the players' laziness, lack of desire for victory, and indifference to failure. But he is old after all, and he can no longer carry the team forward alone like he did before. Originally, Jordan was going to work hard for another season to lead the Washington Wizards into the playoffs, and then retired permanently. However, the appearance of Lin Feng gave Jordan hope again, allowed Jordan to regain his desire for victory, and also equipped Jordan with a lineup sufficient to compete for the championship. Another 3 consecutive championships. This is what Jordan thinks now. Although difficult, but looking at the team lineup in front of him, Jordan believes that he can do it before he can't play the ball at all. Hey, boss. You are here. It just happened that we asked you to discuss something. Dawson and Maury learned that Lin Feng had arrived at the Houston Rockets arena and rushed over immediately. Hee, Michael, Yao Ming, I won't bother you in training. Come on, try to surprise everyone this season. After Lin Feng encouraged him, he followed Dawson and Maury into the office. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lin Feng asked. Boss, what do you think of the team's current atmosphere? Dawson walked to the window, watching the sweaty training of many players on the training ground downstairs, and asked, well, yes, all the players are full of enthusiasm for training, which is very helpful to improve the personal strength of the players, as well as the run-in in between the players. Lin Feng sighed. For all NBA players, the best time to truly improve is during the off-season. This time is usually the day when the players are on vacation, but if you want to break through in personal strength, you must sacrifice the precious vacation time of the off-season and devote yourself to full training. Training at this time will be aimed at the individual's own weaknesses. Otherwise, as soon as the regular season starts, the training at that time is mainly based on team skills and tactics. It is very difficult to improve personal strength. Boss, these players are very hardworking, and we are all touched by their fighting spirit. But boss, there are only 11 players on the court, and 4 substitute players are not present. Dawson sighed. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng naturally noticed this problem early in the morning, and he also guessed the reason for it. Boss, originally these 4 substitute players were almost excluded from the rotation, only to prevent injuries and garbage time to allow the main team to rest. But now these 4 substitutes have completely lost due to playing time, confidence, gave up training completely. This effect is very bad, and has repeatedly clashed with Jordan. So, Maury explained. So I fired all 4 of them, including the boss. You personally appointed the team's 3rd center as a substitute. Dawson said. Originally, Dawson was a little bit nervous about cutting off the 3rd reserve center appointed by Lin Feng. He was afraid that Lin Feng would reprimand him for not having a ward. After all, this was Lin Feng's direct line. But now it seems that Lin Feng clearly has no direct lineage in his heart, which also made Dawson relieved, and at the same time he respected Lin Feng a little bit more. After all, not every boss can be so generous with his appointed person who is suddenly laid off like this, and he doesn't know anything about it. This kind of boss, Dawson asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. These 4 players were so negligent in training and had a conflict with Jordan, and they should have been fired. Otherwise, it will destroy the atmosphere of the team too much, and even dare to challenge the boss of the team. This precedent will never be set. As for the center, although he was appointed by himself, he deserved to be cut for doing such a thing. But because of this, there are only 11 players left on the team, and apart from 3 more than 40-year-old Jordan, Rodman, and a larger one, there are only 8 left on the team. To be on the safe side, at least need to sign 23 people," Dawson said with a headache. Lin Feng nodded. "This is very reasonable." I don't know what Dawson needs to explain to himself. "I have fully authorized myself, boss. The trouble is that the total salary of our team is now approaching the luxury tax trigger point. According to my guess, there is about $1 million away from the luxury tax trigger point next season," Morey said calmly. "So, the boss, if you want to sign players again, you must pay the luxury tax. Because although the 4 players were laid off, the salary is still calculated within the team's salary cap this season." There was no problem. But now this problem has occurred, Dawson said rather helplessly. "In fact, the strength of these 4 substitutes is far from the main players and main substitutes, but they are not ambitions for the team, but they are needed. After all, the team has Rodman, Olajuwon, and Jordan, 3 senior players over 40 years old. If they get injured, someone must fill their vacancies. What's more, even if not injured, for the playoffs, the 3 people will attend at most 70 games in the regular season. At this time, the value of these 4 water dispenser players appeared. But the 4 were so negligent, and they also had a conflict with Jordan, so Dawson had to dismiss the 4 directly after weighing it repeatedly, in order to warn other young players in the team and form a deterrent to future substitute players. But the dismissal is a dismissal, and it also established the prestige of the team management and the absolute establishment of the boss of the Jordan team. However, without 4 players, the team will feel a little stretched in the future formation. Although there is no problem at the moment, what should we do in the future? What makes Dawson even more helpless is that if he invites more people, it will trigger the luxury tax floor. At that time, the fine was doubled. Luxury tax. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This is an NBA-only regulation created by the NBA to balance the strength of various teams. But it is also because of the luxury tax that the strengths of the teams can be closer, without causing a single team to dominate, and the situation of the league for hegemony for several years appears. Of course, it is not ruled out that some team owners are financially powerful and do not care about the issue of luxury taxes. But for Dawson, the luxury tax is a problem. After all, the previous boss, Alexander, hated paying luxury taxes the most. Whenever the team is about to touch the luxury tax, Alexander will always order Dawson to start trading to free up funds. Now the boss has been replaced by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, it is hard to say whether he is willing to pay the luxury tax. "Don't worry, as long as the team's strength improves, I don't care no matter how much luxury tax is paid," Lin Feng said, patting his chest. "Isn't it the luxury tax? I don't have money. What's more, as long as the team's record improves and can win the championship, paying a little luxury tax is really nothing, and all this money can be earned back." What's more, Lin Feng did not expect to make money from the Houston Rockets at all. What Lin Feng needs is the influence and popularity brought by the Houston Rockets to promote the development of other companies under his umbrella in the United States. This is what Lin Feng fancied. Lin Feng really didn't pay attention to the mere luxury tax. "Isn't it money? I don't lack money." Dawson, Morey, I'm here to assure you that as long as it is good for the team and can improve the team's strength, even if all players get the maximum salary, I am willing. Lin Feng utterly shocked the league. If Dawson and Morey listened and took a sharp breath, all players are willing to get a maximum salary, which is a huge expense. According to the current maximum salary contract, a player signs this year, and the maximum salary starts at $12.6 million, and based on 12 rotating players, it is $151 million. The trigger line for the luxury tax is $46.14 million. According to this figure, Lin Feng spent an extra $46.12 million in luxury tax while spending $151 million in sky-high wages. Counting wages is $197 million US, which is close to $200 million US a year. An NBA team's salary expenditure is close to $200 million US. which is absolutely unprecedented. And don't forget that these contracts will increase by 10.5% every year, and for every 10.5% increase in player wages, the team will have to pay 21% of their wages. This ratio is really terrible. Of course, it is impossible for all players on a team to get a maximum salary. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. However, with Lin Feng's heroic guarantee, Dawson and Morey began to make frequent moves. The Houston Rockets' shots also led to major changes in the entire NBA team. Move the whole body. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 826. The arms race begins. The Houston Rockets' new season lineup is strong. Center, Yao Ming, due to last season's Rookie of the Year award, as well as Olajuwon's further aging and injuries. Olajuwon has already taken the initiative to submit a proposal to head coach Tom Janovic to give up his main position in the summer. Olajuwon is very satisfied with the half of Yao Ming's disciple. He has the absolute strength and qualifications to play the main center position of the Houston Rockets. As for Olajuwon himself, as a backup center, it is still possible to play 1,015 minutes per game. Power forward. Although Rodman is 42 years old, his body is an alien, and he is still full of vitality, looking as if he is only 32 years old, not 42 years old. In particular, the fierce defense and fighting spirit he provided on the defensive end is far less than the second-year Boozer. But Boozer's offensive ability can give the team full vitality support during the bench time. Small forward. Prior to this, Prince was the only one. Although he could provide a certain amount of defense, he was powerless on offense. In addition, he could only surrender in the face of strong players. And the Houston Rockets have almost no qualified substitutes. But now with the strongest high school student in history, LeBron James, everything is different. LeBron James will make the Houston Rockets' small forward position the strongest in the league. And the newly signed rookie Josh Howard can also provide the team with enough bench support and immediate combat power. Shooting guard. Jordan is still the god of basketball, still is. Although his body is not as good as before, his keen insight into the situation on the basketball court, and the terrifyingly stable backward jumper is still the biggest lethal weapon on the court. In addition, Jordan, who has entered his 40s, has slowly changed his style of play. Instead of holding the ball too much, he has instead used his experience to move on the field, open up gaps, and create scoring opportunities for the team. Of course, the more important point is that as long as Jordan is on the court, the Houston Rockets' combat effectiveness will increase exponentially, whether it is offensive or defensive. All players are full of passion, high morale, and no slack. This is undoubtedly brought by Jordan. To a certain extent, Jordan is equivalent to the team's head coach on the court. As for the bench, there are Hughes and rookie Wade. Either of these two can bring immediate combat power to the team. In particular, Wade is a generally optimistic rookie, the three rookies that can be compared with James and Anthony this year. Point guard, Billups. Last season has shown everything that the core of a team's brain should have: calmness, tenacity, and terrible insight. It is also because of all that Billups has shown that Jordan is willing to surrender possession on the court, because Billups must be able to sort out the team's offense and defense. But the only trouble is that at the point guard, there is no substitute for this position since the firing of 4 lazy players. Obviously, this is absolutely not allowed in the new season. Therefore, the current focus of the Houston Rockets is to sign another qualified point guard as a substitute, and to find a center as a substitute and a power forward as a substitute. Among the 3 players, the most demanding is undoubtedly the point guard's substitute, who needs to be able to provide a certain amount of defense and assists when Billups is off the court. As for the center bench, as long as it can provide a little defensive strength when Olajuwon or Yao Ming is injured. As for the power forward position, in accordance with Rodman's physical condition and Boozer's growth rate, only a water fountain player is needed. Waiting for the next season to sign another power forward rookie will be enough to substitute. Just as Houston Rockets general manager Dawson and deputy general manager Morey were searching in the market, other NBA teams began to trade frantically. There is no way. Everyone knows the power of the Houston Rockets. Last season, the Houston Rockets, with their absolute shortcomings, small forward and point guard substitute, were still inseparable from the Los Angeles Lakers. This season, in the draft year, won the number 1 pick and the 2nd pick, signed James and Wade. These two are the best rookies in the industry, and even the future NBA talents, plus Yao Ming, Boozer. There are also Billups and others. The strength of the Houston Rockets in the future can be expected. Under this circumstance, other NBA teams naturally have to step up their efforts. As long as the team still has a little coveted heart for the championship, they will not wait any longer. Otherwise, after these young players of the Houston Rockets grow up, it will be difficult for other teams to want to win the championship. It's better to take advantage of the Houston Rockets' young players have not fully grown up, first win a few championships. With this mentality, the first shot was the Los Angeles Lakers, who regrettably lost to the Spurs in the Western Conference Finals last season. After losing to the Spurs last season, the Los Angeles Lakers have been thinking about continuing to strengthen, preparing to create a dynasty again. After all, O'Neal is only 31 years old now, and Kobe is only 25 years old. This will not be a problem for the Golden Combination for another 3 years. Now only need to make a little bit of reinforcement in some positions. Now that the Houston Rockets have successively won James and Wade, they are destined to be the top NBA teams in the future, and they have also stimulated the Los Angeles Lakers to strengthen faster. Champion. 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 Under the temptation of the championship, the Los Angeles Lakers were the first to take the shot and successfully signed with a basic salary. The traveler who was eager for the championship for 3 days in the desert from the Utah Jazz, Karl Malone. This 26.1 points, 10.7 rebounds, 3.32 assists, 1.42 steals, 0.81 blocks, a super tough guy who has never averaged less than 30 minutes per game in the first 18 careers. Uproar. The shock of the entire NBA is like snow in summer and thunder in winter. The shock of the entire NBA is exclaimed. No one expected that the postman Karl Malone would abandon the position of the Utah Jazz, who has struggled for 18 years, and join the Los Angeles Lakers with a basic salary. Although Karl Malone is 40 years old this year, Malone still averaged 20.6 points, 7.8 rebounds and 4.7 assists per game last season. With such a tough guy joining the Los Angeles Lakers, the Lakers' power forward position will become the top of the league, with the super power forward Duncan that can compete with the San Antonio Spurs, who defeated the Los Angeles Lakers in the playoffs last season. But before the league recovers from this amazing transfer, Los Angeles once again made a move and once again signed the glove Payton with a basic salary. The super point guard with the most comprehensive skills, the strongest will, and the most impenetrable defense. Shocking. When Payton also signed the Los Angeles Lakers with a veteran base salary, the entire league was like boiling water, completely boiling. At this moment, the entire league has completely forgotten the Houston Rockets' super futuristic lineup, and also forgot that the Houston Rockets are determined to win another 3 consecutive championships. The entire league is discussing a tempt the Los Angeles Lakers, which constituted the terrifying 4 Kings super team. The champion is him. NBA star, said the meritorious coach Cardinal Auerbach, who led the Boston Celtics to 9 NBA championships. Indeed, with the most dominant supercenter O'Neal in history, the most terrifying and fierce power forward Karl Malone, the super scoring player, Kobe Bryant, the first shooting guard in the post-Jordan era, and the super point guard Payton, the team is almost equivalent to the luxurious American Dream Team. Such a team is invincible. Apart from the championship, They have no other pursuit. The more exaggerated media slogans for the Los Angeles Lakers: 82 consecutive victories, only 82 games in the NBA regular season. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated and a bit of a joke, but it is undeniable that the outside world is very optimistic about it and does not think that any NBA team in the league can compete with it. Looking at the league, teams in the East have not tasted an NBA championship since Jordan. And only San Antonio in the West wins a championship by defeating the Los Angeles Lakers last season. However, although San Antonio can beat the Los Angeles Lakers last season, it is far inferior to the Los Angeles Lakers in front of them. Counting down, the Jazz is completely lost without Malone. Timberwolves Garnett is hard to support. The Kings are just flashy, and the Blazers are completely sinking. The only thing worth seeing is the Houston Rockets. From the lineup point of view, it is also the only hope to challenge the Los Angeles Lakers. But that was 2 years, or even 3 years later, when Yao Ming, James, and Wade grew up before they could challenge the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, it's not enough. Looking at the terrifying Los Angeles Lakers in front of them, all the teams were speechless in amazement. Now, what should they do? Will it be the same as the Los Angeles Lakers in an arms race? Or will it be put to a halt for the time being to avoid the limelight and wait for 2 years to compete for the championship? After all, Malone and Payton are not young anymore, they are both around 40. How long can this state last? 2 years or 1 year? Or it won't last for a year. Just when many NBA teams hesitated, some team shot. If the NBA is the craziest, the owner of the Mavericks who loves the team the most is none other than Mark Cuban. He can give everything for his Dallas Mavericks, and at any cost. After witnessing the Houston Rockets taking down James and Wade one after another, and taking away their love for Josh Howard, and then witnessing the Los Angeles Lakers forming a super luxurious F4, this made Cuban almost crazy. If he is asked to follow the general manager of other teams and avoid the limelight for the time being, then he has avoided the limelight of the Los Angeles Lakers in the past 2 years. Then 2 years later, after the superstars of the Houston Rockets grow up and become superstars, what will he do? Keep hiding? When do you want to hide like this? Avoidance is definitely not the life rule of Mavericks owner Mark Cuban. His rule of life is to overcome difficulties. And Mark Cuban's adversity also completely ignited the arms race of the entire alliance. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 827 has a policy. Dallas Mavericks. The 02-03 season lineup: center Lavrens, power forward Nowitzki, small forward Jamison, shooting guard Finley, point guard Nash. This lineup won 60 wins in the 02-03 season, but was eliminated after encountering the San Antonio Spurs in the Western Conference semi-finals. For the failure of last season's playoffs, Mavericks owner Cuban has been brooding. Now that the summer is not over, and seeing the good fate of the Houston Rockets and the madness of the Los Angeles Lakers, Cuban is also mad. Cuban's first transformation was the center. Since last season, he signed with center Lavrens for a total of $69 million in 7 years. As a result, the center, who was placed high hopes by the Mavericks, had a disappointing performance last season. Become a standard representative of high salaries and low energy. Under the crazy persistence of Cuban successfully snatched the free agent Brad Miller from the King. He was hailed as another organization center after Divac to replace the high-paid and low-energy Lavrens and Nash form a three-dimensional offensive system combining inside and outside. This is also another crazy scientific attempt by the head coach Senior Nelson. Subsequently, under the madness of Cuban, the Mavericks dug out the free agent Madman Sproul from the Knicks, allowing him to return to the position of shooting guard that he was good at, and to play his all-pervasive offensive characteristics. And Cuban was also it is hoped that this madman who desires a championship so much can bring the Mavericks a bloodthirsty desire for a championship. In the end, the Mavericks also traded Anthony Walker, one of the Celtic Gemini stars, to the Mavericks through a 5-person deal. This super shooter player who can play the power forward and small forward positions. Last season, the Celtics averaged 20.1 points, 7.2 rebounds, and 4.8 assists per game. When the Mavericks completed this series of operations, they formed a terrifying and fantastic starting lineup: center, Brad Miller; power forward, Nowitzki; small forward, Anthony Walker; shooting guard, Finley Spruill; point guard, Nash. In this lineup, Nash is one of the best point guards in the league, and Brad Miller is also the best assist center. The three-dimensional offensive system formed by the two can give Novi, who has offensive capabilities at any position, Ski's greatest firepower support, while Finley and Anthony Walker are also the best pitchers. This lineup will have as much offensive firepower as any team in the league in terms of offense. And now the Dallas Mavericks are sitting on the bench with two horror players, Jamison and Finley or Spruill, who can average 20 points per game, as well as a Lavrin with a quasi-maximum salary. Such a luxurious to extravagant bench lineup. I am afraid that only the Mavericks can have the entire league. Only if Cuban doesn't care about the luxury tax, can he make up such a crazy lineup. But the only concern is its defensive ability. But old Nelson has always been crazy. Defense has always been nothing in the eyes of old Nelson. In the eyes of old Nelson, offense will be able to destroy all defenses. As long as your spear is sharp enough, no defense can stop you. Especially in today's Dallas Mavericks team, with Brad Miller, Nash and Walker, these three assists. The offense will be able to truly reach the old Nelson's dream of Mercury, all-pervasive. Perhaps under his tune, this Dallas Mavericks will become the first team to dominate the playoffs with offense. The media and experts from all walks of life expressed their understanding of this series of crazy actions by the Dallas Mavericks while they were greatly amazed. After all, only crazy teams can be compared with today's Los Angeles Lakers, otherwise they can only play the role of accompany the prince to study. However, unlike the super luxurious lineup formed by the Los Angeles Lakers, the dream lineup of the Dallas Mavericks feels a bit off the edge. Whether it is a starter or a substitute, they have the ability to fire anywhere on the court. This is typically a crazy offensive team full of long-range artillery. Only a madman like Nelson can build such a crazy team. But the emergence of this kind of team is a very good thing for NBA Commissioner David Stern. This kind of team can show gorgeous offensive skills on the offensive end, can please the audience to a great extent, and has inexplicable benefits to the ratings and promotion of the NBA. Otherwise, with teams like the Spurs, the NBA will be over, and I am afraid that no fans will be willing to buy tickets to watch. The madness of the Mavericks has also affected the ambitions of several other teams that are interested in winning the championship. The San Antonio Spurs have strengthened their original championship lineup, first digging up center Nestorovic, and then unexpectedly harvested Turkoglu, and also harvested 18 martial arts of Mercer, and the dumb bird Carter, who looks dumb and actually has a mirror in his heart, served as Parker's backup. Under the shrewd decision of San Antonio Spurs coach Popovich, last season's championship San Antonio Spurs continued to strengthen the championship lineup. However, this champion lineup, in the eyes of Popovich, still lacks a key-length key man who shot at the critical moment: Robert Horry. This is a melancholy super key man in the Los Angeles Lakers. Since Karl Malone came to the Los Angeles Lakers, Horry knew that he might be reduced to the second or even third substitute, even though Horry is old, but absolutely unwilling to accept this fate. Although he already holds 5 championship rings, he no longer has such a strong desire for honor. What he hopes is to be able to play. Even if he can't start, he must be able to make his own contribution instead of harvesting rings by the water fountain. At the same time, I also hope to get a good salary. Horry's depression was naturally seen by Popovich, and he pursued his departure and offered an annual salary of a veteran. But this time, Popovich met his opponent, the Houston Rockets. Since the Los Angeles Lakers formed the terrifying F4, the Mavericks formed the crazy long-range artillery core, and the Spurs continued to strengthen the championship lineup. Houston Rockets general manager Dawson Unmore looked sad. Seeing the strength of the Houston Rockets' strongest competitors is getting stronger and stronger, but the shortcomings of their own team have not been able to reinforce. This is really anxious. Although the future prospects of the Houston Rockets are bright, if the past 2 years have always failed, they have always fallen into the sand in the playoffs, and are suppressed by the Los Angeles Lakers or the San Antonio Spurs. This will affect the victory of many young players. In the NBA, young players can gain enough room for growth in weak teams, but the poor record of weak teams is the best platform to kill a young player's ambitions. This has always been a headache for all coaches in the NBA. Dawson is naturally aware of this, so he does not want the team to be suppressed in the past few years. Moreover, the soul of the team, Michael Jordan, is also old, and he is fighting hard with a veteran salary. It's not for that veteran's basic salary, but for the pursuit of honor and the desire for victory. Yao Ming, James and others can wait. Jordan can't wait. He is 40 years old and there is not much time to wait. At present, with the current starting lineup, the Houston Rockets can compete with the Los Angeles Lakers, San Antonio Spurs and Dallas Mavericks, but the shortcomings on the bench are the fatal injuries of the Houston Rockets. Therefore, the existing lineup must be reinforced in the shortest possible time, otherwise it will be difficult for the Houston Rockets to make a difference after the right players are poached by other teams. After all, the Houston Rockets only have a middle-class clause this year. In addition to this middle-class clause, if you want to sign, you can only sign with a basic salary. In addition to the players who can accept the basic salary, there are only those veterans who have an infinite pursuit of honor, and hope that they can contribute to the rest of the Heat. There are not many such veterans in the entire league. If you miss it, you will miss it completely. Right now, Robert Horry is a veteran not to be missed, a veteran who can contribute to a keel or at a critical moment. Although it has such a strong competitor as the San Antonio Spurs, it is fortunate that the Houston Rockets are Robert Horry's first team, where Robert Horry won 2 championship rings. From a human point of view, the Houston Rockets have an advantage. Robert, come to the Houston Rockets. You are needed here. Olajuwon called Horry for the first time. Hakim, you should know that I am eager to play and need money. Just the annual salary of a veteran cannot satisfy me. Horry was very moved by Olajuwon's invitation, but he also has difficulties he doesn't want to talk about. He must make more money while he can still play and run. Hakim, in the new season, you will still be a very important member of the team. You should know that Rodman is 42 years old after all. Boozer is only a second-year rookie, and you need a key man like you at critical moments. Tomjanovich also persuaded. Robert Horry let out a long breath. He can tell from Tomjanovich's coach's tone that he values himself. This is by no means perfunctory. In the new season, he must have an important substitute role. However, Horry still hesitated. Dawson also persuaded on the phone, but Robert Horry has been hesitating, and then hesitating. At this time, Lin Feng took the call. Hello, Robert. I'm Lin Feng, the owner of the Houston Rockets. Come to the Rockets. Here are your former partners. Also, don't you want Michael Jordan to be a teammate? Lin Feng throws out a very important bargaining chip. In this league, it may be a very painful thing to become an opponent with Jordan, but it is a very happy thing to become a teammate with Jordan. Robert Horry's heart moved. It is undoubtedly a very tempting thing to be able to become teammates with Jordan. Mr. Lin, I made it clear, I am eager for a contract with an annual salary of about $3 million, Horry said after hesitating for a long time. Due to the poor performance of the playoffs last season, the Los Angeles Lakers rejected Robert Horry's request for an annual salary of $5.3 million, while other teams showed little interest in Robert Horry. At this time, the San Antonio Spurs took the opportunity to offer Robert Horry a $1.1 million veteran basic salary contract. Originally Horry had been prepared to sign the basic salary contract, but the Houston Rockets' sudden involvement gave Robert Horry new expectations. It just so happened that the Houston Rockets could only provide him with a veteran basic salary. which made Huo Li's extremely helpless. He wants to make more money because he needs money. Because he has a born disabled daughter, he needs treatment fees. But the Houston Rockets' mid-class clause is to sign a good substitute point guard and backup center. In the power forward position, it is not particularly important, so it can only provide a veteran clause. Robert, I know that your daughter is born with a spinal disability, cannot take care of herself, and his hearing and speech impairments. I am about to set up a sports medical hospital in Houston Rockets to provide treatment for athletes. I can treat your daughter for free. What do you think? Lin Feng thought for a while and said, Boss, this is against NBA regulations. Dawson was taken aback. Lin Feng's move was a bit of a violation of NBA rules. The team cannot privately give players any other benefits, otherwise they will suffer heavy penalties from the NBA. Lin Feng did this, but he was challenging the NBA rules. Once he was known, he would face heavy penalties, and even the entire team would be punished. Mr. Lin, I am very grateful for your kindness, but this violates the NBA rules. Robert Horry also persuaded, don't worry, Robert, I will hold a charity clinic, and you can just send your daughter here. Lin Feng doesn't take this kind of regulation seriously. In the United States, there are lawyers to deal with these rules. As long as you spend the money and hire good lawyers, these lawyers can work out a set of ways to bypass these rules for you. This method is the method developed by Lin Feng's full-time lawyer team Ron Senior Law Firm to deal with the situation of Robert Horry. And this sports medical hospital is also an important part of Lam Feng's future sports empire that cannot be ignored. Well, Robert Horry nodded in agreement after hesitating slightly. After all, the Houston Rockets have his best memories, and being able to become teammates with Jordan is also what he dreams of. Besides, having a boss like Lin Feng is also a blessing for all NBA players. With his style of observation, any player does not need to worry about it. When it gets old, it will be swept out. Moreover, Lin Feng is also willing to provide treatment for his daughter. This like treatment costs Robert Horry hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, which is not a small sum. Moreover, currently only the San Antonio Spurs and Houston Rockets have awarded him contracts. In comparison, he naturally chose the Houston Rockets. This summer's first important reinforcement is completed. Dawson and Mora cheered secretly. It was a pleasant surprise to get Robert Horry at the power forward position. It was heard that after the Houston Rockets signed Robert Horry with the same veteran basic salary, Popovich angrily shut himself in the office all day. It was a certain thing, but because the Houston Rockets made such a horizontal kick, it turned out to be yellow. Although it doesn't matter to the San Antonio Spurs lineup, it is a bit imperfect from Popovich's original vision. When Popovich was frustrated, the Houston Rockets made another move, and this time the goal was directed at the replacement center candidate. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 828 is so much fun. Substitute center. For the Houston Rockets' current lineup, Yao Ming is already the main center forward. With a height of 2.26 meters, a gradual increase in weight, currently 132 kilograms, and a soft feel, as well as the dreamy footsteps of a larger one, Yao Ming has gradually entered the ranks of the NBA's top centers. Of course, compared with super centers like O'Neal, the gap is still huge, but in today's league where centers have fallen, Yao Ming is already a rare center talent. However, due to Yao Ming's height, the center of gravity is too high, and his foot carrying capacity is too large. According to the assessment of the Sports Injury Hospital invested by Lin Feng, a full-time service for athletes, currently only open to Houston Rockets players for free, Yao Ming has a game. The playing time is preferably 3,235 minutes. As for a larger one, despite his advanced age, he still has no problem playing 1,012 minutes in a game. However, there is a problem. Once either Yao Ming or a larger one is injured, the Houston Rockets will have no backup center available. After all, a larger one is old and sick. It is very necessary to add a backup center. However, at the moment, the center is already a scarce resource. A slightly better center has an annual salary that meets the mid-range clause as a second replacement center. The annual salary of the mid-range clause is too wasteful and too extravagant. What's more, the Houston Rockets have already touched the luxury tax line after signing Robert Horry. Anyone who signs a contract will have to pay a double salary. Signing a second substitute center, giving $10 million annual salary is obviously too absurd. Both Dawson and Morey looked helpless at the moment. The NBA really does not have a good candidate for a backup center. For this candidate, he must have a certain strength and do not require that he can score, but must be able to provide strong defense, and the annual salary requirement is not too high, and he is willing to act as a substitute. If these conditions are piled up, it is very difficult to find. Morey once proposed Wang Zizi and Battel, two centers from China like Lin Feng. However, these two people, although the salary is extremely low, but obviously unable to meet the requirements of the Houston Rockets' second substitute. Wang Zizi floats away from the basket, loves to shoot three-pointers, and his defense is an absolute weakness. As for Battel, although his body is strong, he turns too slowly, and the whole person is relatively slow, unable to adapt to the Houston Rockets' offensive and defensive transition speed. Unless there is really no candidate, Wang Zizi and Battel are candidates that do not need to be considered. Although everyone is Chinese, but without the strength, Lin Feng can't help. After all, what I build is a championship team, not an orphanage. While thinking about it, Lin Feng suddenly thought of one person. Dawson. This person can definitely meet our requirements. Lin Feng's tone revealed excitement. Who? Dawson and Morey's eyes lit up, staring at Lin Feng closely. Alonzo Mourning. Lin Feng uttered a shocking name. Alonzo Mourning. Dawson and Morey whispered. Alonzo Mourning, the last generation American supercenter in the NBA, has a strong physique, a strong and domineering basket style, a dedication to rebounding, and an iron will to become a daunting defensive champion on the court. In the first season, he scored an average of 21 points, 10.3 rebounds and 3.47 blocks per game, and then maintained the same data every year, which is terribly stable. Of course, these data are from 2,000 years ago. Since he was diagnosed with kidney disease after winning the Sydney Olympics in 2000, everything has changed. Although Mourning regained his health through a kidney transplant, the subsequent data has dropped sharply, and he has also been reduced from the absolute trump card of the team to a substitute. However, such a substitute is very much needed by the Houston Rockets, and Mourning's arrival can enhance the Houston Rockets' defensive strength and persistence in victory. Now this Houston Rockets, there are too many young people, and they need Jordan and Mourning to support them, telling these young players what is honor, what is professional ethics, and what is perseverance. Moreover, the arrival of Mourning can also teach Yao Ming a lesson, letting him know that the center needs to be tough, needs iron and blood, and needs brutality. At this point, no one is more qualified than Mourning to teach Yao Ming, who is now softer. The only suspense is whether Mourning's kidney disease can support him to fight on the court. This is what Dawson and Morey have been worried about. Since kidney disease, Mourning's stats have become 20 plus 10 per game, severely dropping to 10 plus 8, and a game can only be played for about 20 minutes, or even less. Moreover, this disease may endanger career at any time. Lin Feng was not worried about what Dawson and Morey were worried about, because Lin Feng knew that Mourning played until the 07-08 season before officially retiring. Prior to this, although the data was relatively mediocre, the iron-blooded defense he provided was the most desired and needed by the team. What's more, his salary requirements are not high, and he is willing to act as a substitute. What he desires is a championship. At this point, Today's Houston Rockets are more suitable for morning. Things went as smoothly as Lin Feng expected. After receiving the invitation from the Houston Rockets, Morning only gave it a little consideration before readily agreeing to join the Houston Rockets. Signed with the Houston Rockets for 4 years at a price of $16 million. When the Houston Rockets announced a 4-year $16 million contract with Morning, the entire league was astonished. They all bluntly said that the Houston Rockets were crazy and bought a sick ghost for a lot of money. Although these remarks are a bit hurtful, the truth is, it is not easy for people with kidney disease to live a normal life, not to mention having to participate in the world's most competitive and most intense physical collision. This is simply a joke of life. In response to the voice of doubt from the outside world, Lin Feng stood up and said a word. I believe he will stand up because he is Alonzo Mourning. Lin Feng's remarks naturally aroused cynicism from the outside world, thinking that Lin Feng was deceiving himself, but it completely subdued Morning's heart. Since suffering from kidney failure, Morning has regained his feet and returned to the NBA arena after hard work. However, he has been questioned on and off the field constantly, doubting his ability and career life. Lin Feng is the only person who believes in him and trusts him so far, and Lin Feng dares to stand up for himself in the midst of doubts from the outside world. When speaking, Morning recognized Lin Feng and the Houston Rockets on this favor. Boss, rest assured, I will not let you down. I must let those guys see if Alonzo Mourning will be knocked down by injury. Morning's eyes flashed with a strong and unyielding fighting spirit. Jordan in the distance nodded secretly. A man with such a pair of sharp eyes will never be knocked down by injuries. Mourning, come on, let us fight side by side. The Go-All Championship. Jordan walked over and extended his right hand to Morning. Go-All Championship. Morning patted Jordan's palm heavily. After resolving Morning, Dawson and Morey also targeted point guard candidates. This should be the top priority of the team, but unfortunately, given the current requirements of the Houston Rockets, point guards are not easy to find. It requires not only playing defense, but also being willing to be on the bench. At the same time, the salary is low, $23 million annual salary. This is not easy to find, or trade or look for veterans. But there are not many suitable veterans, either because the level is not good, or the salary is too high to sign. If you trade, judging from the current lineup of the Houston Rockets, the trade hurts everyone. However, if you do not sign a qualified substitute, this will definitely have a fatal impact on the Houston Rockets' journey in the new season. Once Billups falls ill, the Houston Rockets will be unavailable. Of course, both Hughes and Wade can play point guards, but these two are by no means suitable point guard candidates. The Houston Rockets must sign or trade a proper substitute point guard. Forget it, trade it. Lin Feng thought for a while, and the team is currently signing a suitable backup point guard without a salary. In the NBA, the center is a scarce resource, and the point guard is also a scarce resource. It is really difficult to sign a backup point guard who wants to hit the championship with $2 to $3 million deal. Dawson murmured. At present, the Houston Rockets have only this possibility. But who to trade? In detail, the only positions the Houston Rockets can trade are small forwards and shooting guards. At the small forward, Prince is a very suitable candidate. With James and Josh Howard, Prince is no longer so important. As for the shooting guard, only Hughes can be traded, but the versatility shown by Hughes is really disappointing. But also because of this, if you trade Hughes, you can get a good bargaining chip. For example, a future first-round pick and a good point guard. As for the vacancy on the shooting guard after Hughes left, Jordan can play for 23 years now, and Wade is the first substitute. If Jordan is injured or reserves physical strength for the playoffs, Josh Howard can also score. The guard, in this position, can handle it. After a brief discussion, Dawson and Morey began to work separately, negotiate deals with each team about Prince or Hughes. After several days of frequent contact, The Houston Rockets eventually exchanged Hughes from the Chicago Bulls for the number 7 rookie Kirk Hinrich, selected by the Chicago Bulls this year, and a first-round pick next year. For this transaction, the league once again felt deeply puzzled. In the previous 4 years, $16 million sign Mourning, although the risk is worth it. After all, Mourning is a super center who has proven himself. But now with a player who averages 15 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and can contribute 1.3 steals, to change a rookie plus a first-round pick, this is a bit weird. And Hughes is only 24 years old this year, only 2 years older than Kirk Hinrich. But Hughes is black and Kirk Hinrich is white. Therefore, the age of these 2 years is completely negligible. In terms of physical fitness, style of play, and experience, Hughes surpassed Kirk Hinrich, and Hughes was rated as Pippen 2 by the outside world. It is really unbelievable for such a person to exchange for a rookie. Solution. But no longer understand. The Houston Rockets have already exchanged, and as the owner of the Houston Rockets, Lin Feng is very satisfied with it, quite satisfied. Although Kirk Hinrich is currently a rookie, he will be the league's top point guard in the future, and he is more than enough to serve as a substitute for Billups. Of course, what makes Lin Feng more satisfied is another point: getting the Chicago Bulls' first-round pick next year. This year is the draft year, but next year's rookie quality is not bad. Superman Howard, Okafor, Ben Gordon, Harris, Iguodala, Kevin Martin, Smith and others are also stars, although not as high as the overall quality of the 2003 draft. They are still a draft year. It's really worth it to be able to trade for a first-round pick. After this trade, the Houston Rockets lineup will be able to compete with the Los Angeles Lakers and San Antonio Spurs, whether it is a starter or a substitute. Center, Yao Ming; starter, substitute Mourning; Olajuwon; power forward, Rodman; starter, substitute Boozer, Robert Horry; small forward, LeBron James; starter, substitute Josh Howard, Prince; shooting guard, Michael Jordan; starter, substitute Wade, Josh Howard; guest point guard, Billups; starter, substitute Kirk Hinrich, Wade; guest. Looking at the list of 13 people, in the eyes of head coach Tom Janovich, it can only be described as perfect. This lineup has 3 generations of old, middle and young players. After Jordan and others retired, Yao Ming, James and others have fully grown up. At that time, the Houston Rockets will be stronger than they are now. The next 10 years will belong to the Houston Rockets. Tom Janovich firmly believes this. While other teams in the league are still wondering how to reinforce them and how to save salaries, the league's super powerful teams have completed all their replenishment plans. Los Angeles F4, San Antonio's championship, Dallas Mavericks long-range artillery core, and Houston Rockets' future dynasty. The whole league is speculating about the prospects of these 4 teams in the new season, and compare it with other teams in the league. But no matter what, no team in the whole league can compare with these 4 teams. Of course, the most promising is the Los Angeles Lakers F4, followed by the San Antonio Spurs champions lineup. The Houston Rockets' future dynasty ranks 3rd, and the Dallas Mavericks' crazy long-range artillery core because it is too slant, too extreme, and its head coach is too crazy. This kind of team is smooth, and the world is invincible. If it is not smooth, no matter how weak it is, it will dare to lose. The 03-04 season, the NBA will be the world of these 4 teams. This is the consensus of everyone. But what makes all fans crazy and makes all Western teams jump is that these 4 teams are all Western teams, especially the San Antonio Spurs, Houston Rockets, and Dallas Mavericks are all Southwestern teams. Now, the fun is great. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 829, everyone knows. The competition in the 03-04 season has become fierce. For the O'Brien Cup, the 4 teams that have taken the lead to strengthen successfully will fight fiercely in the new season. For the team This situation is really bad, this situation is too cruel. The Los Angeles Lakers, San Antonio Spurs, Dallas Mavericks and the Houston Rockets arms race, so that other teams almost lost hope of a championship. I am afraid that in the next few seasons, there will be a situation of accompany the prince to study. But for NBA Commissioner David Stern, it couldn't be better. All four teams compete for hegemony, and each of the four teams has several superstars, forming their own fantasy teams with different styles. The game between these four teams must be exciting and thrilling. For fans, there is no more exciting game than this. The new season, hurry up. All the fans are looking forward to it. Before the fans expected the start of the new season, Lam Feng was challenged by Avril Lavigne. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to go to Avril Lavigne after the Houston Rockets had figured out a countermeasure. However, I never thought that due to repeated actions in the transfer market, Lin Feng backed Mourning in front of the media in a high-profile manner, completely exposing his whereabouts. For Avril Lavigne, when Lin Feng came to the United States, she did not contact her, but hidden. This made Avril very angry and gave Lin Feng a confession: if you never come to see me, you will never come to see me. After speaking angrily, Avril bang hung up the phone. Hi, Avril, what's the matter? Who made our little princess angry? Maria Kelly asked with a smile on the annoying Avril. Who else is there except that bastard? Avril pouted and looked upset. She asked Lin Feng to show her love in public, just wanting to know her position in Lin Feng's mind and whether Lin Feng would be willing to do these things for her. It's not that Lin Feng Xu was really letting other couples, holding flowers, kneeling down on the street to show love. After all, Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, so doing these things is somewhat inappropriate. At this point, Avril Lavigne also has it. But who could have expected that Lin Feng actually arrived in the United States, but has been hiding in Houston, but did not come to see her? Had it not been for Avril Lavigne to see Lin Feng's speech from Mourning on TV, I am afraid Avril hadn't even known that Lin Feng had arrived in the United States. Thinking of this, Avril became angry. Very angry. Maria Kelly and Beyoncé on the side looked at each other with helpless smiles. Avril Lavigne, he is the richest man in the world, you treat him like this, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. After all, Maria Kelly is from here, and her ex-husband is also a senior at Sony Records. She knows how successful these successful people are to the other half. Requirements: they hope that their significant other can stay at home every day, wait for them to come back, cook vegetables, wash clothes for them, and be a good wife and mother. This is almost all successful people's attitude towards marriage. Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, and in the eyes of Maria Kelly, the other half he wants should be the same. Avril Lavigne is so savage and willful, I am afraid that sooner or later she will break up. As a friend of Avril Lavigne, Maria Kelly naturally hopes that the relationship between Avril Lavigne and Lin Feng will have a perfect ending. She hopes that Avril Lavigne and Lin Feng will finally get together. For Avril Lavigne, it will be the best in life, happy thing. At the same time, it is also a blessing for the record company under Second Entertainment. These signed singers can also get a little bit of protection because of Avril Lavigne's relationship, and they don't have to worry about the unpredictable consequences of the company because Avril Lavigne and Lin Feng fall out. Yes, Avril. He is a man and the richest man in the world, and so young, you should let him more. Beyoncé also persuaded him. To be able to have a man like Lin Feng, in Beyoncé's view, is almost a girl's dream. However, Avril Lavigne is very carefree, playing tricks from time to time, and occasionally making things difficult for Lin Feng. This will be known by the actress who she dreams of marrying into a wealthy family, and she will definitely squeeze in by any means. As for men, they are the least qualitative and the most susceptible to the temptation of beauty. The words of Mariah Carey and Beyoncé, Avril Lavigne naturally understand. But she is her Avril Lavigne. She has her attitude and views on love. In some things, she can give in, but in some things she cannot give in. She must know one thing, whether Lin Feng is willing to do something embarrassing for her. She has sacrificed a lot for Lin Feng, tolerating the existence of Lisa and Huang Meixi, and forcing herself to help Lin Feng manage the second entertainment record company. These are not what Avril Lavigne wanted, but she did it for Lin Feng, and strived to do better. Wouldn't it work if he did this for me? Avril Lavigne left in anger. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé shook their heads helplessly. Lin Feng is also having a headache at the moment, being questioned by Avril Lavigne. He is speechless. But thinking about what Avril Lavigne did for herself, Lin Feng also felt that she really owed Avril Lavigne a lot. So why not show her love for her in public? Thinking of this, Lin Feng had an idea. Since you want to show your love in public, you have to be different, and you have to show your love in a mess that can completely move Avril Lavigne. Lin Feng remembered that there was a secret book about picking up girls in this rumor, which described the 5 waves mantra, which was regarded as a divine book by many men in the picking up industry. This 5 waves mantra is WAST, romance, prodigal son, wave, wave cry. Obviously, what Lin Feng can use now is waste and romance. With his own financial resources, it is enough to create the most romantic declaration of love. Li Rui, you send someone to do something for me. Lin Feng thought for a while and ordered. Li Rui listened to Lin Feng's mouth, and was surprised after hearing it. Lin Feng is romantic enough, and it will definitely impress any girl. Afterwards, Li Rui sent someone to collect the musk killer Lin Feng wanted for the declaration of love, and Lin Feng flew to New York. Where is Avril? Lin Feng went to the second entertainment record company, but did not see Avril. She's in the recording studio. Or, Lin, wait a minute. Let's call her. Mariah Carey stammered slightly. Lin Feng looked at Mariah Carey's expression and knew that Avril Lavigne must still be angry and didn't want to see herself. Hearing that he was coming, he deliberately hid. Maria, you remember to bring Avril Lavigne to New York Times Square at 8 o'clock in the evening. Hi, Beyoncé, it's getting more and more beautiful tonight, you too. Lin Feng finished talking with Beyoncé after greeting. He turned and left. Scare. 8 o'clock in the evening, New York Times Square. Mariah Carey. Beyoncé heard a shock. Judging from Lin Feng's tone, it is obvious that Lin Feng is about to declare a declaration of love to Avril Lavigne in Times Square inches New York. Is Lin Feng really ready to do this? You know New York Times Square, but New York is the center, a block of Manhattan in New York City, USA. Nearly 40 shopping malls and theaters gather nearby, which is a prosperous entertainment and shopping center. It can be said that there is a sea of people, and it is one of the most prosperous places in the world. Lin Feng, the world's richest man, wants to announce his love declaration to Avril Lavigne in New York Times Square. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé screamed, ran into the recording studio, and excitedly told Avril Lavigne the good news. Did he really say that? Avril was also taken aback, and then her face was full of excitement and surprise. She never thought that Lin Feng would actually be like this, and would really read a love declaration to her in the public. He is the richest man in the world. It is incredible to show his love to himself in public in the most prosperous neighborhood in the world. In an instant, Avril Lavigne's mood was as bright as the sun, with a smile that was even more beautiful than flowers bloomed on her face. Naturally, Avril Lavigne has no intention of composing at the moment, and singing has begun to run out of tune, constantly looking at the watch, smirking, touching her face from time to time, nervously looking forward to the arrival of 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng is the richest man in the world. What will his public show of love look like? Avril Lavigne can't guess, and can't think of it, but knows that tonight she will be the happiest woman in the world. Soon, the news that Lin Feng was about to show her love to Avril Lavigne in New York Times Square spread through the mouths of Mariah Carey and Beyoncé to the circle of their familiar friends, and most of these friends are also in the entertainment industry. People naturally transmitted this surprising news to each other, and soon all reporters knew it. When many reporters heard that Lin Feng, the world's richest man, was going to propose to Avril Lavigne in Times Square inches New York, a slip of the tongue. People say, it was originally a show of love but turned into a proposal. Suddenly they went crazy. One is the world's richest man, and the other is today's popular divas. These two people can be said to affect the hearts of thousands of people. Now these two people are going to stage a phoenix-seeking phoenix in the most prosperous neighborhood in the world, New York Times Square. This is too much to look forward to, too exciting. And Lin Feng is the richest man in the world. What will happen to the marriage proposal of the world's richest man? What will be different? This is more worth looking forward to. At the moment, reporters from all over the world are here, and they rushed to Times Square in New York early, preparing to stay here to guard the forest wind, preparing to catch this once-in-a-century event. However, for the sake of confidentiality, I was afraid that Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne would discontinue this grand proposal that may be a once-in-a-century occasion because of the appearance of reporters. Many reporters disguised themselves, and some outfits changed into shirts and jeans, pretending to be ordinary pedestrians. After all, if this marriage proposal ceremony in the public is really suspended, it will probably be a pity for all reporters and the public. After all, for these ordinary people, they have seen the weddings of celebrities and rich people, but they have never seen how they propose marriage. And this is the marriage proposal ceremony of the world's richest man and the popular queen. You must not miss it. You know, if this news is released, their newspaper will be sold out of stock. Whoever has more pictures and information will be able to become the most influential mainstream media in the world at this time. In order to ensure that this incident will never leak the wind and be able to fully capture every scene of Lin Feng's proposal, a series of miniature cameras have been densely placed in various hidden places by many reporters, and the news cars have been converted into ordinary ones. Trolleys. Park around Times Square as much as possible, and strive for live broadcast. Broadcast to the world. Boss, the news has leaked. Now the Times Square is full of reporters. Do you plan to suspend or change places? Li Ru immediately informed Lin Feng when he received the news. Although Lin Feng made up his mind to show his love in public, it is not a good thing to have too many reporters. Such naked exposure to the eyes of the global media is not a good thing for bodyguards like Li Ru, and safety is difficult to guarantee. Lin Feng frowned, knowing that he had forgotten to tell Mariah Carey and Beyoncé just now, and the result is now known all over the world. But fortunately, anyway, it doesn't matter if these reporters know it in public. Anyway, they will know it sooner or later. However, when Lin Feng heard that there was a secretly modified interview vehicle at the scene and prepared to broadcast it live, Lin Feng had an idea in mind. Ron, it's me, Lin Feng, who helped me send a lawyer's letter to major TV stations, telling them that if they want to broadcast my marriage proposal live without my permission, I will sue them. Lin Feng gave his full-time lawyer the consulting firm Ron's senior law firm called Lin. I see. If you want to take the opportunity to sell at a high price, this is an opportunity, Ron said with a smile. As the most famous private law firm in the United States today, Ron naturally heard that Lin Feng was preparing to show his love to Avril Lavigne in New York Times Square. At this point, Ron could only sigh, and only young people would have such a romantic sentiment to do this kind of thing. For people his age, love has already become a responsibility. Haha, no, I'm going to let my Fsnistan TV station live broadcast my proposal this time, Lin Feng said with a smile. Since it has attracted so much attention, it's better to treat this as a show and take the opportunity to make your Fsnistan one of the most popular TV stations in the United States. In addition to industry, the formation of a consortium requires its own financial evasion system bank and its own mouthpiece media. Since I want to build my own second consortium, this time is an opportunity. As for the many TV stations that received letters from Ron's law firm, under a curse, they began to send people to contact Ron in an effort to obtain this authorization. The United States is a country that values human rights very much. If they did not have Lin Feng's authorization and they broadcast it live, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Although it seems that there has never been such a precedent, it is because no one has ever minded being on TV. And even if you are in a lawsuit, no one has the spare money and energy to fight a lawsuit against a TV station. However, Lin Feng has this spare money, and Ron law firm has this energy. Damn it. Amidst the curse, various TV stations began to contact Ron frequently, hoping to obtain Lin Feng's authorization. In anticipation of all parties, 8 o'clock in the evening came soon. However, Lin Feng encountered a little trouble. Is that you? We caught all the fireflies in Pennsylvania. A little girl about 14 years old stared at Lin Feng angrily. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 830 Declaration of Love. Lin Feng looked at the little girl in front of him, frowning. Lin Feng glanced at Feng Jun and others who were responsible for catching the fireflies behind the girl, and asked him to explain how the little girl came along. And there is a group of townspeople in various costumes behind him. Boss, this little girl is a resident of a small town in Pennsylvania. When we were fishing fireflies, she and the residents of the town protested that we had destroyed the ecological environment of their hometown, Feng Jun said helplessly. Originally, when they were fishing fireflies, Feng Jun and others were violently protested by the residents of the small town. Although the number of fireflies requested by Lin Feng finally reached, the people were blocked by the residents of the small town. They were not allowed to leave, and the police were dispatched. However, what embarrassed the small town police was that Pennsylvania did not expressly prohibit the fishing of fireflies. It can be said that the actions of Feng Jun and others did not violate the laws of Pennsylvania. But Feng Jun and others fishing so aggressively would indeed bring extinction to the most beautiful fireflies in Pennsylvania. There are not many places where fireflies can be seen in Pennsylvania now. If you fish like this, I am afraid that the symbol of Pennsylvania will disappear in the future. One party rushed back to make a business appointment, and one party refused to let go. Thousands of people were in a stalemate like this. Finally, a well-known local gentleman proposed a plan. Several residents from the town were selected to follow Feng Jun and others, and then negotiated with Feng Jun's boss, Lin Feng. Discuss how to handle this matter perfectly. Yes. Fireflies are the symbol of our Pennsylvania. Fireflies are now becoming rarer with the utilitarian behavior of you businessmen. If you fish like this, you will directly cause our town to never see fireflies in the future. The girl stared at Lin Feng angrily. Several small town residents in various costumes nodded behind them, looking at Lin Feng with an angry expression. Before coming here, they already knew who Lin Feng was. But for those residents who live in small towns all year round, the world's richest man is just an individual, just rich. In their eyes, the life in their small town is the most important thing, and no one can destroy it. Whoever destroys, who are they in a hurry? Lin Feng frowned. When he decided to catch fireflies, Lin Feng really didn't think of any ecological problems. It was just a group of insects. But now that everyone looks angry, it is obvious that this group of insects is very important to them. But now 8 o'clock is approaching, and the big problem will be discussed after Lin Feng Xiang Avril has read out the love declaration. In this way, wait another hour, and I will talk to you in 1 hour. Lin Feng looked at his watch. There was not much time left. If you miss this time, all other props arranged by Lin Feng will be invalidated, and the loss is not small. For this love declaration tonight, Lin Feng not only invested a lot of hard work, but also invested millions of dollars. But he couldn't get rid of this little firefly and the residents of these small towns. No, we must talk first. Otherwise, as soon as you release the firefly, we will talk about it again. The little girl said aggressively. Lin Feng is really in a hurry. It's still 5 points short of 8 o'clock. This little girl is still entangled here. Don't you understand who she is catching fireflies for? Now I am going to read the declaration of love to Avril Lavigne in Times Square, Inches, New York. Everyone knows that this little girl will not know it. The United States is not China. Although the American town is small and belongs to the countryside, it is not backward and the news is not closed. I know who you are doing this for, but you have affected the lives of the 7,512 residents of our town, and you must be responsible. The little girl had sharp eyes and saw Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng frowned. Now that you understand that you are still entangled with yourself here, Isn't this just making trouble? Well, don't you have any grown-ups in your town? Send you a little girl out to talk. You are not even 18 years old. You are not an adult. Lin Feng said a little anxiously. Huh. Don't look down on people. This is related to the happiness of all the residents of our town, and I am naturally qualified to talk to you. The little girl said sharply, and the other town residents echoed. Most of the residents in the town are simple. Arranging the 14-year-old girl to come to negotiate is also a fancy to her sharp teeth. Okay, let's not say. What are you going to do? Just say it. He'll pay for it. Lin Feng was also forced to be helpless. Seeing that time is getting tighter and tighter, there is really no time to delay with them. HMPH. Don't think we are greedy for your money. Tell you, we don't want your penny. Our request is very simple. I want you to release these fireflies, and then catch all of them back. Xiao, the girl makes things difficult to say. What? After releasing it, grab it all back. This firefly is easy to catch in an empty town, but how to catch it in the city? There is a lot of traffic and people here. How to catch the little fireflies, and under the colorful neon lights of the city, the weak light source of the fireflies does not have any effect at all, and will be completely submerged under the colorful neon lights. Unless Lin Feng can turn off all the lights in all the buildings in the thousands of square meters surrounding New York Times Square, the price is too high. And even so, it is extremely difficult to catch so many fireflies. I can't let Lin Feng seal the road and go to the fireflies. Obviously, this little girl is making things difficult for others. Okay, Liru, talk to them. I will call Ron now and ask him to send a lawyer over. Lin Feng finished speaking, got into the car, called Ron, let Ron and the group of kids, the residents of the town, came to negotiate the matter. Hey, don't go. The little girl arrogantly stopped in front of Lin Feng's car. But this is New York, not a small town in Pennsylvania. And these townspeople are not opponents of Liru and others. When Liru and others stopped, Lin Feng's car whistled away. Asshole, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance today. The little girl kept roaring at the distant Lin Feng's car. But what was left to her was just a light dust from Lin Feng's car. At this time, a grey Ford drove over, and came down a handsome young guy, Tom, the chief defense attorney of Ron Senior Law Firm. Everyone, if you have any questions or requests, you can talk to me. I can fully represent my client, Mr. Lin Feng. Tom smiled extremely charmingly. His charming smile, like his signature, won him a lot of favor in his defense. But today it seems that he is doomed to fail. HMPH. Don't think you can do whatever you want with a little money. Also, you lawyers, don't think you can play with everything if you know a little bit of the law. HMPH. Anyway, if he can't catch all these fireflies back, all the residents of our town will go. The state court sue him. The little girl did not show any face to handsome Tom. Tom smiled awkwardly. Obviously, his signature charming smile cannot be used to enchant a 14-year-old girl who does not understand love and the charming smile of mature men. But for those townspeople who came to negotiate, they were impressed by Tom's charming smile with a sense of intimacy and sincerity. Then let's talk about it. Tom smiled and invited residents from a small town in Pennsylvania to go to a coffee shop on the side of the road to talk in detail. But never thought that the little girl who had always been the spokesperson took the opportunity to slip away and followed the Lin Feng car. Number 068, follow her. Feng Jun frowned and quickly ordered. If this little girl gets lost here, in case something happens, although it has nothing to do with them, it is also a trouble. At this time, the Times Square inches New York is already crowded with people, and all pedestrians are stopping and waiting for the most romantic moment tonight. Many reporters have already set up various miniature cameras and are ready to start shooting at any time. Although Lin Feng issued a lawyer's letter to major TV stations, warning these TV stations not to live broadcast their love show without their permission. However, these TV stations also have countermeasures, allowing many reporters to use micro cameras to shoot and then record and broadcast. Of course, The so-called recording is just a little later than Lin Feng's Fsnistan TV station. At this time, Avril Lavigne, Mariah Carey, and Beyoncé arrived at Times Square in New York. The three of them wore big sunglasses and hats to cover each other's dazzling blonde hair, and they were very plainly dressed. Of course, simplicity is also relative. When Lin Feng appears, the three of them will take off their simple coats to reveal the gorgeous costumes inside. After all, as soon as Lin Feng appears, Avril Lavigne will definitely be the focus. And she will definitely be on the front page headlines of major newspapers and magazines around the world. If she is dressed so plainly, she would be a little bit ridiculous. As a foil, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé can't dress too casually either. When this is showing up and greatly increasing popularity, you should not dress too shabby, and be criticized by the global media and so-called experts. Uneasy, nervous, embarrassed, uneasy. All kinds of anxious moods were reflected on Avril Lavigne's face one by one. She didn't know what Lin Feng would do when she waited. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people, Lin Feng would how amazing he made. This really made Avril Lavigne look forward to. As for the media, it is also the first time that a couple's love action has been broadcast live worldwide. This is absolutely unprecedented. And there are more than 123 live broadcast countries. After all, Lin Feng's status as the world's richest man and Avril Lavigne's status as a popular queen are enough to cause a global sensation. The declaration of love between these two people in public is absolutely nonsense to say that the world has no interest in gossip. Especially for many couples. I also want to see how Lin Feng, the world's richest man, shows his love. What a waste. How luxurious and enviable it will be. Humphrey, pretend. Suleiman turned on the TV in his West Ham United office and watched the New York Times Square that appeared on the TV. Suleiman was scornful. He was a little unhappy with Lin Feng's behavior. Once he and Lin Feng were both rated as the new financial figures of the 21st century by the industry. Now Lin Feng's evaluation has already surpassed him, which makes Suleiman particularly upset. As for President Bush at the Pentagon, when he heard the news, his face was strange. This damn Chinese is so irritating to be upset in the United States. Thinking about his own White House, which is still being rebuilt, President Bush feels like it's too much. In particular, Lin Feng also donated $1 to the White House Preparatory Committee, which was extremely hateful, which was just plain irritating to him. However, in the United States, under the restrictions of the U.S. Constitution, although Bush is classified as president, he feels hesitant to clean up the forest. In particular, the Ron Senior law firm behind Lin Feng is simply Lin Feng's most hateful minions, and any conspiracy against Lin Feng will be resolved by him. What's even more hateful is that Ron Senior law firm has also begun to be favored by other American super rich. After all, the team of lawyers who make Lin Feng so happy in the United States can also help them through various crises. Time passed every second, and everyone kept looking at the watch. It was August 16, 2002, at 8 p.m. US time. The moment the bell rang, all the neon signs in Times Square and the major theaters in New York, the lights in the department store were all off, and the night sky across Times Square in New York was completely dark. There was a buzzing sound at the scene, and all the lights in the entire New York Times Square went out. This is something that has never happened. It only happened during World War II when the United States carried out night lighting control. Now the colorful and gorgeous lights suddenly went out, causing everyone to panic. Hundreds of thousands of people screamed, and many people thought of 9/11 in horror, wondering if another terrorist attack, the nuclear power plant in New York, or some other terrorist incident. However, reporters who have seen all sorts of weird events and some smart people in the crowd faintly guessed that this should have something to do with Lin Feng Xiang's declaration of love tonight by Avril Lavigne. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Lin Feng appeared on all LCD TVs in Times Square in New York. Uproar! Everyone exclaimed. Avril Lavigne, Mariah Carey and Beyoncé yelled softly. They didn't expect Lin Feng to appear in front of everyone like this. Avril Lavigne was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Feng to appear in this way. Looking at Lin Feng's figure appearing on hundreds of LCD screens around New York Times Square, Avril Lavigne covered her face with her hands and looked at Lin Feng on the screen stupidly. Tears began to fall. Lin Feng on the screen smiled slightly. Avril Lavigne, I know that you have paid a lot for me and done a lot of things you didn't want to do. Honey, you have been wronged. So, baby, I want to be here, in front of everyone, to tell the world Lin Feng loves you very much. Avril Lavigne. Lin Feng on the screen shouted with a look of love. I love you. All pedestrians on the scene also felt the love in Lin Feng's tone and shouted loudly. Of course, the object of their shouts is naturally not Avril Lavigne, but the love in each other's hearts. Avril could not cry amidst the shouts of 100,000 people on the scene. Lin Feng was able to shout I love you in front of hundreds of thousands of pedestrians. No, it was the people around the world who shouted I love you, which has already moved Avril Lavigne into tears. However, although Lin Feng's simple expression of love is already very valuable for Lin Feng's identity, it is somewhat regrettable for many reporters who have been waiting for a long time. This is too ordinary. Although Lin Feng spent money to buy all the LCD TV commercials around New York Times Square, and temporarily extinguished all the lights of all the opera houses and department stores around New York Times Square, it cost Lin Feng at least $1 million. But this is too ordinary for Lin Feng's status as the world's richest man. Many reporters sighed. But now Lin Feng hasn't appeared yet. Obviously this hasn't reached its climax yet. All the reporters began to search for Lin Feng or Avril Lavigne among the crowd. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 831 Return My Firefly? Too ordinary. When many reporters were muttering that Lin Feng's declaration of love was too common, Times Square inches New York suddenly became completely black again. But with the experience just now, everyone is no longer panicked this time. No one doubts that this is a terrorist attack, but quietly waiting for Lin Feng's next action. Everyone will wait and see how romantic the richest man's romance will be. When New York Times Square was plunged into the first darkness since World War II, amidst a burst of melodious ancient music, the entire New York Times Square suddenly floated with faint fluorescent light from its starting point. From little by little, it slowly became a piece of light. One piece, twinkle and twinkle, it's really beautiful. The entire New York Times Square is embellished by this sky full of fluorescence like a dream, like a fairyland at night. Firefly. A sharp-eyed girl stretched out her hand to grab a little fluorescent, opened her hand and screamed excitedly. Firefly. When everyone heard the words, they stretched out their hands to grab the fluorescent light, spread their hands, and it turned out to be a firefly. And there was a sudden inhalation sound. Fireflies. The whole New York Times Square is dotted like an illusion. How many fireflies are needed? Look at the sky full of fireflies. There are at least 100,000. How many people do you need to catch them? And there are no fireflies near New York. Only Pennsylvania can catch so many fireflies. Catch 100,000 fireflies from Pennsylvania to New York. Only Lin Feng has this spare money and heart. Envy. Jealous. All the women in the square are deeply envious of this romantic confession object Avril. I am jealous of her being able to have a rich and romantic boyfriend like Lin Feng. HMPH. You wouldn't do this to me. Many women began to blame their boyfriends around them. Didn't I have no money? If I were as rich as him, I would be more romantic. I can give you whatever you want, the boyfriend said innocently. But before everyone was overwhelmed, snowflakes suddenly floated in the sky, and the entire square was filled with a refreshing fragrance of flowers, permeating everyone's noses, bodies, and sleeves. And all pedestrians were fascinated by the rich fragrance of flowers. Pieces of petals fell from the sky with the intoxicating fragrance of flowers. Rose rain. A girl screamed. Cack, cack, cack. Flashes of light. This picture is so beautiful, So beautiful, the rose rain falling from the sky, the fireflies wandering in the space, filled the entire New York Times Square with the breath of love. Take a sniff, the air feels as if it is sucking the air of love, and the whole world is full of love. This foreplay made everyone envy, and everyone was amazed, feeling that the romance of the world's richest man is unique. It also deeply made those girls jealous and made men angry. If it weren't for Lin Feng's great work, and in public, they would not have to endure difficulties of their girlfriends around them and use Lin Feng to stimulate them. But where is the protagonist now? All the reporters searched all around, and neither saw Lin Feng nor Avril Lavigne. Neither of the two parties appeared. Could it be that the two are playing tricks on everyone, finding a separate place to show their love? When many reporters were suspicious, a bright light flashed in the sky. A figure floated slowly from the air. Lin Feng. The sharp-eyed pedestrian suddenly cried out. I saw in the air, Lin Feng was holding a huge bouquet of 99 roses tied together, and slowly sliding down from the air with a charming smile. The flash flashed wildly. However, the pedestrians were surprised. From their perspective, how did Lin Feng do it? How can I slowly and freely descend from the air, as if an angel descended? After all, there are no helicopters in the sky, nor do I see steel cables or the like. How did Lin Feng do it? The man was amazed at how Lin Feng had come like an angel, while the woman was already so excited that it was beyond words. Such a declaration of love is really too romantic. Women want a Prince Charming to fall from the sky. Now, this Prince Charming falls from the sky. No woman can resist this kind of romance. This kind of romance will kill a woman and make a woman fall in love with you completely. But where is the heroine now? Everyone began to look for Avril Lavigne. Otherwise, if the male protagonist appears so romantic and miraculously without a female protagonist, it will be a great regret. Such a romantic declaration of love will be full of regrets. When everyone was still looking around, Lin Feng, who was in the sky, had sharp eyes. At a glance, he saw three dumbfounded people on the square. One of them was holding his face and twitching on his shoulders, and then came out from the gap between the big brim hat and black sunglasses. Her blonde hair should be undoubtedly Avril Lavigne. Lin Feng slightly remotely controlled the buttons on his body, and his whole body slowly drifted towards Avril Lavigne. This device was carefully designed by the magician David Copperfield for Lin Feng. This is one of David Copperfield's stunts. It flies without relying on ropes and camera skills. Slowly, in the envious eyes of everyone, Lin Feng fell in front of Avril Lavigne, gently took off the large brimmed hat on Avril's head and took off the sunglasses, revealing Avril's sobbing beauty. Lin, I can see you now. Mariah Carey and Beyoncé also showed their true expressions. Suddenly, there was a sound of taking pictures at the scene, and at the same time various carefully hidden cameras were also exposed one after another, ready to take the most exciting scene tonight. How did the world's richest man show his love to the pop diva? Everyone will wait and see. The entire New York Times 120,000 pedestrians held their breaths at the same time, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out, for fear that they would not be able to hear what Lin Feng said. The audience in front of the TV also held their breath, looking forward to what kind of touching words that Lin Feng would say. This is not those love soap operas, but a fact that actually happened before everyone's eyes. The world's richest man makes a declaration of love to the pop diva. Once in a lifetime. But Lin Feng's home in Chu City. Asshole, this kid is too shameful. Father Lin slapped the table angrily and cursed. Mexi, don't worry, I will let Xiao Feng give you an explanation. Father Lin immediately comforted Huang Mexi, who was holding Lin Yui. Huang Mexi bit her lip and nodded. Seeing this scene, Huang Mexi didn't know what it felt like. In short, it was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. But thinking of Lin Feng's previous love confession, he felt a little sweet in his heart. Although Lin Feng's confession to her was not so romantic and well known, he confessed to her first and then to Avril Lavigne. From this point of view, she is the first and Avril Lavigne is the second. Thinking of this, Huang Mexi felt less uncomfortable. Besides, she also has a daughter, Lin Yui, who is her bargaining chip. and with the support of Lin's father and Lin's mother, she is not afraid of Avril's strength. At this time, Shanghai Lizu is also watching the live broadcast of this romantic declaration of love of the century. Seeing this scene, I have to say in my heart that there are as many grievances as there are grievances. But she couldn't talk to people yet, tears could only be swallowed in her belly silently. But at this moment, Avril received a call. "Ha, Zu, don't be sad, let's see how I can help you fix this grief. The declaration of century love is very romantic, let's see how I spoil their romance." Algra hung up the phone after speaking. "Hey, hello." Lizu was startled, wondering what Algra would do. Instinctively wanted to call Lin Feng to remind him. But seeing the moved tearful Avril Lavigne and Lin Feng with a look on his face, Lizu couldn't make this call. "Humphrey, I make you bother." Algra was also in the square, a little far away from Avril Lavigne just now, and now, while everyone was waiting for Lin Feng's declaration, he quietly touched it. "Take off your high heels, lift up your high heels, and prepare to throw them there. Throw it over, as long as it hits Lin Feng. This romantic declaration of love will be ruined." However, no one expected it, and no one expected it. Just as Algra was about to throw high heels, a pretty figure flashed by. "Give me the firefly." A crisp voice suddenly exploded. A little girl, about 14 or 5 years old, took advantage of Lin Feng's unprepared bodyguards, and deftly went around, grabbing Lin Feng's clothes, like a female King Kong coming, and shouting. Everyone is stunned. Pedestrians were stunned. Lin Feng's bodyguard was stunned. Lin Feng was stunned. Avril was stunned. Algra was stunned, and the audience in front of the TV was also stunned, but only the reporter was not stunned. In an instant, the flash flashes like rain, constantly flashing crazily. This fact is too unexpected and too dramatic. It is incredible and hilarious that a very romantic declaration of love will encounter such a dramatic ending. Deserve it. Looking at Lin Feng's helplessness, and Avril's frowning into Sichuan, Algra felt so happy. This makes the wicked have their own wicked grind. Who told you Lin Feng were to show love to Avril Lavigne in front of 6 billion people around the world? Now someone will punish you. Miss Taylor, please let go. Liru and the others hurriedly gathered around. They have always disapproved of Lin Feng's public showing of love in Times Square in New York, just because they are afraid of safety issues. After all, there are too many people and there are huge crowds of people. They simply cannot protect Lin Feng comprehensively. But if Lin Feng insisted on doing this, they were helpless. Sure enough, now this 14-year-old girl from Pennsylvania sneaked up to Lin Feng. Fortunately, she is not a terrorist, otherwise Lin Feng's life would be worrying. HMPH, don't return my firefly, you can't run away again. The 14-year-old girl named Taylor looked angry, staring at Lin Feng's eyes, and clinging to Lin Feng's shirt with both hands, for fear of Lin Feng's recurrence. Run away? Lin Feng was speechless for a while. This little girl named Taylor doesn't have any common sense. She shows her love here, but she intervenes like this, turning a perfect love statement into a farce. What does her little head think? Lin Feng looked at Avril Lavigne helplessly. Avril Lavigne was also bitter, and she was moved beyond measure. But this scene suddenly appeared and all her good feelings were vanished. As for Mariah Carey and Beyoncé, they don't know what to say. Such a romantic show of love was destroyed by others. I really don't know what to say. Amidst the size of the audience. The next day, the covers of major newspapers and magazines around the world all adopted pictures of 14-year-old Taylor grabbing Lin Feng's jacket. As for Avril Lavigne, who was supposed to be the protagonist, only a small, depressed face was revealed in the photo. This time, the 14-year-old Taylor is on fire. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 832, The Queen of the Country. A romance turns into a farce. Although this is regrettable, it makes all women who yearn for love and romance sigh, but for all men, they laugh in their hearts. This young and unspeakable richest man in the world made such a trendy and romantic declaration of love, which is really a blow to all men. The richest man in the world has shown his love in public. Why can't you, an ordinary man, show his love to me in public? I'm afraid this will be the best reason for all women to question men not showing their love in public. And it will leave these men speechless. But now, looking at the front page headlines of major newspapers, Taylor grabbed the picture of Lin Feng's jacket, and all the men snickered. And they also have a reason. EUC, this is the price of romance in public. Some people are happy and some are worried. But the happiest one is none other than US President Bush. Originally, President Bush had a lot of opportunities every day. The Iraq crisis, the oil crisis, and so on. There are so many things that he needs to deal with. But tonight, President Bush turned on the TV in a ghostly manner and watched Lin Feng's declaration of love in Times Square, New York. Seeing Lin Feng's arrogance and the advent of such a pulling wind made President Bush gritted his teeth angrily, remembering what Lin Feng had done before. And now that he is still pulling the wind like this, President Bush was so angry. Originally, when President Bush wanted to turn off the TV and no longer watch it, the result suddenly turned around and things changed drastically. When the declaration of love was about to be announced at the end, a little girl grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and shouted, "Return me." Fireflies completely destroyed Lin Feng's declaration of love. Looking at Lin Feng's expressions of embarrassment, helplessness, frustration, and even a little bit of anger, President Bush felt that life is so beautiful and the air is so fresh for the first time since the White House was bombed. Deserve it. President Bush excitedly asks his entourage to help him open a bottle of champagne. Although no one accompanies him to drink, the embarrassment of watching Lin Feng on the TV is also very refreshing. By the way, help me contact the governor of Pennsylvania. President Bush suddenly thought of something and immediately ordered. For a long time, President Bush hated Lin Feng. From the time when the White House was bombed by Lin Feng, to when Lin Feng beat the reporter of the Washington Times in the street, and then blatantly moved the company to Ely, Georgia, to avoid taxes. In donating $1 to the White House reconstruction team, President Bush can be said to be hated by Lin Feng. This young man is too hateful. He relies on a group of lawyers to do whatever he wants in the United States, which makes President Bush as uncomfortable as if he had eaten his stool. Now, Bush has finally caught the opportunity. Lin Feng openly catches fireflies. Although there is no relevant legal restriction, the law can be amended and drafted. This time, Lin Feng must be punished. Of course, it is impossible for Lin Feng to enter the prison, but it is possible to let him shed some blood. Under President Bush's signal, a conspiracy against Lin Feng was quietly proceeding. At this time, in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, Lin Feng was an angry and funny little girl who looked at her desperately at the skirt of her clothes. Since grabbing herself in the square, the little girl stopped letting go. Li Ru and others wanted to help Lin Feng get rid of her entanglement, but as soon as Li Ru and others approached, she screamed and shouted indecent. It happened that she was a little girl again, and Lin Feng and others really didn't know what to do with her. In the end, they had no choice but to take her to the hotel together. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to be stuck in the street like this. It's just that she keeps pulling the clothes like this, which is really a bit embarrassing and helpless. "Pay me the firefly," Taylor screamed. Lin Feng was speechless. "It was the first time that I was so embarrassed." At the critical moment of reading the declaration of love, I was interrupted by others, grabbed my clothes, and ruined my good deeds. This is something that Lin Feng has never had since his success. Miss Taylor, these fireflies belong to nature. They do not belong to anyone. We don't need to compensate at all. And Pennsylvania law does not stipulate that fireflies are not allowed to be caught. Legally speaking, if you entangle our client like this, I can sue you for harassment. Tom moved out of the law more eloquently and reasoned with Taylor. HMPH, I don't care. Anyway, since you came, our town has never seen fireflies anymore. If you don't accompany, I won't leave. Taylor doesn't know much about the law, but since the other party is a lawyer, he wants to talk about it. That's right. However, although I didn't care, but it made sense in morals. When these rich people came, for some romantic reasons, they would never see the unreasonable fireflies in their own town. This is absolutely unforgivable. Little sister, you have to be reasonable in life. You are unreasonable like this, and if you do this, we are not welcome. Avril was also anxious. Obviously a very romantic and enviable declaration of love was turned into a farce by this little girl. Tomorrow she might decide how the major newspapers would write it. Thinking of this, Avril was furious. Had it not been for the fact that the other party was a little girl, Avril would have been rough with it. HMPH, Avril, don't think that you can be fierce to me if you have released a few records. HMPH, that's because I didn't make my debut. When I make my debut, I will definitely compare you. Also, don't think you are old, you have reason. HMPH, dare you touch me, all the residents of our town will not let you go. Taylor stared at Avril fearlessly. Scare. Taylor said these words arrogantly and confidently, but Avril's hot temper burst on the spot, and he came over with his sleeves rolled up. Let go. Avril stared blankly at this little girl who was only 14 years old, but as tall as herself. Don't let go. Tyler sniffed, not afraid that Avril rolled up his sleeves and raised his fist. Avril's apricot stared. She had never seen such a difficult person, but she also had a way to deal with her. He stretched his hands directly under Tyler's armpits and began to tickle. Girls are more ticklish, and there are a few more sensitive spots. Avril Lavigne is also a woman, so she naturally understands these sensitive points. Tyler couldn't stand it when he stretched out his hand like this. In a panting sound, Taylor let go of his grip on Lin Feng's jacket. Lin Feng also took this opportunity to leave Taylor's devil's palm, loosen his collar, and let out a long sigh. You bastard! Taylor stared at Avril with an indignant look. Now that Lin Feng ran away from her, it would be difficult to catch it anymore. Avril Lavigne is not as knowledgeable as Taylor at the moment, but winks at Taylor very proudly, and Taylor is itchy with hatred. But now in the room, she is an outsider alone, and everyone else is facing Lin Feng. She is alone. HMPH, you don't accompany me, Firefly. You don't want to leave. Tyler looked left and right, while Lin Feng and the others were dumbfounded, dragged a sofa chair to the door, and they sat on it and put out one. The posture of the deputy not letting everyone go out. Everyone was speechless for a while. Forget it, Tom. It's not too early now. Let her rest here tonight, and call her parents tomorrow to let them pick up people. Lin Feng didn't want to care about this little girl anymore, and it was too early, and they ordered everyone to rest. As for how to go, there is not only one exit for this presidential suite. Tyler blocked the door, which was nothing. After waiting for Mariah Kelly and Beyoncé to leave, Lin Feng put his arms around Avril Lavigne into the room. Disappointment. Avril Lavigne said angrily. Originally a romantic declaration of love, it turned into a farce. As the heroine, Avril is as angry as she is. Okay, next time I will find a place with fewer people and make up for you. Let's do it. Lin Feng said with a smile. It's almost the same. Avril murmured a few times, thinking of the tailor who was blocking the door outside, and was anguished again. By the way, what are you going to do with the tailor? And what about the Firefly? Well, let Tom contact her family tomorrow and take them away. As for the Fireflies, let Tom talk to them tomorrow. In short, there is nothing in this world that money can't solve. Even if money can't be solved, money can be bought. The solution is to be implemented with money. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Avril Lavigne thought for a while. Although Lin Feng's words were a bit too harsh, it was true. From a certain perspective, money is indeed omnipotent. For example, you love someone very much, but the other person does not love you or your money. Then you can use money to buy her friends around her, her family members, and everyone around her, and then buy all the coincidences and all the great hearts. In this way, you will always reap beautiful hearts. From this perspective, money is still omnipotent. Okay, I'm going to take a bath. After Avril figured it out, she didn't say more. Looking at the figure of Avril Lavigne entering, Lin Feng was hot. Originally, this matter tonight, Lin Feng was in a panic, holding a wave of evil fire in his heart. Seeing Averil's graceful figure now, thinking of the wild sexiness, I suddenly thought about it. He stripped naked and followed in. Hey! What are you doing? There is a little girl outside. Don't worry, this room is soundproof, she can't hear it. A wave of violent singing sounded in the master bedroom of the presidential suite, mixed with bursts of gasps and groans, filling the whole room with the taste of love. One night passed. When Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne came out the next day, Taylor slept well on the bench. However, even though she was asleep, her hand firmly grasped the doorknob, and apparently she did not let Lin Feng and others go out when she was asleep. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, expressing his admiration for the 14-year-old girl for being so persistent. Walked back to the room, took a blanket and put it on him. What? Lin Feng let out a surprise, and a student ID of Taylor fell on the ground. Lin Feng picked it up and took a look. It said Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. Lin Feng was surprised. Could this little girl be Taylor Swift, who won the Grammy Award for Most Popular Female Singer and Most Popular Female Country Artist? Lin Feng took a closer look. It looked a bit like, and then looked at the address on the student ID. It seemed to be the same as Taylor Swift and Lin Feng's impression. Could it be that this little girl who is holding on to herself is Taylor Swift, a country singer who will become popular in the United States in the future? Lin Feng couldn't believe that he would bump into Taylor Swift, the super idol, in the future, in this way. Avril Lavigne also whispered. Just now, when Avril Lavigne went back to get the blankets, she picked up a piece of paper from Taylor Swift. It was filled with music scores and lyrics. Avril just hummed a few casually and realized that the song was a bit tasteful. Avril Lavigne is also a singer-songwriter. Naturally, the 14-year-old girl's creative talent can be seen from this music sheet. She is a musical genius. Avril Lavigne made a judgment. Our company should sign her. Although Avril Lavigne is only the president of a famous second entertainment record company, but after so long of experience and personally, Avril Lavigne also has an instinctive desire to seek talents. She has a certain talent in music creation. Our company should be able to give her a chance to audition, Avril said softly. Lin Feng looked at Avril Lavigne's serious expression, and then looked at the ID card in his hand, guessing that this innocent little girl should be the country singer Taylor Swift, who became popular in the United States in the future. Since it is her company will naturally have to sign a contract, and a long-term contract. At the same time, it can just resolve the contradiction between himself and the town where Taylor lives. As for how to compensate, it's easy to say. Anyway, how can Taylor help himself to earn it back in the future? Hey, Taylor, wake up. Lin Feng gently pushed Taylor Swift. Why, people are so sleepy, I want to sleep for a while. Taylor opened Lin Feng's hand, but his brows were frowned, and it felt wrong. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Lin Feng and jumped up, protecting the door with his hands. HMPH, don't want to run. Don't accompany me, Firefly, don't want to run. Tyler covered the door with both hands, staring at Lin Feng with round eyes. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, I won't run, and I want to talk to you about something. In this way, it's morning, and you should be hungry too. Let's talk while eating, Lin Feng said with a smile. Taylor Swift pouted and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, still grasping the doorknob tightly with both hands, obviously not believing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was amused when he saw it, and hooked his finger at Taylor Swift. Come and see, there is another door here. If I want to run, do I still call you? Lin Feng pointed to the door on the other side and said. Taylor Swift looked at it, and sure enough there was another door over there. Taylor Swift ran over and opened it, and it really led directly outside. Thinking that I was stupidly stuck in front of the door all night last night, but Lin Feng and others regarded her as a fool, Taylor Swift's face suddenly turned into a sauce. His silver teeth squeaked and furiously mad. Okay, go eat breakfast, Lin Feng said quickly. The so-called forgiveness really caused Taylor Swift to have an attack, which would not be good for signing her. But when I arrived at the dinner table and was eating, there was bad news. Taylor Swift's parents told Lin Feng for abducting minors. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 833 Bush, Danger? Lin Feng, Avril Lavigne, and Taylor Swift are enjoying a delicious breakfast at the Hilton Hotel. Of course, when talking about enjoyment, it refers to Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne. As for Taylor Swift, she is showing the innocent side of the little girl. She is holding a knife and fork and venting her breath at the butter bread. Poke a hole, every poke and murmur. Lin Feng looked at her secretly and funny, ignored her and let her vent. After all, for the fireflies last night, such a small girl stayed at the door all night, only to find that there was another exit in the morning, and everyone else had left. This feeling was not so good. Lin Feng ate early and opened the newspaper habitually. Sure enough, the entire article above is all about last night's pictures. Taylor Swift grabbed Lin Feng's jacket with his hands, and the expression on his teeth was vivid, and the major newspapers and magazines were full of noise. The title of USA Today: The Declaration of Perfect Love is Destroyed. The title of the New York Times: The Embarrassment of the World's Richest Man. Washington Times headline: It deserved it, the richest man. Various newspapers looked at the picture and talked in response to this photo. Some satirized Lin Feng's declaration of love, some satirized Lin Feng deserved it, and some speculated whether there was any ulterior secret between Lin Feng and this little girl, and being caught on the spot by him, etc. There are various comments, and most of these comments are negative news. Lin Feng can also understand the remarks made by these media. In one sentence, everyone is jealous. Lin Feng is now less concerned about these media's remarks, and he doesn't care so much. He just put the newspaper aside and waited for Taylor Swift to eat her breakfast, and then talk to him about his intention to sign. But at this moment, Tom and Leroy walked in together. Lin, there is bad news. Tom walked in with a serious face. What's the matter? Lin Feng rarely saw Tom so serious, and couldn't help but follow him tightly. Lin, the Swifts, that is, Taylor Swift's parents have sued you for kidnapping a minor. Now the court has issued a subpoena, and the court will open in 3 days. Tom said with a headache. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect that he would be accused of abducting and selling a minor. This was the first time in the world. I see what you do now. Taylor Swift burst into a frown, his waist straightened, and the person energetic. The smile between the corners of his mouth was indescribably triumphant. I said, you now apologize to me immediately and compensate the fireflies in our town. Then I immediately ask my parents to withdraw the complaint. Looking at the proud little adult look at Taylor Swift, Lin Feng and others secretly laughed. But Tom couldn't laugh. Also, the residents of the town have now jointly sued you for fishing fireflies, destroying the local ecological environment, and asking you to pay 100,000 fireflies. The court will open in 3 days, Tom said helplessly. Lin Feng frowned, but he didn't expect all the bad things to come together. Lin, what should I do? Avril was anxious after listening. It doesn't matter if you pay 100,000 fireflies, it's a big deal. The key is to tell Lin Feng for abducting and selling minors. That would be terrible. Tom, didn't she come here voluntarily? People all over the world can prove it. Avril Lavigne pointed to the photo in the newspaper and said, this is just a photo. According to American law, Lin Feng has no right to take away the underage Taylor. What's more, regardless of whether Taylor voluntarily at the time, her parents have the right to sue Lin Feng now that Taylor has been here all night. Tom sighed. He also temporarily forgot about it because of Taylor's actions yesterday, otherwise he would urge Lin Feng to send Taylor home instead of letting Taylor spend the night here. As a result, it was just that night, and things got a lot of trouble. Moreover, Tom faintly felt that this incident was being manipulated by someone behind it. Otherwise it would not develop so fast. It stands to reason that the residents of small towns like Pennsylvania are very simple and innocent, and they will not go to court to find a solution to the problem and make the matter big. Someone must be controlling this. Tom affirmed his guess. Lin Feng and others fell into contemplation. Only Taylor Swift sat there triumphantly as if he had won a big battle, with a very good appetite, scouring the food on the table, and exaggerated admiration with every bite. Look at Lin Feng and others with a frown. Speechless. Lin Feng and others are quite speechless. Lin, let's go in and talk. Tom looked at Taylor Swift and pulled Lin Feng into the bedroom. Lin, the most serious accusation at the moment is that the Swifts are accusing you of abducting their daughter Taylor Swift. Now, as long as Taylor Swift does not insist that you were kidnapped, then you will be fine. But what I am worried about is this. The second Swifts were instigated by some people. In that case, I am afraid they would instigate Taylor to accuse you. Back then, Michael Jackson's child molestation accusation was that the children were instigated by their parents. So, we must as soon as possible solve Taylor Swift and let him not be at the mercy of his parents, or at the mercy of the people behind him. Tom said with a heavy face. This matter, as long as Taylor Swift admits that he came voluntarily, then Lin Feng will be absolutely fine. After all, Taylor Swift is 14 years old, with a clear head and sharp speech. But the question is Taylor Swift willing to help Lin Feng? But anyway, try it. Just as Lin Feng and Tom walked out with a smile on their faces, preparing to lobby Taylor Swift, the hotel door was suddenly opened, and a group of New York police officers armed with guns broke in. This is an arrest warrant. Mr. Lin, we are now accusing you of illegally holding a minor and restricting the minor's personal freedom. A police detective showed Lin Feng the arrest warrant. Lin Feng frowned. The police came so fast, even the arrest warrant was issued, and the action was too fast. Obviously, as Tom said, there is someone behind all this, and this person must have a lot of background. I am my client's lawyer, I want to check this arrest warrant. Tom stepped forward and said, "Take it to see clearly." The detective coldly handed Tom the arrest warrant. After reading it carefully, Tom nodded to Lin Feng. "It's true. I request to travel with my client, and given the identity of my client, we request to drive to the New York Police Department by ourselves," Tom said. The detective frowned, but this request was also very legal. He thought about it and nodded in agreement. "I'll go together too." Avril Lavigne grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Lin Feng smiled confidently, and at the same time looked at Taylor Swift, who was a little stunned, and asked Avril to persuade Taylor Swift, as long as Taylor Swift changed his words. "Then there is no problem." Avril Lavigne nodded. For Taylor Swift, although she was angry because Taylor Swift broke her romantic declaration of love, she valued her talent very much. And now Taylor Swift can be related to whether Lin Feng can avoid possible prison. No matter how Avril Lavigne hated Taylor Swift before, there is no any hostility right now. Just when Lin Feng and his party were leaving with the New York detective, Taylor Swift's parents ran in and saw the a little stunned Taylor Swift crying in his arms. Before waiting for Avril's expression, Taylor Swift, who was a little at a loss about the development of the matter, was immediately taken away, and within 3 days, Taylor Swift was not allowed to contact anyone. Things are tricky. 3 days passed in a short time. The whole world is affected by Lin Feng's involvement in a case of illegally kidnapping minors and restricting their personal freedom. Although there are endless incidents involving the super rich, this is the first time the world's richest man has been accused. And it is an accusation that has nothing to do with finance. This is the first time that a very serious criminal case is involved. Major newspapers have published various comments on this. USA Today: the world's richest man is in big trouble. The romantic declaration of love is very likely to put him in a cage. The gap between before and after is too dramatic. Washington Times: the arrogant Chinese now finally know that the US law is just and strict. In the United States, no matter you are anyone, as long as you break the law, you will be subject to a fair trial. The Sun deserves it. Those who trample on the law like this will finally be punished by the law one day. They deserve it. Compared with the Western media's consistent watching and criticizing remarks, the Chinese media is naturally a voice of solidarity. According to Reference News, as we all know, Taylor Swift followed Lin Feng voluntarily. As for not returning overnight, it can be known from the second day that Taylor Swift did not suffer any harm. Lin Feng did it out of kindness. Take in Taylor Swift instead of trying to hold him hostage and restrict his personal freedom. You know, Lin Feng is the richest man in the world and is not short of money. And Lin Feng's side was never the kind of anxious person. Domestic netizens also collectively supported Lin Feng and posted support messages on the internet. Netizen Fengming Lin Feng, our people across the country support you and believe that you will deflate Yankees again. Let the damn American law die. At the same time, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs also submitted a letter of protest to the U.S. Ministry of Foreign Affairs to protest for Lin Feng. This is also the first time the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has protested for a certain person like the United States, strongly protesting. After all, Lin Feng is the world's richest man, a talent that is not born in China. And the company he controls is also involved in the top IT industry. Lin Feng must not be lost, no matter how the outside world murmured. The time for the trial finally arrived. At this moment, the Pentagon. President Bush turned on the TV with great joy and watched the trial of the world's richest man that affected the world. And President Bush specially prepared beer and popcorn. Today's scene, but he planned it alone, and made him wait for too long. He must put Lin Feng in jail. But suddenly, it seemed to feel a gust of wind passing by. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 835th chapter is looking for scolding. Federal Court of New York. Lin Feng's trial is undoubtedly one of the most important cases tried by the New York Federal Court since its establishment. The reason why it is said to be serious is not how serious the criminal case may be triggered by this case itself. Restricting personal freedom, although the crime is serious in the United States. In fact, the crime is not serious. Unless there are other major incidents in the case, the sentence is not heavy. But the reason why it is said to be important now is because of Lin Feng's identity. World's richest man. The richest man in the world has never been involved in a criminal case. Never. Not to mention the trial of the richest man in the world. There are very few trials of ordinary rich men referring to criminal cases. The most sensational was the Thompson wife murdering case that year. At that time, Thompson was just a very famous sports star. Lin Feng is the richest man in the world. The gap between the two is like the difference between clouds and mud. Now that the New York Federal Court can try the world's richest man, it is exciting to think about it. In particular, this man once crashed into the Statue of Liberty and caused the White House to be bombed accidentally. However, the United States had no way to deal with it. Such a man can be said to be the #1 public enemy of the United States. This trial made the U.S. Judicial Department extremely excited. Because of this, in order to give Lin Feng a fair trial opportunity, the Ron Senior law firm used various methods before the trial, using the pressure of public opinion to exert pressure, and finally forced the New York Federal Court to change the jury twice in succession. Group a jury consisting of 3 Chinese, 5 whites, and 4 blacks. Change it, how can you pay it back? This time you are in disaster. President Bush sneered. Bush was indifferent to Ron's Senior law firm's move to change the jury, because he already had a chance to win. This time I can punish Lin Feng. With President Bush's eager anticipation, the judge officially announced the opening of the court. Defendant, may I ask you to accuse the residents of a small town in Pennsylvania that you have fished wildly for fireflies and demand that you compensate the town for 100,000 fireflies. Do you deny guilty? The judge looked at Lin Feng. His tone was extremely flat, but his face was slightly exposed. The twitches of her were obviously not satisfied with Lin Feng. However, it is no wonder that the last time Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne openly assaulted the Washington Times reporter on the street, they took advantage of the loopholes in the law to get away with it, which made the United States Department of Justice extremely dissatisfied. This time, after finally seizing the opportunity again, I would naturally not let it go easily. Whether it is before TV or on the internet, people who follow the matter hold their breath and focus nervously on the upcoming trial of the century. Bush looked at Lin Feng on the TV screen playfully, wondering what Lin Feng would do. 100,000 fireflies are not so easy to catch, and there is no federal law that makes it illegal to catch fireflies, but such a large-scale fishing is indeed morally unreasonable. If Lin Feng refuses to plead guilty and his lawyer even sneers, the judge will naturally withdraw the complaint in accordance with the federal law. This is also within President Bush's calculations. His think tank calculated that Lin Feng would definitely deny it. After all, this kind of accusation is a bit guilty, and few people will plead guilty. Therefore, as long as Lin Feng refuses to plead guilty, it will definitely affect the attitude of the jury towards Lin Feng and the attitude of the residents of the town towards Lin Feng. At that time, if Lin Feng is accused of illegally taking Taylor Swift and restricting his personal freedom, the chances of winning will be greatly increased. According to calculations by President Bush's think tank, Lin Feng's probability of being convicted is more than 90%. Moreover, Lin Feng's denial of the crime would also offend the World Environmental Protection Organization and the Animal Protection Association. In the long run, it will also affect Lin Feng's company and reputation. Everyone looked at Lin Feng's defense lawyer Tom. "Your Excellency, I represent my client. Plead guilty." Tom stood up and smiled. There was a voice of surprise at the scene. Plead guilty? How could Lin Feng plead guilty? How could he plead guilty? President Bush slapped the table sharply, looking incredible. How could Lin Feng plead guilty? This accusation is simply a crime to be added. How could Lin Feng plead guilty? Even if Lin Feng pleaded guilty, his lawyer would not let him plead guilty. As long as Lin Feng denies the charge will definitely be withdrawn, because there is no federal legal support. No, never. President Bush's think tank determined that Lin Feng would definitely deny the accusation, but he never expected Lin Feng to plead guilty. This crime itself is a bit of a guilty taste, but Lin Feng did not expect that Lin Feng would really plead guilty. Lin Feng glanced at the surprised judge and several mysterious people in black suits, and smiled. Then I scanned the lens of the eyeglasses and made a spoken word about the lens sample. It's not so easy to yin me. In these 3 days, the Ron Senior Law Firm temporarily suspended all other cases and made every effort to deduct the case for Lin Feng. In the final calculation of this matter, Lin Feng will definitely give Lin Feng a respect before the soldiers, allowing Lin Feng to easily crack the first accusation, and then kill the killer against Lin Feng on the second most serious accusation. This was a serial strategy. But it was a pity that Ron asked Lin Feng to do the opposite. As long as he pleaded guilty, he would crack it. And it will get the goodwill of the jury and the residents of the Pennsylvania town. Translate quickly, translate quickly. What is he talking about? President Bush hurriedly ordered the think tank next to him to translate. After some nervous translation, everyone's faces became stiff. What is he talking about? President Bush asked in a muffled voice. Everyone in the think tank, look at me and I will look at you. I don't know if I should tell Bush. Bring it. I'll see it for myself. Bush reached out and took the translated note, his face suddenly green after reading it. Damn, you dare to scold me for a mockery. Let's wait and see. President Bush pours a glass of beer with fire-breathing eyes and takes a long breath. Fortunately, he still has a backhand, otherwise he will be mad today. If Lin Feng knew that Bush was so angry at this time, he would definitely shrug his shoulders helplessly. Did I criticize you? You asked for it. This year, it is surprising that there are still people looking for scolding. At this time, in court, Your Excellency, the jury, my client apologizes for some of the things that caused Miss Avril by fishing fireflies to show love in public at that time. Tom smiled. Your Excellency, can you allow me to speak? Lin Feng took over and said at this time. Yes. The judge nodded. Everyone, here I must first apologize to all the residents in the small town of Pennsylvania. I apologize for the stupid behavior that I personally lost in love for a while. Lin Feng Chong came from the small town of Pennsylvania in court. The residents bowed deeply. Make a show. Bush threw a popcorn into his mouth and said disdainfully. Hearing this, The think tank on the side whispered to himself, the world's most showy person is your old man. Of course, these words can only be said secretly in their hearts, otherwise Bush will know them. They must be unlucky. At this time, Lin Feng looked at everyone with a smile. At the same time, I promise to invest in the construction of a firefly breeding base in a small town in Pennsylvania, so that Pennsylvania will once again become the beautiful home of fireflies. At the same time, I will also spend $1 million to build an ecological research base in Pennsylvania. How can humans survive better with animals and plants? And how to better protect our nature. Lin Feng said very sincerely. Consternation. No one thought that Lin Feng would compensate in this way. No one thought that. This is so sincere. Applaud. All the small town residents from Pennsylvania present applauded Lin Feng. Originally, they thought that Lin Feng would rely on his wealth and power, so he could afford a lawyer to deny this. They did not expect that Lin Feng would not only admit it, but put forward a better solution to create a firefly breeding base here, which is comparable to catching it. Much better. After all, after the hundreds of thousands of fireflies were released into the sky over New York, according to the analysis of biological experts, there were many bad lucks. Lin Feng wanted to compensate these 100,000, so he had to go to other places to catch them. In that way, it is to demolish the east wall to make up the west wall. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng used such a perfect solution to solve it, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Moreover, Lin Feng also promised to build an ecological research base, which proves Lin Feng's confession of this matter. This is a good person. Everyone applauds for Lin Feng's righteous deeds. Such a benevolent, the richest man who knows his mistakes and can make corrections is unprecedented and deserves people's applause. The 12 jury members on the side also nodded repeatedly, watching Lin Feng's face full of kind smiles. Puff. President Bush spewed out a sip of beer. Originally expected Lin Feng to deny the accusation categorically, and then aroused the dissatisfaction of everyone on the scene, and then entered the real accusation, and then dealt a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng retreated to advance. After pleading guilty, he took the opportunity to please the jury and the residents of the small town of Pennsylvania. Now, instead of provoke the jury's dissatisfaction as expected, he has won the jury's love. How upset President Bush. Chinese kid. Don't be too happy. President Bush breathed a sigh of relief. When he calmed down, he flicked a popcorn into his mouth with his fingers and chewed it with pride. The charges below are not so easy to get out of. Back then, Michael Jackson was completely ruined by an ordinary person and almost got mentally ill. Now he takes the shot himself, and he doesn't take Lin Feng easily. At this time, Lin Feng spoke to the camera again. President Bush frowned and wanted to order someone to translate again, but after thinking about it, if he scolded himself again, this is really a curse himself. I'm not that cheap. I always look for scolding. I am the President of the United States, and I only have to train others by myself. How can I scold myself? HMPH. I want to take the opportunity to scold this uncle. No way. President Bush grinned his nose and flicked a popcorn into his mouth again. After a few minutes of rest, the judge announced the second charge. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 835. Performance time. Defendant, do you promise that the Swifts accuse you of illegally holding Taylor Swift and restricting his personal freedom? The judge asked. Everyone looked at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng's unexpected confession just now surprised everyone. What about now? Will Lin Feng plead guilty? Your Excellency, I don't plead guilty on my behalf. Tom got up and said. If this is a confession, it is a felony and will definitely be sentenced. Although the sentence will not be too heavy, it will be a blow to Lin Feng's reputation and career. Heavy blow. Of course, based on the developments just now, Tom also knows that the other party is not good, and Avril has not contacted Taylor Swift himself in the past few days, which fully shows that the power behind this incident is not small. and it is aimed at Lin Feng. But Tom also has absolute certainty to face this crisis, because what he is best at is cross-examination. He has carefully read Taylor Swift's detailed information. For this kind of girl born in a small town, his straightforwardness, frankness, and simplicity are the characteristics of this kind of small-town girl. If she is coerced or instigated by someone, maybe she will make some unintentional remarks for a while, but to deal with this kind of little girl, Tom can break her lie by only a few cross-examinations. Tom has absolute confidence in his cross-examination skills. Not long after, the judge announced that the witness was present. This case is actually very simple. It lies in Taylor Swift's accusation against Lin Feng. As long as Taylor Swift accused Lin Feng and insisted that Lin Feng had very restricted her freedom, then Lin Feng was guilty. On the contrary, if Taylor Swift does not charge, Lin Feng is not guilty. But first, they questioned Taylor Swift's parents as usual. The two naturally accused Taylor Swift of what a good girl with a sense of justice, and accused Lin Feng of destroying his life because of his hatred of Taylor Swift. He hates Taylor Swift for a declaration of perfect love, and then commits some illegal behaviors, such as imprisoning Taylor Swift, wanting to retaliate against her, and even molesting Taylor Swift. Swift's performance caused a buzzing sound on the spot. Many people looked at Lin Feng with different eyes. Although there were photos that proved that it was Lin Feng that Taylor Swift was looking for, there were also videos that proved that it was Lin Feng who took Taylor Swift away. And more importantly, the Swifts accused Lin Feng of holding and imprisoning their daughter's personal freedom and did not ask for any financial compensation. No, not at all. According to the records of similar cases in the past, all false accusations will be based on staggering economic claims. But now, the Swifts don't want money, and don't want a penny. They only ask the court to severely punish Lin Feng and give their daughter Taylor Swift justice. According to logic, only logical and conventional analysis, the accusation of the Swifts is true. After that, the real protagonist appeared. When Taylor Swift came out, everyone screamed in surprise. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he looked at it. When I met Taylor Swift for the first time, the little girl was full of vigor, neatly dressed, and her long blonde hair was particularly impressive. But now, Taylor Swift is unkempt. His whole person looks extremely haggard, and his dazzling blonde hair has lost its luster, as if he has suffered a little. Tom frowned while watching from the sidelines. Taylor Swift's appearance in this way is obviously to win the sympathy of the jury. Lin Feng is the richest man in the world. Taylor Swift is a simple, innocent and cute little girl. Now Lin Feng's clothes are bright and smiling, while Taylor Swift is ragged and sluggish. Anyone who looks at it will sympathize. Taylor Swift will preconceive that Lin Feng is guilty. Things are in trouble. Tom is secretly wary. Originally, he was going to use cross-examination to deal with Taylor Swift and her parents. But watching the tearful performance of the Swift couple just now, Tom guessed that the other party must be prepared for his own cross-examination. And for adults, especially those who have undergone special training, cross-examination is not so effective. As for Taylor Swift, with the present appearance, no matter what Tom asks, Taylor Swift can drag him over as long as he cries. If Tom presses too tightly, it will backfire and cause the jury's dissatisfaction. How to do? Tom glanced at Ron beside him for advice. But Ron couldn't help it for a while. The other party was fully prepared this time and decided to move. Now he can only take one step and count one step. Everyone, this is my client. 3 days ago, everyone should have known from the newspaper or TV how vigorous, energetic and the little girl's innocent romance she is, but now she looks haggard and panic. Why is this? There is only one reason. Due to the illegal abuse of the defendant, my client's soul has been greatly hurt, and my client cannot wake up from this nightmare. Today, I am standing here to do this. The murderer is brought to justice. The best prosecutor in the federal court of New York yelled righteously. The 12 jurors looked at Taylor Swift with a haggard face, and then at the glamorous Lin Feng, frowning slightly. The frown of the jury's brows was immediately captured by the camera. Everyone can clearly know that the jury had an unpleasant attitude towards Lin Feng, and this displeasure will be related to the final trial of Lin Feng by the jury. Well done. President Bush was in a good mood and proudly popped another popcorn into his mouth, chewing, clumsy, indescribably proud. This time, he named the most famous prosecutor in the New York federal court to be responsible for this case, with only one purpose: to get Lin Feng to jail. No matter how long, even if there is only one day, Bush will be happy. Bush was happy, but Lin Feng frowned. Protest. Your Honor, I protest that the prosecutor misled the jury's view of my client. Tom immediately stood up and protested. The protest is effective. The prosecutor will pay attention to your words. The judge nodded and said, Yes, Your Honor. The prosecutor smiled slightly. The remarks just now have already affected the jury, and he has achieved his goal. The prosecutor trimmed his clothes. Miss Taylor, why did you go to the defendant that day, the richest man in the world today? You have always done amazing things, often trampling on the law, and even dared to beat reporters in the street. Lin Feng, the prosecutor asked very cleverly. Lin Feng made him a bastard who deceived others with a bit of money. Protest. Your Honor, I protest the prosecutor's groundless accusation against my client. Tom immediately stood up angrily. To allow the prosecutor to continue the accusation without waiting for him to cross-examine the witnesses, Lin Feng had already lost. Prosecutor, please pay attention to your words. The judge reminded again. The prosecutor smiled, and the remarks just now had once again affected the jury. It was enough to offset the goodwill brought to the jury by Lin Feng's actions just now. Miss Taylor, can you answer my question just now? The prosecutor asked very softly. But Taylor Swift was taken aback, and he was stunned for a long time. The expression of Taylor Swift made the jury more sympathize with him and hated Lin Feng. What a wonderful girl. Just like this, Lin Feng was scourge. A girl who was so excited, her eyes were dull now, and it was heartbreaking to see it. Tom frowned. Things have begun to exceed his expectations. Well done. President Bush is even more happy to watch it. This time, the subordinates are doing well and are worth reusing. Who handled this case will be reused in the future. Bush turned and ordered. After speaking, he threw a popcorn and poured a swig of beer. Cool. Transparent. Bush hasn't been so cool in a long time. It feels better today than watching a Hollywood blockbuster, and even better than watching my own plane bombing Iraq. Taylor Swift looked at Lin Feng, then at his parents who were sitting in the distance, biting his lip, hesitated and worried. Taylor Swift glanced at Lin Feng involuntarily, and hurriedly made the wrong start. This move made the jury more sympathetic. Tom frowned. This is really difficult. I originally went to Lin Feng and asked him to repay the fireflies in our town. Later, Taylor Swift was stuck here and couldn't say anything. Later, did the defendant kidnap you into the Hilton Hotel, restrict your personal freedom, and even make some unreasonable demands on you? The prosecutor originally had a more kind tone, but in the end he was more stern, as if intimidating the prisoner. Taylor Swift was startled, looked at the prosecutor in horror, and nodded instinctively. The scene was in an uproar. Taylor Swift's testimony is undoubtedly fatal. Bang! Someone shot the case. She said nonsense. We were all there that night. No one restricted her personal freedom at all. Instead, she restricted our personal freedom. Avril Lavigne listened and roared on the spot. Taylor, I didn't expect you to be such a little girl. You will lie too. You disappointed me too much. I thought you were very talented in music. In the roar of Avril Lavigne, she was taken out by the bailiff. Taylor Swift watched as Avril was invited out by the bailiffs cursingly. Taylor Swift bit his lip with hesitation on his face. Today, her appearance, and those words, were taught to her by her father. His father said that Lin Feng was rich and unkind. Only in this way could he be punished, and he had to compensate the fireflies in the town. He also said that there will be a record company signing with her, focusing on training her to become the most outstanding female country singer. Taylor Swift didn't like the record company's signing. but hoped to punish Lam Feng and make him compensate the Fireflies. Taylor Swift, who grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, has a special feeling for fireflies. In many cases, her creative inspiration comes from these cute little elves. As a result, these little elves are now captured by Lin Feng and can no longer be seen. This is Taylor Swift's most angry thing. Taylor Swift: I was quarantined just now, and I didn't know that Lin Feng was already willing to compensate the fireflies. But looking at Averil's angry look, Taylor Swift began to hesitate. Although she wanted Lin Feng to compensate Firefly, she also didn't want to use this method. She felt that this method was a deception and a fraud. But looking at the encouraging look of his parents in the distance, Taylor Swift was more hesitant. Well, the defense lawyer, please cross-examine the witness, the judge asked. Just when Tom was about to cross-examine the witness, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Your Excellency, I want to defend myself. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The world is shocked. Lin Feng asked. To defend himself? This is too ridiculous. Now almost even ordinary citizens know that Lin Feng's current situation is unfavorable. It should be time to trust professional lawyers, but Lin Feng chose to defend himself. Although this is not without precedent, it is still too exaggerated, too incredible. Brother Lin, Li Zhu exclaimed in Shanghai. Xiui, you must bless your father. Huang Meixi also looked worried. Jessica Alba, who was shooting the movie, also listened to the trial live broadcast, and was stunned on the spot when she heard the news. The employees of many companies under Lin Feng were also stunned. Although their chairman has repeatedly performed miracles, their boss is after all a human being, not a god, and it is impossible to understand everything and know everything. Sooner or later, something will happen. Today, Lin Feng is like this. I am afraid that something big will happen. Once Lin Feng really chose to defend himself and led to a deep prison, it would be a fatal blow to all of Lin Feng's companies. This is too risky. In an instant, the stocks of Lin Feng's companies all fell by 1 percentage point, and Lin Feng's personal assets instantly shrank by $800 million. One decision cost $800 million, which is a bit high. If this decision leads to greater troubles, the loss may be far more than $800 million. Ron pulled Lin Feng. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Lin Feng smiled and patted Ron's hand gently. Defend yourself. Ha! Do you really think you are Lincoln? President Bush sneered with disdain. But Lin Feng chose to defend himself, so he would die faster, so that he would have a good show. One more popcorn and a dozen beer, Bush ordered. Under the attention of everyone, Lin Feng walked up to Taylor Swift with ease. Of the three witnesses, the Swifts are not important at all. What is important is the confession of Taylor Swift. According to Lin Feng's observations, Taylor Swift still has a conscience. As long as a person has a conscience, it is the easiest breakthrough. Lin Feng walked up to Taylor Swift and smiled slightly. Then turned his head and looked at the camera. His mouth made two words: showtime, performance time. Bush finally did not hold back this time and ordered someone to translate. Seeing the translation result, President Bush squeezed the paper and creaked. Showtime! I see how you act. Bush threw out the paper in his hand angrily, but embarrassingly, instead of throwing it in the wastebasket, he hit the wall and hit the ground, rolling a few times. The entourage on the side looked at Bush's face and was afraid to pick it up, so he had to let the paper ball lie there quietly. At this time, Lin Feng spoke. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 836, Protest and Protest. Lin Feng looked at Taylor Swift, smiling silently. There was silence in the court. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, not knowing how Lin Feng would question Taylor Swift, but after waiting, Lin Feng just looked at Taylor Swift and smiled and said nothing. Let the court fall into absolute silence. Patience. Lin Feng is now competing for patience, disrupting the prosecutor's position, and at the same time disrupting Taylor Swift's psychological defense. This time unnecessary. Lin Feng has already guessed that the US government must have intervened behind it, retaliating against the fact that he crashed and destroyed the American Statue of Liberty and caused the White House to be bombed. That being the case, these various aspects must have already laid the nets of the sky and the earth, waiting for themselves to put on the set. Fortunately, the only important witness in this case was a 14-year-old girl who was extremely straightforward. Taylor Swift. This country's most popular female singer who can become a pop queen in the future has the bottom line of her own life. Don't look at being bewitched by her parents now. But Lin Feng believes that as long as she finds the loopholes in her mind, she can tell her the truth. The silence continues. Finally, the prosecutor couldn't stand it anymore. Of course, it's not that the prosecutor's patience is not enough, but he is afraid that Taylor Swift can't stand the pressure. The greatest pressure in the world is this silent silence. This kind of pressure is definitely not something a little girl like Taylor Swift can bear. In order for Taylor Swift to be overwhelmed by pressure, prosecutors must stand up. Your Excellency, I protest the defendant's needless waste of all taxpayers' time. The prosecutor protested. The judge nodded and was about to speak when Lin Feng spoke. Wasting time? Excuse me, the prosecutor. Why do you think I was wasting time? Lin Feng stared at the prosecutor coldly, and continued without waiting for the prosecutor to speak. Just because I was silent just now, think I'm wasting time? The prosecutor frowned and wanted to ridicule, but then he thought about it. Now he has the upper hand, and the jury is also on his side. In these small details, he really has nothing to argue with Lin Feng. And he also achieved the original intention of suspending Lin Feng's silent pressure. Tom frowned. Ron, this won't work. Tom whispered. It is not good for Lin Feng to be so silent. The jury will think that Lin Feng is indeed delaying time. Relax, Tom. Since Lin Feng wants to defend himself, it means he is sure, and we will continue to observe. Although Ron also knew that Lin Feng's words were not good, he believed that Lin Feng would not be messy. There should be a reason. Tom shrugged helplessly. Now he can only wait and see for a while. Dear jury, the reason why I was silent is that I have not spoken. I am definitely not wasting time, but thinking about how to save the once innocent and romantic girl in front of me. Lin Feng's conversation turned around and attracted everyone's attention. The prosecutor sneered. Your Excellency, the prosecutor always interrupts my speech. Can I still cross-examine witnesses and defend myself? Judge Lin Feng Xiang protested. For this prosecutor, Lin Feng has long been displeased. Prosecutor, please pay attention to your words and keep quiet. The judge had to remind the prosecutor. The prosecutor muttered several times. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows when the prosecutor stopped talking, and the angry prosecutor squeezed his eyebrows and nose together. But after that, he continued to remain silent. It was a few minutes later. The court remained silent. Lin Feng just watched Taylor Swift quietly without speaking. Just watched quietly. Taylor Swift looked nervous. She was stared at by Lin Feng like this. She felt uncomfortable and uncomfortable all over, but she had nowhere to escape. Under this kind of gaze, Taylor Swift kept rubbing the corners of his clothes nervously, his head drooping, and he did not dare to look at Lin Feng. Not good. The prosecutor secretly said that it is not good, and if this continues, Taylor Swift will definitely not be able to hold it. At that time, it will all be lost. Your Excellency, I once again protest against the needless delay of the defense lawyer. Lin Feng's identity is the defense lawyer at the moment. The prosecutor had to stand up again. Your Excellency, I also protest that the prosecutor always protests against me. Lin Feng also spoke immediately. Your Excellency, I once again protested against the defense lawyers against me against him. The prosecutor was also not to be outdone. Your Excellency, I strongly protest against the prosecutor's protest against me against his protest against me. Lin Feng immediately protested back without showing any weakness. The whole court resounded with the protests of Lin Feng and the prosecutors, as if a swarm of flies were buzzing here. And everyone who made noises buzzed in their ears and their heads were swollen, like flying in a plane. It is generally turbulent when encountered with airflow. Farce. This is definitely a farce. Ron secretly laughed aside. However, Lin Feng's disturbance was considered to have disrupted the prosecutor's thoughts, and it also directly interfered with Taylor Swift's mood. Seeing the continuous ups and downs of the shoulders, it is obvious that the mood fluctuates greatly at this moment. Although Lin Feng's move also offended the jury, as long as he could break through Taylor Swift, he wouldn't be afraid of offending the jury even a little bit. Pop. The judge really couldn't bear the nonsense of the two people protesting here, and the gavel fell to the ground, finally ending the nonsense. Foo. The prosecutor gasped heavily. Just now, after struggling with Lin Feng, his entire lung capacity was completely exhausted, and he almost couldn't breathe. He became the first person in the court because he couldn't breathe, and the prosecutor who was suffocated alive. But now that the argument has been so long, his brain is completely paralyzed by Lin Feng. Phew. The two finally stopped making noise, and everyone in the court breathed a sigh of relief. If they really want to continue to toss the two of them like this, everyone will definitely go crazy. Defense lawyer, prosecutor, please pay attention to your words and deeds, and keep quiet. This is a court, not a bar. The judge warned. Your Excellency, this is because the prosecutor always protests against me. That's why Lin Feng protested immediately. Your Excellency, this is because the defense lawyer always delays time, so I protested. The prosecutor took a deep breath and protested again. Your Excellency, I protested because the defense lawyer always protested against my delay. Lin Feng also sneered at once. Pop. The judge immediately took the gavel with the sweat on his face. The two really looked like enemies, and they started to make trouble again. I said, prosecutor, you don't always protest. The judge stopped the prosecutor first, then looked at Lin Feng. Defense lawyer, please hurry up. Don't delay everyone's time. Yes. The two agreed at the same time. Hilarious. The audience watching this trial of the century in front of TV all over the world couldn't breathe with laughter. This was the first time I saw such an interesting scene in court. The prosecutor and the defense lawyer were bickering in court like children quarreling. This is really cola. Obviously, the prosecutor is the one who suffers from this bickering. Who selected this prosecutor? How can he be like an idiot? President Bush couldn't laugh, with a toothpick in his mouth, his face unhappy. This prosecutor is so idiot. So being led by Lin Feng by the nose is simply incompetent and mentally retarded. Even the person who elected him is a low-powered idiot and mentally retarded. Say, who chose it? Immediately transfer him to the hardest place. President Bush snorted. Bush integrated the think tank behind him. Look at me, I look at you, with a weird look. This prosecutor was personally selected by President Bush, but what can they say? Just as everyone was embarrassed, there was a new trend in the court. Lin Feng finally stopped being silent. Taylor, I'm sorry. These 3 days have made you wronged. Lin Feng suddenly said very softly. Stunned. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Lin Feng was doing, and how could he apologize to the witness in the first place. Such an apology, as Lin Feng's defense lawyer and the defendant, will definitely make the jury find Lin Feng is indeed guilty. Ron. Tom reminded in surprise. Don't worry, Tom. Ron was not in a hurry. Tom. The reason why you can't become a superclass defense lawyer is here. You sometimes can't understand people's hearts. In this regard, Lin Feng is better than you. This lawsuit. The judge is not important. The prosecutor is not important. And the jury is not important. The Swifts are not important. But only one thing is important. Taylor Swift's accusation. Lin Feng targeted this point. Moved with affection. People. Lin Feng is better than you when it comes to dealing with women. Ron analyzed. Tom nodded, having to admit that Ron was right, but after thinking about it, there was another problem. If Lin Feng is good at dealing with women, why did he get into such a big predicament this time and show love to Avril Lavigne in public? If he is really good, there shouldn't be this trouble. Tom asked puzzledly. This. Ron couldn't answer either. He thought for a while. I can only say that it's fate. Tom was speechless. The lawyer talks about fate. Isn't it like a monk shampooing his hair with rejoice? However, Ron was right. Lin Feng's intrigue was very touching, and it was indeed effective. "It's worth it." Swift heard Lin Feng's words, his shoulders twitched immediately, and he began to cry softly. "Your Excellency, I." When the prosecutor saw that the momentum was wrong, he stood up immediately, but before he could speak, Lin Feng immediately interrupted him. "Your Excellency, I protest." Lin Feng said first. The judge was taken aback. "Defense lawyer, what are you protesting against?" The judge asked, puzzled. "I protested against the prosecutor's protest." No matter what he said, I would protest. Before I finished the interrogation, no matter what the prosecutor said, I would protest. Lin Feng said loudly. The prosecutor blew his beard and stared. "I protest." Lin Feng shouted again. "Prosecutor, can't you just keep silent for a while?" The judge said helplessly. "This is going to allow Lin Feng to make trouble like this. When should this trouble go? And this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be many nights and dreams, and then something will happen. It will be a scandal." The prosecutor hummed a few times and sat down helplessly. He also knows the inside story. Lin Feng winked at the prosecutor triumphantly. "Then, look at Taylor Swift again." To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 833 Self-Crash? Aggrieved. Women can't listen to these words the most, especially when they have been wronged and cannot vent for various reasons, and they want to pretend to be strong and indifferent. At this time, women are the most vulnerable. And this sentence "I've been wronged" can undoubtedly completely defeat the glass heart forced by a woman. Taylor Swift suddenly began to cry softly. In the past 3 days, her parents kept instilling some things that she was extremely resistant to and made her go against her principle, and she felt extremely wronged. The few screams of Avril Lavigne just now completely awakened the pride of becoming the world's best country musician. Lin Feng's phrase "you are wronged" completely made Taylor Swift cry. The prosecutor whispered badly. But at this time, there was no way to stop it. Lin Feng's disturbance just now reduced the jury's favor, but it also prevented him from interjecting, otherwise the jury would doubt his motives. "Now I can only watch the changes temporarily." Lin Feng Shun took out a handkerchief to Taylor Swift. Protest that the defense lawyer approached the witness. The prosecutor instinctively stood up and objected. For some reason, he was particularly worried about Lin Feng's move. "Your Excellency, I am handing a handkerchief to a poor girl and wiping her tears. Is there anything wrong with this? Or what is the prosecutor afraid of and worried about? For example, the poor little girl in front of me suffers from unknown people. Bewitched." Lin Feng made a very puzzled expression, and took advantage of the situation to slash him. "Protest. I protest the defense lawyer's slander on me." The prosecutor said angrily. "Your Excellency, this is just a guess. Just like the prosecutor's guess about me." Lin Feng said with a shrug. "Not guessing, it's slander," the prosecutor yelled, waving his fists. Tom looked aside, secretly funny. Originally, this prosecutor was extremely powerful. Tom asked himself that it was a little difficult to deal with him, but just now Lin Feng cleverly had a meal with him to protest and then protest, completely disturbed his thoughts. And now he is still in a state of dizziness, has begun to lose square inch. "Prosecutor, please pay attention to your words and deeds. Also, defense lawyer, please hurry up and get to the point. You have already lost a lot of time," the judge reminded. Lin Feng snorted in his heart when he heard the words. This was obviously favoring the prosecutor. Obviously, Lin Feng's guess was not wrong, and the U.S. Department of Justice was targeting himself. And I am not without offending the U.S. Department of Justice. Even if my words and deeds are unpopular, they will not attract collective dissatisfaction from the U.S. Department of Justice, or even do something that violates the U.S. Constitution. There is only one person who can make the U.S. Department of Justice target itself and have hatred against itself. U.S. President Bush. Originally speaking as U.S. President Bush, if he were in the Celestial Dynasty, let alone Lin Feng's only $57 billion. Even if Lin Feng had $570 billion and offended the Supreme Leader, there will only be one Ndith, And I don't know how did it die. But this is the United States after all. The US Constitution restricts the rights of the president first, and there is a common belief among American citizens that they would rather watch criminals go unpunished than the judiciary act in violation of the law. This is the core of the American spirit, and it is also the root of the strength of the United States. Therefore, if President Bush wants to deal with Lin Feng, he can only adopt these 3 abuses tricks. After all, Lin Feng is not in the United States all year round, and he has the best lawyer team in the United States behind him. It is really very difficult to clean up the forest through formal means. Difficult. As for unconventional methods, Lin Feng's identity has always been high profile, and I am afraid that if he does not show up for a few hours, it will cause great trouble. Moreover, the bodyguard around Lin Feng is not a vegetarian. Bush, Lin Feng murmured to himself. In the face of Bush, Lin Feng had almost no counterattack except to parry. Unless Bush did something stupid like Nixon's Watergate incident, otherwise, Lin Feng would have no choice but to take Bush. I can only wait for President Bush's conspiracy to pounce on myself one by one. Damn it, it can't go on like this. Lin Feng secretly said that he must find a way to settle Bush. Of course, Lin Feng hadn't thought of any way. But this is necessary and necessary. Of course, for now, it is better to deal with Taylor Swift first, and while keeping a low profile and not giving Bush a chance, he will slowly calculate Bush. The so-called everything is afraid of people's mind. No matter who you are and what security measures are in place, as long as you worry about it, sooner or later, something will happen. Sneezing. Bush sneezed suddenly in the Pentagon, and his body shivered involuntarily, frowning, causing the entourage to raise the temperature of the air conditioner, but still faintly feeling a bit cold. I wanted to increase it a little bit more, but I saw that the entourages all around were sweating on their foreheads, frowned, and stopped speaking. At this time, in court, Taylor, you seem to be thinner. Did you eat these 3 parties? How did the whole wheat bread taste that day? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Everyone was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng would ask such a question. Your Excellency, I protest that the defense attorney asked about things that have nothing to do with this case, and the time wasted. The prosecutor finally seized an opportunity and immediately finished the protest with the fastest speed and the fastest tone. Although this issue seems to be irrelevant to the case, it will cause Taylor Swift to condemn it. Stunned, Lin Feng wanted to protest back, but the prosecutor's speech was too fast, and his voice was too loud. He didn't expect the prosecutor to come so suddenly. There was no time to interrupt. The prosecutor's protest was like pouring beans in a bamboo tube. Throw up all at once. Humphrey. What? Protest again. The prosecutor finally overwhelmed Lin Feng once and grunted to Lin Feng triumphantly. This is the first time since Lin Feng defended himself. He has the upper hand and smiles triumphantly. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, and deliberately said in a low voice, "It's really like an angry child." Pouch. The court immediately enjoyed it. Not only the observers, but also the jury also enjoyed themselves. They had never seen this scene in the court before. It was really coke. Lin Feng turned to the camera and made a helpless expression, and then made a mouth shape. This kind of stuff wants to deal with me too. You are too naive. Bush frowned and immediately ordered someone to translate. Seeing the translation result, President Bush tore the translated data to pieces in annoyance. Although others were persuading Bush, Lin Feng might not tell him anymore. After all, Lin Feng could not know who was behind the scenes. But Bush had a feeling in his heart. This is that Lin Feng provoked him again, taking the opportunity to humiliate him. Quiet, quiet. The judge had to raise the gavel and warned everyone again and again. After all, he and the prosecutor belonged to the same judicial department. This time I got a little hint. Relatively speaking, he would naturally favor his own people slightly. Defense lawyer, please enter the subject as soon as possible, otherwise I will deprive you of the right to defend yourself. The judge reminded Humphrey, this is how you should deal with him. Bush nodded. Although there may be a problem in choosing a prosecutor, the judge did not choose the wrong one. At the critical moment, it is still reliable. Lin Feng took a deep breath, Taylor, I heard that you like music, right? Lin Feng asked again, a topic that seemed unrelated to the case. Your Excellency, I. The prosecutor was preparing to repeat the trick again, but Lin Feng was prepared this time. The question I asked this time is closely related to this case, and is related to the witness confession. Lin Feng immediately yelled out of weakness. You use shout, then I use shout. Lin Feng's ears roared like thunder in the prosecutor's ears, as if a Boeing 747 was flying past his ears. He couldn't recover for a long time. After a long time, he slowly recovered and felt a little confused. The judge was also a little dizzy by Lin Feng's roar. Defense lawyer, please hurry up and get to the point, the judge reminded helplessly. Lin Feng looked at the prosecutor, still a little dumbfounded, secretly funny. The roar of his own just now completely stunned the prosecutor. This was also what Lin Feng deliberately did so that the prosecutor would not interrupt his questioning frequently. This time the key lies with Taylor, but the prosecutor always interrupts his own questioning and will give Taylor a buffer time. With buffer time, his own strategy cannot be implemented. Taylor, do you like music very much? Lin Feng asked. Taylor didn't dare to look at Lin Feng, but nodded instinctively. Then what do you think is music? Lin Feng asked with a smile again. Music is an art that people use to express feelings and reflect real life. At the same time, it can also purify our hearts and beautify our lives. Talking about music, Taylor began to look radiant. Then what kind of quality or character do you need as a musician? Lin Feng asked again. Bad. The prosecutor secretly said a bad sound. Just wanted to protest, but Lin Feng immediately stopped by speaking. Your Excellency, this question is about the credibility of the witness confession. I hope the witness can answer me honestly. Lin Feng preemptively blocked the prosecutor's speech. Witness, please answer truthfully, the judge said helplessly. As a musician, I need ... Taylor Swift hesitated, rubbing his clothes with his hands, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Taylor, you have to know that you must be honest. If you lose your honesty, you will lose your purity of music. Then you can succeed in music. Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng's words hit Taylor's young heart like a heavy hammer. Taylor's whole body shook, and his face instantly turned pale. Taylor, whether you are a musician or an ordinary person, the most important thing is honesty. Lin Feng said again. Taylor Swift was in a daze, and he couldn't help raising his head. For the first time, he was looking at Lin Feng with tears in his eyes, unspeakably pitiful and helpless. Taylor, I know I shouldn't force you, but it's about my reputation. You should understand how important reputation is to a person. Also, I want to tell you that I just agreed in court to build a firefly farm in a small town. At the same time, an ecological research base has been established. Lin Feng said. Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I lied and deceived everyone. He didn't kidnap me or imprison my freedom, I deceived everyone. Taylor Swift ran away crying, get out. The audience was stunned. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 838, Bush Drew, ? Taylor Swift ran out crying, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. You look at me, I look at you, they are all stupid. The prosecutor stared at the Swifts angrily with a look of indignation. Before going to court, the two vowed to make sure that they had done Taylor Swift's ideological work. As a result, Taylor Swift ran directly in court, and he personally admitted that he lied and ran away. How could he sue Lin Feng? The Swifts are also stupid. This time someone found them and asked them to accuse Lin Feng of illegally kidnapping and imprisoning their daughter, promising to give Mr. Swift. Mr. Swift is a stockbroker, a chance to enter a large stock brokerage company, and at the same time give Taylor's. With a contract with Sony, Swift became the youngest singer to sign with Sony Records. Under all these temptations, and out of consideration for the future of Taylor Swift, and by the way punishing the forest wind that caught fireflies in the entire town, Mr. Swift agreed to the mysterious man's plan, calling the police and complaining that Lin Feng was illegally abducted, imprisoned Taylor Swift. In these 3 days, The Swifts also persuaded Taylor Swift for 3 days. Finally, the good things were exhausted. After a long time of analyzing the various interests, Taylor Swift finally looked at the Firefly's face and was willing to testify. Lin Feng, unexpectedly, the original good thing. I don't know how Lin Feng did it, and made Taylor Swift cry. Not only did she admit that all her previous confession was a lie, she also ran away, leaving the prosecutor with no room for recovery. The Swifts glanced at the angry prosecutor and sighed helplessly, knowing that they hadn't gotten any benefits this time, and that they might have left a shadow on their daughter. After thinking about it, the Swifts chased Taylor Swift out. Uproar. All 3 witnesses ran away. How can this case be tried? Jerk. What to do? Bush blows his beard and stares in the office. In his plan, no matter how sophisticated by Lin Feng's team of lawyers, Taylor Swift's tears would not be enough. As long as Taylor Swift kept nodding and crying, under the ingenious interrogation of the prosecutor, Lin Feng had nothing to do. In the end, Lin Feng could be sentenced to 36 months in jail, probably suspended, plus a certain period of community work. Although the sentence was not serious and it was almost painless to Lin Feng, it was extremely enjoyable for Bush. But now, all his meticulous arrangements are in vain, which makes Bush how unhappy. Your Excellency, do I still need to go on trial for this case now? Lin Feng asked with a shrug. This. The judge sighed helplessly, and finally announced, due to insufficient evidence, the defendant was released in court. Cheer. All the people in the world who support Lin Feng cheered. Up and down the court shook his head for a while. Obviously this is a farce, a conspiracy against Lin Feng, the richest man in the world. But in the end Taylor Swift couldn't stand the condemnation of his conscience, and voluntarily admitted all of this, and he didn't look up to others. Run away? This is like a Hollywood soap opera. Wait. Lin Feng's lawyer Tom stood up. I filed a complaint against the Swifts for my client, accusing them of falsely accusing my client and trying to destroy the reputation and image of my client, Tom said loudly. Uproar. This is Lin Feng's counterattack. After all, being the world's richest man was falsely accused like this, it would be abnormal if he didn't fight back. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's behavior once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Feng shook his finger at Tom. Your Excellency, on behalf of myself, I surrender the right to sue the Swifts for instigating their daughter to falsely accuse me. I think it may be that the Swifts are too eager to love their daughters. And I made a little confusion for a while. There is a saying in China, knowing mistakes can be corrected, and doing good is great. I believe that this time the Swifts should learn this lesson, and we should give them a chance to reform. Lin Feng's sincere tone impressed everyone. What is the richest man? This is the richest man. Such a mind and spirit is worthy of becoming the richest man in the world. Tom and Ron looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Just now Tom's remarks were discussed with Ron. Although they did not communicate with Lin Feng in advance, the two believed that Lin Feng would never let go of this opportunity to show his strength to the world and enhance his personal image. Sure enough, instead of letting go of the opportunity, Lin Feng did it perfectly. Also, I personally think that Miss Taylor Swift is an extremely honest and talented music composer. My second entertainment record company will formally sign Taylor Swift and invite her to become our company's officially signed singer. Lin Feng is not shocking, but everyone was stunned when he came out of this remark. It's fine if Lin Feng doesn't pursue the false accusations made by the Swifts. After all, the other party is just an ordinary citizen, and it is not worthy of Lin Feng's care and attention. But now, Lin Feng has to sign Taylor Swift, which surprised everyone. Is Lin Feng really so powerful? Not only can you forget the past, but you can also repay your grievances with virtue. This is not something ordinary people can do. One more thing, even if Lin Feng can repay his grievances with virtue, is Taylor Swift worthy of Lin Feng's second entertainment signing? She is only 14 years old. Is she really talented in this area? After all, no one had heard of Taylor Swift's name before. Never. Doubts and feelings of dazedness lingered in everyone's hearts, but no matter what, Everyone still gave him applause for Lin Feng's such generosity. This kind of person deserves everyone's applause. Lin Feng smiled and thanked everyone in the court, applauding, as if the general who had returned triumphantly was accepting the cheers of the crowd. The expression said that it was as irritating as it was. "Fuck you!" President Bush finally couldn't help but curse the United States. He planned all this carefully, but it fell short. No one thought that Taylor Swift would confess everything in the end. Not only let Lin Feng ding directly, the acquittal of Ding also gave Lin Feng a chance to make a show and build himself into a compassionate and generous-minded rich man. Looking at the applause of everyone in the court, and the unanimous praise of Lin Feng from many netizens on Google, Bush felt angry. "I'm using power for personal gain, revenge and vent my anger. I'm asking for hardship and helping Lin Feng establish his image. With Americans' worship of individual heroism, all companies under Lin Feng will benefit. Oh my God, what am I doing?" President Bush looked up at the sky, the roof, and sighed helplessly. Why, this damn Chinese can be saved every time. Thinking of this, President Bush was a bit unwilling to do so, and he was too aggrieved. He is a dignified American president, and he can't deal with a businessman, but a businessman from China. Alas, socialism is better. President Bush has to lament the superiority of socialism at certain times. For example, in a socialist country like North Korea, if Lin Feng was in North Korea, he would have been shot long ago. As for the reason, cross the road and take the crosswalk. If they don't leave, you just want to leave and be shot. Looking at where the top US leader is, sighing and looking forward to eating your flesh, the many think tanks beside him are also sad. The employers of myself and others are so uncomfortable. What does this mean? It means that my group of think tanks are useless. What will happen to those who don't? Everyone knows how to do. Many think tanks thought of all possible plans, sadly, but none of them were feasible. Lin Feng is the richest man in the world. He has received too much attention. His words and deeds have attracted the attention of the global media. Moreover, his form is a little bit public. If he wants to yin him, he must be yin. Others in have nothing to say. But Lin Feng is not so yin, and the Ron senior law firm behind him is not so easy to deal with. Today the best personal law firm in the United States serves many super rich people. It can be said that to a certain extent, these super rich people can also become Lin Feng's help. After all, if the US judiciary uses some improper means to convict Lin Feng, it means that it may also use this method to convict them in the future. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. In this case, many super-rich people will secretly help Lin Feng. Difficult. At this moment, an agent suddenly found an unexpected information for Sunday. Your Excellency, I think we might be able to deal with this Lin Feng. Even if he can't be punished, at least he can be disgusting. A senior agent handed him a copy of the information. Bush took a look at the information in a puzzled way, and it was a Chinese person, Xie. The above shows that this Chinese named Xie had a holiday with Lin Feng. The reason why he came to the United States from China was to avoid Lin Feng. However, in the past 2 years in the United States, I spent a lot of time drinking, and his words were full of resentment against Lin Feng. He is worth taking advantage of. Senior Agent Fu told President Bush his plan. Okay, yes, this is a good way. President Bush listened to Joy. Although this would not allow Lin Feng to go to jail, it was okay to take the opportunity to punish him, and to express the evil in his heart. Thinking of this, President Bush once again turned his gaze to the TV. At this time, Lin Feng slapped the camera into a mouth-shaped. Bush, you are a narrow-minded and simple-minded incompetent person. Translation. Although Bush didn't understand spoken language, looking at Lin Feng's mouth, the first word was definitely saying himself, and it was definitely not a good thing, so he was angry on the spot. After a period of nervous translation, all the think tanks were stupid. What did he say? Bush violently picked up the translation paper, and when he saw it, his eyes turned pale, puffed. President. The think tank beside him suddenly panicked and hurriedly called his personal doctor. But looking at the situation, The private doctor recommended that he be sent to the hospital as soon as possible. But what an excuse. A smart think tank saw the popcorn on the table, had an idea, and announced that President Bush was choking on the popcorn. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 Unreasonable? President Bush choked on popcorn and was sent to the hospital for emergency. This piece of news appeared on the headlines of major newspapers and magazines in an instant. It was so funny that the top leader of the world's most powerful country appeared so funny. However, the news did not appear on the front pages of major newspapers and magazines for long. Soon the news that President Bush choked on popcorn and was sent to the hospital was squeezed by another piece of news. Second Entertainment signed Taylor Swift with an annual salary of $1 million. This news is like a billion TNT bomb in the global entertainment industry. No one thought that Lin Feng would actually sign a contract with Taylor Swift. Originally, many media thought that Lin Feng was just in court talking about it. I didn't expect Lin Feng to actually fulfill his promise. Really sign Taylor Swift. And the shot is so lavish makes all musicians jealous. Seeing this news, musicians around the world were stunned for several minutes. The annual salary of millions of dollars is indeed not high compared to those superstars. This salary is not a big deal. But Taylor Swift is just a 14-year-old girl who has never released a record or made a stage. After performing, Lin Feng gave him $1 million annual salary, which is too ridiculous. In the eyes of industry experts and the media, Taylor Swift's annual salary of $1 million is too much. You should know that signing Taylor Swift now has to train him for at least 23 years. And every year for these 23 years, Lam Feng will pay him $1 million annual salary and be responsible for various training expenses. This contract rich makes all singers envy. No, it should be said to be jealous. Many musicians who are unsatisfied, or struggling with food and clothing, see that Taylor Swift can get $1 million salary at a young age. It is hard to mention how uncomfortable the feelings and depression in their hearts are. I almost killed a piece of tofu. I have been waiting for people for most of my life, still struggling with food and clothing, and I am ashamed of the 3 words of musicians. Take a look at someone, just 14 years old, and earn $1 million annual salary before he debuted. People are more angry than people. At the moment, President Bush's hospital. How about it? Are the outside world still reporting that I ate popcorn and was hospitalized? President Bush asked angrily. When it comes to this, President Bush is angry. I don't know which bastard actually came up with such a bad excuse, saying that he choked on popcorn and was hospitalized. This was a good one. He became the first president of the United States to almost choke to death with popcorn. Thinking of this, Bush froze. Your Excellency, there are no reports from the outside world now. The entourage replied cautiously. Oh, so fast? Bush was stunned. First he was happy, and then he stayed. Although he was uncomfortable with reports of this matter, he is the President of the United States after all. If such a funny thing happened, the media would have reported it for a while and would not report it. This is too unreasonable. Hearing President Bush's tone, he was helpless. It is reported that your old man is unhappy. If you don't report it, your old man is still not happy. It's too difficult for your old man to serve you. By the way, give me the newspaper. President Bush reached out for the newspaper. He wanted to see what news could squeeze his funny news down. But at first glance, President Bush was furious on the spot. Lin Feng, and Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng that squeezed his news. This is too annoying. I have seen a bully. I have never seen a bully like this. I am so angry. President Bush yelled an old Chinese saying he had learned during his visit to China, and then he fainted again without hanging himself up. President. The entourage on the side panicked and called the doctor quickly. What's the matter? What's the matter? Why is the president so angry again? Is this how you entourage takes care of our President of the United States of America? The doctor came to see, and suddenly he was stunned. The entourage on the side was speechless for a while. Can they be blamed? Can they be blamed? Blame the Chinese. He is the one who made the president so angry. Of course, I must also blame President Bush for having a little chicken belly. Then some tabloids began to circulate that Lin Feng spent millions of dollars to sign Taylor Swift to satisfy his personal animal desires. Although these news only appeared in some tabloid newspapers, they were widely circulated in the world. After all, $1 million signing of a 14-year-old rookie is really outrageous. At this time, after Lin Feng successfully signed Taylor Swift, he was ready to set off for Shanghai. Avril Lavigne, let's go. Come back to Shanghai with me this time. Lin Feng didn't have time to invite Avril Lavigne until now. It just so happens that I'm tired, so I went to Shanghai to play. And your campaign's world's largest skyscraper is about to be completed, right? I'm going to have a look and cut the ribbon for you, by the way, Avril said cheerfully. Lin Feng smiled. By the way, Tyler, your studies will be completed in New York. This is also convenient for the company's teachers to train you. As for the rumors, you don't have to worry about them. Then, as long as you can release a good enough record, everything is okay, Lin Feng exhorted. Well, thank you. Thank you. Taylor Swift looked at Lin Feng shyly. She did not expect that after this false accusation, Lin Feng not only did not hold her hatred towards her and her family, but also provided her with a generous and almost suffocating contract, which not only allowed her parents to relax in the small town from now on, she can also concentrate on composing her own music. As for the rumors, she didn't care much. There are more people in this world who like to chew the tongue. As long as she concentrates on creating music, she can block everyone's mouth with the best music. This is far more powerful than 1,000 or 10,000 explanations. By the way, when our campaign's skyscraper is completed, you will all come to watch the ceremony. Lin Feng smiled and sent out an invitation. This time the skyscraper inauguration ceremony, Lin Feng will definitely not be ambiguous. He must be the most grandiose, so as to set off his reputation as the world's first skyscraper. Well, boss, don't you say we are all going? Mariah Carey and Beyoncé nodded with a smile. Well, Lin, I wish you a good journey, Michael Jackson said with his wine glass. I wish a smooth journey. Everyone held up their wine glasses. At this time, in another box of the hotel, Xiaqian looked gloomy. Since leaving Beijing and coming to the United States, Xiaqian has not been happy at all. Although life is not short of money, I also met a bunch of friends here. But to be honest, it is far from fun in Beijing. Here, you have to be careful in everything and beware of everything, but you can't run wild like in Beijing. Especially here, although far away from China, you can still see Lin Feng's news and reports every day, which makes Xiaqian feel aggrieved. And yesterday, the US FBI found Xiaqian and asked him to act in a play with the FBI. As long as Xiaqian can cooperate, the FBI will no longer interfere with the things he committed here: marijuana smoking, gang fights, etc., and will provide him with certain conveniences. This made Xiaqian very excited. If the FBI can follow it, it will be no different from China. Of course, this is also seeking skin with tigers. But now he can't go back to Beijing, his father said, as long as there is no reconciliation with Lin Feng for a day. He can't go back to Beijing. Now Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, and it is far more important to the country than his father, the deputy mayor. If you really want to fight, the country will definitely abandon his father, the deputy mayor, and bow Lin Feng, the world's richest man. But here, I'm too frustrated. Only a little money per month. Xiaqian's mother was afraid that Xiaqian was too decadent like other rich second generations, so she only gave Xiaqian $10,000 a month for petty purposes. So Xiaqian, in order to satisfy her own desires, did something illegal. Unexpectedly, he was caught by the FBI to coerce him against Lin Feng. Indeed, he really hates Lin Feng. But he really wants him to deal with Lin Feng, but he doesn't have the courage in his heart. After all, he is not a fool either. Lin Feng's current status and status in China are clear to him. He was going to provoke Lin Feng, not only to cause trouble for himself, but also to cause trouble for his family. But now, his handle has been seized by the FBI. If he does not act, he will face the possibility of imprisonment. Okay, Mr. Xia, think about it for yourself. Your family has a reputation in mainland China, and it's not good for them to expose your affairs. A fat man finished arrogantly, got up and left. Damn it. Xia Qian thumped his head with a headache. He really couldn't think of any way to complete the FBI's mission without letting Lin Feng blame his home. Xia Gongzai, what's the matter? What's the trouble? Seeing Xia Qian his headache, the several horses on the side asked kindly. Oh, Xia Qian shook his head helplessly. These horses are okay, and it's bewildering to expect them to come up with an idea. Even if you have an idea, it is definitely a bad idea. Well, waiter, pay the bill. Xia Qian thought for a while, and decided not to consider this issue for the time being. If neither of them let him go, the big deal is that he will go to Europe. It's the same everywhere. Besides, there are many hot girls in Europe. With a few horses, Xia Qian came out of the box. Not long after he left, he ran into Lin Feng and his party, who came out of the Platinum VIP box. Xia Qian, his face jumped. Xia Qian knew the luxury of this place. To become a Platinum VIP of this hotel, at least $1 million will be spent. Lin Feng's stay in the United States is very short. Of course it is impossible to spend millions of dollars, but Lin Feng has a Platinum VIP card, which can only show that Lin Feng has money. Directly deposit millions of dollars in, and get a Platinum VIP card for free. Damn rich man. Xia Qian cursed angrily. Lin Feng frowned when he saw Xia Qian at this moment. For this former enemy, Lin Feng can remember clearly. But think about it, I am now the richest man in the world, and the other party is just a bereaved dog, and I can't care about it anymore. Of course, if he dares to provoke himself, then he won't be polite. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 840 Deserve to Beat You. Lin Feng glanced at Xia Qian disdainfully, and left proudly from the side. How can Xia Qian not see the disdain in Lin Feng's eyes? But he is now the richest man in the world. What he is just a poor man who has a home and cannot return. After thinking about it, Xia Qian sighed in his heart. Now is not the time to cause trouble for the family. Helplessly lowered his head, he stopped looking at the disdain in Lin Feng's eyes, and stepped aside to let Lin Feng pass. But at this moment, a horse with Xia Qian suddenly blew his whistle. Hey! The newspapers say that this chick was wrapped up in millions of dollars. I saw it today and it was pretty good. It's tender and tender. Uncle, come and touch it. While a horse spoiled her mouth, she stretched out her hand to Taylor Swift touched it. Caught death. Lin Feng was a bit unhappy at first, but now Xia Qian, his subordinates, dare to provoke Taylor Swift, which is simply looking for death. Although Taylor Swift has nothing to do with Lin Feng, as long as he is his own, Lin Feng will never be touched. Lin Feng directly kicked the yin leg and kicked the yin of the horse. On the spot, the horse screamed and squatted down, clutching his lower body. Everyone was frightened by this sudden situation. At that time, the hotel security came out, and when he saw this, he immediately stepped aside. Lin Feng and the others knew, and Xia Qian and the others had heard about it. They were not able to manage this group of people fighting here, and they immediately called the police. Xia Qian, after Lin Feng kicked the horse, he looked at Xia Qian angrily. Regardless of whether this smart Sai was instructed by Xia Qian, he has to pay the price if he provokes himself today. What? Xia Qian was startled and instinctively backed away. He didn't know how the Matsai suddenly became so disobedient, and he actually took the initiative to provoke Lin Feng. You know, Lin Feng's protection of shortcomings is well known. This is terrible. Xia Qian, it's okay if I didn't go looking for you. You actually came to me. You were looking for death. Lin Feng looked hazy, remembering that Xia Qian had nowhere to go in the past, and his heart suddenly became angry. soaring. Xie felt timid instinctively when he saw Lin Feng's forehead bounce with blue veins. Thinking of my father's words, a big man can bend and stretch. I wanted to apologize, but in front of so many people, especially in front of his hands, Xie gave in. This was really a bit embarrassing, and he felt too useless. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and the little leader of the FBI who had just walked out came up with a group of people. However, seeing this scene, there was no sound, just watching from the sidelines, and at the same time giving Xie an encouraging look. That's it. Seeing this group of people, Xie suddenly realized. He said how the FBI suddenly asked him to meet here today. It turned out that Lin Feng was here. The FBI wanted him to clash with Lin Feng and then arrested Lin Feng again. It seems that the march I just now should have been arranged by the FBI. He just said, why these horses will suddenly be so loyal to him, that's how it is. Although he figured out this level, Xie had no retreat at the moment. Now he can't even run if he wants to. Damn it. Anyway, Lin Feng has already been offended, and he doesn't care if he offends more. Perhaps this time the FBI has a way to really deal with Lin Feng, maybe. Thinking of this, Xie grew evil to the gall. Lin, don't think you're the richest man in the world. I'm afraid of you. I tell you, if you don't apologize to my subordinates, I will sue you for hurting others maliciously. Also, your $1 million package of this chick it's something that everyone knows, but I didn't expect that you really have this appetite and like to play with chicks. Xie glanced at the FBI in the distance, and when he became courageous, his mouth began to become vicious. The FBI on the side listened to a sudden great joy. As long as Lin Feng couldn't stand it and started, they would have reason to arrest people. Although the charge is still not serious, at least Lin Feng's accusation of indulging his bodyguards maliciously injuring others cannot escape, and this is a heavy blow to Lin Feng's reputation. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Boss, there is FBI over there. It should have been eyeing us. Li Ru on the side said in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng nodded. Ha, what? Didn't you still want to hit me just now? Why, don't you dare to hit me now. Ha ha, what? I'm scared now. Seeing Lin Feng hesitated slightly, Xie suddenly became arrogant. Now that the FBI is backing him, he has to vent his disgust. This kind of opportunity is rare, and he wants to vent his grievances over the past 2 years. As for whether he would offend Lin Feng miserably for this, and let him return to China to aspire to his family, Xie can't think about that much now. He only knew that his heart was very hot, and he was full of resentment when he remembered that he was driven by Lin Feng from Beijing to the United States, and that he was living in this shabby life, and now being threatened by the FBI. Boss, ignore him. After you leave, we will fix him again. Li Rui reminded him from the side. The FBI is present. They will definitely suffer. But before Li Rui finished speaking, Avril Lavigne had already slapped Xie severely. Mongrel. Avril Lavigne spit out fiercely. Although she could not understand Chinese, Xie his tone and demeanor let Avril know that it was definitely not a good thing. Although she was a bit savage and often made Lin Feng helpless, she never allowed anyone to bully Lin Feng. You dare to hit me. Xie didn't expect Avril to dare to hit him. From small to large, no one has ever beaten him, except for the last time he was beaten wildly by Lin Feng. However, he has never been beaten by a woman. Head, I can't go up now. The FBI in the distance whispered. No hurry, wait for Lin Feng to do it. The FBI little boss shook his head. Avril Lavigne and Lin Feng's hands are far apart. It is Lin Feng that they have to deal with, not Avril Lavigne. Lin Feng frowned. In the United States, wounding is a more serious crime. Avril Lavigne slapped Xie in the face for herself. Of course she was relieved. But if Xie sue Avril Lavigne, it will have an impact on Avril Lavigne's popularity. Avril Lavigne is always entangled in lawsuits and does not benefit her career development. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's brows moved, and he faintly had an idea. Li Rui, can I get the hotel video? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Boss, rest assured, There are a total of 16 of our people here. I just need to give an order. Li Rui then notified the people of the Spike Tooth Security Company scattered around the hotel through Morse code. Also, can you temporarily restrain those FBIs so that they can't come over and cause chaos? Lin Feng asked again. Li Rui glanced, thought about it, and nodded. Lin Feng smiled brightly upon hearing this. At this time, Xie Qiong, who was ashamed and furious, was about to slap Avril Lavigne with a palm, but was stopped by the sharp-eyed Lin Feng. Xie Qiong, I warn you, you can move anyone, but you are not allowed to move my woman and family. Also, don't think that if the FBI is supporting you, I will not dare to beat you. This time you come to provoke me, I will definitely make you regret it, and if I beat you up, I want you to apologize to me. Lin Feng stared at Xie Qiong coldly, with murderous brows looming. Apologize to you, Pooh. If you have the ability, let me see. Although Xie Qiong was scared in her heart, she glanced at the FBI who was constantly encouraging him in the distance, and she suddenly became bold in her heart. But when he came back to his senses, there was darkness in front of him, and a fist hit him. Ouch! Xie Qiong suddenly screamed. Just as Ma Tsai next to him was about to move, he was immediately punched to the ground by Lin Feng's bodyguard. Okay, action. At this moment, the FBI was like a shark smelling blood, coming in spirit. But without waiting for them to act, the back of their intuition was numb, and the 6 FBIs suddenly fainted. Help, help. The expected FBI reinforcement did not come. Xie Qiong only felt that Lin Feng's fist was like rain, and he was beaten to death. He has never suffered this sin before, be beaten like this. I couldn't hold it on the spot, and screamed desperately. Okay, boss. It's time to go. If you don't go, you won't be able to go. Li Rui quickly stopped Lin Feng. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would really do it, and it would be very troublesome now. But since Lin Feng dared to do it, he must have relied on it. But this is the United States after all, so it's better to leave early. Okay, let's go. Lin Feng kicked Xie Qiong last, and then walked away. At this time, New York was too late to be surprised. Police, police. Someone beat me maliciously, I want to call the police. Xie Qiong wailed constantly on the ground. After some understanding, the New York Police Department immediately issued a wanted warrant to Lin Feng for the charge of maliciously wounding others. But at this moment, Lin Feng had already embarked on a special plane to Shanghai. The New York Police Department's wanted warrant has no effect temporarily. Boss, what are you going to do now? Li Rui said worriedly on Lin Feng's special plane. This time there is such a big noise. The US Police Department will not let it go. What's more, the entire incident came against the wind, and the US authorities will definitely investigate it to the end. Thinking of this, Li Rui regretted it again. If that Xie Qiong was also taken away at that time, there wouldn't be such a big trouble. After all, Lin Feng had a special plane to take away a few people without any problems. Rest assured. This is very simple. If there is no evidence and physical evidence, the US Police Department cannot convict. Lin Feng smiled confidently, playing with the video of the hotel in his hand. This time Xie Qiong was looking for trouble on her own. If you want to sue yourself in the United States, it is absolutely asking for trouble. Later, Lin Feng called Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen, this is Xiaolin. Lin Feng smiled and told Mr. Wen the ins and outs of the matter. Xiaolin. After listening, Mr. Wen was silent for a moment and sighed. Don't worry, Xie Qiong is wrong with this matter. Don't worry, he should understand the truth very well. But after all, you hit someone and came to him. Parents apologize and resolve their grudges. Many friends have more paths, and fewer enemies and less walls. Lin Feng secretly said so. The country will not see itself being framed by the US Police Department because of this. As for Xie Qiong, I am afraid it will be even more troublesome. As for coming to apologize, Lin Feng would not agree. I haven't been down to the point where I need it. Of course, Mr. Wen's face is to be given. After that, Lin Feng made another call, and before Lin Feng's special plane landed, Lin Feng's bodyguard had already sent a gift of more than 100,000 RMB to Xia's family. As for the apology, of course not. Mr. Xia, our employer said this time. This time it was a misunderstanding. This is a little compensation for our employer's wrong hand for hurting Xieqion. However, Xieqion insulted our employer's woman and tried to hurt her. Our employer hopes Xieqion apologized face to face like Miss Avril Lavigne. After speaking, Lin Feng's people didn't look at Xieqion his parents at all, and went away. You dead old man, do you just watch your son being beaten like this? And you want your son to apologize like a human? This is bullying. Xieqion his mother cried on the spot when she learned that her precious son was beaten. Stand up. Since she was little, she loved her precious son the most, and it was also helpless to send him to the United States last time. But I didn't expect that they all fled to the United States, and they were still beaten by Lin Feng. You know what a shit. Xieqion his father sighed heavily. Because of this, the above called him, and Wai warned him with a very serious tone, let him take care of his son, and deal with the incident, so as not to shame the Chinese. With Xieqion's father's political consciousness, how can one fail to see the country's attitude in this matter? Now, don't talk about avenging your son. I'm afraid you have to let your son control your mouth and don't cause trouble for yourself. Useless things. If you don't avenge your son, I will avenge you. Xieqion his mother said bitterly. You women, you know how to fart. I warn you. Don't mess around and cause me trouble. You don't see who the other person is. Xieqion his father warned. Humphrey. Xieqion his mother hummed a few times. In the next few hours, Bush, who had just woken up, learned that the New York Police Department had issued a wanted warrant to Lin Feng, and he happily wanted to roll around on the bed. Well, send me a circular to the Chinese government, asking him to extradite Lin Feng to the United States for trial. President Bush said very proudly. But at this time, an agent handed over an update. Your Excellency, things are in trouble, said a think tank frowning. What's the matter? Bush frowned and reached out to take the news. Furious. It turned out that Xieqion, the party involved in this incident, and the most important witness, actually changed his mind. Said that he fell, instead of being beaten by Lin Feng before. If so, they would not be able to sue Lin Feng at all. As for the wanted order, it is even more ridiculous. What's going on? President Bush was furious. It may be under pressure from China. Xieqion his father is the deputy mayor of an important city in mainland China. He may be pressured by high-level officials, so Xieqion has to change his mouth. Think tank analysis. This analysis is very pertinent, and almost all of it. Bastard. Damn Chinese. President Bush had just woken up, and once again, he passed out into a coma. At this moment, Lin Feng drifted back to Shanghai. After so many things, it is time to officially start the acquisition of banks. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 841. Little Fish Eats Big Fish. Lin Feng finally returned to Shanghai. This time, Lin Feng's trip to the United States was once again caught in a lawsuit. Although nothing happened in the end, the experience was extremely bad. Many Chinese media reporters enthusiastically made calculations for Lin Feng. Almost every time Lin Feng went to the United States, he would get into lawsuits. Although Lin Feng was able to overcome the danger in the end, the omen was not good. Many reporters also jokingly suggested that Lin Feng should ask a master to do the trick, so as to get rid of bad luck. For these remarks, Lin Feng is also secretly funny. Although I went to the United States by myself, I was repeatedly entangled in lawsuits, but most of them were artificial. This is not something that can be avoided by finding a master. In this world, ghosts and gods are not terrible, but the human heart is truly terrifying. After bypassing the besieged reporters, Lin Feng and his party returned to the villa. Brother Lin, you are finally back. Hurry, cross over here. Before entering the door, Lisa greeted him and sprinkled a little water on Lin Feng. Brother Lin, don't move, this is holy water. The priest said. Now, sprinkle some holy water on your body before going home, and you can get rid of all bad luck. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. He was not so superstitious. Even if you believe in yourself, and you will not believe in Christ. He is the only one who can save the world, and Christ cannot save people. Come on, Brother Lin will step over this brazier again, and it will be auspicious, Lisa hurriedly said afterwards. Lin Feng looked funny. This is usually the case when you have to cross the brazier when you are in prison, and you only have to fight a lawsuit, and you still won. However, Lin Feng was extremely grateful for Lisa's thoughts. Seeing Lin Feng's transnational brazier, Lisa applauded happily. This time, Lin Feng went to the United States, originally for Avril Lavigne, but who would have expected a lawsuit to be provoked? It made Lisa worry and frightened all day in Shanghai, and now that Lin Feng finally returned, the hanging heart finally fell. Ha! There are fish. I love fish. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, he saw a basin on the table with a few fishes in it. With joy, he caught the fish from the water and shook for a while. Hey, don't worry, Brother Lin. Let go. Lisa saw it, but was anxious, and quickly snatched the fish from Lin Feng, and carefully put it into the water. This is for you to release it later, not for it. Come to eat. Lisa looked at Lin Feng reproachfully. These fishes were specially bought by her to let Lin Feng go to live, so as to accumulate blessings for him, but they were not for Lin Feng to eat. If you eat it, that's too much. Lin Feng looked at the pious Lisa helplessly, and shook his head. But Lisa was also for himself, which made Lin Feng's heart warm. Okay, Brother Lin, go take a shower and get ready to eat. Also, Avril Lavigne, your room is ready too, Lisa said with a smile. Later, after a delicious meal, Lin Feng rushed to the company in the afternoon after a short rest. Boss, not bad. I signed another super beautiful girl. How do you feel? Wu Zhaopu jokes when he sees Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and cursed, and then went straight to Abby Cohen. Abby, how are you talking about buying a bank? Lin Feng asked concerned. Lin Feng was not idle for 3 days in the detention of the New York Police Department. Originally, if Lin Feng paid a huge amount of bail, he would be able to wait for the court session in the hotel. However, Lin Feng directly refused and voluntarily stayed in the New York detention center for 3 days. Lin Feng's move drew everyone's attention at the time. After all, no rich man was willing to wait in the detention center to wait for the trial. But Lin Feng did the opposite, and I won't leave if you invite me. At that time, the entire New York Police Department was a headache for Lin Feng's abnormal behavior. After all, Lin Feng stayed here. It was a lot of trouble. Not only was he afraid of Lin Feng making trouble inside, but also afraid of Lin Feng making trouble inside. No matter what disturbances Lin Feng caused in it, it must be the New York Police Department. If Lin Feng was injured here again, it would be even better. I am afraid that Lin Feng's team of lawyers will directly take the entire New York Police Department to court. At that time, it would be a global political incident. After all, Lin Feng's identity is too sensitive, the world's richest man. When the world's richest man is being held in a detention center, this is by no means a good thing. Those 3 days, for the entire New York Police Department, lived like a year. For 3 days, for 3 full days, all New York police officers cancelled their holidays and were on standby 24 hours a day. And the nearest hospital was also on standby 24 hours, and a road was kept open at all times to prevent Lin Feng from having any accidents inside. This moment is the key. If Lin Feng had a little accident inside, the entire New York Police Department would be over. Finally, after 3 days, Lin Feng was safe and sound. This also gave the New York Police Department a sigh of relief. However, from then on, Lin Feng was listed by the New York Police Department as an unpopular person forever, who allowed Lin Feng to be released on bail, but not bail, to toss them. Fortunately, there are only 3 days. If 30 days, I am afraid the entire New York Police Department will be crazy. In the past 3 days, Lin Feng chose not to release bail. Besides tossing the New York police by the way, he was also thinking about it. During this period of time, Lin Feng has become more and more successful in his career. but with the increasingly vigorous development of its subsidiaries and still holding $6.6 billion in cash in his hands, Lin Feng must reorganize his thinking. But usually Lin Feng doesn't have so much free time to organize his thoughts. There is too much entertainment every day, and when a man is surrounded by beautiful women, and there is more than one, it is difficult for the heart to calm down. Therefore, Lin Feng used these 3 days to sort out his thoughts and think about the future development direction. At present, the first is to set up a second consortium to expand the overall anti-risk capability of its own companies and enhance the overall strength. Therefore, the focus now is on acquiring banks. Whether it is Standard Chartered Bank or Standard Bank of South Africa, one must be acquired. In this way, Lin Feng can have enough funds to operate. In Lin Feng's mind, his ideal is to build a 3-line super empire of games, entertainment, and sports. Of course, to build such a super empire will involve real estate, food, clothing, housing, transportation and other aspects, which require a lot of funds. The game zone second world is currently at the forefront of the world's online games, but it is slightly weaker in terms of standalone. But this can be done by acquiring other game companies and integrating talents. Lin Feng is not worried about this, but Lin Feng hopes to lead the new vein of the game industry. In terms of game ideas, there are not many new ideas now. Therefore, Lin Feng's plan is to launch a 3-dimensional game to give players an immersive feeling, and this will inevitably require a lot of advanced and cutting-edge 3-dimensional technology. Canada's IMAX company is now the leading company in global 3-dimensional technology. Although its technology is mainly used in movie entertainment, the hardware technology can be transferred to the computer. Once the technology is mature and the price is low enough, it will lead the revolution in the way of global gaming and entertainment. Moreover, at that time, its profits will be huge and scary. But the acquisition of the IMAX company requires money. Of course, Lin Feng holds $6.6 billion in cash, which is enough to complete the acquisition. Subsequently, Lin Feng also wanted to continue to expand Tencent's shares. Today is the internet age, and the internet is gradually deepening people's hearts and affecting people's every move. In this networked age, if you can master the network information providing platform, you will be able to become the master of the world. Google now seems to control the eyes of the Western public, and it allows the Western public to see the information they want them to see. At the same time, as more and more companies enter the internet, the number of views of these companies is increasingly restricted by search engines such as Google. If one day, a search engine occupies 98% of the market share like Microsoft's Windows system, it can be said that the world will be in the hands of search engine companies. In this regard, Google Lin Feng estimates that it will only hold 5% of the shares for the time being. Therefore, Baidu owned by Lin Feng will be a powerful tool for Lin Feng to unify the internet. However, Lin Feng also relies on Baidu alone, unable to control the overall situation. Baidu is far from Google at present, so Lin Feng needs another weapon. Although QQ is currently only popular in mainland China and Southeast Asia, Lin Feng can fully rely on the influence of the Second World game to promote QQ to the world. In this regard, as long as Lin Feng installs a code in the game, he can only do it easily with QQ. Although he may face allegations of monopoly, Lin Feng can completely order his technicians to optimize QQ and reject other communication software when setting up. Then, players will naturally choose QQ. However, there is a premise. Lin Feng currently only owns 10% of the shares, which is not only less than Ma Hua, but also far less than the shares of South Africa's Mi Group. In this case, if Lin Feng promotes QQ to the world, it will be a bit for others suspected of being a wedding dress. Therefore, Lin Feng must acquire Tencent, at least his own shares must have a majority, and he can be the master of Tencent. With Tencent's current share price of 47 Hong Kong dollars per share, Lin Feng wants to buy at least 2 to 3 times the price before it is possible to acquire 33.5% of its shares from ME in South Africa. Lin Feng roughly calculated that this would require at least $450 billion just by acquiring the Tencent shares of ME in South Africa. Lin Feng's funds will be exhausted. In this way, Lin Feng has no spare capacity to acquire the IMAX company. Originally, the acquisition of the IMAX company could use the funds of the Second World, but the funds of the Second World are not sufficient at present, so he rushed to spend $1 billion to acquire a company that was not needed for the time being. Regardless of whether the shareholders of the Second World can agree, it will also cause great harm to the Second World itself. What's more, for Lin Feng, IMAX is not only useful for the Second World, but also for his own second entertainment film and entertainment company. Think about the future generations of Avatar with 3D technology. Mudley Volume $2.5 billion. This is a profit that makes everyone jealous. Lin Feng has no reason to give it to others. After all, Second World, Lin Feng only owns 35% of the shares, while Second Entertainment Lin Feng owns 75% of the shares. What's more, Lin Feng's goals are far more than these. There are more companies and plans circling in Lin Feng's mind, and if he wants to acquire these companies and realize the plan in Lin Feng's mind, Lin Feng's cash is far from enough. As for Japan's financial war, that is not always the case. Therefore, the best way is to acquire a bank and then finance through the bank. There is not much to learn about American finance as little fish eat the big fish, and what you play is capital operation. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 842. Coincidence? Bank. Abby Cohen is also aware of Lin Feng's future plans to construct a comprehensive game entertainment sports platform, covering the world, and becoming the first for all mankind's leisure and entertainment. However, the funds required for such a big plan will be calculated in hundreds of billions of dollars, and Lin Feng's own funds are far from guaranteed. If you choose to borrow from a bank and raise funds, all aspects will be too constrained. There are also many precedents in the industry, which are often very beautiful and creative, but in the end they died due to various reasons, mostly limited by funds. Lin Feng's plan is undoubtedly more ambitious and better, but if it is constrained by others in the capital chain, the only result is that the plan is more flexible, and it is arbitrarily modified by investors. After all, businessmen value profits. They value short-term benefits, and hope that the higher the profit, the better. Lin Feng hopes that, while earning amazing wealth, he can also give back to the society, which is in line with the theories of many investors. What's more, Lin Feng also hates being controlled by others. Therefore, buying a bank and playing capital operation is the kingly way. Based on the data and analysis collected by my team and I during this period, if you want to acquire South Africa's Standard Bank and get enough controlling rights, you need at least 41% of the equity to have the right to speak. But because you belong to acquisitions, not cooperative mergers and acquisitions, therefore, with the current stock price of $12 for Standard Bank of South Africa, it would take at least 23 times the price to acquire 41%, which would require at least $12.2 billion. Obviously, we don't have enough funds. Therefore, we don't have enough funds. I propose to start with Standard Chartered Bank. Baupili's 41.5% of the shares and Kudiba's 14.99% of the shares, then buy a little bit on the market, plus buy a little bit from the small shareholders. You can own it. The controlling stake of Standard Chartered Bank. At that time, personal assets through loans from Standard Chartered Bank will be used to acquire Standard Bank of South Africa. At that time, you will own banks on 2 different continents, which can stabilize the world financial world. Abby Cohen looking forward to her plan. Lin Feng nodded. Abby Cohen's plan is perfect and attractive. The only prerequisite is to be able to acquire the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the hands of Bao Pili and Kudaba. For Kudaba, Lin Feng has sent a letter of visit, and the other party is very pleased to invite Lin Feng to Singapore. As for Bao Pili, she is too loc, rarely sees outsiders, and is a widow woman. Lin Feng really has no good way to get in touch. Fortunately, her daughter likes Avril Lavigne. Abby, then act according to your plan. You should contact Kudaba first, and at the same time you are ready to acquire related matters. As long as they agree, we will acquire at any time, and we must complete the acquisition before the outside world reacts. Lin Feng determined to say, although the shares of Standard Chartered Bank were transferred from Chinese to Chinese in this acquisition, it was extremely shocking for Standard Chartered Bank and for the United Kingdom. Prior to Bao Yugang and Kudaba's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank, it was when Standard Chartered Bank encountered the British Right Bank's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank. Bao Yugang and Kudaba rescued Standard Chartered Bank. They never took advantage of their equity, have had any interference in the banking business. But when Lin Feng bought it, who can guarantee that Lin Feng, the world's richest man, this young man who always has all kinds of novel ideas, will not interfere in the banking business? The more important point is that when the Standard Chartered Bank was acquired, Bao Yugang was from Hong Kong, Kudaba was from Singapore, and both were inextricably linked to the United Kingdom, while Lin Feng was from China. Coming from socialist China, an authentic Chinese. Will the UK allow such a time-honored bank to be acquired by Lin Feng? Therefore, Lin Feng must acquire Standard Bank at a rapid pace. At that time, when Lin Feng holds the controlling rights, the outside world will know that it is too late. Although there will be difficulties from all walks of life, Lin Feng believes that with his current title of Sir of the Order of the British Empire and his friendly relationship with Prince William, it should not be a big problem to dispel the pressure of public opinion in the United Kingdom. After discussing detailed matters with Abby Cohen, Lin Feng asked Avril Lavigne to go to the Vineyard in Shanghai. The restaurant that first attracted foreigners was not expensive, and it was relatively civilian and far less than some 5-star restaurants. The hotel charges are high. Lin Feng came here because Bao Pili and his daughter like to come here for dinner. Lin Feng got the news that Bao Pili and her daughter happened to be here for dinner today. After applying a little makeup to reduce the possibility of being recognized by diners, Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne went to the Vineyard on Xinl Road. After Li Ru and others inquired in advance, Lin Feng and Avril Lavigne packed a private room, which happened to be next door to Bao Pili. Lin, what do you want me to do today? Avril was puzzled. She was resting at home, but was hurriedly called by Lin Feng, and she didn't say anything when she arrived, and the place she came was relatively popular. Given Lin Feng's current global popularity, it could not be easy to be recognized by people. What's more, she is also a global pop queen. In Shanghai, an international metropolis, she also has a large number of fans. Avril Lavigne really doesn't understand why Lin Feng is here. For a meal, the food here is pretty good. Lin Feng didn't explain, and waved to the waiter to serve some of the special dishes. With confusion, Avril was enjoying the food of the Vineyard. I have to admit that although the things here are cheap, they taste good. At least, it is much more authentic than the Chinese food that Avril Lavigne eats in Chinese restaurants such as New York and Los Angeles. At this moment, Li Rui gave Lin Feng a secret signal. Bao Pili and her daughter at the table next door were just about to come out after eating. Lin Feng signaled, Li Rui opened the door. Avril Lavigne, what do you think of this place? Lin Feng suddenly said loudly, the taste is not bad. It's quite authentic Chinese food. Avril Lavigne closed her eyes and recollected, saying very seriously. At this moment, with a sudden scream, a little girl about 14 years old rushed in and ran to Avril Lavigne, her face full of excitement. Avril Lavigne, are you Avril Lavigne? The little girl looked at Avril Lavigne excitedly, unable to control herself. Avril Lavigne was taken aback, then nodded helplessly. She wanted to have a quiet meal, but she didn't expect to be disturbed. But since she is a fan of hers, she naturally can't neglect the fans, especially this is in Shanghai, where Lin Feng is still around. and she can't have the slightest prestige of a big star. Hello, I'm Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne reached out and shook hands with the little girl in a friendly manner. Mom, come in quickly, guess who I saw? Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne. It's Avril Lavigne. The little girl held Avril Lavigne's hand and yelled outside excitedly. A censor came from outside the door. You kid, how many times have you told you, don't yell? How decent is to yell in public? A woman dressed as a middle-aged woman walked in. Bao Pili. This person is the goal of Lin Feng's trip. Bao Pili. Bao Pili was also taken aback when he saw Lin Feng when he came in. After a few seconds, he nodded towards Lin Feng. Obviously he has recognized who Lin Feng is. Sorry, my daughter is too reckless. I hope to forgive me for any interruptions. Bao Pili bowed slightly, and took her daughter Bao away. But Bao, who was looking excited at the moment, refused to move at all. Mom, I haven't asked Avril Lavigne to take a photo with her autograph. Bao struggled, but her mother was beside her, and she had been scolded again just now. Bao is already more ladies than just now. You kid. Don't you know that you have disturbed people's eating? You want to sign next time? Go. It's time to go home. Bao Pili refused, pulling Bao away. When Lin Feng saw, Bao was unwilling to be reluctant, and was reluctant to be accompanied by Leela to leave, and quickly stood up. This lady, since the daughter likes Avril so much, why not wait a few minutes for Avril to sign her and take a photo? Lin Feng said with a smile. Really? Can you really sign and take a photo? Bao said before Bao Pili could speak. Lin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. Mom, I'll go home after a while. I go home so early every day. I'm afraid of being late today. It's hard to come across my idol. Bao took Bao Pili's hand and begged. Bao Pili frowned, looked at Lin Feng, and sighed in her heart. Okay, but as soon as possible. I'm disturbing you, Mr. Lin. I'm disturbing you, Miss Avril. Bao Pili said sorry. Lin Feng is not surprised that Bao Pili recognizes her identity. After all, she is the daughter of the World Ship King. Although she is now in a reclusive state, it would be incredible for the world's richest man, and the richest man from China, to say that she did not know her. But Lin Feng just didn't know whether Bao Pili had guessed her intention. Judging from Bao Pili's insistence on leaving, I am afraid that she has already guessed that her trip is for her. A few minutes later, Avril Lavigne had signed Bao for a group photo. Okay, I'm satisfied now. Let's go. Bao Pili pulled Bao with a grinning face and was about to leave. Mrs. Bao, please stay here. Lin Feng reluctantly tried to dissuade him. When Bao Pili heard the words, she stopped immediately and let out a long sigh. As expected, Lin Feng came towards her. Although this vineyard has a more elegant and unique environment, it is not considered a high-end place, and the dishes are not special enough. It is a bit inexplicable that Lin Feng, the world's richest man, came here. This is a public occasion. Lin Feng also brought Avril, the world's pop star, in case she was recognized, and it was troublesome and she happened to be sitting next to her box, and her daughter Bao saw Avril when she was out. And Lin Feng was able to call out his name accurately in the end, which happens to be too much. The only thing that can be explained is that Lin Feng came to her. If it comes to her, there is only one purpose. But this matter may be more troublesome. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 The Only Way? Bao Pili sighed. Since Lin Feng has already sent out the invitation, based on her understanding of Lin Feng, it is absolutely impossible to give up easily. Even if she refuses today, Lin Feng will make another coincidence with her next time. She can refuse once and refuse twice, but she cannot refuse 3 times. After all, Lin Feng is the world's richest man, and the world's richest man naturally has the air of the world's richest man. If he was forcibly rejected like this over and over again, even if Lin Feng was not annoyed, the people around him would be annoyed. At that time, the trouble will be no small. Now in Shanghai, there are 2 powers. One is Shanghai's richest man Zhu Zhengyai, This Shanghai's richest man is known as the Emperor of Shanghai, and his words and deeds control half of Shanghai. Another force is Lin Feng, the world's richest man. Originally one was the richest man in Shanghai and the other was the richest man in the world. The two sides were not in the same weight class at all. However, Zhu Zhenghai carefully managed his own 3 land, and Lin Fengzi was in the world, which made Zhu Zhenghai powerful in Shanghai. Otherwise, with Lin Feng's status and weight in the minds of the country, there would be no Zhu Zhenghai in Shanghai. The place of standing cones. Faced with powerful people who can influence Shanghai, if Bao Pili wants to gain a foothold in Shanghai, she can't save Lin Feng's face. After thinking about it, Bao Pili shook her head helplessly. Since Mr. Lin doesn't dislike little girls nagging, it is better to ask Mr. Lin to move to the humble house and have a casual meal in the humble house, Bao Pili said with a smile. Lin Feng's brows brightened, and things finally had a beginning. Long live mommy. Bao Xinyi is naturally the happiest person. She never expected her idol Avril to be a guest at her home. Her mother, who has always been rigorous to a bit rigid, would actually invite Avril Lavigne to be a guest at home. Of course, Bao Xinyi would never have imagined that the reason why her mother Bao Pili was like this was to save Lin Feng's face. Otherwise, although Avril Lavigne is a popular queen of the world, it is not enough to move Bao Pili. Afterwards, everyone drove to Bao Pili's home. Mrs. Bao, the layout of the expensive house is really unique, and the whole layout is also very elegant. I don't know which designer made this. Lin Feng half opened the topic, half exclaimed. Although there is a slight compliment in the words, Bao Pili's home is indeed very unique and refreshing. Thank you Mr. Lin for the compliment. These arrangements are used to pass the time when I have nothing to do, Bao Pili said very lightly, but the pride that I only saw in her brows leapt on her face. Avril Lavigne, why don't you accompany Miss Bao to her room? I think she admires you so much. There must be a portrait of you in the room, Lin Feng said with a smile. Avril Lavigne, I really admire you. My room is full of your portraits, and I also bought all your CDs. Really, they are all genuine. Come and take a look. Bao Xinyi yelled happily after hearing this. It is definitely a very lucky thing to let the idol see his collection. Avril Lavigne smiled helplessly, and went in with Bao Xinyi. Li Ru and others also dispersed, leaving space for Lin Feng and Bao Pili to be alone. Bao Pili nodded secretly, knowing that this was a precursor before the show. Lin Feng's trip is definitely not a coincidence, it must be a plot. After a brief greeting, Lin Feng brought the topic to Bao Yugang. Mrs. Bao, I have always admired my father, who can become the world's ship king, but it is the glory of all Chinese. Lin Feng said flatly. Mr. Lin joked, the real Chinese light. But Mr. Lin, he can become the richest man in the world at the age of a weak crown, which is the envy of everyone. I am not afraid of you jokes. When I was your age, I was still spending a lot of time in college. But Mr. Lin has become the world's richest man. If my father can live to this day, I am afraid that Mr. Lin's achievements will be admired and addicted, Bao Pili said without sensuality. Lin Feng smiled. Since the other party is so smooth, then it is good to go straight to the subject. That's the case. I know that Mr. Bao once owned 14.5% of Standard Chartered Bank. This 14.5% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank is said to be passed to one of his 4 children. I don't know who is in the hands. I have a lot of interest in Standard Chartered Bank. If you are interested, want to invest in shares and have fun with a director position, it will be convenient for financing in the future. Lin Feng said half-truth. Sure enough, Bao Pili secretly said, and as expected, Lin Feng came to Standard Chartered Bank. Her father Bao Yugang's wealth was evenly distributed to the 4 children, and one person got the same. Bao Pili was indifferent by nature and had no interest in running the company. Bao Yugang gave 14.5% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, which is paying dividends every year. Bao Pili. For these 14.5% shares, Bao Pili has always been a headache. Since Bao Yugang's death, The British representative of Standard Chartered Bank has always wanted to buy him back to ensure the absolute controlling rights of the British side of Standard Chartered Bank. But Bao Pili refused all acquisition negotiations because of her father's inheritance. However, the British forces have never given up their plan to reacquire the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, which has always been a headache for the Bao Pili. But he didn't expect that Lin Feng would hit his mind now. Moreover, the visitor was not good. Looking at Lin Feng's posture, there was a tendency to swear not to give up if he failed to achieve his goal. How to do? Bao Pili had a headache, and she didn't know how to refuse Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Bao Pili decided to keep it simple. After all, this matter can't be hidden from Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng and her other sisters face analysis, they will be able to help. At that time, that would be a naked offense of the world's richest man. At that time, this knot was not so easy to resolve. Mr. Lin, I own 14.5% of Standard Chartered Bank, which was left to me by my father, Bao Pili said calmly. Lin Feng smiled. Mrs. Bao, I know, but I really need Standard Chartered shares. In business, it is better to ask Mrs. Bao a price. As long as I can afford it, I will be satisfied. Lin Feng is not discouraged, but aggressive. Bao Pili frowned. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so persistent. It seemed that the shares in the Standard Chartered Bank in her hand were bound to be acquired. Mr. Lin, this is my father's relic. I will not sell it, Bao Pili said firmly again. Lin Feng was slightly discouraged, but did not give up. Madam Bao, the shares of Standard Chartered Bank are optional for you. According to my investigation, Mr. Bao Lao has never exercised any corresponding rights and interests since he acquired the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. Just wait for dividends every year. In that case, it is better to sell it to me. I believe my price will satisfy Mrs. Bao. Of course, if Mrs. Bao is unwilling to ask for cash, I can also provide some stocks. For example, shares of my Phantom Technology or DingDong.com. Lin Feng throws the last bargaining chip. Both Phantom Technology and DingDang.com are stocks that the industry is looking forward to very much. I believe that once they are listed, they will attract investors after all. After acquiring the French Alcatel and the promotion of virtual life, Phantom Technology has now become the most popular mobile phone brand in China, occupying 32% of the domestic market share, and internationally, Phantom Technology mobile phones are also gradually showing their prominence, beginning to erode the market share of brands such as Nokia. Although it currently has only 8% market share in the global market, its future potential has been optimistic about the industry. As for DingDong.com, with the expansion of Lin Feng's business, it has successfully entered the United States. It has successfully established a branch in Ely, Georgia, and sells cheap online products from China to all American citizens. Its Unlimited Express company has gradually stepped into the express delivery business of all walks of life in Georgia, becoming the express company with the largest volume of cargo in Georgia. It can be said that DingDong.com has also become the hottest platform for online sales platforms, and its future prospects are limitless. Lin Feng is now willing to exchange shares of these two companies for the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in Bao Pili's hands. It can be said that he is sincere. This made Bao Pili feel the tremendous pressure. Lin Feng showed such sincerity. If she refused, I am afraid that she would really offend Lin Feng. Sometimes, facing some people, even if you have reason, you can't offend them. After hesitating for a moment, Bao Pili asked cautiously, Mr. Lin, what do you want to do if you want to buy shares in Standard Chartered Bank? Bao Pili asked carefully. Lin Feng smiled confidently. It's very simple. I want to be the first Chinese to own a private bank. The first one is that I want to take control of Standard Chartered Bank, and master this Standard Chartered Bank, which has been established for more than 150 years. So that the right to issue Hong Kong dollars will return to Chinese hands. Lin Feng said. Bao Pili was shocked when she heard it. She originally thought that Lin Feng just wanted to buy a stake in Standard Chartered Bank to facilitate subsequent financing, just like Li Kashing's acquisition of part of HSBC's shares that year. But he did not expect that Lin Feng's purpose was to control Standard Chartered Bank. This really surprised Bao Pili. No, it should be shocked. I felt a deep fear of Lin Feng's ambition. However, since Lin Feng was willing to tell her this purpose, it was obvious that Lin Feng was determined to win it. This makes Bao Pili even more headache. After a long time, Bao Pili sighed helplessly. Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't want to sell the shares in Standard Chartered Bank. After all, as you said, since my father bought the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, he has never exercised shareholder rights, and it is useless for me to keep it. But I must tell Lin. Sir, I can't sell this Standard Chartered Bank to you, Bao Pili said helplessly. Lin Feng frowned. Bao Pili's heart jumped. She was really afraid that Lin Feng would hate it. That would be terrible, and explained quickly. Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't want to sell, but I can't sell it, Bao Pili said helplessly. What do you mean? Lin Feng asked curiously. Bao Pili thought for a while, let Lin Feng wait for a while, and then entered the inner room. After more than 10 minutes, he came out with a contract. Mr. Lin, please see, this is an agreement signed with Standard Chartered Bank before my father left. Bao Pili handed the contract to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look and was a bit stunned. The original contract stipulated that after Bao Yugang's death, 14.5% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank he owned could be passed on to his children, and his children could also be passed on to their children's children, but no matter how they were passed on, they could not be sold to outsiders. The British side of Standard Chartered Bank has the right of first refusal. Mr. Lin, tell you the truth. After his father was critically ill, the British had always wanted to take the opportunity to take back the shares of Standard Chartered Bank from his father, and did not hesitate to threaten his father in some ways. The father was forced to sign in desperation under this agreement. Therefore, if I want to sell the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, I can only sell it to the British side first, not to you, Bao Pili explained helplessly. Lin Feng frowned. He really didn't expect this to be the end. Bao Yugang's 14.5% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank cannot be bought at all. If you can't buy these 14.5% shares, then Lin Feng's idea of wanting to control Standard Chartered Bank has completely failed. This is absolutely unacceptable to Lin Feng, and it will completely destroy the series of plans formulated by Abby Cohen. As for what holds Standard Chartered Standard Bank of South Africa, Bank of Two Continents, the idea of being firmly in the world financial system will also become a joke. Is there no way? Lin Feng asked unwillingly. I think your family has no choice but to sign this agreement, so they should think of a solution. After all, this is subject to others. It is not the style of my father before his death. Bao Pili nodded. Indeed, Bao Yugang had been brooding about this matter before his death. As the world's ship king before his death, Bao Yugang had never suffered this burden. Therefore, the last wish left to Bao Pili before her death was to first prevent her from selling the shares of Standard Chartered Bank to the British side, and the second was to make good use of the shares in her hands. Therefore, over the years, Bao Pili has also figured out a way. Mr. Lin, there is no way, but I don't think you will accept it, Bao Pili said suddenly. What way? Let's hear it, Lin Feng asked curiously. The way is very simple. You marry a little girl. So naturally it is the son-in-law of our Bao family, and it is within the scope of the contract to transfer the stock to you. Bao Pili looked at Lin Feng playfully. Lin Feng was taken aback when he heard that. He really didn't expect Bao Pili to come up with such a method. Mr. Lin, Xinyi, you have also seen it. Although it is not the kind of big beauty who is all over the country and the city, I believe she is also a beautiful woman. She is only 14 years old and will be more beautiful in a few years. And she has been deeply loved since she was a child, a tutor and a child of the Bao family. I think you should be more than enough to match you with the richest man in the world. If Mr. Lin is willing to marry a little girl, I am willing to dowry 14.5% of Standard Chartered Bank shares. Bao Pili said with a serious face suddenly. Lin Feng's eyes rounded when he heard it. Looking up and down Bao Pili, I don't know if she is joking or serious. But no one, Bao Pili has a serious face. She doesn't seem to be joking. Mrs. Bao, are you serious? Lin Feng whispered softly. Although I have often heard of this political marriage in various TV dramas before, it is the first time that Lin Feng has personally experienced it. What is even more funny is that, as the world's richest man, he actually needs this kind of political marriage. This is too ridiculous. It was too unexpected. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 844. The second choice. How to do? The only way to acquire 14.5% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares in Bao Pili's hand is to marry Bao Xinyi, who is now only 14 years old. For Lin Feng, it was a very funny and difficult choice. Perhaps for others, marrying a young and beautiful daughter with a good tutor and dowry is a 14.5% stake in Standard Chartered Bank worth about $1 billion. This is simply a pie in the sky. I am afraid that any man who has this kind of opportunity will agree without hesitation. But who is Lin Feng? Lin Feng is the world's richest man, with $57 billion in assets. And a mere $1 billion is not at all concerned by Lin Feng. Besides, Lin Feng had to sell his marriage. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This kind of plot that only appears in TV dramas will actually appear on me, which is really funny. Lin Feng really did not expect that, as the world's richest man, he would have the opportunity to face such a choice. This is a bit dumbfounding. But no way. Who told Lin Feng to need the 14.5% shares of Standard Chartered Bank in Bao Pili's hands now? Bao Pili had been observing Lin Feng, and she smiled when she saw Lin Feng's face with embarrassment. For the first time, facing the young richest man in the world, Bao Pili finally gained a little bit of the upper hand. Mr. Lin, to be honest, I also know the relationship between you and Lisa and Avril Lavigne. And I believe you will not give up on them. So my request is very simple. As long as my daughter Xinyi is your official wife, yes, first wife, I don't care about the others. And at the same time I will advise Xinyi not to quarrel with you. After all, for a man, especially a successful man, a woman is far from satisfying their desires, let alone you are the world the richest man, and so young, has a few confidants. It's really normal. Bao Pili said with a smile. Lin Feng frowned. Bao Pili said it all, and it would be tempting to change to any man. A free little beauty. There are $1 billion worth of stocks, especially the most needed right now. And this little beauty does not count how many women you have, as long as it is your true wife in name. Which man in the world can refuse such a good thing? Whether you are the richest man in the world or not. This is an irresistible beauty. Also, Mr. Lin, you are now the richest man in the world. In the future, you will be attending various high-end social venues. With all due respect, whether it is Lisa or Avril Lavigne, although they are very beautiful, they will accompany you to attend this kind of occasion. It's wrong. It's similar to Xinyi, who has received this kind of education since she was a child. She accompanies you to attend this kind of occasion. Not only will it not lose face to you, but it will bring you all kinds of benefits. After all, with the Bao family's contacts, I believe there is something needless to say the benefits. Bao Pili continued to seduce Lin Feng. Is Lin Feng moved? Of course. This kind of benefit, if it is not moved, it would be too self-deceiving. However, who is Lin Feng, the richest man in the world, and the richest man in the world who has worked hard from scratch? Since you become the richest man in the world, you naturally have the pride of the richest man in the world. If you are easily tempted by others, you are not the richest man in the world. Sorry, Mrs. Bao, your terms are really attractive. And Xinyi is also really good. But I have to say that I cannot accept such terms. I will not betray my marriage to achieve personal success. A career attempt. This is absolutely unacceptable to me. What's more, I believe that even without Standard Chartered, I can still own other banks. After Lin Feng sighed, his eyes showed unmatched confidence. Mrs. Bao, if there is really no way, Then even if I take the liberty today, I hope Mrs. Bao will forget every word we talked today. Lin Feng got up, walked out, and came to the door, suddenly turned around and said, Mrs. Bao, step back 10,000 steps. If I really agree to your terms, do you think it's really good for Xini? Although I am the richest man in the world, if a girl like Xini accepts her husband and other women, will she be happy? Will she be happy? I have a question. I don't know what the happiness of your daughter is for you. Lin Feng shook his head. Bao Pili smiled without saying a word, just looking at Lin Feng. Also, if I really agree to Mrs. Bao's proposal today, I think I will no longer be Lin Feng, and I will lose the most important point that I can become the richest man in the world. Self-confidence. That kind of no matter the future, no matter what, I can move forward with confidence and win in the end. If I really accept your proposal, I don't think I will be able to control Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng said with a smile. Indeed, for a truly successful person, sometimes money and power may not be important. What really matters is himself. This is just like in a fighting video game. What really determines everything is not the game character's moves, power, etc., but the person playing the game. Mrs. Bao, it's nice to meet you today, and I hope there are plans for cooperation in the future. Lin Feng smiled and said goodbye. Avril Lavigne, let's go, we should go. It has been a long time to disturb Mrs. Bao. Lin Feng shouted. Sister Avril, are you really leaving? You must come to play again next time. Bao Xini sent Avril out reluctantly. Obviously, the two have become friends in a short time. At this moment, Bao Pili applauded suddenly. Mr. Lin, I have been wondering why you were able to become the world's richest man at such a young age. Now I understand why all this is. If a man who can refuse such a favorable condition cannot succeed, then there will be no successful person in this world. Bao Pili sighed deeply. Lin Feng frowned, wondering what Bao Pili meant. Xini, you will accompany your sister Avril Lavigne into play. Mom and your brother Lin have important matters. Bao Pili ordered. Sister Avril, come in, I still have a lot of things to show you. Bao Xini pulled Avril in with joy. Avril Lavigne looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded and motioned for him to go in first. Mrs. Bao, I'm confused about what medicine you sell in the gourd. Lin Feng frowned and asked. Bao Pili smiled. Mr. Lin, what I said just now, that condition, can be said to be a temptation and a good wish of mine. Bao Pili sighed helplessly. Really, I have been looking for a good boy for Xini. You are undoubtedly the best one in the world. If Xini can really become a husband and wife with you, I believe she will be very happy. Bao Pili said regretfully. Happiness? Let him tolerate other women will be very happy? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Bao Pili smiled slightly. This is the price that a wealthy woman must bear, not to mention that I have a way to make her hold your heart. If she fails to do it in the end, it is her own problem, and I can't do anything about it. Lin Feng heard this and shook his head again and again. Lin Feng is really not used to the rich style of educating children. Mrs. Bao, let's get back to the subject. Lin Feng asked. Well, that is the second way. Bao Pili smiled confidently. To be continued. Chapter 8 Unconditional Support? Another way. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in this package. But obviously, the contact just now made Lin Feng deeply understand what is meant by a tiger father without a dog girl. Bao Yugang can become the world's ship king, and his daughter is definitely not so easy to deal with. A marriage completely reversed the situation. Mr. Lin, do you really stop thinking about it? Bao Pili asked again with a narrow smile at the corner of her eyes, and there is no need for you to get married now. Just get engaged first. Lin Feng frowned and didn't understand what Bao Pili's idea was. It is true that his status as the world's richest man is indeed very tempting. However, Bao Pili has always been loque, and she should not be eager to package her daughter out. This really made Lin Feng a little puzzled. Mrs. Bao, you should suggest another way. Lin Feng said sternly. Bao Pili sighed to herself. Originally, she proposed the plan of marriage, just to test Lin Feng, to see if Lin Feng, the young richest man in the world, would succumb in the face of interests. After all, Lin Feng has always been a focus of debate in the industry. The style is really hard to guess. This time, Bao Pili did not hesitate to use her daughter to test Lin Feng, just to see if Lin Feng is worthy of cooperation. If Lin Feng can resist the temptation, she is the best partner Bao Pili has always dreamed of. But when this marriage plan was proposed, Bao Pili did not know what she thought, and really hoped that Lin Feng would agree, so that her daughter would find the best home, and Bo's family would also get one strong aid. In the end, Lin Feng refused as she initially expected, but Bao Pili felt a little melancholy in her heart. In the end, I can only sigh, there are always unsatisfactory lives. As for the other way, it is very simple. We set up a real estate company to jointly develop the real estate business in China, which is in increasing demand. I will invest 14.5% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, and you will invest $500 million. The proportion of shares is, I account for 30% and you account for 70%. Bao Pili said very seriously. Lin Feng frowned. This way of buying shares is extremely weird. It stands to reason that Bao Pili's 14.5% shares in Standard Chartered Bank have a market value of about $1 billion. He only invested $500 million. But it accounted for 70% of the total equity. Bao Pili only accounted for 30%. This is really weird. I am afraid that the so-called investment of 14.5% of Bao Pili's shares is not a conventional investment. Mr. Lin, I believe you will be very surprised by this method of shareholding and the proportion of equity distribution. Bao Pili poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you also know that the 14.5% Standard Chartered Bank shares in my hand cannot be sold, and can only be passed on to the children of the Bao family. Therefore, naturally, 14.5% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares cannot be used as a share, and I proposed a shareholding. The way is that during our cooperation period, these 14.5% shares will unconditionally support all future actions and plans of Mr. Lin in Standard Chartered Bank, and unconditionally support. Bao Pili said very seriously. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Bao Pili to use such a way of buying shares, which was a bit beyond Lin Feng's expectation. However, if Bao Pili's 14.5% of the shares can unconditionally support any actions and plans of Lin Feng, it will be no different from Lin Feng's hands. On the contrary, it can save Lin Feng a lot of acquisition funds. The only trouble is that the cooperative relationship with Bao Pili cannot be interrupted, otherwise the 14.5% of the shares will no longer support Lin Feng. This is also the best weapon Bao Pili uses to tie herself and Lin Feng together. But with this alone, it is impossible to get 30% of the company's shares. This is not enough. 30% of $500 million is $150 million. Only the unconditional support of 14.5% equity in Standard Chartered Bank is not worth the 30% equity. You must know that in addition to capital, the development of real estate requires contacts. Obviously, Lin Feng has much more contacts than Bao Pili in this regard. Mr. Lin, maybe you think that I want 30% of the shares to be a bit high, but what I have offered is not only the unconditional support rights for the 14.5% of Standard Chartered Bank shares, but also my more than 10 years of research experience and overall plans for China's real estate. Bao Pili then took out a thick stack of documents from a briefcase. Lin Feng read it briefly, and all of them are Bao Pili's predictions and assessments of the Chinese real estate market, as well as its development plans. And these documents are undoubtedly signed in 1999, and now in 2003, compared with Bao Pili's prediction. Almost half of them have been said by Bao Pili. In particular, there is a construction plan for Shanghai's local real estate in the plan, and Bao Pili has a series of extremely detailed plans and ideas. It can be said that as long as Lin Feng puts out the funds, this plan can be implemented. The rate of return is as high as 200%. If you count these, the 30% equity that Bao Pili requires is not too much. Mr. Lin, As long as you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. I can guarantee that you invest 500 million, and 10 years later, this 500 million will become 5 billion, or even 10 billion US dollars. The profit of China's future real estate will be with Mr. Lin's contacts and my research on real estate. Our cooperation will be seamless. Bao Pili said confidently. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, China's real estate industry will show an index increase in the future, far exceeding the reasonable range that ordinary people can afford. It can be said that in the next few years, housing prices in many cities will reach high housing prices that will leave ordinary people in a lifetime of poverty and may not be able to reach them. I don't know how many real estate developers have become billionaires. It can be said that the money of the Chinese people has created those super rich people who are not benevolent. It can be said that Lin Feng is instinctively repulsive of real estate and does not want to use real estate to earn the hard-earned money of the people. After all, for Lin Feng, there are too many places to make money, and there is no need to risk being poked at the backbone of the people to make such ignorant money. However, Bao Pili's plan is a luxury mansion developed specifically for those wealthy. Its design concepts and ideas are internationalized. Of course, the price is also internationalized. In this regard, Lin Feng still appreciates it. Anyway, the money of those rich people is coming quickly. If they don't make it, others will also make it. In that case, it's better to earn yourself. Mrs. Bao, no problem. I agree. I am extremely satisfied with this contract. Lin Feng called the lawyer and after carefully considering each clause, Lin Feng signed the contract. Mr. Lin is really vigorous and resolute. I believe that cooperating with people like Mr. Lin, we will definitely have a very good future in the future. Bao Pili immediately signed the contract. Mr. Lin, cheers. Bao Pili poured Lin Feng a glass of champagne. Cheers. Lin Feng said with a smile. Although today's trip is different from the original schedule, the ending is extremely happy. Not only did she get unconditional support from Bao Pili's 14.5% equity in Standard Chartered Bank without spending a penny, she also established a real estate development company to earn amazing real estate profits in the future. By the way, Mr. Lin, I have heard that Uncle Kudubo is not feeling well recently, and he seems to be interested in selling 14.99% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank. I think, as a world friend, I can introduce you. You know, Taku, you are not the only one interested in the 14.99% of Standard Chartered shares in Uncle Debart's hands. For example, British Rice Bank and Barclays Bank, American City Group, Singapore DBS Group are interested in acquiring 14.99% of Uncle Kudubar's shares. This is also the case. The important reason why the British used their power to force the signing of such an unequal treaty before his father's death. Bao Pili exclaimed. Bao Yugang's condition deteriorated too quickly. Unlike Kudubar, who had the foresight, he began to deal with property issues before he died. Otherwise, the British side should not let Kudubar pull up 14.99% of the shares. Of course, Kudubar is a Singaporean and hardly any influence from the British side. Unlike Bao Yugang, all business is in Hong Kong, and before 1997, Hong Kong belonged to the United Kingdom. Therefore, Bao Yugang was also relatively heavily restrained by the British. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although Lin Feng had contacted Kudubar before, he was also invited. If there is a recommendation from Bao Pili, then Lin Feng will be able to seize the opportunity to snap up 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in Kudubar's hands. Otherwise, facing strong rivals such as British Rice Bank, Barclays Bank, Citigroup and Singaporean giant DBS Group, Lin Feng has no chance of winning. After all, they used the power of the group to buy, while Lin Feng used the individual. This is also why Abby Cohen asks Lin Feng to buy a bank. Use the power of the group to do personal things. It is like having two wings. You can spread your wings and soar. This is the real capital operation. Well, Mrs. Bao, I will leave today first. As for tomorrow's press conference, I will send someone to pick you up. Lin Feng got up and said. Bao Pili smiled and nodded. Sister Avril, You really want to leave? Do you really stop staying for a while? Bauxini reluctantly sent Avril out. Avril Lavigne made a crying face helplessly at Lin Feng. She did not expect that Bauxini would be so attached to herself. In just 2 hours, she seemed to regard herself as the best friend in her life. Although she is her idol, this is too exaggerated. Lin Feng frowned helplessly. But fortunately with this relationship, I can knock on Bao Pilis' door today and get what I want. Of course, it just made Avril Lavigne a little sacrifice. However, multiple die-hard fans are not a bad thing. By the way, Mr. Lin, I have one more request. The little girl, Xini, has received very strict tutoring since she was a child. She has few friends. It is rare that she likes Avril Lavigne so much. I wonder if I can let Xini be with you. How many days to play? Bao Pili pleaded. Lin Feng was taken aback. How it happened. But Bao Xini cheered at the moment, and she put her arms around Avril and yelled in excitement. Avril Lavigne and Lin Feng were helpless. Faced with such a naive Bao Xini, what can they say? A sly smile appeared in Bao Pilis' eyes. Perhaps the Bao family will once again usher in the opportunity to take off. Will be more glorious than when her father was alive. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 844 didn't let everyone down. Bao Xini takes ownership of Lin Feng Villa. When Bao Xini entered Lin Feng's villa with a hint of apprehension, excitement, curiosity, and anxiety, and saw Li Zhu, Yuan Xiangalai, Lin Ziyui and the same age in Lin Feng's villa, he was jerky and uncomfortable in the early days. After getting acquainted, he soon became a group with a few girls. For Bao Xini, she has lived with her mother since she was little. She received her mother's extremely strict education. Although she almost understands piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and all kinds of social etiquette, she has never had any friends of the same age. Therefore, Avril Lavigne's rebelliousness, the singing of women in the new era can completely impress her and make her a die-hard Avril Lavigne fan. Originally today, she did not expect that her mother would let her and Avril Lavigne come out together to live with her idol here in Lin Feng, which in itself made Bao Xini extremely excited. What made her even more unexpected was that there were so many friends of the same age in Lin Feng Villa, which made her even more happy. The whole villa is like entering a vegetable market in an instant, yin yang, chattering, although a bit noisy, it makes the whole villa full of life. Looking at this slightly noisy, but inviting scene, Lin Feng could only sigh. It will be in serious trouble in the future. Bao Pili asked Bao Xini to come to her villa. The purpose is by no means that simple. Does she really want to marry her daughter to herself? Lin Feng looked at Bao Xini, who kept her ladylike demeanor even though she looked excited, secretly stunned. Such a simple, innocent, cute, and aristocratic daughter, if she doesn't touch her heart, it's really a lie. However, this is just a heartbeat. With so many beauties in the world, it is impossible to marry every girl who is beloved. Even if the law allows it, the body will not allow it. The emperor is not so good. At night, before going to bed, Brother Lin, what's the matter with Xini? Li Zhu pouted slightly at Lin Feng with a bit of resentment. Lin Feng, who was inexplicable, took a girl home, and she was so pure and cute, and her age was similar to them. If Lisa said she was not worried, it would appear that her EQ was too low, and Lisa felt from him an aristocratic aura that was unique to a wealthy family since he was a child, and Algra has also experienced this. But Algra is the kind of aristocratic temperament with a little domineering, and Bao Xini is the implicit aristocrat of the standard traditional Chinese women. Only 3 generations can cultivate a nobleman, and Bao Xini happens to be the 3rd generation. Hearing what Lisa said, Lin Feng really didn't know how to answer. I can't directly say that Bao Xini is her mother who wants to marry herself, and she is the only wife. If you say so, yes, it will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Although Lisa wouldn't be making trouble like Avril Lavigne, he was sulking all alone, and Lin Feng felt distressed when he saw it. Well, you have to ask Avril Lavigne. That Bao Xini is the daughter of a partner of mine. As a result, She happened to be a big fan of Avril Lavigne again, and she was a big fan of Avril Lavigne. So her mother asked her to come and talk to Avril Lavigne. Stay for a few days. Lin Feng simply explained. Lisa thought about it with his big eyes open, and didn't delve into it anymore. It's just that the arm holding Lin Feng's arm is harder. Women are sensitive, especially in certain things. Women have a superhuman sixth sense. It's just that some things can't be said, but they are bad things. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This Bao Pili really brought herself a trouble. But fortunately, the cooperation between the two parties can be more sincere and at ease. It's just a slight regret for Lin Feng that he was planning to have a double flight tonight. But Avril was entangled by Bao Xinyi, and Lin Feng's dream of double flight was completely destroyed. The next day, after waking up early, Lin Feng rushed to the company and sent someone to pick Bao Pili to the press conference hall. Many reporters had already arrived at the scene, and they were a little confused about Lin Feng's sudden press conference today. I don't know what Lin Feng wants to announce. Recently, according to the signs of various Lin Feng companies, there should be no major moves. As for the Chinese women's football versus Premier League, which has been heated up all the time, it will officially start tomorrow afternoon British time. There is no breaking news about other sports. Lin Feng. What exactly does Lin Feng want to announce? However, Lin Feng has always made amazing moves, and this press conference should not disappoint everyone. Since Lin Feng turned out, the media that has been most affected by Lin Feng has been the blessing of the richest man in the world, to Lin Feng. Almost every media outlet has all kinds of hot news coming out, so there is no need to consider the issue of the lack of sales of newspapers. Every time readers get tired of the recent too flat news, Lin Feng's hot news is released, and every time it is released, it can provoke readers' desire to buy and curiosity, and make various media earn a smile from ear to ear. According to incomplete statistics, since the birth of Lin Feng, the sales of various media have increased by 50% and their income has increased by an average of 70%. God of Wealth. Many media have even exaggerated the comparison of Lin Feng to their God of Wealth. With a hint of doubt and expectation, many reporters turned their attention to the people on the release stage. Apart from one press officer, there were only two people on stage, one man and one woman. The male is Lin Feng, and the female is unknown and extremely unfamiliar. Many reporters look at me, I look at you, frowning. Today's press conference is too strange, too strange. There are no common people like Wu Xiaopu and others around Lin Feng. Obviously today's theme has nothing to do with the second world, there is no Tang Jun, and naturally it has nothing to do with Lin Feng's phantom technology, and without Robin Li, it is of course impossible to interact with Baidu. Related, nor. Many reporters quietly counted in the audience. The main persons in charge of all companies under Lin Feng did not attend. As for this aunt, everyone is even more strange and terribly strange. With the extensive knowledge of many reporters, no one can actually be able to do so. Recognizing who this aunt is, obviously, this aunt is not a big person. That being the case, Lin Feng's press conference was somewhat disappointing. Although Lin Feng's status as the world's richest man has already made this news conference shine, it is somewhat regrettable to sit here with an unknown aunt. It seems that the world's richest man does not always have a breaking news. Many reporters sighed slightly in their hearts. Every time Lin Feng's press conference was held, so many reporters gathered early. No matter where they were or where they were, they rushed over immediately. What they did was one thing: Lin Feng's breaking news. Since the birth of Lin Feng, every press conference of Lin Feng has produced breaking news, which is dubbed by the industry as Lin Feng Law. But now it seems that the Lin Feng Law is not always accurate. Lin Feng glanced at the many reporters in the audience and saw the slight frown between their eyebrows, and he knew that they were disappointed. As news media reporters, they are all eager for big scenes. They all hope that the better news will come out, so that they will be more excited. But in the face of an unknown aunt, many reporters instinctively thought that the news was not strong enough. But is it really not crazy enough? Lin Feng glanced at Bao Pili, who was sitting silently on the side, and smiled secretly. If these reporters knew who Bao Pili next to them was, they would definitely not be as calm and restrained as they are now. I'm afraid my eyes are glowing, my forehead is sweating, and my breath is short of breath. While many reporters waited slightly disappointed, the press conference began. Thank you very much to all journalists and friends for coming to attend today's press conference. Before we begin, I would like to introduce the lady next to me. Lin Feng smiled slightly, like many disappointed reporters introducing Bao To around him. Li, this is my partner, Miss Bao Pili. Many reporters were slightly surprised. Partner? Lin Feng partnered with this strange aunt? What field does Lin Feng want to set foot in? The hearts of many reporters are slightly alive. However, although this aunt is extremely elegant in dress, it is not luxurious, and it does not look like those rich men. What can I do with Lin Feng? In the eyes of many reporters, it may mean opening a large-scale clothing store, or something in the catering industry. With Lin Feng's financial resources and contacts, you can pull someone out on the street at will. Although many reporters will report this kind of news, they will never make the headlines. Seeing that many reporters didn't care much, Lin Feng smiled wickedly. By the way, I forgot to introduce the identity of this Miss Bao to you. She is the third daughter of the late world ship king Bao Yugang. Lin Feng finished speaking and looked at the many reporters in the audience with a smile. Stunned. Many reporters looked astonished. When everyone saw this unknown aunt, they thought it was an ordinary person, but they never expected that she would be the daughter of the late world ship king Bao Yugang. This is really amazing. But what is even more surprising is that the daughter of the world ship king cooperates with Lin Feng. What do they want to cooperate for? This is absolutely impossible to open a clothing store, or the catering industry. There will definitely be big moves. There will definitely be big moves. Thinking of this, many reporters began to get excited, and many of the reporters in the back could not restrain their excitement and stood up one after another. This is too much to look forward to, too much to look forward to. The world's richest man joins hands with the daughter of the world ship king. What a shocking title. Lam Feng's law has always been effective. Many reporters talked with excitement in their hearts. Well, today's press conference did not disappoint you, right? Lin Feng deliberately winked at many reporters in the audience. Many reporters in the audience burst into laughter. They have never seen such a funny world's richest man, but because of Lin Feng's immature behavior, many reporters have a particularly cordial feeling. Therefore, they often unknowingly favor Lin Feng in news reports. That's how the network of relationships unknowingly grows up. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 845. Although Lin Feng's remarks are very funny, many reporters are not thinking about this right now, but are looking forward to what the real big event will be. What exactly do Lin Feng and the daughter of the world ship king want to develop together? Everyone, Miss Bao and I will establish a second real estate co. Limited, with a registered capital of $500 million, which will develop China's real estate industry. However, for the time being, it is only designed for successful people with successful careers. Chic and elegant mansions and commercial real estate. As for whether ordinary residential districts will be open, it is still under study. Lin Feng said with a smile. Real estate. Many reporters felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer, and their entire hearts throbbed. Lin Feng wants to invest in real estate, and the world's richest man wants to invest in real estate. This news is really overwhelming, and the registered capital is as high as $500 million. It can be said that Lin Feng's second real estate co. Limited can rank 19th in the current ranking of Chinese real estate companies in terms of registered capital alone. However, there are all listed companies in the front, and there are many leading real estate companies such as Chengjiang Industrial and Sun Hongkai Properties. China's real estate industry has always been a promising future gold mining industry. After all, in this world, for everyone, the most important thing is the house. There must be a house where there are people. This is the foundation of the existence of every person and every family. Calculated on the basis of China's 1.3 billion population, the future market space is extremely huge. In the future, China's real estate will surpass the United States and Tokyo. Now that Lin Feng, the world's richest man, has also entered, it is really surprising. The industry had always thought that Lin Feng would only be involved in games, entertainment and sports, but he did not expect Lin Feng to venture into real estate with such a high profile this time. Cooperating with the daughter of the world ship king, this time the ambition is definitely not small. It can be said that for many real estate companies, they have another strong opponent. In particular, Lin Feng has $6.6 billion in cash, and now he has only spent $500 million. In terms of funding, Lin Feng is absolutely strong. In terms of connections, the connections of Lin Feng and the daughter of the world ship king can be no less than that of any real estate company. Of course, the only thing that Lin Feng lacks is the technology and experience in this area. Real estate is not just about money and connections. Indeed, with strong funds and wide enough contacts, it is not difficult to do real estate, but without sufficient technology and experience support, it is difficult to establish its own brand and its own characteristics. There is one more thing I want to announce. There was originally one person who would attend today's press conference, but he is now busy with the final finishing project of the second world headquarters building, so he was unable to attend. Lin Feng said, after a turn, a topic that excites all reporters was once again thrown. Mr. Tom Wright will become the chief engineering designer of the Second Real Estate Co., Limited, and will be responsible for the approval and decision-making power of all future projects. Lin Feng said with a smile. Tom Wright. All reporters snapped their heads. Just now everyone was still speculating whether Lin Feng was just trying to join in the fun and make some quick money in real estate. After all, China's real estate industry has always been a profiteering industry, and its profits are higher than any industry. It is normal for Lin Feng to want to share the pie. Although there is no technology and no experience, but if you have money, you can have a network. But now, when Lin Feng invites Tom Wright, everything is no longer a problem. Tom Wright, who designed the Arab Star, is also the chief designer of the second world headquarters building, the world's first skyscraper. With him joining, experience and technology will be solved, and it will no longer be a problem. After all real estate companies in the world can have talents like Tom Wright who have designed such amazing buildings as the Arab Star and the world's first skyscraper. Not every real estate company is lucky enough to have of. Lam Feng's Second Real Estate Co., Limited was able to invite Tom Wright and his team. In terms of technology and experience alone, it is leading many real estate companies in China, including Chengjiang Industrial. None of the real estate companies well known in Southeast Asia had a world-renowned architect like Tom Wright. Later, Bao Pili introduced in detail the future plans and development direction of Second Real Estate Co., Limited. From Bao Pili's talkative look, many reporters knew that the cooperation between Lin Feng and Bao Pili this time was not for fun, but for seriousness. The wolf is here. The wolf is really here. Many reporters secretly called. When the news conference was over and many reporters spread the news to all parts of China through their respective channels, the entire Chinese real estate industry was boiling. Many reporters interviewed leaders in the real estate industry for the first time and asked about Lin Feng's attitude towards entering the real estate industry. As the best real estate company in mainland China, Wang Shay, chairman of Vanke Enterprise Co., Limited, said to reporters, "Welcome Mr. Lin Feng to enter the real estate industry. The Chinese real estate industry needs young talents like Lin Feng to create a new Chinese real estate. I welcome him to join. As for competition, China is so big, it doesn't matter if there are more or fewer families. Besides, Vanke has always been the best real estate company in mainland China. We are never afraid of competition." Vanke CEO Wang Shai's words are still polite, soft but hard. After all, Lin Feng's strong foray into real estate is not a good thing for all real estate companies. There is only so much land in China, and people need more than land. Although this will cause house prices to rise, if you can't even grab the land, you won't be able to build a house, and if you can't build a house, you won't talk about making money. Lin Feng's high-profile march, it is under great pressure. Of course, there are 9 kinds of dragons, all of which are different. With so many real estate companies in China, it is naturally impossible for all of them to be as polite as Wang Shi. Ren Ziqiang, chairman of Beijing Huiyuan Real Estate Co., Limited and president of Huiyuan Group, said in a high-profile interview that real estate is not an industry that rich, well-connected, and designers can do well. He, referring to Lin Feng, is indeed the richest man in the world. He has extensive contacts in China, and one of the world's best architects, but this does not mean that he can do a good job in real estate. As for you asking me how to do a good job in real estate, I will not say, because I am a businessman, not a teacher. How to do it? Pay the tuition by yourself, and understand. In short, although he can call the wind and rain in the game industry, but in real estate, he does not count. Ren Ziqiang's remarks caused an uproar in all the media. Unexpectedly, the chairman of this unobtrusive Huiyuan Real Estate Co., Limited would be so high-profile and so despised. Can actually ignore all the miracles that Lin Feng had created before. Don't forget, Lin Feng is the richest man in the world. Countless miracles have been created in the game industry. And there are also many amazing works in the entertainment industry. The second entertainment record company created by it has become one of the world's 6 largest record companies. With so many miracles happening to Lin Feng, Ren Ziqiang completely ignored him, but was extremely contemptuous. In an instant, Ren Ziqiang was pushed to the forefront, and some agreed with and refuted his remarks. Those who agree are mostly peers. Many real estate companies are extremely supportive of Ren Ziqiang's remarks. Originally, Lin Feng's strong invasion has brought great pressure to everyone. Now that such a sky cannon takes the lead, it is naturally better. Not only did they speak out their heartfelt voices, they smashed Lin Feng's momentum severely, making everyone hooked, and at the same time, even if something happened in the future, Ren Ziqiang would be in front of them, and they couldn't blame them. Although Ren Ziqiang's remarks made his Huiyuan Real Estate Co., Limited a household name this time, in terms of risk, this opportunity to become famous in China is automatically given to the CEOs of many real estate companies to Wang Ziqiang, compared with the supportive attitude of many real estate companies. As many ordinary people, Lin Feng is still full of expectations and desires for Lin Feng to enter the real estate. They hope that the emergence of Lin Feng can link the trend of rising housing prices in China. After all, Lin Feng is well known for his friendliness and generosity to players in the game industry. Many people who want to buy a house and eager to buy a house also hope that Lin Feng can benefit this kind of generosity to real estate companies. Of course, for many home buyers, it is not that they hope that Lin Feng will not make money, but that they want to make less money. After all, the huge profits in real estate are well known, and it is not a big deal for Lin Feng to make less money. After all, Lin Feng is already the richest man in the world. What does it matter if you earn more and earn less? Netizen Brazil Tornado said, Mr. Lin, no, please allow me to call you Lin's richest man. This is by no means a contempt, but a respect for you from the heart. You are now the richest man in the world, with wealth that most people can't match in your life, and you are still so young. What will happen to your future? I think no master who will predict your future will be able to predict your future. Now that you decide to enter the real estate business, I personally and many of my friends homebuyers are very happy and look forward to it. We all hope that you can reinvigorate your real estate business, so that China's real estate will not go up soaring. The current housing prices have exceeded the housing prices that our working class can afford. If they rise again, we don't know what to use to buy a house. But some of us are getting married, and some are getting married, but we don't have a room. It's not that I don't want it, but I can't afford it. Even if you grab your old money, parents' money, you can't afford it. This can be said to be the sorrow of our generation. No, It is the sorrow of our generation. Originally we were desperate, but fortunately you showed up. You finally decided to enter real estate. On behalf of all my friends, parents, and all my family members, I hope that Mr. Lin, you can make the house price drop a little, not too much, as long as we can barely buy it. After all, Mr. Lin, you are already the richest man in the world. I want to earn a little more and earn a little less. It is really not that important to you. If you can properly suppress the house price, my family and all my friends will build a sculpture for you and pray for you every day. The words of Brazil Tornado from the netizen, once uploaded, immediately resonated with all buyers on the internet, and posted replies, and instantly became the homepage on major portals across the country. China's 4 major portals, 3 of which have certain shares in Lin Feng pinned posts. The major traditional media have also reprinted it one after another, and many radical media published it on the front page headlines. Will house prices be suppressed by the appearance of Lin Feng? This is a matter of concern to all media. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 846. The poor have no rights. Lin Feng, please keep house prices from rising again. The post of the netizen Brazil Tornado immediately received the support of thousands of house buyers and netizens in a short period of time. For the rising housing prices in China, many people who really need a house to get married or settle down are deeply disgusted. But no matter how they curse or appeal, housing prices should still rise as soon as they should rise, and they will never change because of the will of the people. Originally, many home buyers were disappointed in this. In desperation, many people also joined the ranks of real estate speculators. Anyway, house prices are always going to rise. It is better for them to make some money by the way, and they can make up for the loss. Maybe you can earn back the renovation money. This behavior of the real estate speculators has also contributed to the rise in housing prices, making most people who really desire and look forward to the house sigh. In the end, I can only grit my teeth and admit it. After all, it is impossible to get married without a house, especially in case of having children. If a family of 5 are still squeezed in a small house of 30 to 40 square meters, it would be too frustrated. But now, Lin Feng, the world's richest man in a high-profile announcement to enter the real estate industry, has given most of China's home buyers hope. In their view, Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, and his demand for money is not as eager as other real estate companies. Even if he wants to make money, he will not be so free. In addition, Lin Feng is well known for his generosity to game players. Various player activities, especially the Second World Players Annual Meeting in the Olympic Games in the gaming industry, give home buyers a reason to believe that Lin Feng will not become a black-hearted real estate developer, hoping to sell porridge at the price of shark fin. The media has also begun to spare no effort to report on this ardent hope of the vast number of home buyers. After all, this is the most concerned thing for the Chinese people. Compared to Bush choking on popcorn, the US attack on Iraq is far less touching than the rise and fall of housing prices. It's just that the appearance of Lin Feng can really change the status quo of China's real estate today. Many reporters have interviewed the relevant persons in charge of many real estate companies, but most of the persons in charge are vague, almost in a tone, thinking that this matter is hard to say. Some even use the leaning advertising term everything is possible. After all, buyers all over the country are looking forward to the emergence of Lin Feng to curb the rise in housing prices and enable the common people to buy houses. To a certain extent, 90% of home buyers are now on Lin Feng's side. As a real estate developer, there is no need to jump out and stand on the opposite side of home buyers at this time. This is too irrational and too much. Silly. They just need to make a fortune in silence. However, Ren Ziqiang, chairman of Beijing Huiyuan Real Estate Co., Limited, who fired at Lin Feng at the beginning, was the first to jump out against the current situation of China's real estate and the future. There is only one possibility: price increases. and constantly rise. Looking at the property market in various countries around the world, history has proved that housing prices will always rise, and the appearance of a certain person will never violate the rules of the game. Now the wages of the people across the country are rising, and China's GDP is rising. Why can't house prices rise? Yes, he is the richest man in the world. He has wealth that many people, including me, cannot match in their lives. But compared to the entire real estate industry in China, his personal strength is limited and cannot change the overall situation. Unless he can have a personal wealth of $500 billion US, perhaps he can change the status quo of China's real estate. But now, he is still far from fighting against the trend of the entire real estate, nor can he change the future trend of real estate. Also, poverty is not a kind of power. Those who cannot afford a house do not think about why they cannot make money to buy a house, but use poverty to reach out to the government or certain individuals. In my opinion, this kind of social atmosphere should be resolute. Fight to ensure social harmony and progress. Ren Zhiqiang's speech completely ignited the anger of all home buyers, and one after another angrily denounced Ren Zhiqiang as a profit-seeking villain. He didn't know the suffering of the Chinese people even though he was rich. He never cared about the poor. He was a man. Typical profiteer. Even many radical netizens even greeted all the maternal relatives of Ren Zhiqiang. Ren Zhiqiang only replied with the criticisms of many netizens and home buyers, calling him a profiteer. I am a businessman and never consider the poor. These arguments made by Ren Zhiqiang are the culmination of this incident about whether Lin Feng can ease the rise in housing prices, and there is a lot of discussion across the country. Not only newspapers and magazines report, but even major TV stations have carefully planned various talk shows about real estate. Experts from all walks of life are invited to discuss whether Lin Feng's high-profile entry into real estate will curb the topic of rising housing prices. Regarding this issue, experts from all walks of life also expressed their opinions and insisted on their own opinions. In the end, no one can convince anyone. After all, they are all experts, and they are all carefully planned by TV stations. Experts from all walks of life have been preparing for a long time, and they have their own evidence to support their arguments. It is difficult to tell the winner on their lips. But for TV stations and all kinds of newspapers and magazines, they have made a lot of money. After all, this issue is related to the vital interests of almost all people. There is a rush for articles in various newspapers and magazines about whether housing prices will be curbed. As long as there is a way, they will find a way to read it and buy a newspaper to read it. Of course, these people all hope to get news that the emergence of Lin Feng can curb the rise in housing prices. But now it seems that a lot of money was wasted, a lot of time was wasted, and no definitive news was received. Since Lin Feng released the press conference, he hasn't shown up again, and many reporters don't know where Lin Feng has gone. Although squatting in front of the Second World headquarters every day, Lin Feng could not be blocked at all. Where did Lin Feng go? At this moment, Lin Feng and Bao Pili were sitting on the Lin Feng special plane and flew directly to Singapore to meet Singapore's Super Ichkudaba. Lin Dong, buyers from all over the country are looking forward to your appearance, Bao Pili exclaimed after reading the newspaper. Now almost all newspapers across the country are reporting the news of Lin Feng's involvement in real estate. Lin Feng's Second Real Estate Co. Limited has done the most outstanding advertising and publicity without spending a penny. Now there is no one in the country that does not know the Second Real Estate Co. Limited. People from Real Estate Co. Limited. Of course, by the way, Ren Zhiqiang's Beijing Huiyuan Real Estate Co. Limited is also famous. Thanks to its chairman Ren Zhiqiang, Huiyuan Real Estate Co. Limited is now a household name. Although most of them have negative images, it is undeniable that Huiyuan Real Estate is now more well-known than Vanke Co. Limited, which has always been a domestic real estate leader. For Ren Zhiqiang's set of marketing and promotion methods, Bao Pili is very impressed. Although he doesn't agree with some of his views, in Bao Pili's mind, Ren Zhiqiang is still a straightforward person, But his speech is not so pleasant. But it does tell the status quo of China's real estate. But what makes Bao Pili amused is that when Lin Feng held a press conference to announce the establishment of Second Real Estate Co., Limited, he announced that it would temporarily focus on residential and commercial real estate for successful people. As for ordinary commercial residential buildings, it's just under consideration. As a result, all home buyers and the media automatically ignored this sentence, and instead believed that Lin Feng would definitely develop ordinary residential real estate, and at the same time pinned Lin Feng's hope of curbing housing prices on Lin Feng, which is really a bit dumbfounding. Lin Feng was also speechless for Bao Pili's sigh. Lin Feng did not expect that he had only invested $500 million. A small step into the real estate industry would cause such a big disturbance and cause a sensation throughout the country. It even became the hope of all buyers to buy affordable commercial houses. This expectation, this desire, made Lin Feng bear too much pressure invisibly. After all, Lin Feng was once poor, and very poor. He can also understand the expectations and desires of home buyers for owning a house of their own. The feeling of having a home cannot be described in words. But the real estate water is too deep, as Ren Ziqiang said. It is not something you can change if you want to. Even if you make a little less, you don't even make money. How many sites can I use for development? 1, 2, 10, 20? At that time, his behavior of breaking the rules of the game will definitely provoke unanimous attacks from all real estate developers across the country. However, real estate developers have some connections with various government departments. Once this force is united, it is far from what Lin Feng can resist. At that time, Lin Feng will be like a lone boat in the sea, and it may be destroyed at any time. The one who breaks the rules of the game death. Unless you are a game rule maker. Lin Feng is obviously far from reaching the point where he can formulate the rules of the game. Donglin, what are you going to do? Bao Pili looked at Lin Feng with piercing eyes, looking forward to Lin Feng's answer. Although she had guessed Lin Feng's answer, it was also the answer most hoped for as a partner. But in her mind, Bao Pili had some other illusions. If Lin Feng can risk the world and meet the requirements of many home buyers, Bao Pili will appreciate Lin Feng even more. Of course, it's just appreciation. As for whether she would agree to let Lin Feng do this, she didn't have an accurate answer. This question. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, don't worry, after we meet with Mr. Kudiba, we will say after taking down 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in his hand. Lin Feng decided not to do so for the time being. To deal with this problem, first solve the most urgent matter at present. After all, real estate matters can't be solved overnight, let alone Lin Feng's focus. Lin Feng's focus is still on the gaming entertainment sports industry chain. But real estate is really interesting. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 847. First meeting with Kudiba. When the outside world asked what kind of changes Lin Feng's entry into real estate would bring to China's real estate, Lin Feng and Bao Pili had secretly arrived in Singapore. Mr. Lin, Sanji Bao, please here. Kudiba's youngest son, Kujnhai, was in charge of picking up the airport. Hey, Xia Hai, how is Uncle Ki's health now? Bao Pili's father, Bao Yugang, and Kudiba had a very good relationship during his lifetime. The two families were close friends, so the children of Bao Pili and Kudiba are mostly siblings. Sanji Bao, my father's health is getting worse and worse, but I am very happy to hear you came today. It has been more than 10 years since Sanji Bao went to Shanghai to live a leisurely and secluded life, and now Sanji Bao is healed hair young. Kujnhai said with a smile. Mr. Lin, my father was also waiting for you in the garden. Kujnhai greeted Lin Feng and Bao Pili into the luxurious Lincoln extension car, and went straight to the Ku family mansion. Originally, Lin Feng was quite curious about Kudiba's mansion. As a Singaporean, the founder of Malayan Banking, Malaysia's largest bank, the hotel industry giant in Southeast Asia, and has 14 children. Lin Feng was very curious about how he got these children together. Lin Feng asked himself that in the future, he might not have too few children, and how to get along at that time was also a problem. Therefore, Lin Feng's trip also has the meaning of learning from him. But when he arrived at Kudaba's mansion, Lin Feng was taken aback. This mansion, like other rich people, has guards at the door and a huge area of land, but it does not feel cold and cold. Kujanhai warmly greeted this manor like a servant. It's not like a rich mansion, but a warm home. And what surprised Lin Feng even more was that in the garden, Kudaba and his 13 children group sat together and talked and laughed, and the relationship was extremely harmonious, and there was no such thing as the fierce fighting taste of other giants in the same room. Girl Li, you are finally willing to see my useless uncle. Seeing Lin Feng and his party arrived, Kudaba stood up with the help of his children and greeted him enthusiastically. Uncle Ku, how could you not use it? Your body is so tough. But I am going to celebrate your 100th birthday, Bao Pili said with a smile. After embracing Bao Pili, Kudaba broke away from the support of his children and walked to Lin Feng alone. Mr. Lin, lucky to meet, lucky to meet. I didn't expect to witness the Chinese richest man in the world before I died. It is really fortunate for Sanxing. Kudaba enthusiastically stretched out his right hand. Mr. Ku, it is my honor to witness the founder of Maybank and the hotel tycoon in Southeast Asia. Lin Feng said politely. After a chat, the two took their seats. Okay, I have something to talk with Mr. Lin, so you can go and take care of your own affairs, and you don't need to take care of my old man. Kudaba spread out the 14 children around him. This time, Lin Feng came here. Although the purpose was not stated in the letter of visit, he had just cooperated with Bao Pili to develop real estate in China, and now he is here with Bao Pili. Kudaba has guessed that Lin Feng's gold should be in his hands. Holds 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. His 14.99% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank is now a hot potato, and too many groups are eager to get it. For example, British Rice Bank, American City Group, etc. Now Lin Feng has stepped in again. The water is too deep. A little carelessness may offend many financial giants. In this situation, Kudaba was not too relieved of his children, fearing that they would not be able to protect the interests of the Ku family in this turbulent situation. Therefore, Kudaba decided to solve this big trouble in the future while he was still moving. Mr. Lin, when I see you, I really have to obey the old man, and look at you, and then look at my children. It's really better than others, and annoying. Kudaba joked humorously. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. It seems that when he visits any elder, he will say these things, which makes Lin Feng quite helpless. At this time, Kudaba's mansion, the 14 children were divided into two groups and sat in each corner of the living room. Kudaba has a total of 14 children, of which 7 are born to his ex-wife and 7 are born to his second wife. Although usually more harmonious, under Kudaba's deliberate arrangement, the 14 children born to his ex-wife and step-wife are usually able to get along with each other in harmony. However, as Kudaba got older, his body gradually became weak. Regarding the issue of Kudaba's inheritance, the two groups of children began to surging. After all, he was not born to the same mother. If Kudaba is really unlucky one day, this inheritance issue will also be a trouble. To plan ahead, the two gangs naturally began to plan for the future. By the way, Xia Hai, why does Lin Feng come here? My father loves you the most. You should know a little bit of wind. Kudaba's little daughter Margaret asked. I don't know, but recently, many groups are beating up the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the hands of his father. I guess it is the same for Lin Feng this time. After all, Sanji Bao also has 14.5% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank. Kujanhai meditated for a moment and said. After listening, everyone fell into contemplation. If Lin Feng comes here, will their father sell his shares in Standard Chartered Bank? If it is sold, how will this wealth be distributed? If it is not sold, how will Kudaba's 14.99% of the shares be distributed? At this moment, many of Kudaba's children understand an old Chinese saying, many people are good for farming, and few people are good for the new year. Especially with regard to the issue of inheritance, there are fewer children, and each person can share more points. For example, Bao Yugang, the world's ship king, has only 4 daughters. When dividing the inheritance, he happened to get one item. It was fair, and all of them were billionaires. Like their 14 children, this has to be divided, and I am afraid that everyone will not be able to divide much. After a brief chat between Lin Feng and Kudiba, they got back to business. Lao Ku, the purpose of my trip is to visit you. The most important thing is to discuss with you the transfer of 14.99% of the Standard Chartered Bank equity in your hand. Lin Feng slowly stated the purpose of his trip. Kudiba secretly said so. After pondering for a moment, Kudiba asked the same question as Bao Pili. Mr. Lin, if I can say more. You never seem to be involved in the banking industry. You want to buy the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in my hands this time. What is your intention? Of course, if there is something unspeakable, Mr. Lin cannot answer. I just curious. Kudiba asked with a hint of curiosity. After all, Lin Feng's previous main business has always been in the gaming entertainment sports industry chain. Lin Feng has not set foot in any industry, especially the banking industry. If Lin Feng wants to raise funds, Kudiba believes that there is no need for Lin Feng to acquire shares in Standard Chartered Bank. With Lin Feng's identity and status, and his relationship with Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, if he wants a loan, Lin Feng almost wants to have it, so he doesn't need to find foreign banks for financing. Based on this calculation, Kudiba is afraid that Lin Feng's acquisition of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in his hand his other plots, and whether he wants to have another round of financial sniper war on the Japanese stock market. If so, Kudiba will never sell his shares in Standard Chartered Bank. He is at this age and he is not short of the money. He must not be poked in the backbone after death. Lin Feng also understood Kudiba's doubts. If Lin Feng can really control Standard Chartered Bank and then look for opportunities to attack the Hong Kong stock market, then Lin Feng's destructiveness will far exceed the destructiveness of the Japanese stock market, and the destructiveness brought by Soros' attack on the Hong Kong stock market that year. We must know that Standard Chartered Bank has the right to issue Hong Kong dollars. If its controlling individuals want to use this to attack the Hong Kong stock market, it is really too easy. But Kudiba didn't want to think about it. If Lam Feng held the Standard Chartered Bank and then attacked the Hong Kong stock market, it would be uncomfortable with him. How can so many rich people in Hong Kong allow Lin Feng to come in such a mess? Even if they can't stop Lin Feng, there will still be the Hong Kong government. The Hong Kong government can't stop it, and there will be countries behind it. Given the national background, dealing with Lin Feng is too simple. If Lin Feng went to sniper Hong Kong, the state would simply arrest people. As for the reason, do you need it? Therefore, Lin Feng would never do such a stupid thing. Of course, it is not unreasonable for Kudiba to suspect Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng has a criminal record, openly attacking the Japanese financial market and provoking the Japanese government. Judging from Lam Feng's publicity and arrogance at the time, it is absolutely possible to do even crazier things. Lao Ku, I'll be blunt. I want to control Standard Chartered Bank just because I want to be the first Chinese to own a private bank. You should know that although I have a good relationship with ICBC, in my identity and status you can also get a loan easily, but for many things, going through a domestic bank will be more troublesome. Especially every businessman has some private secrets of his own, and I don't want everything to be in broad daylight. Also, I want to set up a consortium that belongs to me, and holding a World Bank is a must. Lin Feng said frankly. For some people, you can keep a little bit treacherous and cunning. But for some people, frankness is the best communication tool, and your frankness may actually win you many unexpected benefits. Kudiba listened and took a deep breath. Lin Feng's ambition is really big enough. Not only must he become the first Chinese to own a private bank, he must also set up his own consortium. Consortium. Mentioning the consortium, Kudiba thinks of the Mitsui Consortium of Japan, the Morgan Consortium of the United States, the Rockefeller Consortium, etc. These are super chaebols with extremely large funds that can influence the economy of a country or even the global economy. Even though they usually don't show up, but in fact, everything that happens in this world is related to these consortia. But now that Lin Feng wants to set up his own consortium, this ambition is really amazing. However, in Kudaba's view, Lin Feng is very likely to succeed. Because he was only 23 years old, he became the richest man in the world. The 23-year-old richest man in the world, before Lin Feng, who believed that the richest man in the world would be so young, and he started from scratch. Thinking of this, Kudaba's heart trembled, and he must think about it. Citi, Rice, Goldman Sachs, Lam Fung, so many consortia and individuals want their own shares in Standard Chartered Bank, and Kudaba must settle it safely before he leaves and not cause trouble for future generations. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 848. The ass determines the brain. Kudaba thought for a moment. Girl Lee, I remember that your father signed an agreement with the British side of Standard Chartered Bank before he left. 14.5% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in your hand shall not be transferred to outsiders. Kudaba looked at Bao Pili and asked in confusion. Bao Pili knew what Kudaba was asking. Uncle Ku, my father indeed signed this agreement. Therefore, I did not transfer this equity to Mr. Lin. The 14.5% of Standard Chartered Bank is still in my hands. Bao Pili did not hide it and put herself and Lin. Kudaba was told all about the wind cooperation and the conditions. Kudaba gave Lee a thumbs up after listening to the bag. It is really high to be able to think of such a way to deal with the brutal and unreasonable terms of the British side. If so, including his own shares and Bao Pili's shares, Lin Feng will be able to own 29.49% of the shares and will become the largest individual shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank. However, if you want to control Standard Chartered Bank and have the absolute right to speak, this share is not enough. After all, the British representative would not allow a Chinese like Lin Feng to fully control Standard Chartered Bank. Thinking of this, Kudaba had an idea in his mind. Mr. Lin, if you really want to control Standard Chartered Bank, you have to buy another person's shares. Kudaba said with a smile. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. It was obvious that Kudaba had plans to sell 14.99% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank. Australian businessman Robert Home, he still holds 7.51% of Standard Chartered Bank. If you want to take control of Standard Chartered Bank, his shares are very important. Kudaba named this person, Mr. Lin. If you can successfully acquire 7.51% of Robert Home's shares, I will conditionally transfer 14.99% of my shares to you. Kudaba put forward a test to Lin Feng. Robert Home. Lin Feng pondered slightly. It seems that if he wants to acquire the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the hands of Kudaba, he must first acquire the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the hands of the Australian Robert Home. Only then can we negotiate terms with Kudaba. Okay, Mr. Ku, then it's settled. I'll talk to you when I buy the shares in Robert Home's hands. But I hope you can keep this matter secret. Lin Feng made up his mind. Of course, this time it's just you who came to see my useless old man with Girl Lee. Okay, Mr. Lin, this matter is of great importance. I need to hurry up, so I won't keep you. When you buy Robert after Home holds the shares, we will discuss in detail next time we meet. By the way, Robert Home is now in London, England. Kudaba also showed his vigorous side. Uncle Ku, see you next time, take care of yourself. Bao Pili got up and left. Mr. Ku, see you next time. Lin Feng smiled and Bao Pili left his house. After Lin Feng and Bao Pili left, Kujinhai walked over from the house. Dad, why did Sister Bao leave so soon? Kujinhai asked. I was here to do things. So I would like to visit my bad old man by the way, and of course he will leave after reading it. Kudaba didn't reveal the truth to his favorite young son. I know my body is getting worse and worse now, and it won't work any day. But he has 14 sons, and he was born to 2 mothers. Although he is very harmonious now, who knows what will happen to him after his death? And now his own shares in Standard Chartered Bank are so hot. Kudobo doesn't want his children to know now, otherwise there may be more troubles. And this matter, if Lam Feng really buys Standard Chartered Bank, I am afraid it will affect the whole body, and it will affect the pattern of the international banking community. In this case, Kudobo will not let his children get involved. The water is too deep. Oh, Kujnai looked at the distant figures of Lin Feng and others, and responded. The undercurrent is surging. At this moment, inside Lin Feng's special plane. Mrs. Bao, I will fly directly to London. Regarding the establishment of the second real estate co. Limited, I will bother you much. Lin Feng divided the work with Bao Pili on the plane. But Dong Lin, there is one thing I must say now. Regarding the fact that netizens and people who want you to curb housing prices, you must carefully consider. My personal suggestion is to not enter ordinary residential real estate for the time being, and only develop high-end properties. Residential real estate and commercial real estate, so that not only can not offend all real estate development companies, break the rules of the game, but also preserve your reputation as much as possible. Bao Pili is trying to figure out things along the way. This solution is undoubtedly the best solution right now. Lin Feng thought for a while, but did not answer. Bao Pili's method is not impossible, but it is a negative way of avoiding it. This method can only escape for a while, not for a lifetime. Although netizens and house buyers cannot dominate everything, as a real estate development company, as long as your real estate is good, you don't have to worry about selling the house. However, Lin Feng and other real estate developers are fundamentally different. Other developers have their roots in real estate, but Lin Feng's roots are in the game entertainment sports industry chain. Due to the different nature of the two parties, Lin Feng certainly has many unscrupulous concerns that other real estate developers do not have, but at the same time there are many concerns that other real estate developers do not have. If you take Bao Pili's method and always adopt the method of delay and avoidance, once many netizens and home buyers are in a hurry, they can completely stop playing all the games of Lam Feng's second world to fight against it. At that time, Lin Feng's company suffered a great loss. Originally, the second world had always been doing service. If the service cannot be trusted by others, then it is not far from death. What's more, in today's online game industry, there are already many companies eyeing on, coveting the current status of the second world at any time. Therefore, from this aspect, Lin Feng has more concerns than other real estate developers. Of course, there are many benefits. Lin Feng can completely integrate his other industries into it by building real estate. For example, building virtual bars in various communities, as well as online cities, and related clubs, to attract residents and train these residents to become loyal users of their own companies. To a certain extent, this is another ending where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. However, in this way, Lin Feng assumed the risk of challenging the entire unspoken rules of real estate. Can you afford to live? Lin Feng pinched the bridge of his nose. He was not sure about this. Looking at the puzzled face on the side, Lin Feng didn't know why Lin Feng could not make up her mind. Lin Feng had to sigh. The butt determines the brain. Because Lin Feng and Bao Pili are in different positions, it is determined that the overall situation and direction of the two people's thinking are different. Bao Pili's thoughts are concentrated under the sky of Second Real Estate Co., Limited, while Lin Feng is from the perspective of his entire group company, so he looks a bit farther and deeper than Bao Pili. But if you want to say that Bao Pili is short-sighted, it is obviously biased. It can only be said that when everyone is in a different position, the angle of thinking is naturally different. How to do? After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Feng could only decide to wait for the purchase of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. Anyway, Second Real Estate Co., Limited has just been established, and the Second World Headquarters building has not yet been completed. Tom Wright has not yet come to serve as the chief engineer. The company does not have any plot of land under its umbrella, nor does it want to develop it. The way Those home buyers and netizens are now too anxious. Afterwards, Lin Feng's special plane landed in Shanghai in order to send Bao Peili home to London without stopping. The acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, once it is known to the outside world, it may cause a lot of trouble for this acquisition. When Lin Feng hurried to London, just in time for the match between the Chinese women's football team and his own Tottenham Hotspur had just started. Look at the watch, it's 19 o'clock in the evening London time, and I want to make an appointment with that Robert Home, and it will be tomorrow. After thinking about it, Lin Feng did not rest, and rushed to the White Deer Lane Stadium to watch this rare men's and women's football park. This was planned by Lin Feng, not only to help the Chinese women's football team improve their antagonism and skills, but also to help the Chinese Football Association. How could Lin Feng miss such a wonderful game? Boss, you finally came. I thought you were not coming. Ken Young, general manager of Tottenham Hotspur, welcomed Lin Feng and his party into Lin Feng's box. But at this time, several people were already sitting in the box. Hey, William, why are you here too? After Lin Feng saw the person in the box, he was surprised and immediately stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically. Lin Feng did not expect that the person who came would be Prince William of the British royal family. Ha, Lin, how can I not come to such an interesting game? You have to know, since you acquired Tottenham Hotspur, I am a Tottenham Hotspur fan. Prince William said with a smile. For today's game, it affects the hearts of hundreds of millions of fans. The men's and women's football team park at the same time. This is a very interesting game. Of course, for all fans, their attention to this game is not to pay attention to its outcome, but to its results. Chinese women's football, but the world runner-up. So what kind of situation will the world runner-up women's football face Tottenham Hotspur, one of the world's best club teams? Especially after Mourinho declared extremely high profile that he would never use men's congenital physical advantages to bully the Chinese women's football team, the game was even more interesting. Especially Tottenham Hotspur not only has beast players like Drogba and Davis, but also has handsome guys like Beckham and Kaka. Will the women's football girls be affected by Drogba and Davis? Scared by the ferocious face? Will you be fascinated by the handsome faces of Beckham and Kaka? These are all talked about by the major British media. With the sound of a whistle, the game, which has attracted the attention of fans all over the world, officially started. Sure enough, as Mourinho said before, the Tottenham Hotspur players did not take advantage of the innate advantages of men at all, but played with the women's football girls. Pure technical football. After the women's football girl had gone through the initial tension and anxiety, as well as the fear of the power type of the Premier League team, she found that the other party was purely playing with it, so she let go of her burden. After all, I knew I would lose before the game. After all, it's a woman. It's normal to lose to a man in this fierce competition. But now that the other party is playing technology, you can fight for it. 90 minutes. All fans who watched this game can only use one word to say art football. In this game, Tottenham Hotspur completely demonstrated a different technical flow from the Premier League team. Mourinho's Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Fabregas and others have displayed their skills to the fullest. The dazzling skills and the short passing cooperation that can be measured by calipers are fully demonstrated. Mourinho was a completely different football in Porto. All the fans who watched were delighted and amazed. It turns out that Arsenal is not the only gorgeous team in the Premier League. Tottenham Hotspur can also play gorgeous football. In the end, when the 90-minute game ended, Tottenham Hotspur defeated the Chinese women's football team by a score of 5-1. As for Tottenham Hotspur's loss of points, it can be said that it is reasonable. Although Carvalho and Cannavaro's dual-card defender partner is known as the best defender combination in the world, they are not in touch. Under the premise of the women's football girls' bodies, their skills are also greatly reduced, and it is inevitable that the women's football girls will seize a counter-attack opportunity to score a goal. However, What this game really left to the world is the fighting spirit of the Chinese women's football team. Facing the most confrontational Premier League team in the world, there is not the slightest timidity. You must know that although Mourinho has repeatedly emphasized the need to compete technically, the players' instincts will always violate Mourinho's orders. Under this circumstance, the Chinese women's football girl is not timid, and still has the courage to attack in the face of a big lagging behind. Such courage and determination are enough to shame the Chinese men's football team. For the Premier League and the major European teams, there is a very bad news. The young players of Tottenham Hotspur are terrible. Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Kaká, Fabregas, Robben and others have all shown talents that are enough to be on their own. Damn it. The most annoying is of course Barcelona chairman Laporta. In this game, Messi and Fabregas have shown amazing talents, and I am afraid they will be the world's superstars in the future. But this is just a game against women's football. There is no confrontation, no impact. Maybe in the real game, they may not be so powerful. Laporta can only comfort herself so in the end, otherwise he will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. After the game, Lin Feng took Prince William to drink. Although Prince William is not a member of the political circle or financial circle, as the most popular prince in Britain, he knows some celebrities, which helps Lin Feng to some extent. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 849. The prince also sits on the stage. A high-end private club in London. Ha, Lin. The game just now was so interesting. It's been a long time since I saw such an interesting game. Prince William took a sip of wine and laughed. There are too many interesting pictures in this game. In the game, not only the Chinese women's football girls are restrained, but the Tottenham Hotspur players are also extremely restrained. The beast players like Drogba and Davis are a little better. They are more calm, and basically faithfully implement Mourinho's tactics and ideas. But young players like Beckham, Kaká, and Messi are very much in favor of these Chinese players. The women's football girl is extremely cautious, afraid of any physical collision. That scene is really hilarious. Of course, what makes Prince William even more delighted is that now this Tottenham Hotspur is no longer the standard rough-flowing English Premier League team that relies solely on the body and speed, but instead has a gorgeous ball like Arsenal. The team moved closer. But unlike the gorgeous Arsenal, this Tottenham Hotspur pays more attention to conciseness. Under the gorgeous short pass penetration tactics, it also combines the long passes that are unique to the Premier League team. The two wings fly together. The new season there must be a lot to do. William, aren't you afraid of your grandmother's training you when you drink like this? Lin Feng asked with a smile. The British royal family disciplines their children very strictly, and they are not allowed to drink in their leisure time, so as to avoid damaging the image of the royal family because of drinking. But now, every time Lin Feng and Prince William meet, William will drink freely, although he will never get drunk, but it is definitely a lot. Ha ha, Lin, I have absolute reasons. Having a drink with the savior, my grandmother will never blame me. Prince William made a grimace at Lin Feng. Lin Feng burst into laughter. After thinking about it, I decided to get to the point. By the way, William, we are already very good friends. I have a question that I want to consult with you, but this question involves too much, and I don't want anyone else to know about it. Lin Feng said with an extremely solemn expression. Prince William was taken aback, but it was the first time he saw Lin Feng look so dignified. After a moment of contemplation, Prince William withdrew from his bodyguard. After two bodyguards close to Prince William looked at each other, they went out with Lin Feng's bodyguards one after another and guarded the door. Although in accordance with the rules of the British royal family, in order to ensure the absolute safety of the future British king, bodyguards are not allowed to stay 3 feet away. However, Lin Feng is the savior of Prince William and the richest man in the world. Prince William's bodyguard believes that he will not do anything to harm Prince William. After the many bodyguards left, Prince William asked in a deep voice, Lin, I don't know what you are talking about, but I can tell you very seriously, and sincerely that we are not only friends, but friends of life and death. You have saved my life before. I have always been very grateful, Lin. As long as what you say is not endangering British security or endangering the royal family, I will not only help you keep secrets, but I will also do my best to help you. Prince William looked at Lin Feng's eyes with a sincere expression. Lin Feng was moved when he heard this. It was also an accident to rescue Prince William on the 9.11 Boeing 767 in the United States. Even if there was no Prince William at the time, Lin Feng had to save himself. Moreover, Lin Feng later gained more from Prince William, such as using Prince William's popularity and influence to successfully make the Phantom MP3 player defeat the iPod of Apple in Europe. Later, Prince William also attended Lin Feng's event. The Second World Players Annual Meeting makes this annual players meeting the most grand festival in the game industry. After that, he worked hard to help Lin Feng get the title of Sir of the Order of the Commander of the British Empire, so that Lin Feng had the aura of a British Jazz, and he had a taste of retreat from evil. Therefore, in fact, Lin Feng owes Prince William, and Prince William does not owe Lin Feng anything. But now that Prince William said so, it really made Lin Feng grateful. This friend is not staggered. After finishing some thoughts, Lin Feng told Prince William about his intention to acquire Standard Chartered Bank. William, I just want to know now, if I buy Standard Chartered Bank, what will be the response in the UK? Lin Feng asked expectantly. This question should not have been asked to Prince William, but Lin Feng asked him for his own reasons. Although members of the royal family are not involved in politics, they will have a relatively deep understanding of British finance, politics and people's livelihood. This is a required course for future British kings. Prince William is the second in line, and his father, Prince Charles, is the first in line. Obviously, his father, Prince Charles, is already old. The future King of England will belong to Prince William if nothing happens. Therefore, Lin Feng asked Prince William about this, which is also the right person. Prince William thought for a while. Lin, your acquisition will definitely have a certain impact. After all, Standard Chartered Bank is a well-established bank with more than 150 years of history. However, Standard Chartered Bank is not the largest bank in the UK. Although its headquarters is in London, its roots are actually in Hong Kong. It is mainly responsible for financial activities in Southeast Asia. If you can acquire it, the impact will not be too great. In the private sector, it may not be as sensational as your acquisition of Tottenham Hotspur. And don't forget, Lin, you are the United Kingdom. Sir of the Order of the Commander of the British Empire is also considered half an Englishman. Prince William said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled, and Prince William's analysis coincided with Abi Cohen's analysis. However, Lin Feng consulted Prince William for another purpose. William, I know that you will graduate from St. Andrews University in 2 years. During the vacation, I wonder if I am interested in working in my future bank to enrich my life experience? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Prince William was taken aback. Lin Feng's proposal was very interesting. However, in his life plan, he originally planned to work in the banking industry and enrich his life. After all, although you are a member of the British royal family, there is no privilege in terms of income. If you want to enjoy a wonderful life, you have to rely on yourself. If we only rely on the benefits of the royal family, although we are rich, we cannot fulfill the 50 ideals in Prince William's heart. Therefore, Prince William has been planning what to do after graduation to support his 50 big dreams. Lin Feng proposed at this moment, and he was agreeing with Prince William. Hey, Lin. Your purpose is not simple. Prince William naturally saw Lin Feng's potential intentions. After he acquired Standard Chartered Bank, he let himself take up positions and hold some important positions. That is, let himself go sit down Taiwan to support the facade. Help Lin Feng stabilize the British side of Standard Chartered Bank and stabilize the bank. After all, there is a British prince who holds an important position in it. For the British representative of Standard Chartered Bank, it feels a little better in his heart. Lin Feng smiled. I let Prince William come to sit on stage. The purpose is to hope that after he acquired Standard Chartered Bank, it will not cause too much impact on Standard Chartered Bank. There is a prince who sit on stage. Those British representatives will give some face and add himself. During his mediation, Lin Feng believed that after he acquired Standard Chartered Bank, this transitional period would be much smoother. Okay, Lin. There is no problem with this matter. With a little life experience and rich qualifications, I believe my grandmother will be very happy. And I am looking forward to working with you and learning from you, Prince William said with a smile. Lin Feng clenched his fist in excitement, and after getting Prince William to sit on the stage, only 7.51% of the shares in Robert Holmes' hands were left. Of course, even if he acquired 7.51% of Robert Holmes' shares, plus 14.99% of Kudaba's shares, plus 14.5% of Bao Pili's shares, Lin Feng would only hold 37% of the shares, while Standard Chartered Bank, the British side, holds a total of 38%, and Lin Feng's shares are still lower than the British representative. However, the tradable shares in the market own 25% of the shares, and Lin Feng has ordered Abby Cohen to secretly acquire. After this period of acquisition, Lin Feng already holds 4.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. According to the rules of the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission, if an individual owns more than 5% of the shares, it must be reported to the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission. If it is reported, it will inevitably lead to chaos in the world. Therefore, Lin Feng can only own 4.99% of the shares for the time being. After the complete acquisition of Kudaba and others' shares, the acquisition plan will be officially launched. Take down Standard Chartered Bank in one fell swoop. Later, Lin Feng asked Prince William if he knew Robert Home. Before coming, although Kudaba gave some personal information of Robert Home to Lin Feng, after all, Kudaba and Robert Home have not seen each other for a long time, but accidentally knew that Robert Home had just come to London. As for Kudaba, didn't know what he was doing in London. Robert Home. Prince William was taken aback, as if he had heard of this man somewhere. After thinking for a long time, Prince William patted his thigh and suddenly remembered this Robert Home. Lin, I remember. There will be a charity reception tomorrow. This Robert Home is on the list, although I don't know if Robert Home is alone. According to your information, the two should it's the same person. In this way, I will get you an invitation card later, and you will come tomorrow too. Harry, Prince William's younger brother, hasn't seen you for a long time, and they miss you a lot, Prince William said. Lin Feng's eyes brightened when he heard it. This couldn't be better. There is such a social occasion to get to know this extremely strange Robert Home. Lin Feng believes that this negotiation will be a matter of course. On the second day, Lin Feng dressed up to attend this charity reception that brought together most of the upper-class people in London, as well as members of the British royal family. Xiling, it seems that you can only temporarily act as my dancing partner. In this case, men usually have a dancing partner, but this time Lin Feng came here alone. Fortunately, there is another one next to Lin Feng. Glamorous Secretary Lin Shilling. Whether it is academic qualifications, conversation, or appearance, he is the best choice, and he will never insult Lam Feng's name as the world's richest man. Of course, Lin Feng can also bring his flight attendant on the special plane Sora. Although she does not lose to Lin Shilling in appearance, she is far behind Lin Shilling in terms of academic qualifications, conversation and knowledge. If Lin Feng takes Sora, it can only be done. An ambiguous look in everyone's eyes. Boss, it's my honor. Lin Shilling smiled sweetly. Being able to attend this kind of occasion is also a blessing for her, and it also means that Lin Feng trusts her more. Lin Shilling's beautiful eyes are graceful, and she looks at Lin Feng's eyes with strange gazes. There is one more chapter, Available before 11 p.m. to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. To be continued. Chapter 850. Who is waiting for? Buckingham Palace in the United Kingdom is the venue of this charity gala initiated by Prince William. Originally, Buckingham Palace was usually not open to the public. Even if the reception was held, only the adult Prince Charles or the Queen had this right. Prince William had no right to hold a charity reception at Buckingham Palace. However, Prince William is the most popular member of the British royal family since Princess Diana, and this time it is used for philanthropy, which can not only enhance the image of Prince William among the people, but also enhance the image of the British royal family among the people. You must know that since the Second World War, the people who grew up with Queen Elizabeth II have been old. Nowadays, the attitude of the British mostly young people towards the royal family is not as respectful and intimate as before. This is to the British royal family, said it is a potential crisis. Therefore, Prince William's charity party has become one of the best ways for the British royal family to enhance the image of the royal family. Because of this, Prince William can use Buckingham Palace to hold a charity cocktail party, and can attract most celebrities in London to this cocktail party. At this time, the charity reception has not yet begun, and Prince William and Prince Harry are preparing to receive the distinguished guests. William, grandmother said that if you can collect £10 million tonight, she will allow you to work at Standard Chartered Bank and accumulate life experience. Prince Harry conveyed the wishes from the Queen of England. A charming smile bloomed on Prince William's face. After agreeing to Lin Feng's invitation yesterday, Prince William went to find his grandmother that night and proposed the idea of going to Standard Chartered Bank to learn financial knowledge during the holiday. For Prince William to have such an idea, Queen Elizabeth II of England is quite happy. You are a member of the British royal family. Although he enjoys privileges that many civilians cannot enjoy, his words and deeds are exposed to the eyes of all British people. The royal family members must consider whether this matter will bring adverse effects to the royal family in anything they do. And Prince William's willingness to work at Standard Chartered Bank during the holidays can undoubtedly set up a good imitation of Prince William's work-study program in the hearts of ordinary British people. For this, Elizabeth too absolutely agrees. However, Prince William's willingness to work-study is a good thing, but Elizabeth too always feels that it is not so easy for her most beloved grandson to go to Standard Chartered Bank to work-study. After all, there are many big banks in the UK, such as LA and HSBC, so why go Standard Chartered Bank? Under doubt, Queen Elizabeth II was not willing to pour the cold water on Prince William, so she put forward such a condition. Prince William smiled. This point couldn't be simpler. It was a mere £10 million, and Lin Feng alone could help him collect it. This amount of money is really a pediatrics for Lin Feng, who has $6.6 billion in cash. Moreover, Lin Feng's donation is not a free donation. This can help him establish a benevolent image in the hearts of the British people. For Lin Feng's company in the UK, the development of it is also quite beneficial. At that time, giving back to Lin Feng's kindness and helping him publicize it will be enough to make up for Lin Feng's loss. Harry looked at his brother Prince William with a mysterious smile, rather puzzled. But these things are not his turn. He is still young. When the sound of 20 o'clock in the evening, guests began to enter the venue. With the most kind smiles, celebrities from all walks of life entered the charity hall under the greet of Prince William. This reception is a charity reception. It is a charity reception organized by the British charity organization sponsored by Prince William for homeless young people to collect money for them. Almost all celebrities in London attended the party. The ancient family descendants, football stars, movie stars, and rich people from all walks of life. The whole venue can be described as shining stars. By the way, what is Prince William doing? He was greeted at the door in person, and who seemed to be waiting for? Who is it? A rich man asked a little bit of taste. Although every guest was welcomed by Prince William, everyone was not blind. Although Prince William's smile is very charming and heartwarming, but from his look, Prince William really is not waiting for them, but someone else. This makes many wealthy people in London a little bit pleasurable. I don't know. I heard that there is another big man coming. But everyone who should be here is here. Who else? Another rich man also said with a bit of gusto. Who knows? But Prince William's charity party this time. I heard that the goal is £10 million. I think he must be waiting for a big philanthropist, another London celebrity said. Everyone nodded slightly. £10 million is not much for everyone. Many celebrities here can make up £10 million. But this is just a charity party. Although it was organized by Prince William, as a rich person from all walks of life, a donation of tens of thousands of pounds is enough, no matter how much he wants to donate. Prince William's current identity is not enough. What's more, now there are too many donations. How much will they donate when Prince William will roll out the charity party? The first time the steps are high, it will be difficult to walk in the future. Therefore, everyone has their own bottom line. After waiting for a few more minutes, almost all the guests came in. Prince William was still greeted at the door, and the look between his brows seemed a little anxious. This made the many guests in the hall slightly dissatisfied. Alas, it's still not mature enough. The Master of Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth II, knew through the mouth of her servant that her most beloved grandson behaved like this, and she couldn't help but shook her head slightly. I sighed that his work was not smooth enough. No matter what distinguished guest was next, he couldn't let other guests wait so hard. You know, the other guests are mostly celebrities from all walks of life in London. Once this was done, these celebrities went back and said each, reprimanding Prince William for doing bad things, and then Prince William's image dropped drastically. At this time, a luxury Mercedes drove over. One person got off the car, and the guests from all walks of life saw this person and took a breath. Abramovich, the richest man in Russia, is also one of the super-rich players in British football, with a net worth of up to £12 billion. It turned out that it was him who was waiting. Many guests murmured to themselves, but Abramovich is indeed worth waiting for. Prince William. After all, Abramovich is much more noble than most of the guests here today, regardless of his status. Moreover, the other party, Russia, is a guest. But to everyone's surprise, Prince William just nodded and smiled at Abramovich's arrival, and his courtesy was no different from others. Abramovich is not waiting. Who is that? Many guests were stunned. At this time, a luxury Bugatti Veyron car arrived. Many guests took a sharp breath. The Bugatti Veyron is not something ordinary people can own. Even most of the guests present are not eligible to have it, because this car is not designed for car lovers at all, but specifically for showing off. Who is this guy? Chapter 851 Look Appearance? Bugatti Veyron 16.4 Persang Special Edition, with aluminium and carbon fiber as the main materials, using exquisite handcrafted craftsmanship, the king of performance. The world's limited edition of 5, specially built for the super rich, is a kind of identity show-off and satisfaction. Because one tire is enough for the common people to struggle for 10 or 8 years. This is not a naked show-off. When the world's only 5 super luxury sports cars appeared in front of Buckingham Palace, the guests at the meeting took a breath, and I don't know which rich person has arrived. Abramovich, who just got out of the car and was about to enter the banquet hall, frowned slightly as he heard the engine roar coming from behind him. He glanced back and shook his head helplessly. In London, England, the only person who dared to posture this global limited special edition Bugatti Veyron was so ostentatious Saudi Arabian Suleiman. Really? Under the attention of many celebrities, Suleiman, who wore a folk turban unique to Saudi Arabia, walked off the Bugatti Veyron in a traditional Saudi gown. 2 beauties surrounded him and looked at the faces of many celebrities in astonishment. Suleiman was full of ostentatious pleasure. In particular, the constant flashing light of the reporter in the distance, far surpassing the previous flashing light, made Suleiman particularly proud. Tomorrow, he can make headlines in the British media again. Thinking of this, Suleiman was proud of it. Don't look at you British guys who used to, but the sun never sets. But in today's world of oil economy, you old antiques are nothing. Suleiman's face showed a bit of disdain. After coming to the UK, Suleiman has been upset with the peculiar arrogance of the British. These people have no money, but love to show off. Damn. Although Suleiman was dissatisfied with the peculiar arrogance of the British, he immediately changed his smile when he saw Prince William. Suleiman is not a fool. In the UK, you can look down on anyone, including British Prime Minister Blair, but if you look down on members of the British royal family, especially Prince William, who is the most popular among the British people, no matter who you are, in the UK all will be cast aside by the people. Suleiman entered the UK with a high profile this time and acquired West Ham United. In addition to fighting against Lin Feng, he is also one of the financial centres that want to take the opportunity to enter the world. Therefore, this time after Suleiman heard of Prince William's charity reception, he did not come here. I want to take the opportunity to get to know Prince William, get to know some rich British people, and then enter the British financial world. Looking at Suleiman, who smiled and wanted to shake hands, Prince William felt sick. Originally, Suleiman entered the Premier League with such a high profile, and he was a super rich man. In this charity reception, Prince William will definitely invite Suleiman. However, Prince William and Lin Feng are close friends. Since Lin Feng was invited, Suleiman will not be invited again. Therefore, he selectively ignored this super funder who was described as a catcher by all walks of life in the British media. But I didn't expect that this person was so shameless that he ran by himself. But Prince William has a good education. Regardless of whether the other party is uninvited, Prince William cannot leave the other party in the cold. But my heart is really disgusting. Just like Suleiman's dressing up, frowning, and the Bugatti Veyron that hummed from time to remind everyone that this is the world's most expensive sports car, Prince William is full of headaches. This is a typical nouveau riche. Helpless. Prince William resisted his nausea and shook hands with Suleiman. But at this moment, a crisp bell rang. After the engine sound of the Bugatti Veyron that roared just now, everyone heard the pure bell sound, and it felt particularly pleasing to the ears. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at them, and everyone was silent. This is too exaggerated. All the celebrities looked at this scene dumbly. In front is a Bugatti Veyron, the world's most expensive sports car, a jeweled Suleiman and a beautiful blonde woman with shining diamonds. And the back. It turned out to be an extremely ordinary, but extremely environmentally friendly mountain bike. Yes, that's right. It's mountain bikes. A mountain bike that sells for no more than £20. All the wealthy and celebrities present have participated in various charity receptions and banquets, and have seen various ways of playing, but this is the first time I have seen such a bizarre way of playing. Actually riding a bicycle to attend the charity gala organized by Prince William of England. This person is really ingenious and bold. Even if the economic situation is poor, just rent a car, and ride a bicycle. The celebrities snickered. This is so funny, especially when Suleiman attended the most expensive sports car in the world, but later people actually rode a bicycle to attend the charity party. How can the doorman help him stop? What's more, there are luxury cars parked all around, and parking a bicycle is too much. Suleiman was also disdainful, looking at his Bugatti Veyron, and then at the mountain bike that costs less than £20. Suleiman snorted to the sky. The secret road. Prince William really invites everyone to hold a charity party. Invite a person who rides a bicycle to attend. How much can you donate? But when everyone saw the people coming, the audience was shocked. How is it possible? How could it be him? All the guests looked incredible after seeing the visitor. They absolutely did not believe that it was him who came to the banquet by bicycle. Who is he? He is the richest man in the world, the youngest and richest man in the history of the world, worth more than $57 billion. Lin Feng, a super rich man who became the world's richest man at the age of 23. Everyone smiled bitterly. Just now everyone was ridiculing that such cyclists could attend this kind of charity reception. As a result, they are now the richest man in the world, let alone riding a bicycle. Even if they ride a donkey or ride a horse, they are also the richest man in the world. They also have no qualifications to mock each other. But at this time, many guests at the banquet were secretly grateful. Fortunately, they didn't follow Suleiman's example, and they expressed their disdain, otherwise they would be embarrassed at the moment. Isn't it? Just now I was still mocking people for riding a bicycle. Now it's good, they are the richest man in the world. To mock people for not having money, isn't that just slap your own face? Thinking of this, many guests looked at Suleiman one after another. Suleiman felt the eyes of the crowd watching the show, and his face suddenly became unnatural. He also didn't expect that Lin Feng, the world's richest man, would come by bicycle, which is too outrageous. Does the world's richest man ride a bicycle? This is too low. No matter how frugal Bill Gates was in his life, he still owned a few super sports cars, especially the Porsche 959, which was not allowed to go on the road due to excessive displacement. In order to put the car on the road, Bill Gates also donated a lot of money to the government, just to let his Porsche 959 show off on the road. But now, Lin Feng, the world's richest man, is too unreasonable to play cards. He actually rides a bicycle to attend the charity reception held by Prince William for the first time. What is this? Is this ironic of other rich people? Suleiman winked at the other guests, but they don't care about him as a nouveau riche. Although everyone originally criticized Lin Feng, the world's richest man, for appearing in this way. After all, Lin Feng's appearance in this way really made other people's faces dull, and it seemed that they were too extravagant and wasteful. But Suleiman winked so much, everyone immediately separated from him. Compared with Lin Feng's too low, everyone still hates Suleiman's overly ostentatious display. What's more, it was Suleiman who was actually hit in the face, but not them. It seems that the psychology of hatred of the rich not only exists among the common people, but also among the rich. It's just that everyone's rich standard is different. Seeing everyone retreating slightly, with a look that didn't matter to him, Suleiman was blowing his beard and staring, but there were so many people, he was alone, and he was still on the ground, so he could only endure this bad breath temporarily. I will look for opportunities in the future to see if I can find this place back. But for now, let's deal with Lin Feng, the kid who slapped him naked. Yo, the richest man, Lin, why are you so low today and come here by bicycle? This is the first time Prince William has held a charity party. You are too disrespectful of your master, Suleiman said strangely. He is not stupid, but he will not directly condemn Lin Feng's behavior of being too low to slap in the face, but will associate it with Prince William's first charity party. But apparently Suleiman miscalculated one thing, that is, the friendship between Prince William and Lin Feng is beyond his imagination. Seeing Lin Feng riding his bicycle, Prince William almost laughed out loud. For Lin Feng's low and uncomfortable behavior, Prince William was not displeased at all, but greatly appreciated. Originally, today's charity party was to donate to those homeless young people, but Lin Feng's this is very much in line with the current theme. Otherwise, what would the homeless young people think after the blatant way of playing like Suleiman was reported by the media? In Western countries, being a homeless person also has his own dignity. They can accept donations, they can accept charity, but it must be well intentioned by the other party, not a charity that blatantly shows off wealth like Suleiman. Otherwise, these homeless people are absolute elite. Cheap ones will not be eaten by them. What's more, Lin Feng's actions can also bring more praise to Prince William. Hey, Lin, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you all night. You are the guest of honor tonight. Prince William also took advantage of Lin Feng's arrival, and instantly withdrew his right hand ready to hold. Suleiman walked towards Lin Feng with a happy face. Wow! A small commotion among the many guests. They said why Prince William personally greeted him at the door today, and there was always a faint worry between his brows. They looked outside from time to time as if they were waiting for someone to appear. It turned out to be waiting for Lin Feng. Thinking of this, although everyone is a little bit tasteful. However, Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, and he is also a half British, and he is also considered a half-British. Relatively speaking, many guests are relatively receptive to Lin Feng. What's more, with Suleiman's this glass of wine at the bottom, Lin Feng is naturally pleasing to his eyes. However, many guests came, but they all shook hands with Prince William. Only this Suleiman, who was about to shake hands with Prince William, was interrupted by Lin Feng like this, and ended up soaking in water and failed to shake hands with the host of the charity reception. This is a humiliation. But can Suleiman blame Prince William? No. Because Prince William also stated clearly that he has been waiting for Lin Feng tonight, and for Lin Feng to appear so low. It is only natural for Prince William to greet him. Of course, Prince William's move is naturally improper. Many guests also saw the disdain for Suleiman from the look of Prince William, and I am afraid that he did not shake hands with him this time. For Prince William's impolite things, many guests not only did not take it seriously, but greatly appreciated it. Shaking hands with an arrogant and defiant person like Suleiman would definitely detract from the image of the British royal family. Don't shake hands, you should, jerk. Suleiman was trembling with anger, and some of the accessories he wore also clinked with Suleiman's body shaking, like a human-shaped wind chime. At this time, the backyard of Buckingham Palace. Hearing Prince William's actions and Lin Feng's look, Elizabeth too is also funny. For Lin Feng's way of playing like this, she couldn't bear to laugh, especially playing behind the upstart Suleiman. It was really interesting. As for Prince William's slight disrespect, since the object was Suleiman, there was not much dissatisfaction, so just a few words afterwards. It seems that Suleiman is really not very popular. Unlike Abramovich, who played before him, he is also a super rich landed on the British peninsula. Abramovich is much more popular than Suleiman. Hi, Lin, you finally came. Prince William stepped forward to give Lin Feng a warm hug, a courtesy that none of the guests present had ever had. Obviously, Prince William was telling everyone about his relationship with Lin Feng in public, and at the same time he slapped Suleiman in the face again. How about it? Seeing that Suleiman's face doesn't look good, he'll help you out of your anger, and I have to donate more later, Prince William said triumphantly. Lin Feng burst into laughter. He didn't expect that Prince William would be so funny, so that he would humiliate Suleiman in the presence of everyone in Zhou, and the humiliated Suleiman was speechless and wanted to attack. But he didn't know to whom. Attack on Prince William. He didn't provoke him on the face. He was going to attack Prince William. I am afraid that tomorrow the British media will point him at Suleiman's nose and curse his mother in the newspaper. Xiang Lin Feng had an attack, but Lin Feng just came here and didn't say anything. He was about to have an attack, and the next day he would be crowned with a narrow-minded name. Aggrieved, Suleiman felt full of a grieved stomach. Mr. Lin, where is your car? The waiter on the side pushed the bicycle and asked helplessly. There are 2 more chapters. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 852. What to do if it is scratched? The waiter pushed Lin Feng's bicycle over with a headache. He has been serving as a waiter for a dedicated banquet at Buckingham Palace for quite a while, and he has never seen anyone attending a charity gala at Buckingham Palace on a bicycle. Of course, as far as he understands, there is no bicycle in the world to participate in charity evenings. Even if there is, this person will never be allowed to sit at the table, which is too innocent. To attend this kind of charity party, you usually have to dress up and you need an evening gown. But now Lin Feng is riding a bicycle. This evening dress is really a bit a little wrinkled. How does it meet the standard of the party? Of course, he is the richest man in the world, and he can still attend with a shirt or undershirt. Anyway, as long as the organizer of the charity party doesn't mind. But if you come here by bike, isn't it difficult for the waiters like them? There are indeed many parking spaces around Buckingham Palace, but there are parking spaces for cars. But there are no parking spaces for bicycles. If it is parked in a car parking space, It is really unreasonable. How to do? The waiter looked at Prince William embarrassedly. Prince William also had a headache. Well, he didn't know where to stop for a while. Lin Feng smiled slightly when he saw the expressions of the two of them. Today, Lin Feng was originally sitting in the official Tottenham Hotspur sedan, but before he came, he saw Suleiman coming in a very high-profile posture of Bugatti Veyron, and after he arrived, he was extremely public, showing off to all the guests his global limited edition only 5 Bugatti Veyron. Seeing Suleiman this way, Lin Feng was upset. What's more, if his most common British Opel car passed, Suleiman will definitely not let go of the opportunity to show off and beat himself. Although Lin Feng can be regarded as Suleiman's words like shit, but Lin Feng cannot be ridiculed by Suleiman in front of so many people. Especially now that both sides have Premier League clubs, they are also rivals in the same city. Lin Fengduan had no possibility of being suppressed by Suleiman in aura, but it was impossible to change a car. Lin Feng thought of riding a bicycle when he moved. Although this looks even more shabby, with his status as the world's richest man, who would dare to say that he has no money? As for whether it is unsightly, don't forget that this charity party is hosted by Prince William. Prince William doesn't say. Who dares to say? Lin Feng came by riding a bicycle in such a stately manner. As for the female companion, Lin Shilling, sitting in the back seat of the bicycle with a sweet face. Although it is often said he would rather cry in a BMW than smile